Audiobook title Cosmic Retribution. Chapter 01 to 523. Chapter 1 The Tragic Transmigrator.
Military year 2005, 1831. Human outer colony planet Jericho, Roman 7. A 4-year-old child lay among a pile of corpses with his eyes wide open. 2 hairy gorilla-like orcs were currently fighting each other.
Rortel, do you eat the ones outside? This room is mine. Bastard, it's mine. You've already eaten too much. The child's eye shifted slightly, watching the 2-meter-tall monsters fight.
These monsters were covered in thick hair, had sturdy limbs, and possessed bloody maws. They looked somewhat like orcs.
This wasn't Earth. The things before him weren't human, and he had transmigrated. There were guns tucked into the monsters' waists.
Khalid Zaman was certain those were thermal weapons, and advanced long-range weapons of an alien civilization at that.
So he didn't move. He didn't dare to. The victorious monster began devouring a corpse, while the defeated one let out a roar and left. The corpse being eaten was the child's father.
Flesh, bone, everything was chewed up and swallowed.
Then the monster picked up another corpse and began feasting again.
Khalid Zaman still didn't move, but tears began to stream down his face.
According to the body's memories, that was his mother.
He had grown up nursing from that woman. Her warm embrace had now turned into a blur of bloody flesh.
Her beautiful head rolled and stopped right before his eyes. Khalid Zaman didn't even dare to close his eyes. He frantically circulated the Kai refining art. His current body was that of a 4-year-old child, absolutely incapable of defeating this monster. This planet's spiritual energy was dense, far stronger than Earth's. He had to reach the first level of Kai refining before the monster ate him. Even if these monsters were gods, demons, or heavenly emperors, he would kill them all. Otherwise, he would be a disgrace to his Mahayana stage cultivation from his previous life. Your father is my father. Your mother is my mother. Your enemies are my enemies.
Rest in peace, child. First level of Kai refining rise.
After 10 minutes, he finally succeeded in his cultivation. Now Khalid Zaman's physical constitution was basically equivalent to that of an ordinary adult man. However, he still didn't move, because an ordinary adult man couldn't possibly defeat the monster in front of him either. He needed to find the right opportunity. Before long, the monster, having eaten its fill, lay down on the ground and began to snore. Khalid Zaman moved toward it gently. He didn't rashly try to take the weapon from the monster's waist. He didn't know how to use it, nor did he know how loud it would be. There were likely other monsters outside, and he didn't dare take that risk. Looking out from the doorway, there was a stretch of green grass and farmland not far away. Various unknown aircraft were flying in the sky.
Most of them didn't look like human vehicles.
There was almost no chance of survival if he went out. He had to find a way to take out the one in the house first. Looking around, the only things in the room that could serve as weapons were a kitchen knife and an iron rod.
The monster was massive and covered in thick hair.
It looked thick-skinned and tough. A kitchen knife definitely wouldn't break its defense. Khalid Zaman picked up the iron rod, held it high, and aimed it at the monster's mouth.
Heaven and earth infinite, borrowing the law of Kainkon.
The iron rod in his hands suddenly became several times heavier. Taking advantage of the rod's downward momentum, Khalid Zaman viciously drove it into the monster's throat. Snore gurgled. The monster, in pain, stood straight up.
Khalid Zaman gripped the iron rod with all his might, and his 4-year-old body was left hanging in midair. Damn, it's still not dead.
Khalid Zaman felt a surge of panic. The monster reached out, wanting to pull the iron rod out of its mouth.
Heaven and earth infinite, borrowing the law of Kainkon. Khalid Zaman spat out a mouthful of blood, using his essence and vital energy to fuel the gravity technique.
His body sank, using the iron rod as a crowbar to pry the monster's head halfway off his neck. With a heavy thud, the monster twitched and collapsed. Khalid Zaman didn't even stop to wipe the blood from his mouth. He grabbed the sidearm from the monster and hid behind the door. What's going on? Another monster walked in from outside.
It froze at the sight of the scene.
This is bad. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. There's a demon. Crap. As soon as the monster shouted, the nearby aircraft began to converge on the location. Was it truly heaven's will to destroy Khalid Zaman? Other people transmigrated to ancient times, where he had ended up in the future. And it was a future world set against the backdrop of an interstellar war. He kept chanting in his heart, System Daddy, come out. System Grandpa, come out.
System Lord, come out.
You damn piece of shit, System, get the hell out here for me. No one responded to him at all. Peering through the crack in the door, he saw 6 aircraft parked outside. One was a large vehicle with 4 thrusters at the bottom. At least 30 monsters of various sizes were standing outside. 5 of them looked extremely dangerous. Not only were they wearing exquisite armor, but they also held weapons that looked like light swords. It seemed they held high positions among the monsters, likely some kind of elite warriors. The gorilla monster that had just called for help was slapped to the ground by the leading white-armored elite. What are you screaming about? Where is the demon? Where is the enemy?
When this elite spoke, its jaw split into 4 parts like an insect's mandibles, revealing rows of sharp teeth inside each section. If it weren't for the high-tech equipment they wore, Khalid Zaman would have almost thought he had transmigrated into a horror movie. Right inside, Tatafek's head was twisted off. It must be a demon. A demon has appeared. Hearing this, a commotion broke out among the monsters outside, as if they were somewhat afraid. The white-armored elite kicked a smaller one beside it. You go in and take a look. The small monster was barely over a meter tall. It wore a mask on its head that looked like an oxygen mask, connected by a tube to a large tank on its back.
Aye, I'll go.
Just take care of my sister, and my sister's children, and my sister's children's children, and get in now.
The white-armored elite kicked the talkative little fellow into the house. The small monster let out a miserable shriek and rolled twice before wildly firing a small weapon in the room.
Endure the wrath of King Gugu.
Well, rather. Khalid Zaman saw it clearly. The handle was held in the middle. When the small monster's claw squeezed, its spheres of light would shoot out.
It seemed the method of use was no different from an ordinary firearm.
It was just that these light spheres felt somewhat familiar. He suddenly felt the spiritual energy in the room become much denser. These monsters actually used spirit stones as an energy source.
Damn on earth, a single spirit stone cost 100 million.
After a moment of chaos, the small monster looked around and soon locked eyes with Khalid Zaman behind the door.
After a few seconds of staring, the small monster shouted outside, "There's no demon. It's just a human child, even shorter than me."
The elite laughed.
Ho ho ho! Ghost-faced beasts are only at this level.
A bunch of trash, truly a disgrace to the Covenant. Let's go. The main force outside actually withdrew. The monsters returned to their aircraft and soon scattered.
Only King Gugu remained, staring curiously at the child.
Khalid Zaman broke into a cold sweat. Even those powerful gorilla monsters were swatted away by those elites.
Fortunately, they didn't come inside, or he would have been dead for sure.
He looked at the small monster before him.
This fellow was almost the same height as him, but it had a gun. Khalid Zaman didn't dare to act rashly.
A 4-year-old's speed certainly couldn't compare to a firearm. To survive, he had to use his wits. Fortunately, this little thing didn't seem very bright. It should be easy to trick right.
King Gugu, I have something fun.
Do you want it? The small monster froze.
What fun thing?
Let me see. If it's really fun, I'll shoot you dead later.
Tusk.
Khalid Zaman wasn't sure how high this monster's IQ was or if it was even mentally stable. He asked, what if it's not fun? The small monster pointed at the confused-looking ghost-faced beast outside and said, if it's not fun, I'll throw you to the ghost-faced beast to be eaten. Khalid Zaman smiled. With his right hand clutching the gun behind his back, he gathered fire spirit power in his left hand and conjured a small fireball. The fireball floated in the air, emitting bright light and heat.
Oh, is this fire?
Fire, put it out quickly. King Gugu is afraid of fire.
Go to hell.
Khalid Zaman's right hand whipped around, firing a barrage at the small monster's head. In less than 2 seconds, the little thing's head was blown open.
At that moment, the ghost-faced beast outside also saw Khalid Zaman.
It let out the roar and charged in on all fours. Its nearly 2.5 meter tall body was like a small mountain. Khalid Zaman was terrified and kept firing, but unfortunately, he couldn't stop the enemy for even a step. The weapon actually couldn't penetrate the opponent's body. It only made the furry creature howl in pain. Then he was swatted away. The gun was knocked from his hand, and he was slammed into a corner, sliding to the ground.
The ghost-faced beast was relentless, opening its mouth and charging again.
He was dead for sure this time. A bloody scent filled his nose, accompanied by a foul stench. This smell was methane. Green gas was constantly leaking from the tank on the small monster's corpse. It was definitely methane.
Son of a bitch, you've got thick hair, right?
I'll give you thick hair. He shot a fireball. The small monster's corpse happened to be right under the ghost-faced beast's feet. An explosion rang out, and the heat of the flames combined with the shockwave of the explosion brought the entire wooden house down. The ghost-faced beast fled howling, while Khalid Zaman was buried under the ruins, unconscious. In his dreams, he seemed to return to Earth, back to the year 2024, back to his own sect. If he had a choice, he would rather live like a king on Earth. As a cultivator in the technological age, a Mahayana stage cultivator was the top existence in the world. Dying at the hands of these monsters now was truly frustrating. If only he hadn't forced the tribulation out of thousands of cultivators, how many could actually ascend to immortality? At least I got my revenge. The memories of 2 lives gradually merged. A surge of warmth rose in Khalid Zaman's heart. That beautiful woman always called him her baby and held him in her arms. It was so warm, so happy.
Mom, I've avenged you.
Chapter 2, The Power of Plasma Grenades. There are signs of life here.
John, the child is still alive.
I'll take him. You guys stay on high alert. Khalid Zaman vaguely heard someone speaking. He opened his eyes and saw three figures in green armor. They should be human, with full coverage armor. They looked human in style. The proportions of their hands, feet, and bodies were human, and they wore helmets like motorcycle helmets.
The armor of one person had the number 117 written on it. Kid, what's your name? I don't remember. You're lucky.
Come with us, we'll take you home.
I don't have a home anymore. They ate my mom and dad. Silence. A moment of silence. Khalid Zaman was now fully awake. He cleared away the rubble and saw a head under a wooden wall.
It was his mother.
Her body was gone. He had to at least take the head and bury it to make a grave.
He tried with all his might to lift the wooden wall, but it was an entire wall, far too heavy for a child at the first level of Kai refining. The small figure gritted his teeth and desperately tried to lift the wall, eyes filled with tears.
Big guy helped me get my mom out.
My name is John. The soldier wearing the 117 armor lifted the wooden wall with one hand and tossed it far away.
Khalid Zaman pulled his mother's head into his embrace.
Big guy, you're so strong. John shook his head. Little guy, your strength seems even more unusual.
Let's go, we're retreating.
Khalid Zaman asked to retreat.
What about the others? You're the only survivor left. Everyone in the village is dead.
In his memory, there were hundreds of people in the village.
Everyone was hardworking and kind, and they were all very good to him.
But now he was the only one left alive.
Even with the formidable will of a cultivator, Khalid Zaman felt incredibly sad. After a 2-second silence, John replied, "The whole planet." On the grassland, a small figure holding a head followed behind 3 soldiers in armor. There were full moons in the sky, illuminating the ground brightly even at night. In the distance, sounds of explosions and machine gun fire could be heard. Corpses were everywhere on the road, small monsters, elites, ghost-faced beasts, and humans. Sometimes these corpses were even piled together, making it impossible to imagine how brutal the battle had been.
Khalid Zaman was practicing his cultivation, running his Ar'Ian while walking.
He possessed a complete cultivation system and didn't want to die at the hands of those aliens. He had to quickly increase his cultivation level. Survival was the most important thing right now. The physical strength of a ghost-faced beast was at least around the golden core stage. If calculated purely by strength, the human soldiers beside him were probably similar.
As for those elites, their combat power might be even higher.
Thinking of this, he asked, "Big guy, can you beat those 4-jawed aliens?" John nodded. "I can. I've killed quite a few." Khalid Zaman's eyes lit up.
"I want to learn your skills. Will you be my master?"
"I'm afraid I don't have time to teach you. However, I can introduce you to my instructor. His name is Mendes, and he's a very strict man."
Really?
Is it a deal?"
"It's a deal."
John turned to his 2 teammates and said, "Pick up the pace."
"We killed several high-ranking elites along the way. Our movements must have been discovered by the Covenant. Get to the extraction point as quickly as possible." A flame ignited in Khalid Zaman's heart. This world had spiritual energy, and the physiques of these soldiers were powerful. They definitely couldn't be ordinary humans.
In this world, he was absolutely confident he could transcend the tribulations and become an immortal. He clutched the head in his arms tighter and made a vow in his heart: a powerful cultivator must not be insulted. Those bastard aliens all have to die.
They crossed the grassland and entered a small grove.
Suddenly, everyone in the group stopped at the same time, including the 4-year-old child. Khalid Zaman observed the surroundings vigilantly, his expression somewhat tense. John was a bit surprised. He and his comrades had detected a cloaked enemy. They were all wearing Mark V engineer armor equipped with motion tracker radar systems. But this little guy had actually stopped moving, just like them, without asking a single question. In other words, the child might have also noticed something unusual.
Detecting an enemy at the first moment without crying or being afraid, could a 4-year-old really do that?
He didn't have time to think much more. The energy fluctuation was getting closer and closer. The cloaked enemy was rushing toward them.
A battle was about to break out. The 3 raised their assault rifles and slowly fanned out.
"Ha ha ha, foolish human soldiers, how dare you kill our clan's warriors? I will tear you to pieces." John looked back and said, "I see you. You're lying, you foolish." At the same time, everyone, including Khalid Zaman, began firing in one direction. Atilda. A ripple appeared in the air, revealing an elite in grey armor. He had an energy shield that blocked all the bullets. The elite was agile. After taking a few shots, he leaped behind a large tree. "Impossible. How did you find me?" No one answered. Only Khalid Zaman kept firing at the tree. The Covenant's energy weapons were highly lethal, and after a few shots, half of the tree trunk had been sliced away. John and the other soldiers were also flanking behind the tree. Atilda.
Khalid Zaman suddenly felt a pain in his hand, and the gun dropped to the ground.
He hadn't expected the energy weapon to get hotter and hotter with continuous firing, eventually burning his hand.
Beep the soft sound.
A ping-pong ball-sized glowing sphere flew out from behind the tree.
Khalid Zaman looked up and felt a surge of spiritual energy floating toward his face.
He didn't know what it was, but it definitely wasn't anything good. The enemy certainly wouldn't just be sending him a power cell, so he stepped aside to dodge the glowing sphere. Run. It's a plasma grenade. Khalid Zaman's hair immediately stood on end.
He felt a dense, concentrated spiritual energy gathering
And expanding within the sphere as if it were about to explode at any moment. There was no cover nearby, never mind a plasma grenade. Even an ordinary grenade from his past life would have surely killed him. There was nowhere to run. It was a certain death situation. In this critical moment, Khalid Zaman's mind raced. Energy was the same as spiritual energy. Since death was certain, why not try to absorb this spiritual energy? He had no other choice. He had already been running the Kai refining arts, and now he frantically surged his internal true Kai. Finally, he even reached out his hand, wanting to directly grab the small sphere that was glowing brighter and brighter. This time he won the gamble. The light on the small sphere gradually dimmed as a massive amount of energy surged into Khalid Zaman's meridians. After all, he was still just a 4-year-old child. He had no time to nourish his body with spiritual energy or stabilize his cultivation. He could only frantically devour the spiritual energy from the sphere. His small body felt like it was about to explode, and blood flowed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. But Khalid Zaman couldn't stop. If his absorption speed slowed even slightly, the energy would gather toward the center of the sphere. Such a high concentration of spiritual energy condensing rapidly would inevitably produce a violent explosion. At this moment, John ignored the enemy's fire and dove forward through the bullets, grabbing little Khalid Zaman and rolling 2 meters away. Boom! With a loud bang, the two were pushed another meter by the blast wave of the explosion. Fortunately, John blocked the shockwave with his body, otherwise Khalid Zaman's fragile body would have surely been blown to pieces. Oh, why did the plasma grenade explode so slowly? The elite poked his head out to look, not noticing a figure behind him stabbing a combat knife into his neck. Under the intense impact, Khalid Zaman fainted. In his final moments, he heard the beep 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 of an alarm and the sound of John coughing. Clearly, even the armor couldn't completely negate the power of a plasma grenade. Chapter 3: The gap between me and him is even greater than the gap between him and the ghost beast.
A white ceiling, a white bed, and a young nurse in white by my side.
The smell of alcohol disinfectant wafted into my nose. Is this a hospital? Are you awake, little one? Before my eyes was a beautiful young nurse, looking to be about 20 years old. Yes, big sister. Where am I?
Where is John? John.
You mean the Master Chief? He went back out on a mission after bringing you here. Is he okay? Of course he is. The young nurse had a look of pure admiration. He's the greatest Spartan warrior. How could anything happen to him? Khalid Zaman recalled the explosion. The energy it contained was immense, at least equivalent to a full-strength strike from a cultivator at the first layer of the golden core stage. Forget being within 2 meters. Even if he had been lying on the ground 5 meters away, he would have certainly died. Alien technology was truly terrifying. From that perspective, human armor was actually quite impressive. The nurse in front of him was just an ordinary mortal with no spiritual energy fluctuations. There were some strong-looking soldiers on other hospital beds, but none of them possessed spiritual energy either. It seemed the humans of this world did not practice Kai cultivation. The room was like a large hall containing a dozen or so hospital beds separated by curtains. He and those in the surrounding beds likely only had minor injuries, as the curtains weren't drawn. A burly man in the bed next to him was currently engrossed in an adult magazine, looking quite delighted. The nurse followed Khalid Zaman's gaze, her expression changing as she immediately pulled the adjacent curtain shut. She said gently, "Little one, you seem to have recovered well enough. Let me check you over. Look at the light in my hand." The nurse held up a flashlight that emitted a soft green light, which didn't seem harsh to the eyes. Khalid Zaman looked up. "Very good. Now over here." The nurse moves the flashlight to Khalid Zaman's 3 o'clock position, then 6 o'clock, and finally 9 o'clock. Khalid Zaman followed the light source, turning his neck as instructed. "Excellent, your neural reflexes are fine, and your other test results are normal. You can get out of bed now, little guy." After getting up, Khalid Zaman stood by the bed for a moment, unsure of where to go as his stomach began to growl. "He hungry? Go out the door, follow the corridor to the end, and turn right for the cafeteria. Go get something to eat." "Thank you, big sister." Just then, several soldiers walked through the door. Leading them was a man about 2 meters tall with a full beard, looking somewhat fierce and intimidating. Behind him were 4 men about 1.8 meters tall. Except for Big Beard, these men were all carrying guns and appeared to be active military personnel. Big Beard walked up to Khalid Zaman, looked at the card on his bed, and asked, "Is this the little guy John mentioned?" A soldier beside him replied, "Yes, sir. He's one of the personnel rescued from Jericho." Big Beard paced back and forth in front of Khalid Zaman with his hands behind his back, shaking his head as he walked. No, too weak. He's got the build of a little chick. Hearing this, Khalid Zaman felt a bit displeased.
What do you mean?
I killed a ghost-faced beast with my own hands. Oh, Big Beard grew interested at those words.
He crouched down and asked, "You've seen a ghost-faced beast?"
Yes, sir.
And you killed one yourself?
Yes, sir.
Using what weapon? An iron bar, sir.
Ha ha ha. Big Beard stood up, clutching his stomach as he roared with laughter.
Little thing, bragging isn't a skill. If you said you killed a wild boar beast, I might have believed you a little. But saying you killed a ghost-faced beast,
Now that's just blowing smoke.
the soldiers nearby laughed as well.
Khalid Zaman didn't say a word, merely staring coldly at the man.
Seeing his gaze, Big Beard stopped laughing. The two locked eyes, needle to the grain, neither yielding an inch in momentum. Big Beard looked down with a sharp gaze.
Don't you plan on explaining how you killed a ghost-faced beast?
What's there to explain?
It was just one ghost-faced beast. It's not like I blew up the Covenant's home world. I'm not like those useless soldiers who have to write your report just for killing a random enemy.
As soon as Khalid Zaman said this, the other soldiers stopped laughing.
This was a provocation and insult to warriors. They were all elite soldiers who had been baptized in war and bore the scars to prove it, which was why they had moved to the second line to handle training camp affairs. In their eyes, the child's words had turned from a joke into a very unfunny one. Not convinced, Khalid Zaman continued to provoke him. He had clearly seen the tag on Big Beard's chest, which read Senior Master Sergeant Franklin Mendez. This man was John's instructor. In other words, he was here to recruit him into the military. Based on what Mendez had just said, he seemed to look down on him, a subtle attitude that could easily cost Khalid Zaman his chance to join the military. He knew very well that a warrior like John, who wore super armor, must belong to a special forces unit. None of the ordinary soldiers looked as cool as he did. Therefore, Mendez must be a special forces instructor. He couldn't lose this opportunity. Even if he had to speak arrogantly or upset these soldiers, he had to make his stance clear.
I am powerful.
Not taking me in is your loss.
Mendez frowned, and the soldiers beside him all looked grim and remained silent. Khalid Zaman, the 4-year-old child, stood with his hands behind his back and said in a sophisticated tone, "How about this?
Why don't we make a bet?
Oh, what kind of bet?
I can defeat your men.
Pick one of the 4 to fight me. Do you dare?" Mendez's gaze turned to one of confusion.
He didn't understand why this little thing was so arrogant. The child didn't look insane, and he was starting to feel intrigued.
After all, the boy had been recommended by John, and he had never heard John praise anyone except for this child. What? Don't dare. You should know very well that in terms of physical stats alone, the gap between me and them is even bigger than the gap between them and a ghost-faced beast.
Yes, Mendez replied seriously.
So, I'll have them take off their protective gear, use no weapons, and fight you barehanded, so it'll be easier for you to beat me up right. Yes,
These soldiers belong to the ONSC.
Over their standard uniforms, they wore various armor plates like chest guards, arm guards, and leg guards, and they carried standard-issue combat knives and magnum pistols.
once he took off their equipment and armor plates, the man before him looked even more massive. He was heavily muscled and physically powerful, and his tactical vest outlined the perfect lines of his physique.
The nurse watching from the side even blushed a little.
Khalid Zaman felt he might have overreached. It seemed he had bragged a bit too much. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the grenade, he was now at the second level of Kai refining, making his physique only slightly stronger than an average adult male equivalent to a mediocre fitness coach. Dealing with an opponent of this build would be no easy feat. He didn't want to reveal that he could use magic. If people found out, they might just haul him off to be sliced up for research. Therefore, there was only one way to win this battle, by using his wits.
Chapter 4, Outsmarting the Hell Paratroopers.
I'll give you 1 minute to defeat me, or else you're just a piece of shit.
After saying that, Khalid Zaman made a face and immediately ducked behind a nearby curtain. The soldier across from him was stunned for a moment, then stomped his feet in anger.
When I catch you, I'm going to beat your ass raw.
Wait.
Chief Mendez called out to stop him and said
Solemnly, "Don't hold back." "But sir, he's only 4 years old."
I said don't hold back.
"Treat it like your usual training. Just don't kill him."
Yes, sir.
This put the soldier in a difficult position. How could he bring himself to beat a 4-year-old child half to death? Inside the curtain of the neighbouring bed, a man was still leering at a magazine. Khalid Zaman snatched the magazine away and said, "Uncle, there's someone outside who wants to go to bed with you." "Oh, really?" I stopped joking around. The burly man's face instantly turned red. "It's true, he's coming in right now. You better get ready." "Oh, get ready for what?" Before the man could react, another man just as strong as him pulled back the curtain and stepped in. "Just you wait until I catch you. I'm going to do you in." The man on the hospital bed was instantly enraged. This was a damn man, and he was saying he wanted to do him. This was too much. He jumped off the bed and began wrestling with the soldier.
After taking 2 punches, the soldier was also dazed. "What are you doing?"
"Doing you." Then the two of them really got into it, trading punch for punch. Soon they were locked together, rolling out into the open. Khalid Zaman didn't stay idle. He circled them, interfering, tripping them up, and always managing to land a small fist on the soldier's nose at the critical moment. This soldier had been through several battles and was a veteran with extensive combat experience. Even so, the fight was a draw. Khalid Zaman took a kick to the stomach that nearly knocked the wind out of him.
It seemed this guy really wasn't holding back, so I won't hold back either.
Ow, Rotilda.
With a howl of pain, the soldier collapsed to the ground, clutching his crotch. That groin kick had been a bit heavy, and since he wasn't wearing any armor plates, he was now in so much pain that his face was contorted and his nose was running.
I am still fucking single.
Mendes covered his face.
I told you not to hold back.
Khalid Zaman wiped his nose and grinned.
I didn't.
The remaining 3 soldiers all glared at him.
Can you take me in now?
A smile appeared on Mendes's face.
Take you in.
To do what? Sweep floors and cook.
I want to become a warrior like John.
Mendes nodded.
I can give you a chance.
He knelt down, patted Khalid Zaman's head, and said with a smile, "Welcome to Hell's training camp." Khalid Zaman smiled.
He turned around and pulled the soldier off the ground.
Sorry, brother.
I hit a bit hard, otherwise I couldn't have beaten you.
Please forgive me, I have my reasons. Mendes's pupils constricted.
The soldier weighed at least 100 kilograms, yet this child could pull him up with one hand.
It seemed this kid really was a bit unusual.
Khalid Zaman pulled a bag from under the bed and held it in his arms.
He had checked it when he got out of bed earlier.
His mother's head inside the bag had been wrapped properly with no smell at all. The white powder sprinkled on it was likely a preservative.
Mendes was curious.
What is this?
It's my mother.
Silence.
The noisy environment seemed to quiet down.
Do you have any other family? Reporting, sir.
I have a father and a mother.
Except for this piece in my hands, the rest is in the belly of a ghost-faced beast.
It's the one I killed.
I waited until he was asleep and shoved an iron rod into his mouth.
His small frame stood straight, his face devoid of sorrow, showing only a burning, determined gaze. Silence.
Even the onlookers stopped talking. Mendes raised his hand and gave Khalid Zaman a military salute. Then the 4 soldiers also saluted the child.
At this moment, no one would look down on him again. The training camp would officially assemble in 3 days, giving Khalid Zaman time to rest.
Mendes left with his men. He still had to select other children.
Little Khalid Zaman had now become a celebrity in the hospital because he had defeated a semi-retired helljumper.
Upon hearing about the duties of the helljumpers, Khalid Zaman felt he had gone too far.
He shouldn't have treated a soldier who had charged into hell and returned alive like that.
The helljumpers belong to the UNSC, officially known as the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers. Their drop zones are usually where enemy fire is most intense or heavily defended.
Their mission is to eliminate enemy forces in the area and secure the landing zones for the main forces, allowing other landing craft to arrive with marine reinforcements.
They descend from space to the ground in drop pods. During the descent, the friction with the atmosphere generates heat unbearable for an ordinary person, and the final impact with the ground causes a shock that would kill any ordinary person in poor physical condition. Thus the motto of these daredevils is feet first into hell, while on eating. Seeing Khalid Zaman dazed with a chicken leg in his mouth, the young nurse waved her hand in front of his eyes.
It's nothing. How do you know so much about them, big sister?
My boyfriend was a helljumper.
The young nurse's nose twitched and a tear fell onto the table.
She quickly wiped the tear stains from her face. Seeing the girl's expression, Khalid Zaman knew what had happened without asking.
The entire planet had been slaughtered. One could imagine how fierce the fighting had been. It was a pity for such a beautiful girl to be immersed in pain.
As he chewed, he said, "I'll help you get revenge."
Silly child, you're still growing. Wait 10 more years before you talk about revenge. How about this? 1 ghost-faced beast's ear for 1 chicken leg rice and 1 elite's finger for 1 beef rice. But I'll have to take in advance. I'll give them to you in 5 years.
Khalid Zaman's words made the girl chuckle.
All right, I'll buy you as much as you can eat.
Really? Then give me 2 more servings of beef rice.
With extra sauce.
Oh my, you've already had 2. Aren't you afraid of bursting?
Khalid Zaman was indeed starving. Cultivation's enhancement of the body was very significant, but he hadn't reached the body integration stage yet and couldn't practice Bigu.
He could only absorb the energy his body required from food.
The stronger the body, the more calories it consumed.
That is to say, if you cultivated the strength of the governor, your appetite would have to be like the governor's.
Back on Earth, when he was in the soul transformation stage, he had to eat 10 catties of beef and 5 catties of pasta a day. He was a literal food incinerator. I'm not afraid. If I weren't worried about eating you out of house and home, I could go for Timor. The young nurse rested her chin in her hands and said with a smile, the food here doesn't cost anything. It's all free.
Khalid Zaman was stunned.
Ah, then didn't I lose out on the deal?
What do you want then?
The girl gave his little face a pinch.
Big sister, don't you like a boyfriend? You're only 4. And you want to be my boyfriend.
Do you even know what being in a relationship involves?
Oh, no, I wanted to introduce a boyfriend to you.
That guy I just kicked. He's moved to the second line and won't be doing any more drops, so he should be safer. Besides, that kick wasn't that hard. He'll be fine in a couple of days.
That guy is really hard down there. I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
The young nurse went to the counter, grabbed 2 large plates of beef, and brought them over without even serving any rice.
She placed the beef in front of Khalid Zaman and asked, her face flushing crimson, what you just said, is it true?
Chapter 5, First Trial, 10,000 meter parachute jump. December 27, 2005, 1931 military calendar. Onyx Craze Camp.
A warrior wearing green Mark V Mjolnir armor stood in the middle of the camp.
He was tall and looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something.
10 D-96 Albatross heavy dropships flew in from the starry sky, preparing to land on our star.
Each dropship carried nearly 50 children, the youngest of whom was only 4 years old.
Khalid Zaman was somewhat speechless.
Some of these children were crying, some were laughing, and some were even tirelessly playing a game of lifting girls' skirts.
As a former cultivation practitioner with a mental age of nearly 100 years, he really couldn't fit in. A small bald boy bumped into Khalid Zaman. "What's your name?" "You should say your own name before asking others."
Oh, Tilda Einjun.
What about you?
The small bald boy looked about 7 years old and was much taller than him. He was also one of the few quiet children who didn't cry or make a fuss. "I'm Khalid."
Nice to meet you.
Jun reached out his hand wanting to shake hands. This surprised Khalid Zaman a bit. How could a 7-year-old act like an adult?
He hadn't noticed that he himself was standing straight with his hands behind his back, looking like a total poser.
Just then, another boy about the same height as Jun reached out and said, "I'm Emil, nice to meet you all." Khalid Zaman was stunned. This Emil was also a poser, wanting to shake hands while keeping his other hand behind his back. He found these 2 children very interesting and thought they might become powerful warriors in the future. So Khalid Zaman reached out both hands toward Jun and Emil. The 2 children were stunned for a moment, then followed Khalid Zaman's lead and reached out both of their hands. The 3 of them shook hands. However, this handshake was more like a hand-holding game, just short of singing, dancing, and spinning in circles. The dropship landed in the middle of the base and Mendez put on his military cap and walked out of the hatch. As soon as he got off the ship, he saluted the tall man, Chief Petty Officer Franklin Mendez, reporting for duty, sir. The man waiting for them in the middle of the base was named Kurt. Like John 117, he was also a Spartan Roman II, designated Kurt 051. They had all been raised and personally trained under Mendez's watch. Spartan warriors are the special operations forces with the highest individual combat power in all human militaries.
There were only a few dozen Spartan Roman II, but they had repeatedly performed miraculous feats on the battlefield and were invincible.
Kurt's current rank was lieutenant, and he was also the overall head of the Spartan Roman III training program.
Instructor Mendez, you're being too polite. Kurt hadn't forgotten how this old instructor had cultivated them.
When they were children, they often gave Mendez nicknames like Madman, Demon, Lunatic, Terrifying Monster, and so on.
Looking at him now, the instructor was still as spirited as ever, though his temples had turned white.
Mendez was very happy and said half-jokingly, "Why do you look so listless, kid? Did they kidnap you to bring you here? Don't even get me started.
The naval intelligence officer's really a piece of work."
Mendez was shocked.
Who could kidnap a Spartan?
He hadn't expected his joke to turn out to be true. He was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say.
Kurt pulled out a data pad and asked, "Intelligence says you were in the middle of combat."
After training the Spartan Roman II, I volunteered to return to active duty.
I fought the Covenant on 5 planets.
Now I've received orders to train you Spartan warriors.
Kurt handed him the data pad and said, "I've looked at some files. The physical conditions and overall qualities of these children are much worse than the 2nd generation. I'm a bit worried." Mendez looked at him deeply. "Don't worry, these children are good prospects.
They have one advantage over you."
"What point?"
"They are all war orphans. They have infinite motivation."
As the children got off the dropship, they immediately became like wild horses off the leash, running around everywhere, with some even picking up stones from the ground and throwing them. The staff had to herd them together like a flock of sheep.
Kurt connected to the base's broadcast system.
"Every one of you has lost someone you love.
I am going to give you a chance to learn how to fight, the chance to become the most elite warriors in the entire Unsk, the chance to kill those Covenant bastards. I am going to give you a chance to become someone like me, a Spartan warrior." The children went quiet. The little ones who were just playing around now fell silent. Tears streamed down some of their faces. They carried not only hatred, but also the hope for humanity's future.
Khalid Zaman stood the closest.
He looked up at the emerald green armor before him, a smile appearing on his face. A superpowered individual like John, a Spartan warrior, it was finally happening. Then it was Mendez's turn to speak. "There are 500 of you participating in this training, but in the end, we will only keep 300. Nearly half will be eliminated. Those who want to become super soldiers turn around and get back on the dropship. Confused expressions appeared on the children's faces.
Why were they leaving right after arriving?
None of them moved. Khalid Zaman was the first to walk toward the dropship. No matter what, he was going to become a super soldier, and the most powerful one at that.
With the assistance of the cultivation system, he could definitely end this war.
He would let those Covenant bastards know that a powerhouse of cultivation is not to be insulted.
With him taking the lead, John and Emil also followed onto the dropship.
Soon all the children had returned to their original positions. After boarding, each of them was issued a parachute pack. Mendez's voice rang out over the broadcast. The first screening project begins.
You will skydive from an altitude of 10,000 meters and then meet at the designated location.
During a jump, you can see the target on the ground. Pull the red ring to open the parachute and the blue ring to detach from it. Now check your equipment.
The drop begins in 3 minutes.
Khalid Zaman was speechless.
Going as big
Right from the start, he remembered that skydiving was usually done from a height of about 3,000 meters. Anything over 5,000 meters was already considered an extreme sport.
letting a bunch of little kids skydive.
And from 10,000 meters, no less the cabin door opened and a bone-chillingly cold wind blew in.
Khalid Zaman, wearing his parachute pack, gripped the door and looked down. Below was a vast forest, and in the distance a giant pillar of light shone into the sky from a clearing that should be the assembly point. However, the plane seemed to be flying further and further away, distancing itself from the light pillar.
A girl squeezed past him.
She was thin and only half a head taller than Khalid Zaman.
In a babyish voice, she said, "Move aside." Khalid Zaman instinctively moved half a step, and the girl stepped out of the hatch, instantly disappearing into the darkness.
Holy crap, this girl is so fierce. To be honest, Khalid Zaman himself wasn't mentally prepared yet.
His palms were sweating. Even with his Mahayana stage cultivation in his past life, he had never flown 10,000 meters high.
Nobody in the era liked self-torture. Even cultivators took planes when they travelled.
"Move aside."
You're blocking me.
"Little thing." "Twerp." "Get lost."
While Khalid Zaman was still dazed, a teenager behind him kicked him out. Chapter 6: The punishment mechanism for people in the future. This plan is too crazy.
Even Chief Mendez, who was called a demon by the classroom and 2 trainees, was a bit worried. Kurt said, "Yes, I'm sorry for making you give this order. It's fine.
You're their commander. You must become the person they trust."
I'm their instructor. I must become their nightmare.
At this moment, 10,000 meters up in the sky, a 4-year-old child was cursing up a storm.
Seeking.
Khalid Zaman was scared out of his wits. Once he got back to the base, he was definitely going to beat that kid into a pulp. Right now, he was spinning wildly in the fierce winds.
"Don't panic, just pull the red ring."
Red, damn it. It's pitch black. How am I supposed to see the colour of the pull ring? He now had a pull ring on his left and right sides. One was to deploy the parachute, and the other was to release it.
I was too careless. In my haste earlier, I didn't look at the parachute carefully at all. At this moment, a line of poetry came to mind. To die before one's goal is achieved, causing heroes to soak their lapels with tears.
He mocked himself inwardly, but he truly wasn't panicking because he was a practitioner of cultivation.
Heaven and earth infinite. Borrowing the law of Kain-Kun.
2 tiny fireballs condensed in Khalid Zaman's hands.
He saw it clearly.
The red ring was on the right side.
However, he wasn't in a hurry to pull it because the altitude was too high and the winds here were extremely sharp. If he opened the parachute now, he would be blown very far away. Yo! A figure streaked past him not far away in the air and even greeted him.
Judging by the voice, it should be John.
I won't fall behind. He pressed his hands together against his sides, his body diving straight toward the pillar of light. Although he was only at the 2nd level of the Kai refinement stage and couldn't fly yet, he could still manage simple Kai manipulation to add some thrust. Soon he overtook the other children. Khalid Zaman flew rapidly toward the location of the light pillar like a shuttle. He pulled the red ring and the sound of the parachute deploying rustled behind him. Then a massive force yanked him upward.
The jerk was so violent that Khalid Zaman almost fainted. A 4-year-old's body was still too weak. Finally, he landed about 2 kilometers away from the light pillar.
He felt he should be the one closest to the destination. After all, with his Kai manipulation technique, could ordinary little brats really compare to a great cultivator like him?
After walking for about 5 minutes, a voice came from a nearby tree.
"Hey,
Shorty, give me a hand. I'm stuck."
Khalid Zaman thought the voice sounded familiar. Looking up, he saw a child about 12 years old tangled in ropes and stuck on a branch.
Hee little squirt, my name is Robert." This guy was the older kid who had kicked Khalid Zaman off the plane. Khalid Zaman wouldn't forget that voice. He climbed the tree
and punched Robert right in the face. Robert was knocked to the ground by his punch.
Clutching his nose, he started yelling, "What the why did you hit me, kid?"
Khalid Zaman jumped down from the branch and said expressionlessly, "If I don't beat the crap out of you today, I'll consider you've wiped yourself clean."
Robert was 12 tall and sturdy.
and the kid was very tough. Even while being beaten, he would strike back at Khalid Zaman fiercely. Sometimes he even attacked with headbutts.
Khalid Zaman had short arms and legs and low defense, so the two of them ended up trading blows back and forth.
Soon the base staff found them.
Stop
Fighting.
A man in a standard uniform tried to pull them apart. Khalid Zaman was in the heat of the fight and gave this guy a punch too. He had quite a bit of strength now, and he gave the man a black eye. Chief Mendes appeared. He picked little Khalid Zaman up with one hand and set him aside. Khalid Zaman wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, "Fighting doesn't violate the rules, does it?"
It doesn't.
"I hope you fight even harder in the next training session." 2 hours later, all the children had been found, and 365 people passed the test. The parachutes were absolutely safe. The pull rings actually didn't matter in terms of color order. The first pull opened the pack, and only the second pull would release the parachute. Furthermore, the packs were equipped with ground-ranging devices. Any pack not opened within 500 meters of the ground would deploy automatically. Mendes was gratified. Although some children were injured, under modern medical technology, these were not issues.
The injured children were taken to the medical center.
The rest were eating in the cafeteria.
Based on the results of the first test, you will be assigned different food.
Those with excellent results will receive better treatment.
Now those whose names are called come forward to receive your food.
All food must be finished, no waste allowed, or you will face severe punishment.
Khalid Zaman and Robert received 2 boxes.
Each box contained several large slices of fragrant beef, a small mouthful of rice, and a purple fruit.
They were originally in the first group to land and were very close to the destination, so they should have been in the top tier. Unfortunately, the two of them were fighting and wasted a lot of time, so they could only get second-tier results.
Khalid Zaman was starving.
He tossed the small fruit into his mouth and chewed, then took a large bite of the beef.
The fruit was incredibly sour and astringent, but the beef was tender and smooth, as if it would melt in his mouth.
In no time, he finished 1 box and started on the second. Robert sat opposite him, having also just finished 1 box. He looked at Khalid Zaman in a daze.
"Shorty, can you really eat all that?"
"I can." Khalid Zaman was afraid he would steal his food, so he quickly turned around with the food box and ate in large gulps.
Robert said 1 word and then let out a burp.
"You have a great appetite."
And stuffed to death.
1 box of beef weighed at least half a kilogram. A kilogram of meat was indeed a bit much for a child. Khalid Zaman found it strange. There were only 3 tiers of test results this time.
If the second tier could stuff someone to death, how much food would the first tier get? After finishing 2 boxes of food, Khalid Zaman still wasn't full.
He was at the second level of Chi condensation, and his body consumed a massive amount of calories. It was a pity. The beef tasted truly excellent, much better than the food in the hospital. Chief Mendes walked through the cafeteria with his hands behind his back. He shouted, "Is there anyone who isn't full yet?"
Me.
Khalid Zaman raised his hand and shouted loudly. The other children all looked at him with strange expressions on their faces.
Mendes asked with a smirk, "How many more portions do you want?"
Seeing that fake smile of his, Khalid Zaman wondered if he was being messed with. He said softly, 3 portions. Mendes's expression froze, and the smile on his face vanished. "If that's not okay, then 2 portions. Being 80% full is enough." Then he actually received 3 portions of food, identical to the previous 2 boxes.
Khalid Zaman ate with extreme joy.
Emil and John walked over. They were in the first tier and had already finished their assigned food. After hearing the conversation between Khalid Zaman and Chief Mendes, the two of them made a bet. They saw 4 empty food boxes on the table in front of Khalid Zaman, and he was still holding another one, devouring it ravenously. "Emil, you lost."
He stilled it. "Khalid, you guy, how many stomachs do you have in your body?"
"We're full after just 1 box." Khalid Zaman looked up and asked with a grin, "What did you guys eat?" "Our second tier food is quite good.
This beef is delicious. You should try some."
No need, no need." The two of them waved their hands repeatedly. "We ate the same as you, but only 1 portion."
"What?"
Khalid Zaman was so shocked he stopped chewing.
"You only had 1 portion? Then what about the third tier?"
Chief Mendes said behind him they have 3 portions.
Why? Khalid Zaman couldn't understand.
Why did the one who came in first get the least food? This was different from what he saw on TV. Back on Earth, whether in TV shows or novels, the losers never had food and had to go hungry. Here the losers got 3 portions. In that case, he might as well just lie on the ground for every test in the future. How easy it would be to just lie flat and get more food.
Chief Mendes said 1 portion is already far beyond the appetite of an ordinary child your age.
2 portions is an adult's amount.
These set meals provide you with the most easily digestible and nutritious food. The more you eat, the better it is for your body. You're all too thin, you must get strong as quickly as possible.
Khalid Zaman was truly speechless.
He finished the last portion and ran over to look at the third tier children. Everyone had 3 portions of food,
and most of them looked miserable after eating just 1.5 boxes, unable to eat any more.
He understood now here eating a lot was a punishment.
These future humans really knew how to have fun.
Chief Mendez shouted again, "If you can't finish, you can eat slowly. There are no other tasks for the rest of the day.
The food you received must be finished."
That being said, is there anyone else who isn't full? A girl walked up to Mendez and said, "I want one more portion."
Khalid Zaman knew this girl.
She was the first to jump off the plane and the first child to reach the base. Her name was Jane. This girl had a baby face and was only half a head taller than Khalid Zaman, yet she was actually a big eater too. However, Khalid Zaman was wrong. The girl wasn't a big eater. She had heard the conversation between Mendez and Khalid Zaman and decided to ask for another portion, even though she felt like she was about to vomit.
Khalid Zaman also decided to eat a bit more.
He was about 90% full now, but the main thing was that he craved that beef and planned to take more advantage of the situation. Why not eat more if there was good food? So he took 3 more boxes of food.
This time he didn't devour them ravenously, but savoured them slowly.
John and Amy looked at each other and smiled, each taking another portion as well. The 3 of them sat at a table with Robert beside them, along with the girl who was about to vomit, Jane. Now no one doubted how much more Khalid Zaman could eat. Everyone was looking at Jane. John and Emil were betting on how many more bites it would take for the girl to vomit. This time John lost the bet. Jane looked like she was about to burst with every bite, and tears were even streaming down her face, but she still finished the entire second box.
Why are you pushing yourself so hard?
Khalid Zaman picked his teeth with his fingernail, leisurely crossing his legs.
Jane didn't speak.
Her face was pale, and she sat upright, not daring to move.
She looked somewhat funny, yet also somewhat pitiful.
Sigh.
He sighed, took the girl's hand, and sent a stream of true Kai into her body. This true Kai entered the girl's meridians, nourishing her fragile body. This was a basic operation of the Kai refinement stage, the most fundamental body tempering method.
It could strengthen the body and speed up metabolism.
In a short while, Khalid Zaman helped her clear all the meridians in her body. Now, this girl could be considered at the half level of Kai condensation.
Before long, Jane's complexion softened. She didn't understand what had happened. She only looked at the little boy in front of her in confusion.
Chapter 7 Practical Simulation.
After the meal, Kurt and Mendez led the children on a tour around the camp. Classrooms, a dining hall, dormitories, an obstacle course, a firing range, a medical center, and one more place, the armory.
Although it was locked, Khalid Zaman was certain it contained Covenant energy weapons.
Those things were cultivation resources for him.
Unfortunately, recruits were not allowed inside the armory. Over the next 3 days, the children underwent some basic training, followed by group testing.
This included various basic qualities, such as endurance, intelligence, tactics, combat, and marksmanship. Khalid Zaman performed quite average. He didn't want to stand out.
In the end, he and Robert were assigned to Team K. Each group had 15 children.
Team A consisted of those with the best results.
As Khalid Zaman expected, John and Emil were both in Team A, along with a girl named Jane. Her body, nurtured by Khalid Zaman, far surpassed that of ordinary children. This girl was smart and went all out in everything she did, truly putting her life on the line. It sometimes made Khalid Zaman feel a bit ashamed. He often held back during tests, or rather, he wasn't just holding back, he was practically throwing the game.
Starting tomorrow, in addition to regular training, you will undergo half a day of combat simulation every day.
You will fight in squads against each other.
Each kill earns 1 point, and each death deducts 1 point.
The top 10 can choose their own food and have 1 hour of playtime.
The bottom 10 must participate in an extra 2-kilometer cross-country run and finish 3 sets of rations.
The children grew restless. A single set of rations contained a pound of meat. In the past few days, several children had already quit training because they threw up from eating too much. To them, a 2-kilometer cross-country run was nothing since there was no time limit. But eating 3 pounds of meat was a true childhood nightmare.
After Mendez finished speaking, he pulled out a gun and said, "The weapon in my hand is the MA5 individual automatic rifle, the electronic simulation version, which will be issued to you during the combat simulations. You will be wearing light armor, and those hit will receive an electric shock.
It only hurts a little.
Now, squads, come and collect your weapons and equipment.
Enter the simulation field in 5 minutes." The armor included a helmet, gloves, shoulder pads, chest plate, waist guard, knee pads, and boots, all of which needed to be attached to the interfaces of the combat suit.
Robert held the automatic rifle, looking very excited. Finally got a gun.
"So cool,"
TCH Khalid Zaman said dismissively.
"What's the big deal? I've handled Covenant weapons before. You're so badass."
Robert aimed the MA5 and fired at Khalid Zaman.
Ratata.
The muzzle vibrated, and then Khalid Zaman was sent twitching to the ground by the electric shock.
"You idiot. Are you looking for a beating?"
Khalid Zaman was practically in tears. This fool really thought they were playing a game. What happened to hurting only a little?
This felt way worse than a shot from a needle.
Mendez picked up his clipboard and said, Team K loses one member.
Current score -1.
Khalid Zaman protested from the ground. Didn't you say defeating someone adds a point?
It should be 0, right?
Friendly fire doesn't count.
And so, the first combat simulation began. Khalid Zaman was the first to sacrifice himself, so he could only sit outside the forest soaking up the sun. He didn't stay idle, though. He spent the time cultivating. After a few days, he was close to breaking through to the 3rd level of Kai refining. It wasn't bad to have some quiet time alone to meditate and cultivate, though it was a pity the spiritual energy on this planet wasn't as dense as in his hometown. After cultivating for a while, it suddenly occurred to him that the dense spiritual energy should be the energy emitted by Covenant weapons.
HMPH once I regain my strength, I'll slaughter all those bastards.
In his memories, there was a beautiful young lady who always made flower wreaths for him and taught him how to weave straw hats. Unfortunately, she had been vaporized by a plasma cannon during the first round of bombardment, leaving not even a bone behind. Perhaps there wasn't much pain that way. His heart was a bit troubled. If a full-scale war broke out between humanity and the Covenant, then Mahayana stage cultivators might not be as powerful as he had imagined.
Recently a term had cropped up in the children's conversations that made his skin crawl glassing.
In some of the children's homeworlds, entire planets had been burned into glass spheres by Covenant warship weapons. You had to be joking. No system of cultivation could ever possess such overwhelming power. Moreover, he had never seen anyone truly become an immortal. A Mahayana stage cultivator could at most tear apart a heavy troop transport with their bare hands. To think of taking on a space battleship was nothing but a pipe dream. From the classes taught at the camp, he knew that even the smallest human light frigate was 500 meters long, nearly twice as long as an aircraft carrier from his previous life. Furthermore, Covenant ships all had shields that even a massive MAC electromagnetic cannon couldn't penetrate in a single hit. No matter how powerful his cultivation became, the most he could do was charge onto an enemy ship and fight his way through, perhaps taking down a Covenant light frigate that way. But a cultivator could absolutely not withstand a weapon capable of glassing a planet. The thought made him chuckle. Tearing apart a starship with bare hands, does such a person really exist in this world?
Little Kai, what are you thinking about?
Khalid Zaman turned around and saw the tall figure of Kurt.
So, Khalid Zaman stood up, gave a military salute, and then voiced the doubt in his heart, can humanity really defeat the Covenant?
Silence. A silence that lasted for a full minute. Kurt was wearing Mark V armor, so his facial expression was hidden. But Khalid Zaman could already feel it. It was a sense of helplessness. Khalid Zaman smiled.
Kurt felt a bit helpless. He truly didn't know how to answer.
As a Spartan Roman, two warrior fighting on the front lines, he was well aware of the Covenant's combat capabilities. Given the Covenant's devastating offensive power, there was almost no hope for humanity to win this war.
He couldn't voice his own assessment. It would be an absolute blow to morale.
But he didn't want to lie to these little ones either. Even facing a 4-year-old child, Kurt didn't want to do that. There was just one thing this Spartan Roman too didn't understand. What are you laughing at? Khalid Zaman put his hands behind his back and said loftily, as long as I am here, we can win. He was a cultivator, one who sought to defy fate. 100 years of cultivation had made his mental state incredibly firm. Perhaps the war would be lost, perhaps he would die, but he knew very well that as long as there was hope, anything was possible. If powerful warriors like Kurt and John also lost hope in the war, then things would be truly dire. Kurt felt a bit exasperated.
This little guy probably hadn't seen the world yet to be making such arrogant claims.
Confidence was a good thing, but one shouldn't be so conceited. That was the greatest taboo for a warrior. So he decided to dampen the boy's arrogance a bit.
Do you know about the elites?
The aliens with the four-mandibuled mouths and the fancy armor.
I know, I've seen them.
They seem even stronger than the ghost-faced beasts.
Kurt asked with a smile, how long do you think you'll need to train before you can defeat an elite?
Khalid Zaman thought for a moment and replied seriously, holding up 4 fingers, 4 years. You'll be able to defeat an elite at 8.
The kill ratio between the Marines and elites is 1 to 50.
In other words, you think you can defeat 50 fully armed Marines by the time you're 8? Pretty much. Khalid Zaman had given this answer serious consideration. Even without spiritual energy resources, in 4 years he would have the strength of the 7th or 8th level of Kai refining. Defeating an elite shouldn't be much of a problem. Kurt was so amused he actually laughed.
At 8, you won't even be as strong as an ordinary Marine.
How are you going to fight an elite?
Combat isn't just about strength.
Little Khalid Zaman tilted his head back, looking at his superior without the slightest hint of intimidation. Kurt didn't even know how to argue back. He could only nod in silence. If Chief Mendez were here, he would surely give this little guy a good flick on the forehead.
Chapter A, Humanoid Self-Propelled Radar.
The first combat simulation ended very quickly. As soon as the children entered the field, they began charging frantically and firing blindly. They were just children, after all.
This battle was meant to let them experience the atmosphere of war, and these little guys did indeed gain a lot of experience. After the results were announced, Team A showed incredible strength.
All 50 members survived, and they earned a total of 107 points.
Khalid Zaman had originally wanted to teach Robert a good lesson, but the boy ended up being the last one to be eliminated, and he took out 10 opponents by himself.
This made Team K one of the few teams with a score above 0. I'll let you off this time, but if you fire blindly again next time, I'll cut your butt with a knife and show you what's what.
I wouldn't dare. Khalid, don't be angry, I was just messing around.
Robert had recently been beaten into submission by this little kid.
At first, the two of them would bicker and fight, but ever since he was ambushed and stuffed into a sack in the middle of the night, Robert gave in.
He no longer dared to be disrespectful to Khalid Zaman and even started treating him like a big brother. Khalid Zaman had 8 lunch boxes in front of him. He chewed on some sweet and sour pork ribs, feeling a bit indignant.
It's only because I didn't participate.
Otherwise, your team wouldn't have been enough to look at.
Ha!
Emil burst out laughing, spitting out the meat in his mouth. He quickly picked the meat up from the table and stuffed it back into his mouth. Jun rubbed his small bald head and said, "You don't know, our leader is amazing. He found us a high ground with sniper positions and crossfire points. He even dug a pit on the opposite side of the high ground to make a hidden ambush point. Once I took out an entire squad with a single magazine." Hearing this, Khalid Zaman felt a bit guilty. He hadn't participated in any wars in his past life. Forget about sniper positions and crossfire points. Even his ordinary shooting scores weren't as high as Jun's.
Hearing him say that, he didn't dare to boast anymore.
What's your leader's name? Why does he know so much?
Emil said his name is Carter, 11 years old, from Biko. His hometown was Glast. To avenge his parents, this guy has read a lot of books. Reading books. Khalid Zaman opened the second lunch box and started shoveling food.
His mouth was stuffed full and his cheeks were bulging.
Can reading books get you revenge?
Yeah, he wants to be a commander, tactics, military strategy, commanding troops.
He always says that teamwork is greater than individual ability. Robert was listening happily when someone behind them shouted, "Make way." He turned around and saw Jane from Team A. This girl sat next to Khalid Zaman every time they ate, as if she were possessed. You sit who sate. Robert took his remaining 2 lunch boxes and squeezed in next to Jun and Emil. Khalid Zaman looked and saw it was that little girl again. Every time they ate, Jane would definitely sit next to him, and whenever she was about to be unable to eat more, she would grab his hand. He was truly exasperated. Since helping Jane open her meridians, he hadn't used his manner again. But this girl was like she was possessed. She insisted on holding his hand while challenging 3 meal portions, and she actually managed to eat them all. This was definitely the psychological effect. Even Jun and Emil could only eat 2 portions. Perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing. Jane had blonde hair and blue eyes and was very cute. Emil always joked that she was Khalid Zaman's girlfriend. These little kids probably didn't even know what boyfriends and girlfriends did together.
Sinky brat,
So you're here. Khalid Zaman looked up. Holy Gundam G. The man before him was the very same Helljumper he had fought one-on-one. In the battle, the man had taken several kicks to the groin but still managed to stand firm in the end, so Khalid Zaman gave him a nickname. With current human medical technology, such external injuries certainly wouldn't leave any lasting effects, so he had no psychological burden at all.
Sinky brat, what Gundam G? What did you say to Alice?
Who's Alice? My wife. Gundam G's face turned red. He tossed a large box of chocolates to him, waved his hand, and left. Opening the box, there was a wedding photo of Gundam G and the nurse. The woman in the white wedding dress was smiling so sweetly. It turned out the nurse was named Alice. It seemed his painstaking efforts had succeeded.
When things go your way, enjoy yourself to the fullest. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty.
Everyone at the table was stunned.
Jun asked curiously, what did you say?
Cough nothing. You'll know when you grow up. Everyone was speechless the next morning after finishing their classes and training. The combat simulation still started at 1:00 p.m. Khalid Zaman's cultivation had now broken through to the 3rd level of Kai refining.
He was certain that, besides those Spartan warriors, ordinary soldiers should no longer be able to beat him.
If he encountered Gundam G again, he could even take him head-on. Cultivation didn't just enhance strength and speed, it also improved the body's 5 senses. Khalid Zaman's hearing, vision, touch, taste, and smell had all been further refined. Back in his hometown, he had heard the elite that he and John encountered. Now, as long as someone was breathing within 20 meters, he could basically determine their exact position.
The combat simulation began.
Team K ran quickly through the forest and soon found a hidden slope.
This time, the mission leader was Robert, as the other children felt Robert was a good fighter. The mission leader for each exercise was elected by everyone. If there was no specific candidate, they took turns. This was a rule Team K had set for themselves. Yesterday, Team A's performance had been an eye-opener for everyone, and the children began to follow suit, deciding to take the game more seriously.
Robert didn't understand tactics either.
He just remembered Jun saying Team A had found a high ground, so after running for a while he found a high ground with a clear field of vision and had everyone hide there. They waited for 5 minutes in silence, then 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. There was still no movement. This made the children a bit impatient.
The combat simulation area was 5 kilometers square.
Each team entered from different directions. With over 300 people, they should have encountered others easily. The complete lack of sound was truly a bit strange. In fact, Team A's record from yesterday had already spread throughout the military camp, so almost all the teams chose to ambush nearby and wait for their prey. This was also the reason Carter had the children spend a large amount of time participating in combat exercises. Human learning ability is very strong, and every actual combat allowed the children to grow. In just one day, they had already broken the habit of charging blindly like cannon fodder. Khalid Zaman grew a bit impatient and signaled to Robert with hand gestures, "I'm going out to scout, you guys wait here." These tactical hand signals were just learned this morning, and Khalid Zaman remembered them all after seeing them once. However, the other children didn't have his good memory.
Robert didn't understand either. He just nodded and watched blankly as Khalid Zaman walked away.
After walking for about 5 minutes, Khalid Zaman stopped. There were people at the 5 o'clock position ahead. 3 people were moving. It seemed these few had the same mission as him, to come out and scout. He quietly climbed up a tall tree and hid among the dense leaves. That's 3 points to start with. He intended to let these green kids know what it meant for the ginger to be spicier as it gets older.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
A burst of intense gunfire startled the 3 approaching people, and the 3 children immediately dropped to the ground.
Khalid Zaman was frustrated.
He hadn't fired yet.
He didn't know where the gunfire came from, but all 3 people had hidden in his blind spot, so he had to keep waiting for an opportunity with his gun ready. Chapter 9 Command Talent. The gunfire lasted for 5 minutes, followed by a dead silence. 2 squads must have engaged in an encounter. Once the 3 children heard the gunfire end, they stood up and continued walking forward. Rat-tat-tat. After a 2-second burst, the 3 fell. Khalid Zaman saw his squad gain 3 points on his helmet's display.
Very good.
He jumped down from the tree branch and continued onward. One of the children on the ground complained, "You're cheating. What kind of skill is climbing trees?" Khalid Zaman was speechless.
Ignoring the little brats, he continued walking.
After walking for about another 10 minutes, he clearly sensed many people behind a giant rock ahead, at least 10. He even heard a girl saying she needed to pee. Then the little girl left the rock and ran to a distant patch of grass to squat down. Khalid Zaman was tempted to fire a burst right then, but felt it would be a bit unscrupulous.
So he found another large tree to climb. As the little girl pulled up her pants and ran back, he fired.
Enemy attack, find cover.
A group of children suddenly burst out from behind the giant rock, scattering in all directions.
Well, they had been hiding perfectly fine, but now they were running around like startled chicks.
Khalid Zaman fired casual bursts from the tree, and children kept falling.
These kids were in a total panic. They couldn't see any enemies in any direction and never thought to look up. The result was a total wipeout. Khalid Zaman walked past them with a beaming smile and his hands on his hips. "You're cheating.
You actually hid in a tree.
Khalid Zaman couldn't help himself.
I freaking this is tactics.
Do you even know what tactics are?" "Both, I get it now. Thanks for the advice."
The children had look of sudden realization and nodded one after another.
Then they dejectedly walked toward the edge of the forest. This was a full squad of 15 people, bringing Team K's score up to 18 points. HMPH, taking first place, was just around the corner. Khalid Zaman was very smug. He stopped moving cautiously and instead strode forward with a devilish swagger. He was essentially carrying a detection radar with a 20-meter range in this forest. It was like using a cheat code.
He had no reservations at all.
After walking for another 5 minutes or so, Khalid Zaman noticed something was wrong. He seemed to be being followed. He stopped, and the person behind him stopped. He ran back, and the other party retreated quickly. Khalid Zaman was puzzled. What did the opponent have radar to? How did they know his movements? Rat-tat-tat-tat. Continuous gunfire rang out. He didn't know which 2 teams had encountered each other now, but this burst of chaotic noise severely interfered with Khalid Zaman's acoustic radar. Now he couldn't even determine the position of the person behind him.
Suddenly, a gust of wind struck from behind.
Khalid Zaman was still focused on listening to the gunfire and didn't notice the sneak attack. He was kicked in the butt and tumbled over. "Holy crap, you have no martial honor launch in a sneak attack.
It's Khalid. Let's have a duel. Just the two of us.
Emil, it seemed he had relied too much on his sound radar. Khalid Zaman felt a wave of lingering fear. If the other guy hadn't wanted to engage in melee, but had just given him a burst of fire, his record for today would have ended right there. He shouted, "Then let's do it. 1-on-1. Emil dropped his gun and ran toward him.
Khalid Zaman narrowed his eyes, raised his gun, and fired.
He hadn't expected Emil to be such an honest kid.
Emil said 1-on-1, but Khalid Zaman never said they couldn't use guns. Emil's reactions were incredibly agile.
With a crouched forward roll, he instantly closed the distance to Khalid Zaman.
Khalid Zaman lowered his muzzle to fire again, but Emil knocked the gun away with an elbow strike.
Khalid Zaman shouted, "You're cheating."
Oh, Emil didn't react in time and stopped his attack.
How am I cheating?
With a thwack of a kick, Khalid Zaman sent him flying into a tree. Immediately, the sound of static rang out, and Emil was judged KIA.
Dave,
Melee attacks count too.
yo.
Emil clutched his chest with a look of grievance. You're the one who's cheating. You're the biggest cheater.
Then Emil stood up, pressed a button on his helmet, and said, "It's Khalid. He likes to climb trees, and his melee's better than mine."
Be careful. Who are you talking to?
The squad comms channel. You didn't know?
No one ever told me.
Don't you even test the functions of the equipment you're given.
Emil made a face, clapped his hands, and left.
Khalid Zaman stood there stunned. This was the second time he had failed to check his equipment.
A lesson learned in blood.
So he also pressed the button on his helmet and said, "Hello, hello."
Can you hear me? On the other side, the members of Team K were startled by the voice in their helmets.
Khalid.
Where are you?
Robert was completely bewildered.
They were in a state of confusion. They only heard Khalid Zaman's voice but didn't realize it was coming from the helmet. Then came a burst of gunfire, rat-tat-tat. The helmet display showed Team K, 14 members KIA.
Holy crap, we've been flanked.
Khalid Zaman had to take the blame for this.
If he hadn't spoken and caused the squad members to make noise, they would have remained well hidden.
The enemy was Team A. This group of children had kept eggs in the forest, re-entering from other directions, and then launching sneak attacks from behind the other hidden squads. Carter truly lived up to being a command-type talent.
After 20 minutes on the battlefield, he had assessed the situation and decisively led his team out of the forest to begin a flanking operation.
Team K, like the other children, had run inside for a while and then found a high point to watch the forest interior. The slightly smarter teams had even sent out sentries to the flanks.
Very few teams would have expected someone to circle around and attack from the rear. Khalid Zaman was still fiddling with the gun in his hand.
Having suffered 2 major setbacks, he planned to study his equipment.
Upon inspection, he indeed found a mechanism on the gun. The freaking fully automatic rifle was equipped with a scope. No wonder Emil could play hide and seek even with his sound radar. TCH, he turned on the scope and looked around, quickly discovering someone waving at him 50 meters away. Chun, rat-tat-tat sizzle. Khalid Zaman collapsed, twitching. It wasn't until dinner that evening that he learned John and Emil had worked together to track him via the squad channel. After he had engaged with others twice, Tima sent the two of them to the site of the skirmish to scout. John was responsible for scouting from a high point, while Emil was responsible for the assault.
If not for that burst of gunfire making Emil take the risk to rush in, he wouldn't have lost to Khalid Zaman.
Within John's firing range, he could protect Emil from at least 3 enemies. Unfortunately,
Emil's charge had blocked John's line of sight, which was a key point in Team A's post-battle tactical summary.
You guys even do tactical summaries?
Yeah, we had a half-hour meeting after the training ended.
What about you guys?
Khalid Zaman blushed. Beside him, Robert shouted, "We went to get ice cream."
Khalid Zaman covered his face.
How embarrassing.
Fortunately, he was currently a 4-year-old child. If he were an adult, he would definitely have performed an impromptu feat of digging out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes.
In this battle,
Tima had 1 member KIA and scored 188 points.
Team K was wiped out and scored 4 points.
Chapter 10 First Encounter with the Enemy. In the battles that followed, Tima was no longer able to achieve such high scores. Team K's record was 50 points, set when Khalid Zaman went into a frenzy, charging through and slaughtering 3 squads with his incredible speed and reflexes before finally being shot down by Jun. Now various tactics were flourishing. Khalid Zaman's tree climbing tactic was quickly adopted by others, and some had even developed trap tactics.
Khalid Zaman himself had suffered twice because of traps.
The children learned many lessons in practical combat. Kurt gave special lectures on several classic battles, including examples of how they, as Spartan warriors, had completely annihilated and defeated enemy forces dozens of times their size, which was a real eye-opener for Khalid Zaman. 4 years later, the children gradually adapted to life here, and Khalid Zaman had cultivated to the 5th level of the Kai refining realm. The further one progressed on the path of cultivation, the higher the difficulty became.
Without resources like spirit stones and elixirs, Khalid Zaman could only train through sheer hard work. Moreover, he now needed to spend a lot of time learning other things: combat techniques, tactical awareness, troop deployment, and various intelligence on both friend and foe.
Everyone had changed significantly over these 4 years. Khalid Zaman was now 1.6 meters tall, but he wasn't the one who had changed the most.
Hee brother Khalid told her. Come on.
How many portions do you plan to eat today?
I'm going to challenge 3 portions. Oh, you'll get fat if you eat too much. It's fine, my daily training volume is very high.
Khalid Zaman felt a bit helpless.
Jane still habitually sat beside him, though she no longer touched him when she was about to burst from overeating. Instead, Jane would touch Khalid Zaman's hand before every meal, almost like a religious ritual.
Happily, the young girl's personality had become much more cheerful, no longer as bitter and resentful as before.
Seen this way, she was becoming increasingly radiant and beautiful. Over the 4 years, the children's physical fitness and stamina had improved tremendously, and the combat simulation scenarios had grown larger. Khalid Zaman had helped nourish the physiques of several close friends once, including Robert and the leader of Team A, Kata. He was now very well acquainted with Kata. He needed to learn tactics, a skill he had to master to fight back against the Covenant. Cultivators always preferred the most direct path because their goal was like a long night with no end in sight.
Today's combat simulation was about to begin. Robert hooked his arm around Khalid Zaman's shoulder and asked, "Boss, how are we fighting today?"
Today is Field 3.
It's full of large rocks and plenty of cover, making it unsuitable for long-range attacks.
We'll use the triangular plum blossom formation.
Got it.
Team K quickly dispersed after entering the field.
They spread out in 5-man sub-squads in the shape of a plum blossom. The person in the center held a semi-auto marksman rifle, while the 4 on the perimeter all used standard MA5s.
The 15 people were divided into 3 sub-squads moving in a triangular formation. If they encountered the enemy, they could support each other, quickly forming firepower superiority in all directions. The area ahead was mostly filled with waist-high rocks with a hill not far away.
They slowly advanced toward the hill according to their formation. Suddenly, a burst of dense gunfire erupted simultaneously.
Judging by the sound, at least 5 squads were firing at once.
Khalid Zaman was a bit surprised.
Had they all run into each other?
Field 3 was much larger than the previous forest Field 1, so many squads shouldn't have collided like this.
Then he heard the sound of a group of people running.
No, this wasn't the sound of a marching run. A pace of this speed was more like fleeing for their lives.
Rat-tat-tat told a rat-tat-tat told a gunfire echoed everywhere.
However, these shots lasted only a very short time before ending.
A group of people came running from the other side of the hill. Khalid Zaman felt something was fishy. He opened the squad comms and said, "Do not fire. Everyone find cover and hide well." The first person to run over was the leader of Team A.
Behind him followed nearly 50 children, all running at top speed.
Robert was confused. What's going on? Before anyone else could speak, Carter shouted, "Covenant forces. Stun rounds are ineffective.
Team K hold for 1 minute.
Do not stay after 1 minute. Everyone assemble at the base armory."
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Khalid Zaman immediately understood what had happened. Had the Covenant already attacked our star? Although it seemed unlikely, the current situation left him no time for second guessing. He immediately shouted,
Team K, stay behind cover.
Do not peek, do not fire.
The team led by Carter quickly crossed Team K's position.
He was covered in blood, and many of his companions were injured.
Many had tears in their eyes while more were filled with rage.
Jane was supporting the injured John. Emil was nowhere to be seen. Khalid Zaman heard heavy footsteps behind them. Based on his judgment, there was at least 1 elite, 5 ghost-faced beasts, and 10 jackal warriors. The sounds of plasma weapons, gunfire, and grenade explosions rang out incessantly. 2 o'clock direction. Group 1 prepare flashbangs. 20-meter range.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 throw. 5 flashbangs were thrown over the hill, momentarily hindering the Covenant forces' advance.
The current practical exercise is no longer using infrared bullets, but stun rounds, which were very painful upon impact. Consequently, the armor plates had been replaced with metal ones. The grenades were also low-spec stun grenades that would knock out anyone within a 2-meter radius. Only the flashbangs were fully functional live rounds. Behind the hill, the Covenant forces were startled by the flashbangs.
Their eyes were directly hit by the blinding light, and they were now clutching their faces and howling.
Khalid Zaman knew that at least one person on the other side hadn't been blinded. An energy fluctuation appeared on the hill as a cloaked elite charged out.
2 o'clock direction, 10-meter range.
Grenade toss right now.
Everyone. Over a dozen grenades were thrown, simultaneously exploding in front of the cloaked elite. Thinking there were more flashbangs, the enemy ducked behind a rock. This only delayed him for 5 seconds, and the main Covenant force behind the hill charged out again. A plasma bolt struck the rock Khalid Zaman was hiding behind, shattering a corner of the giant stone.
Not enough.
There wasn't enough time. No matter what he tried, Khalid Zaman couldn't hold them back for a full minute.
The other children didn't know the elite's location. This guy would break into their formation in just 10 seconds.
3 o'clock direction.
Groups 2 and 3 flashbangs.
10-meter range throw now. After nearly 4 years of cooperation, the companions were used to their squad leader's commands. They didn't consider whether Khalid Zaman's order was correct.
They simply executed it. 10 flashbangs all landed right in front of the cloaked elite.
Khalid Zaman also charged out.
He shouted, "Suppress the enemies on the hill. Indiscriminate fire.
Retreat immediately after you've spent all your ammunition."
The 3 plum blossoms fired their bullets simultaneously, and the Covenant forces charging down the hill began to laugh.
They had already been hit by many such bullets. The ghost-faced beasts had thick hides, and stun rounds only felt like an itch to them.
The Jackal warriors each held a large circular light shield. Even a 14.5 mm SRS-99 sniper rifle couldn't break such a shield.
Heaven and earth infinite.
Borrowing the law of Kain-Kun,
Khalid Zaman shot out a small fireball, then picked up a rock the size of a human head and held it toward the elite's position. This was his first time using spells on Alstar.
Now that he was facing real enemies, he could no longer hide. The Covenant was not only powerful, but also incredibly cruel. They never took human prisoners, and those damned ghost-faced beasts would even use humans as food.
Khalid Zaman had to use his best skills.
After throwing the rock, he placed his hand on the stun grenades at his waist, continuously infusing them with Trukai. The fireball hit the target, causing a ripple to appear in the energy protection device of the elite's armor.
The opponent clearly hadn't seen such a thing before, but it was no big deal. The hit hadn't even drained 0.1% of his shield.
He then slapped away the large flying rock with a single hand.
Stupid human.
The elite did not decloak, but instead charged at him with extreme speed.
A train.
Khalid Zaman's only sensation was that of being hit by a train.
One of his arms fractured, his whole body was in pain, and his mind was buzzing. He almost lost the ability to think.
This was the true strength of an elite warrior.
Chapter 11: The Covenant Forces Get Tricked.
The intense dizziness made Khalid Zaman nearly lose consciousness.
Heaven and earth infinite. Borrowing the law of Kain-Kun.
Mind-clearing incantation. Khalid Zaman's mind immediately returned to normal, and he stood up by leaning against a rock.
He roared at those behind him, his voice somewhat raspy. Retreat.
Retreat now. Everyone pull back.
He couldn't let his teammates die here. Without this elite in front of him, the other troops shouldn't be fast enough to catch those retreating.
He had to stall this elite.
However, the opponent gave him no time to think. The elite quickly rushed to Khalid Zaman's side, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up.
Khalid Zaman's 5th level Kai refining realm physique was like a little chick in his hands, completely powerless to resist.
Earthling, I admire your courage.
I will give you a quick death.
A cold sneer appeared on the corner of Khalid Zaman's mouth.
He took out the prepared grenade and pulled the pin. The infusion of true Kai was complete. Even if this couldn't compare to a plasma grenade, it would definitely scare the hell out of this guy.
Hello! You don't think this thing can take me down, do you? Despite saying that, he still flung Khalid Zaman away.
It had to be said, this elite was very cautious.
Khalid Zaman was thrown against a large rock, but the grenade in his hand had already flown toward the elite's position.
With a loud bang, the grenade exploded, sending dust flying into the air.
A large crater appeared where the elite had originally stood.
The teammates behind him had already retreated. When the smoke cleared, the Covenant forces on the hillside were all in a daze. They stared blankly at the crater on the ground, looking at each other in silence. Khalid Zaman took advantage of the smoke from the explosion to run back quickly. He heard the elite still chasing him from behind. That grenade hadn't hit the target.
Soon, Khalid Zaman saw another squad lying in ambush ahead.
Don't fire, it's Khalid from K-Squad. He's not dead yet.
Khalid Zaman shouted, "Throw flashbangs at me, then run immediately."
Move, there's an invisible freak.
Hearing this, the elite behind him let out a roar, smashed a rock, and quickened his pace.
After the obstruction of the flashbangs, Khalid Zaman led the squad back to the base. The invisible elite seemed to have lost them and didn't chase them directly anymore. Back at the base, they hid in the armory.
Over 80 trainees were gathered here.
Only children with no base guards or instructors.
It's not logical.
Carter paced back and forth, clutching his hair.
All of this is too illogical.
According to his analysis, if the Covenant really attacked, the base would definitely be unprepared. Chief Mendez and Captain Kurt would surely send someone to rescue them. Yet now the base was empty, with no signs of battle, or even any messages left behind. Khalid Zaman shrugged. Why think so much?
Load everything with live rounds and kill the bastards. There are no live rounds here.
John tossed over a box of ammunition. They are all stun rounds, and the grenades too.
The only weapons we can get are daggers.
How is that possible?
Khalid Zaman rushed to the weapon racks and checked all the firearms and ammunition. They were all stun rounds.
Even the Covenant weapons had disappeared. A cold chill spread through everyone's hearts.
Facing these Covenant forces, they had lost 3/4 of their numbers, just trying to escape. Now back at the base, they still had no live rounds, no backup, and no additional combat power.
In other words, the situation hadn't changed at all.
As a cultivator, Khalid Zaman didn't waste time on useless emotions.
Instead, his mind raced to judge the current situation.
Had the Covenant attacked here first?
No, if they had raided the camp, there was no way there wouldn't be bodies or signs of combat. No wonder Carter looked so confused. This was indeed too illogical.
Khalid Zaman turned and asked, where are the others?
Are we all that's left?
Where is Emil?
John's eyes were bloodshot.
Emil sacrificed himself. To stall them, he was thrown off a cliff by an elite. Carter frowned deeply. Everyone take daggers and as many flashbangs as you can.
We'll retreat into the forest first. The base can't be held.
Wait, Khalid Zaman stopped him. Let's lure them to Simulation Field 1. We're familiar with the terrain there. We don't have live rounds, but those Covenant scum do. Carter's eyes suddenly lit up.
You mean trap tactics?
Yes, dig traps. Target those jackals.
If we can seize the plasma pistols in their hands, we'll still have a chance.
Khalid Zaman was displaying the unique spirit
The Chinese civilization.
If we have no guns or cannons, the enemy will make them for us.
Robert slammed a weapon rack hard. Those bastards have terrible marksmanship. If we had live rounds, we could definitely wipe them out.
Yeah, that's right.
Quite a few people agreed.
Khalid Zaman and Carter exchanged a glance, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes.
The combat quality of Covenant forces was very high. Even those small wild boar beasts on the battlefield were accurate.
And jackals were an alien race called Kigyar, evolved from birds, whose eyesight and marksmanship were even better than ordinary elites. There was definitely something wrong here. Khalid Zaman looked at everyone.
Did any of you see anyone nearby get hit by an energy weapon? Everyone shook their heads.
Surprisingly, not a single person had seen their own teammates get shot. All the fallen members had been taken down by the enemy in melee combat. Khalid Zaman remembered where he first fled with John. The elite opposite them had casually thrown a plasma grenade. But today's opponents only used melee, only melee.
Carter pulled Khalid Zaman aside and asked in a low voice, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?"
Khalid Zaman was surprised.
You thought of it too?
Yes,
Carter nodded. If that's the case, then everything becomes logical.
but we can't take the risk.
Right, let's head to Simulation Field 1 first and stick to the old plan.
Let's go. And so, the large group set out with 20 entrenching shovels, several crates of stun grenades, and plenty of stun rounds. They found the best spot for an ambush, dug traps at the main crossroads, and planted daggers upside down at the bottom of the traps. Once everything was arranged, Carter said, "I'll go lure them over."
No need.
Khalid Zaman had already heard something.
They're already here. This group of Covenant seemed to arrive right on cue.
They rushed over, just as the traps had been finished.
The children fought while retreating, gradually leading the enemy into the trap zone. 20 meters, 10 meters when the enemy was only 5 meters from the traps, the children suddenly stopped firing.
Khalid Zaman shouted loudly from behind a large tree, "Doctor."
"Halsey, why are you here?" Suddenly, all gunfire ceased, including the enemy's energy weapons. Several wild boar beasts looked around, and the jackals even holstered their guns back at their waists. With a roar, someone fell into a trap. "Damn it," Khalid Zaman cursed out loud. From his position, he could see the bottom of the trap.
Captain Kurt, who had fallen in, had already revealed his form. His streamlined human armor had pressed all the daggers at the bottom of the trap into the mud.
Now he could be certain that the opponents were all instructors in disguise.
"Doctor."
Halsey was the great scientist who had once spearheaded the Spartan Roman II program.
This woman could be called the mother of Spartans, and she held a significant position in the Unsk. So whether it was Mendes or Kurt, as long as they heard Doctor Halsey was here, they would definitely stop firing.
After all, she was just an unarmed, ordinary scientist.
This was a tactical move Khalid Zaman and Carter had discussed to determine the opponent's true identity.
With an unfriendly expression, Khalid Zaman turned on his communicator and shouted, "Everyone, throw your grenades into the trap."
"I don't care what kind, throw them all in."
"Throw as many as you have." Then the day's Covenant troops saw countless metal lumps flying into the pit before them.
This group of Covenant troops was indeed the instructors in disguise.
This was a common tactic of Chief Mendes, which Captain Kurt often complained about. However, this time they had even improved the method by playing a bit of cosplay, not expecting things to get this out of hand. Hundreds of stun grenades were thrown into the trap. After a series of thunderous bangs, the trap collapsed, and Kurt was buried in the dirt before he could even speak. A dignified Spartan Roman II warrior had been subdued by a group of little kids. Just like that. The other instructors looked at each other. These kids were playing quite aggressively.
The battle was decided.
They really had to thank Dr.
Halsey.
Khalid Zaman had once seen a photo of Dr.
Halsey in her youth, she was truly a top-tier beauty, making even his 8-year-old self drool a little. He heard she was married and had a daughter who seemed to be about his age.
He wondered if he'd have a chance to woo this second-generation scientist's daughter. Chapter 12 Modification Surgery with a 50% mortality rate.
Onyx Craze Camp Grand Auditorium. Spartan Roman 2, codename Kurt 051, is the head of the Spartan Roman 3 training camp on our star. Right now, he is looking at the children before him with a beaming smile, despite their unfriendly expressions.
Well done, children. I'm proud of you.
Chief Mendes, standing beside him, coughed.
Get to the point.
Oh, right.
Everyone's performance in this field training exercise has exceeded our expectations. He spoke enthusiastically on the stage. Below, Emil curled his lip in disdain. TCH, I really thought I was going to die back then. That cliff was incredibly high, Khalid Zaman asked with a grin. Then, while aren't you dead? There were nets prepared at the bottom long ago. A dozen people were thrown down. They almost squashed us into canned meat. Jun looked at him and said sternly, don't be impulsive next time. Follow orders.
I know.
While they were distracted, Kurt on the stage had finished his impassioned speech. You will soon become qualified warriors. Now I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news to tell you.
He paused, and the children fell silent.
Kurt was very satisfied with the children's performance. You're about to participate in a human augmentation project, just like what we did in Spartan Roman 2. After this surgery, you will become as strong as I am. However, this surgery is not mandatory. You can choose whether to do it or not.
Khalid Zaman understood.
To possess such incredible speed and strength without cultivation, especially the reaction time, all of these were brought about by this augmentation surgery.
He had fought Kurt in terms of pure physical ability. The opponent's strength was at the peak of the golden core stage, potentially even reaching the level of the nascent soul stage. He raised his hand and asked, then what is the bad news?
Kurt looked at Khalid Zaman with a complex expression.
The augmentation surgery includes titanium alloy bone modification, with the risk of comminuted fractures, neural enhancement, with the risk of nervous system disorders, and will involve the use of fibroid muscle protein complex, drugs, retinal inversion stabilizers, and improved colloidal neural discontinuity solutions. The surgery also includes implants and other relatively minor physiological adjustments. He paused, took a deep breath, and continued. There were 75 candidates for the Spartan Roman 2 project. Only 33 successfully survived the surgery, while 12 were disabled and 30 died. Holy crap, it's that dangerous. Khalid Zaman felt a phantom pain just listening to those terms. But he also understood how much of an improvement such a surgery, which could directly enhance the human physique, would bring. It was practically the technological version of golden skin and jade bones. If he underwent this modification, his cultivation speed would increase exponentially. If an ordinary person's cultivation starts at the first level of Kai refining, then a modified Spartan warrior's base would be the first level of the golden core.
Kai refining foundation establishment. Golden core skips 3 major realms.
Especially the enhancement of the nervous system, which is the foundation of cultivation talent. In his past life, he had already interacted with various scientific big shots during his cultivation. The scientific research was extremely helpful to cultivators. Their most important research finding was that neural reaction speed equals cultivation talent. It was truly a case of someone bringing a pillow just as he was getting sleepy. He was glad he had joined the Spartan training program. Now please close your eyes.
Students who want to take the risk and participate in the surgery, please raise your hands.
I emphasize once more, the surgery is voluntary. Even if you don't participate, you will join various departments of the military and use your talents there. Khalid Zaman smiled, but he also felt a bit of sorrow in his heart. It was very quiet here. He could clearly hear the subtle movements of the children. There were 497 children in this training session, and exactly 300 remained. Not a single person hesitated. Almost all the children raised their hands in the very first second. Chief Mendes was also moved. His eyes were a bit red. These children were orphans with no relatives in the world. Although he had personally beaten every one of them, he could also call out each of their names. At this moment, his heart, which was as hard as iron, felt a pang of warmth. The surgery will take place in 3 days. There will be no training during these 3 days. Everyone get some good rest. Kurt turned around and closed his eyes. He knew very well the danger of the surgery, having experienced it himself.
He knew better than anyone how terrifying a nearly 50% failure rate was.
Khalid Zaman saw the reactions of these 2 men.
HMPH, usually so fierce and never showing mercy, but in the end they can't bear to let go. Not to mention them, I can't bear to leave these little companions either. Don't worry with me here, things like disability or death won't exist.
Khalid Zaman knew that with current medical conditions, surgical errors were basically impossible.
The only thing that caused problems was the children's own physical conditions.
This was why Mendes forced everyone to eat like crazy to build a physical foundation. When it came to building a physical foundation, that was his specialty.
Thus, on the second day he held a hand-touching game.
Blindfolded, they would hold the other person's hand, and if they guessed the name, they got a point.
The one with the highest score won. Everyone was very happy. They rarely had time to play together.
Most of the children usually trained in secret and studied on their own during breaks. They were all filled with endless motivation.
3 days passed quickly.
On the day of the surgery, everyone was sent to the Hope, a large medical ship stationed in orbit around our star.
Mendes and Kurt stood at the door of the operating room, carefully checking the trainees' files. The children walked in one by one. When it was Khalid Zaman's turn, he hooked his arm around Mendes' shoulder and said, "Old Mendes, you really ought to thank John."
"Oh,
what do you mean?"
Before he could react, Khalid Zaman had already stepped into the operating room.
The 12-hour surgery was as grueling as an endless winter night. Because of the neural modifications, anesthesia could not be used for half of the process.
Khalid Zaman felt incredibly intense pain and suffering, a sensation akin to enduring a lightning tribulation. His 5 senses were much sharper than an ordinary person's, so he could feel many nearby children twitching, screaming, and even vomiting from the pain.
And this was even after he had nourished everyone's bodies. God knows what kind of hellish torture Spartan Roman 2 warriors like Kurt had gone through. Green light, green light, green light.
Mendes and Kurt stood outside the operating room watching the surgical status on a data pad. It displayed the vital signs and surgical progress of the 300 children. A green light indicated that the surgery was complete and very successful. By now the 2 men were like madmen.
It wasn't that they were overly emotional, but that the situation before them was too unbelievable.
More than half of the children had finished their surgeries,
and every single one was a green light. Green light, green light, green light. Like gamblers, the 2 of them kept opening lottery tickets one after another.
Every single one was a winner, yet they were afraid the next one wouldn't be.
This mindset was quite torturous.
299 people. Already 299 people.
Who's left?
It's been over 14 hours. Is there a problem?
The monitor showed
Khalid A3 12 in surgery. Chapter 13, a complete transformation. 15 hours. Mendes was a bit irritable. Khalid is still in surgery. What on earth happened?
Kurt, I don't know. We can only wait. This kid is very strange.
I've sparred with him. As an elite, his fighting skills weren't that great, but his physical attributes are definitely the strongest. I suspect he hid his true strength during the basic ability tests.
He was recommended to me by John.
What? Why didn't you say so earlier?
Why did John recommend this kid to you?
He said this kid is a bit strange. In the operating room, over a dozen doctors were surrounding Khalid Zaman alone. Doctors who had finished surgeries at other tables hadn't left either. They were all waiting for the results of the surgery. For those engaged in medical research, this was already considered a spectacle. In fact, all of this was intentional on Khalid Zaman's part. Modified colloidal neural discontinuity solution. Add another liter.
Are you crazy?
Doctor.
Hanks, we can't add any more. It's already exceeded 4 times the amount used in the phase Roman 2 augmentations. It's fine. The kid's vital signs are perfectly normal.
Keep at him, Doctor.
Hanks said casually, but fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Modified colloidal neural discontinuity solution is meant to increase the subject's reaction speed.
Simply put, this procedure involves cutting through the muscle and bone outside the central nervous system and dripping the liquid into the nerves, soaking the entire nervous system in this fluid to achieve cell activation and improve neural reflex speed.
This was also the most dangerous part of the entire surgery.
Khalid Zaman's skull was cut open, and his spine was severed into 2 sections.
He looked like a frog that had undergone a dissection experiment, with his muscle fibers clearly visible. Now, liquid was continuously soaking into his central nervous system. Normal children would experience vital sign instability within 3 minutes, but Khalid Zaman had been cut open for over 2 hours now.
He couldn't miss this opportunity for a massive upgrade.
This liquid was 100 times stronger than the top-tier marrow-cleansing liquid from his past life, acting directly on his nerves, which were his meridians.
Therefore, he was constantly controlling the true Kai in his body to rapidly absorb the fluid. Other children could absorb at most 500 milliliters in 3 minutes, while Khalid Zaman had already taken in 6,000 milliliters, and his vital signs remained stable. The end of the neural augmentation surgery wasn't marked by a time limit, but by whether all vital signs were normal.
Theoretically, the more liquid absorbed, the better.
But even the strongest from phase Roman 2, John 117, only lasted 30 minutes before issues began to arise.
Khalid Zaman was like a stubborn cockroach absorbing this rare opportunity.
He was conscious and in immense pain. He used 99% of his true Kai to forcibly control his body, leaving the remaining 1% to absorb the liquid.
He didn't know how much time had passed. Every second in this state felt as agonizing as hell.
Another 1,000 milliliters went in, and Khalid Zaman's absorption speed didn't change at all. Outside the door, the two instructors were nearly going insane, and the doctors at his operating table were also reaching their limits.
Surgical procedures in this era were performed by AI, eliminating the need for manual cutting and allowing for extreme precision.
However, every decision was made by a doctor. The AI was merely an assistant. Khalid Zaman's lead surgeon forcibly stopped the procedure after the 1,000 milliliters had been fully administered. The doctor didn't know what would happen to the boy after absorbing so much liquid and didn't dare take any more risks.
Only Khalid Zaman knew the truth. He had been forcibly transformed into a heaven-defying constitution, the heavenly spirit veins.
Now, his cultivation progress depended entirely on the amount of resources available. As long as there were enough resources, there would be no bottlenecks in his cultivation. His future path of cultivation would be smooth sailing. Now, his neural reaction speed was over 100 times that of a normal person. His reflex speed and reaction ability were entirely limited by the physical capacity of his body.
As long as his hands were fast enough, catching bullets would be child's play.
The surgery ended perfectly.
Aside from the nervous system augmentation, the results of his other procedures were identical to John's, making him the most perfect Spartan warrior. 10 days later, Khalid Zaman woke up. A beautiful girl was sitting by his bed.
"Jane, why are you here?"
Brother Khalid, you're awake.
The girl smiled sweetly, still holding Khalid Zaman's hand.
Where are the others?
Khalid Zaman was referring to the other children. Before the surgery, to comfort that silly boy Robert, he had bragged that he would ensure all their companions passed safely.
However, in those final hours, his consciousness had been unable to monitor the other operating tables, so he needed to confirm. They are all fine. They are outside playing. They are not participating in training. Yeah, the instructors said they are giving us a week to adapt to our bodies, so there's no rush to start training. Why aren't you out playing?
I was worried about you.
Silly girl.
Khalid Zaman gently stroked her head.
It's so good that you're okay.
Jane suddenly burst into tears, not out of sadness, but pure joy. This was the first time Khalid Zaman had seen a child cry, excluding the time she cried from overeating when they first met. He had to admit this little girl was a real beauty in the making. He said half-jokingly, "When the war is over, why don't you be my girlfriend?" Jane was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. "I want to be Khalid's wife." After the war, Khalid Zaman got out of bed and stretched his limbs. He felt one word described it perfectly.
Incredible.
His strength had nearly tripled, and his retinas had been augmented to provide exceptional long distance and night vision. All his bones were coated with a layer of alloyed carbide material. An artificial gland had also been implanted in his brain, reportedly modeled after a lizard's regenerative abilities. It could trigger adrenaline to repair body tissues, and even a completely severed eye could regenerate full bone and muscle. This biological capability is suppressed in original human DNA because it consumes biological energy too rapidly, leading to starvation, which is detrimental to the species' survival and evolution. He had plenty of energy. The most exaggerated part was his reaction ability. Combined with the cultivator's enhanced 5 senses, Khalid Zaman could anticipate and react several seconds ahead. Back when he was at the peak of the Mahayana stage, he had glimpsed the secrets of heaven and could achieve such feats. However, this reaction speed was too extreme. He didn't want to show it off just yet. In the subsequent physical fitness assessment tests, Khalid Zaman held back most of his strength, earning a score that barely reached S rank for each category. The current Khalid Zaman had been completely reborn. He dared to say that those so-called golden skin and jade bones or 5 elements Tao physiques from his past life were pathetic in comparison. He had been strengthened from the inside out. Unless a heavenly Tao saint physique appeared, no cultivation, constitution could compare to his. Chapter 14, Spartacus Roman 3 Alpha Group.
A week later, base staff moved large crates and stacked them in the camp's tactical hall.
Captain Coates stood on the podium with his hands behind his back, wearing the streamlined armor he had used when posing as an elite last time. "You're all qualified Spartan warriors now. I will now issue you the latest spy armor developed by the Naval Intelligence Office." The crates opened, and sets of brand new grey armor were distributed to the trainees. During the distribution, Coates gave a brief explanation of the Spire armor's features. This armor features motion trackers, energy shields, VISA technology, and a prototype active camouflage device. However, the energy shield cannot be active while cloaked, so you must pay close attention to that. Each set of armor had a serial number, which was the tactical number assigned to the trainees.
Robert A057, Jen A203, Emil A239, Carter A259, John A266. Seeing his companions wearing beautiful tactical armor, Khalid Zaman was incredibly excited.
However, after distributing 299 sets of armor, Cope put away the roster.
Damn it, where's my armor?
He rushed onto the podium and grabbed the instructor coat.
Sir, did you forget about me? You can't do this.
I messed with you last time, but you can't use your public office to settle a private grudge. Let go, I didn't forget you.
But what's for you isn't this set?
Oh,
What do you mean?
Your physical condition has completely reached the level of a Spartan Roman 2. We specifically applied for a set of Mark V Mjolnir for you.
follow me.
Wotelda.
Khalid Zaman's eyes sparkled as he followed Coat to the next room.
A huge crate opened, revealing a set of emerald green armor inside. The shield capacity of the Mjolnir far exceeds that of the Spire armor, and its reaction speed and strength enhancements are more than 3 times those of the Spire armor. However, this armor weighs half a ton, and its internal power assistance system is too powerful. You must reach the second phase standard to use it.
Khalid Zaman understood. His augmentation surgery had far exceeded his peers, so they were giving him special treatment with a more powerful set.
This Mark V was exactly like
John's. However, he actually preferred the streamlined design of the SBI.
By the way, can this armor also turn invisible?
No, the technology to add active camouflage devices to the Mjolnir doesn't exist yet.
Then I don't want it. I still want the SBI.
Khalid Zaman knew how powerful the Mjolnir was, but he didn't need power assistance or strength enhancements. He wanted the cloaking function. John had blocked a plasma grenade for him, and the Mjolnir's protection wasn't invincible.
In contrast, cloaking was the greatest survival tool on the battlefield.
Cope was stunned for a full minute.
But the cost of this Mjolnir is equivalent to a Kingfisher-class light cruiser.
I just want the cloaking function, but the protection of the Mjolnir is 3 times that of the Spire armor. I just want the cloaking function, the power assistance. I just want the cloaking function. You brat, you're completely unreasonable. If it can't turn invisible, I don't want it. In the end, Coat couldn't win against Khalid Zaman and had to exchange it for a set of Spire armor. The person in charge sighed repeatedly. 300 sets of Spire armor weren't as valuable as 1 Mark V. The training camp's nearly depleted funds were suddenly replenished.
Streamlined design.
A wider semicircular visor, much larger than the 90-degree visual display on the Mjolnir helmet, with a static field of view twice as large. It could turn invisible. These were what Khalid Zaman valued most. As for protection, a single grenade from the enemy could make John cough. Don't talk to him about protection. Survival was king.
After the equipment upgrade,
the next 2 weeks were live fire exercises.
Khalid Zaman finally got his hands on the energy weapons he had been longing for.
However, this kid wasn't willing to use this energy as bullets. Every time he received an energy gun, he treated it as a cultivation resource, absorbing the spiritual energy within. Soon, his strength reached the 9th level of Chi refinement stage. The Naval Intelligence Office officially activated the first batch of Spartan Roman 3 trainees. The 300 people were named Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company. To see how Alpha Company performed, they were sent to participate in some Class C missions against human rebels. With the start of the interstellar navigation era, many colonies saw rebels emerge due to unfair resource distribution. These were old accounts from before they encountered the Covenant. Compared to the alien fleets that hadn't yet reached their doorstep, these rebels hated their own kind even more.
First mission, Marmor Uprising.
The rebels numbered fewer than 100, and a group of invisible super soldiers simply tied them up. When the rebel leader had a dirty sock stuffed in his mouth, he was still asking, "What's going on? Is it haunted?" Second mission, Battle of New Constantinople. This time there were 20,000 rebels, while they only had 300. The enemy base was heavily guarded and well-equipped. 14.5 mm SRS-99 sniper rifles, 1 and 2 mm M41 surface-to-surface rocket launchers, and even 10 M8 and 8B Scorpion tanks. Khalid Zaman had asked Coat, and none of these weapons could take more than 5 hits to Mjolnir.
Damn, it's a good thing I didn't wear the Mjolnir. Khalid Zaman, looking through data on the position,
Almost cursed. Without cloaking, what use was the Mjolnir for breaking into this kind of base? You'd need a Gundam for that. Of course, war isn't just about equipment, it also requires brains. Under Carter's command, the 300 people were divided into 3 groups.
The first group conducted a feigned attack from the front to draw fire, fighting and retreating.
The second group lay in ambush along the retreat path, taking the opportunity to seize the enemy's heavy weapons.
The third group snuck into the base for a decapitation strike.
The final battle report, Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company, 300 people, 0 casualties, and they directly ended the 3-month stalemate of the Battle of New Constantinople. Naval Intelligence Headquarters saw the results they wanted. This Spartan Roman 3 training program far exceeded their expectations. At the same time,
the second batch of trainees entered our start. They would be the members of Spartan Roman 3 Beta Company.
Khalid,
We're leaving.
leaving.
Where to? 3 people stood before Khalid Zaman,
Emil A2039,
Carter A2059, and Jun A2066.
Due to their outstanding performance, 6 members of Alpha Company, including them, were being reassigned elsewhere to participate in class missions.
He was reluctant to see them go, but also happy his friends' abilities had been recognized. If Khalid Zaman hadn't always been slacking off, he might have been reassigned to. Khalid Zaman pulled out the dagger from his person. I'm giving this knife to you. Don't always go into close combat with the enemy in the future. Those Covenant guys will play with you like a toy.
This dagger had been nurtured with spiritual energy and was extremely sharp. Emil had been coveting it for a long time.
Get lost, don't talk nonsense.
Emil took the dagger, smiling very happily. Then Khalid Zaman took out 3 books and gave them to the 3.
This I don't know how to explain it, but I hope you'll read it carefully in your spare time.
Remember, this is our little secret. What is this? Kai Refining Art.
Jun flipped open the book.
Heart like still water, all thoughts are void. Take a deep breath, exhale thrice, take a short breath, exhale long, repeating in a cycle, heart focused on nothing. Stop after 3 quarters, and you will be as you were.
The 3 looked at each other but still put the books away.
Carter said if I ever have insomnia, I guess this might be useful.
Khalid Zaman laughed.
He didn't say it clearly, nor could he. Kai refining and immortal cultivation were matters of destiny. However, with the intelligence of these 3, they would surely understand. If they could also step onto this path, their combat and survival abilities would be greatly enhanced. He planned to help them with their foundation establishment using his own true Kai when they reached the peak of the Kai refinement stage. Only Khalid Zaman didn't know that once they left, the 3 would never return to Alpha Company. Chapter 15, Operation Prometheus. After a period of rest and recovery, Alpha Company was sent on another secret mission.
A rebellion had broken out in a colony within the Bonanza asteroid belt.
The operation went smoothly, and Alpha Company maintained its glorious record of 0 casualties.
Subsequently, Captain Kurt was commended by the Naval Intelligence Office, promoted to Major, and given a week of leave. Chief Mendez was reassigned to train the children of Beta Company.
Khalid Zaman had a very fulfilling time during this period.
He spent every day taking his little girlfriend for walks in the forest and chatting about life.
Although their physical conditions had reached the standards of 16-year-olds, Jane's mental age was, after all, only around 10.
Khalid Zaman, an old monster over 100 years old, didn't want to corrupt a little lowly, for now he simply treated her like a younger sister. He planned to wait until the child was 18 before discussing adult topics and doing adult things. In addition, he began teaching Jane and Robert Kai cultivation. Robert and he had formed a bond through fighting, and this younger brother truly admired Khalid Zaman. He was a man of temperament with a relatively simple mind, so he should be able to keep a secret. Due to their physical modifications, Robert and Jane's cultivation progressed very smoothly. Their aptitude was several times higher than that of ordinary cultivators. They just lacked resources for the time being and couldn't improve effectively. However, enhancing their 5 senses and physical constitution was relatively easy. As for spells, he didn't want the 2 of them to learn them yet. Learning spells wasn't easy, and even after months of hard practice, they might not be as powerful as a burst of bullets. Khalid Zaman intended for them to reach the foundation establishment stage first before learning some simple spells later on. Now Jane and Robert had both reached the 3rd level of Kai cultivation. Combined with Carter and the other 2 out on missions, if all 6 of them could enter the foundation establishment stage, he was confident they could take on an equal number of elites head-on. Only after fighting Kurt did Khalid Zaman realize how formidable the Spartan Roman 2 were.
At the time, Kurt was only wearing spy armor. If the opponent were wearing Mark V Mjolnir, he estimated they could beat someone like him in unlimited supply.
Most terrifyingly, his own reaction speed held no advantage against these mature Spartans.
Therefore,
Besides cultivating, Khalid Zaman also engaged in a massive amount of training, including combat and tactical weapon usage, without a single moment of slack.
one day Khalid Zaman's personal communicator rang.
Hello, I am Admiral Margaret Orlando Parangoski, head of the Naval Intelligence Office. Greetings, ma'am. Khalid Zaman felt the woman's name was incredibly long. He only remembered something about Margaret and something about a driver.
So he just called her ma'am.
Anyway, the Spartan Roman 3 were directly under the jurisdiction of the Naval Intelligence Office.
This woman should be Kurt's direct superior, but he didn't understand why such a high-ranking official would come looking for a lowly soldier like him.
Khalid A312, you're the acting commander of Alpha Company, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There is an urgent mission that requires the deployment of all Alpha Company personnel. This is a Class B mission. You should be able to handle it with ease.
Yes, ma'am.
Please issue the mission parameters.
Our intelligence department has discovered a Covenant orbital shipyard on an asteroid named K7-49.
I want you to lead Alpha Company to destroy all the energy reactors at the shipyard. Energy reactors. Hearing those words, Khalid Zaman was no longer sleepy. This wasn't some damn shipyard. This was a great secret realm with super resources. Was a Starship-level energy source finally coming his way? A troop transport will arrive at your camp in 1 hour. Please make your preparations as quickly as possible. So urgent. Yes. This shipyard contains over a dozen partially constructed Covenant ships, including a supercarrier. If these warships can be destroyed, the contribution to humanity will be immense. I understand.
Rest assured, ma'am, the mission will be completed.
This operation is named Operation Prometheus. You will bring the spark of hope to the war between humanity and the Covenant. Yes, ma'am. The communicator shut off. Khalid Zaman was beyond excited. He was here all his years of cultivation and training, all the hardships he'd endured. The chance for revenge had come. This time, not only could he get revenge, but he could also reap a huge profit. How the heavens are truly kind to me. However, he was somewhat confused as to why the Naval Intelligence Office would contact him directly instead of Kurt, the officer in charge of the Spartan Roman 3 warriors. Perhaps it was because Kurt was on leave.
The Naval Intelligence Office was surprisingly considerate. This Margaret was a good leader who looked after her subordinates.
The Spartans were well trained. It didn't take an hour and 10 minutes. They were all geared up and ready to go. Khalid Zaman explained the objective of the mission. Hearing that they would be fighting the Covenant, all his companions were as pumped as if they'd been injected with chicken blood.
Khalid Zaman didn't give a pre-battle speech. He simply shouted at Spartans,
"Move out." K7-49 was an asteroid under Covenant control. The Covenant had developed artificial volcanoes on this asteroid to serve as furnaces, building a super shipyard base on the entire planetoid.
It consisted of 30 high-output plasma reactors used for liquefying metallurgical components. The Covenant utilized the volcanic furnaces to refine, shape, and transport semi-finished products and various materials to orbit for final assembly.
On July 27, 1937 military calendar, the Spartan Roman 3 warriors of Alpha Company secretly landed on K7-49.
Their mission this time was these 30 reactors.
What they had to do was simple: shut down the reactors, let the artificial volcanoes cool, and cause the liquid components on the assembly lines to solidify.
This would result in the factory assembly lines being scrapped and the materials becoming unusable.
If the 30 reactors were successfully shut down, the super shipyard would be completely ruined, and K7-49 would turn into a useless hunk of iron. After landing, Khalid Zaman sent all squads out for reconnaissance only to receive a disappointing result.
According to peripheral observations, the strongest forces near these furnaces were jackals, who were generally responsible for sentry duty on the outermost towers. Those walking around the nearby bases were all grunts, the same kind of little monsters like the King Gugu he first encountered. However, Khalid Zaman adhered to Carter's command style: be cautious even with a major advantage and minimize losses. Thus, the first strike was set for 7 targets. These 7 reactors were close to each other, and if things went smoothly, they could all be dealt within half a day.
For Spartans wearing spy armor, dealing with these small mobs was like using a cannon to hit a mosquito.
Grunts were the size of children and could be taken down with one blow. But to maintain the secrecy of the operation, he ordered that these laborers all be knocked unconscious and hidden away.
Regardless, most of these guys were slacking off and sleeping anyway. There wasn't much difference between being unconscious and being asleep. Khalid Zaman led Team K and Team S as they slowly approached the furnace.
The sweep along the way was very smooth, but he himself was a bit depressed. Damn it, this place is practically a sweatshop. These low-level lackeys don't even have weapons.
He had originally wanted to get some Covenant weapons to use as cultivation resources, but he hadn't gained anything after sweeping the path.
Then again, it was normal. Issuing guns to workers in a factory wasn't exactly standard procedure.
The base was filled with various buildings and cluttered with debris everywhere, looking very chaotic.
They moved quietly through it all.
Suddenly, he felt a familiar energy fluctuation ahead. Khalid Zaman whispered into the combat squad channel, "Wait, take cover."
The 2 Team S of 30 people immediately found cover behind corners and crates.
These ants, how dare they slack off? If I catch anyone loafing around, I'll skin you alive.
The cloaked elite.
He was likely the overseer or person in charge of this reactor.
As he expected, every reactor must have a high-ranking Covenant officer stationed there. Because grunts were simply too stupid, according to Naval Intelligence Office data, the intelligence of grunts and jackals in the Covenant was very low, averaging that of a 6-year-old human child.
He didn't believe a factory manufacturing warships would be left in the hands of such creatures. And here was the foreman going out to catch the guys who were loafing.
He wondered if there were any other elites nearby.
Attention, there are elites stationed in the enemy base. All squads be careful and try to avoid close quarters combat with elites. He then had Team S follow this elite to find an opportunity to take him out, while he continued leading Team K toward the tallest building in the base. Chapter 16, A Desperate Madman.
Khalid Salmon led Team K to the most prominent building in the base. This should be the control center.
Wait here, I'll go up and take a look first.
This was a 3-story building with each floor consisting of 2 large halls. The first floor was filled with various machinery and tools. The first room on the second floor held some documents, while the contents of the second room made Khalid Zaman beam with joy. Weapons. Various Covenant weapons were laid out in the second room, the most numerous being the small energy pistols used by the wild boar beasts.
These things were basically oversized spirit stones.
He picked one up at random and absorbed all the spiritual energy within it in just 10 seconds.
In passing, he absorbed 10 more guns.
This long-awaited replenishment of spiritual power truly made him feel excited.
However, the priority was still to complete the mission. This time, he had to empty this place out no matter what.
Heading up the stairs to the 3rd floor, he found an entire room that, aside from some tables and chairs, was filled with massive display screens and various consoles.
This was a place.
Khalid Zaman looked at the largest console in the middle.
The dense array of buttons and levers left him a bit at a loss. He wanted to just press them randomly, but he didn't know if this base had a self-destruct mechanism.
Just then, Jane's voice came through his helmet. Team Operational Group reporting.
Mission successfully completed.
Killed 2 white-armored elites, 4 jackals, and 20 wild boar beasts.
No exposure. Report complete.
It was like someone handing him a pillow just as he was getting sleepy.
Khalid Zaman asked, "How do I shut down the furnace?"
I don't know.
We just press buttons randomly.
Understood.
Everyone take some Covenant weapons.
Wait at the rendezvous point to regroup. Khalid Zaman was about to reach Foundation establishment. He currently possessed the Heavenly Spirit physique, which allowed him to break through the barriers of the Foundation establishment stage without external help. However, after establishing his foundation, he would be able to condense spirit stones using his own Trukai. Therefore, he currently needed a large amount of spiritual power. He estimated that just another 100 small energy pistols would allow him to smoothly establish his foundation.
Right then, a sudden crackling sound appeared in the air. Khalid Zaman's pupils constricted the exclusive energy sword of a Covenant elite. His ears already heard the sound of the energy sword slashing. It was right behind him, less than a meter away.
He immediately stepped to the left, and the energy sword slashed through thin air.
Jane's report had mentioned 2 high-ranking elites. He had still been too careless. It was just that this elite was overly cunning, standing invisibly next to the console the whole time, so there were no energy ripples characteristic of an active invisibility cloak moving.
His motion detection radar hadn't shown anything either.
Oh,
This elite let out a strange, soft exclamation, seemingly puzzled by something.
Currently, both of them were invisible and couldn't see each other.
However, the humming of the energy sword was very obvious, as was the sound of the wind stirred up by the attacks.
Khalid Zaman possessed extraordinary 5 senses and could accurately predict the enemy's attack patterns.
He didn't strike out rashly, only dodging continuously, wanting to see the melee capabilities of the elite warriors. If they were like his instructor, the Spartan Roman 2 warrior, Kurt, then he would have no choice but to drop a grenade and run.
After 2 minutes of testing,
Khalid Zaman felt that the opponent's speed was very fast, but their reactions were significantly slower.
he was now dodging the opponent's attacks with ease, and could even begin to predict the opponent's movements based on their attack habits. In this spacious room, 2 warriors, who could not see but could sense each other, were engaged in battle.
He stepped left again, and the light sword slashed down.
He stepped right, and the light sword thrust forward.
This elite warrior even began to doubt his own senses. He could clearly feel an invisible unit nearby, yet the opponent was like a ghost, completely untouchable.
Damn it.
After fighting for a long time, the berserker grew somewhat impatient. Khalid Zaman stood calmly to the side. He didn't attack, he was just playing with him. This was called psychological warfare. Then the elite deactivated the light sword and reached out to feel for him.
Every time he was about to touch him, Khalid Zaman would gently move away.
Relying on his superhuman reactions and perception, he maneuvered within a meter of the invisible elite warrior. Is there really a ghost? An elite warrior wearing golden armor revealed himself, clutching his head with an expression of disbelief.
Golden armor, the highest individual combat power of the Sanheli people, madmen.
Encountering a madman in the first battle, Khalid Zaman cursed inwardly.
Madmen were the most devout believers in the Covenant, possessing immense strength and a fearless nature.
In the Covenant, they usually served as leaders at the general level. This was truly like hitting the jackpot.
Artilda suddenly, the madman let out a roar
And charged downstairs.
His speed was quite a bit faster than Khalid Zaman's at a full sprint. Not good. Khalid Zaman hurriedly followed,
Team K was still guarding downstairs, and if they saw the madman, a battle would surely break out. As he ran, he said over the squad channel, "Do not fire."
Everyone stay concealed.
Do not fire without my command.
Instead of running to the first floor, the madman rushed to the weapon racks on the second floor and grabbed an energy pistol. Turning around, he noticed the energy ripples behind him and raised his hand to start firing at Khalid Zaman.
Khalid Zaman didn't dodge because the gun had already been drained dry by him.
This elite, by some stroke of bad luck, had picked up a gun with no energy.
Bastard.
The madman slammed the pistol onto the ground and picked up another one to start firing.
Click, click, still empty.
He threw it again, grabbed another, and it was still empty.
Artilda, the madman, clutched his head and cried out like a frightened little girl.
Khalid Zaman almost felt sorry for the guy.
This was truly rotten luck, picking exactly the guns he had drained.
And he was supposed to be the madman. His brain didn't seem to work very well.
This actually wasn't his fault. As a devout believer and a theist, the madman believed in the existence of ghosts.
Khalid Zaman slowly walked toward him.
"Don't come any closer." The guy managed to grab an energy rifle and fired at Khalid Zaman.
Of course, this gun had also been drained and tossed onto the floor.
Slap. A slap landed on the madman's face, instantly dazing the elite warrior.
This kind of subtle contact wouldn't trigger the energy shield on his body, so Khalid Zaman's strike hit his face directly. Then the madman's eyes turned blood red, and he launched a fierce attack on Khalid Zaman. Khalid Zaman dodged left and right, never straying more than a meter away from him.
With a loud clang, a nearby iron rack was broken by the madman's fist.
Good heavens, looking at the cross-section, this thing was solid. He truly lived up to the name of a super elite warrior known as a madman. He continuously launched fierce attacks at Khalid Zaman, punches, kicks, flying kicks, and light sword slashes. After another round of fighting, an iron table in the middle was smashed by the madman.
Khalid Zaman was starting to sweat. He believed that if he were hit even once, the opponent could beat him half to death. After fighting for about 5 minutes, the madman began to pant. It wasn't because he was tired, but because he was afraid.
An invisible enemy right in front of him, always standing at a distance from which they could take his life at any moment. Slap.
Another slap. Khalid Zaman had no intention of letting this guy off.
The madman's armor had extremely strong protective energy, and he didn't have a weapon in his hand that could defeat the opponent in one blow.
He was playing a psychological game, standing right in front of the opponent, intending to scare this guy witless. The madman's expression was full of doubt, and his eyes were somewhat vacant when he suddenly noticed the energy pistols on the weapon rack.
Seeing his gaze, Khalid Zaman panicked a bit. The few guns in front of him were all fully charged. The small energy pistols had very little power and was specifically used by the low-level cannon fodder, the wild boar beasts.
However, this weapon had an extremely powerful advantage.
Charged attack.
Holding down the fire button to charge this weapon could fire a large plasma bolt with tracking capabilities.
This thing had thermal tracking.
Within 10 meters, if there were no obstacles, it was a guaranteed hit. Unless one could dodge at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, meaning he would need to run more than 60 meters in 1 second.
Ho ho ho,
I don't know what kind of monster you are to dare play ghost in front of me. You will regret this. The madman gripped 2 small energy pistols and began charging them simultaneously.
Khalid Zaman didn't run.
If he were an ordinary Spartan, he would definitely have to find cover. But he was a cultivator.
Khalid Zaman placed both hands in front of the opponent's muzzles and instantly absorbed all the spiritual energy gathering there. The madman didn't give up and began charging again, but he failed to successfully charge even after the energy in both small pistols was completely exhausted.
Despair.
Khalid Zaman saw despair on the opponent's face.
This was exactly what he wanted. No matter who it was or how powerful they were, once they lost hope, they would no longer have a chance. Just who ye? HMPH. You are not worthy of knowing.
Oh,
These words enraged the opponent. What the Sanheli people valued most was honor and faith. This madman's eyes were filled with rage and hatred, and he began to attack Khalid Zaman wildly.
While he had fought beautifully just moments ago, he was now swinging his fists like a flailing turtle.
It's about time. Heaven and earth infinite.
borrowing the law of Kain-Kun.
Water prison technique. The madman's head was instantly surrounded by water sphere, making it impossible for him to breathe. The sudden turn of events left the elite warrior in complete chaos. He slapped the water sphere on his face violently, nearly knocking himself unconscious from the force.
Khalid Zaman took the opportunity to grab the light sword from the opponent's waist and flip the switch.
Crockle tilde. The twin blades of the light sword thrust toward the opponent's armor. It took a full 3 seconds for the protective energy on the golden armor to be depleted.
The light sword then plunged into the madman's body like a hot knife through butter. Just like that, a Covenant super elite warrior was taken down by him.
All teams, attention. I've encountered a golden armored berserker.
Be extremely careful.
Robert's voice came through the communicator. Boss, we're coming up to support you. Carl examined looked up and was startled.
This guy's eyes were actually wide open. He had died with his eyes open. No need, I've already taken care of him.
Chapter 17 stirred up a hornet's nest.
After a round of scavenging, Team K returned fully loaded. Then Team S reported that they had killed 2 white armored elites. MHM, well done. Kill all those grunts no, those wild boar beasts, and meet at the base entrance. Carl examined tinkered with the console for a while, and also caused the base's reactor to collapse. Compared to the reactor, the adjutant of the Covenant's brave and cautious fleet was even more distraught.
Because the fleet commander said he was going to check on the progress of his newly built flagship, the headquarters received an alarm that the Supreme Commander's armor was completely destroyed.
This alarm was specially tailored for the fleet commander.
Therefore, something likely happened to the commander. The brave and cautious fleet is one of the largest main fleets in the entire Covenant. It had once slaughtered more than a dozen human colonial planets.
To investigate the disappearance of the fleet commander, he contacted the Orbital Defense Force of the shipbuilding base, and 20 Phantom transports carrying a group of Covenant soldiers landed on the asteroid.
Unaware that he had done something major,
Carl Zaman was still obsessing over the reactor.
What a pity that was a spirit vein.
Say, Robert asked from the side, what is a spirit vein? It says that cultivating near the reactor allows one to absorb a large amount of spiritual Chi.
Oh, you mean Chi refining?
The reactor is too big, we can't take it with us.
We did manage to scavenge quite a few energy weapons this time. It's already a bumper harvest. 7 reactors have been completely shut down, while the other manufacturing bases were still in the dark.
After the main force gathered, Carl Zaman was very satisfied. Facing the powerful Covenant, their operation this time had 0 casualties.
It was just a pity they didn't encounter any Ghostface beasts this time. He wanted to kill Ghostface beasts more than elites. In a quiet valley, nearly 300 Spartan warriors were resting and reorganizing. The valley was surrounded by steep cliffs and lush vegetation, with many tall trees making it an excellent hiding spot. After resting for 2 hours, they would march to the next base.
A pile of energy weapons lay before Carl Zaman. He frantically circulated the Chi refining arts, discarding each weapon after draining it. 9th level of Chi condensation. 10th level of Chi condensation. Great perfection.
Foundation establishment.
Within an hour, he had drained nearly 120 small energy pistols.
He had now reached the foundation establishment stage and could officially use spells.
During the Chi refinement stage, he could also condense the power of the 5 elements, but those small fireballs and water balls were just for show and had no practical use. After foundation establishment, however, he could mix the true essence in his body to release lightning technique, spiritual Chi armor, and healing technique, while the gravity technique's effect increased 5-fold. It could be said that he now had 100 ways to kill an elite who was stronger than himself.
Boss, something's happening.
Robert, who was cultivating beside him, pointed to the sky. Over a dozen Phantom transports were flying toward the base Team K had attacked.
The corners of Carl Zaman's mouth curled up.
Are they finally here?
Their reaction is a bit faster than I expected.
He opened the communication channel.
Team C, Team D proceed according to plan. I'll give you 10 minutes to finish your final preparations.
Understood.
Team K gather at the southern exit of the valley.
Other Team S retreat to the northern exit.
Today, he would make these Covenant bastards taste the wrath of a cultivating Spartan.
He knew the golden armored berserker he killed was definitely no ordinary character, and enemies would surely come to investigate.
Carl Zaman led Team K near the
Manufacturing base, only to see hundreds of Covenant forces approaching.
Their numbers were not fewer than theirs. Robert whispered,
Boss, what exactly did you do here?
I just killed a golden armor, that's all.
So many people are coming from the other side. Should we retreat first?
Don't panic.
I'm waiting for them.
According to the plan, lure all these guys to the valley.
I'll go first. You guys hide to the side and provide me with intel.
The members of Team K had been dispersed to hidden spots near the base.
This tactic was called gutting the wolf's den. Carl Zaman would make the first move if he could lure out the main force. The 14 members of Team K would enter the base for a decapitation strike.
If the enemy sent out only a few pursuit units, he would lead those small units to the ambush point in the valley to eliminate them.
Carl Zaman quietly crept near the base and saw 2 massive Covenant soldiers standing at the entrance. Hunters.
Hunters are the largest unit type in the Covenant, standing over 3.5 meters tall when upright.
However, because they wear heavier armor and carry massive shields and fuel rod cannons, they are always hunched over, appearing only about 2.6 meters tall. Hunters cannot speak. When hit by an explosion, they only let out a crude roar. Of course, these things are very tough. Killing a single hunter requires over a dozen grenades. He threw a grenade at each of the 2 hunters and then turned and ran.
The explosions and roars immediately alerted the Covenant forces inside the base. Before Khalid Zaman had run for a minute, he heard a loud buzzing sound.
Turning his head, he saw over a dozen Covenant single-occupant vehicles ghosts in pursuit.
Holy crap!
I've poked a hornet's nest. You guys hide well, I'll lead the main force away. The ghosts were very fast, covering dozens of meters in a single breath. They fired plasma repeaters while chasing. Points of light grazed past Khalid Zaman. Heaven and earth infinite, boring the law of Kainkon. Earth wall rise.
Behind him, several shoulder-high earth walls rose.
The ghosts were moving so fast they couldn't brake in time, crashing into the earth walls and exploding.
The wild boar beast was sent flying, even letting out a cheer while.
Raw Tilda before it could land, Khalid Zaman finished the little thing off with a shot, ending its brief moment of joy. Then he returned to the earth walls, found a ghost that wasn't too badly damaged, and sat on it to test it. It could still stop. Covenant technology was indeed much more advanced than human technology. This single-occupant vehicle could still be driven even when it was smoking from the crash. Boss, run. 4 race have come out.
Holy crap!
Before Khalid Zaman could feel smug, a massive energy projectile dropped toward his head from the sky.
He slammed on the accelerator, riding the ghost over a dozen meters away.
The Wraith main battle tank is the primary ground attack vehicle of the Covenant. It fires large plasma mortars through magnetic fields, which then fall onto enemies to cause massive damage. Khalid Zaman was a bit frustrated. This was a shipyard, why would there be main battle tanks? It was simply unbelievable. Not only that, but 10 Phantom transports took off from the enemy base. These were the massive aircraft he had seen as a child, with 4 large thrusters at the bottom, looking like oversized beetles. The side doors of these Phantom transports opened, and wild boar beasts at the left and right machine gun positions fired at him incessantly. Boss, did you blow up their ancestral graves? These guys seem to have gone crazy. Khalid Zaman drove the ghost, constantly drifting and making sharp turns. The golden armored elite I killed might have been a high-ranking commander. I don't know how high his rank was, but having achieved such a great feat this time, I'm definitely getting a promotion. All Team S prepared, the Covenant forces are here. Their numbers are around 200. I'm leading them into the valley. Proceed according to plan.
Reaching the valley entrance, Khalid Zaman abandoned the ghost, activated his cloaking mode,
and vanished into the dense forest. The terrain on both sides of this valley was steep, and the interior was densely forested.
The Covenant's vehicles and air force could not enter, so they could only send infantry and on foot.
The tanks and transports that had chased them to the edge of the valley were stopped. All the troops proceeded on foot from the valley entrance. Their commanding officer was very cautious. Even with the transports, he did not drop the troops directly into the valley.
Chapter 18: Annihilation of the enemy force.
A report from the observation point came through the communication channel. 30 elites, 4 hunters, around 100 wild boar beasts, and 50 jackals with shields. They have all entered the valley. There are 20 jackal snipers with needle rifles heading up to the cliffs on both sides of the valley.
Very good.
Proceed according to the original plan. Team C, Team D, get ready. Khalid Zaman closed the communication channel and cast a lightning technique at the first wild boar beast slowly entering the valley mouth.
Boom.
An explosion ran out as the gas pack carried by the wild boar beast detonated. The smoke cleared and a white-armored elite roared loudly, "Ah, you bastard, catch that guy for me. I'm going to cut him into 8 pieces." The Covenant forces, which had been advancing cautiously, suddenly quickened their pace.
The hunters were so large that they simply acted as bulldozers, pushing down bushes and small trees.
Khalid Zaman was satisfied they had taken the bait. The Covenant's tactical awareness, combat standards, weaponry, and fighting abilities were all very high, but they lacked one thing compared to humans: they were easily provoked into anger. As he delved deeper into the valley, he listened carefully to the footsteps of the hunters. They did not disappoint him. This unit, called hunters, indeed possessed formidable tracking abilities. He moved rapidly through the forest, keeping the main body of the Covenant forces trailing behind him. Meanwhile, the other members of Team K, who were lying in ambush outside the manufacturing base, quietly sneaked back. According to Khalid Zaman's orders, they were to check if the enemies had any balls in their pockets. If they did, they would castrate them while they were at it. At the same time, the adjutant of the brave and cautious fleet was in the furnace control room. He held a golden helmet, his face grim. With a fleet commander killed, he would also be punished. There was no escaping it this time.
He had just issued a death order to capture the killer at all costs, dead or alive.
Anyone who could kill a madman must be an incredibly powerful warrior, definitely a Spartan warrior, the elite among humans. If it was that legendary demon leader, capturing him would bring endless honor.
Perhaps he would not only be exonerated, but even promoted to fleet commander-in-chief.
The control room was a mess. The console had been smashed by him.
Listening to the reports on the combat channel, he became even more convinced that the opponent was likely
that demon leader John 117
To dare to venture alone deep into the rear of the Covenant war zone, he must not be allowed to escape this time. Thinking of this, he opened the fleet channel and issued an order. The entire brave and cautious fleet is to jump here.
Blast all the asteroid belts in this sector to pieces.
Blockade all orbital space. After issuing the order, this high-ranking elite adjutant began to fantasize. He took off his own helmet and gestured with the commander's golden helmet.
Oh, I wonder what it feels like to wear this helmet.
A bit cold.
A voice spoke from
Behind.
Simultaneously, with a soft sizzle, the two thin blades of the light sword pierced through the adjutant's head.
Robert was panting with excitement.
He and the members of Team K had long since reached the Level 3 control room.
The white-armored elite before him looked like a high-ranking official. The decoration on his white helmet was very extravagant, resembling the skull of a triceratops, looking quite grand. During their training at the camp, they had learned that elites with special decorations on their helmets were veterans with formidable combat power and experience, making them very difficult to deal with. Thus, everyone had been hiding nearby without making a move.
They just didn't know what kind of dream this elite was having to suddenly take off his helmet.
Such a stroke of luck, it would be a sin not to take advantage of it. Boss, we did it. We caught another big fish.
Oh,
What level?
I don't know, but his hat is huge.
Here, I'll treat you to ice cream when we get back.
Then Khalid Zaman switched to the company-wide communication channel and shouted, "Get to work."
Heaven and earth infinite.
borrowing the law of
Kainkon.
He waved his hand and shot out two fireballs the size of wash basins into the grass. Instantly, the flames began to burn fiercely. Rat-tat-tat-tilde, a burst of gunfire echoed from the cliffs, and all the jackal snipers were killed simultaneously. Then massive explosions occurred at the exits on both sides of the valley. Rocks tumbled down, completely blocking the exits. The other team members lying in ambush on the cliffs also threw torches into the valley. Today, he was going to give the Covenant a trial by fire, serving these bastards a full barbecue meal. Khalid Zaman activated his armor's stealth mode, then cast the spiritual Kai armor spell on himself, hiding behind a large rock to prepare for his next move. With the spiritual Kai armor, he wouldn't be forced out of stealth by the energy of the flames. This was a weakness of the Spire armor. Any attack would interrupt the stealth mode for at least 5 seconds. Now with the protection of the spiritual Kai armor, he wouldn't be revealed even if he were lying in the middle of the fire.
In the Covenant forces, the ones most afraid of fire were the wild boar beasts. These little guys all carried gas tanks and were now scurrying around like headless flies.
However, none of them were burned to death. They were all killed by explosions. Next were the powerful hunters. Despite their massive size, these creatures were composed of countless worms. Their armor consisted of pure physical ship-grade plating without energy shields. They too soon perished in the flames. Buzzing sounds filled the air as over a dozen phantom transports flew in. Due to the lush vegetation and thick smoke, the situation inside the valley was completely obscured. Khalid Zaman smiled at the phantom was exactly what he was waiting for. Pew 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 tilde, a few energy bullets were fired at the wobbling phantom. The transport then flew over Khalid Zaman's head and projected a traction beam.
Khalid Zaman had no intention of going inside. He knew if there were still elites within.
He held 4 grenades in his hand, and after infusing them with True Kai, tossed them into the beam.
Boom tilde, an explosion occurred, and the phantom transport plummeted directly from the sky. Then Khalid Zaman quickly left the area.
Not long after, over a dozen elites rushed to the spot.
What happened? Do they have heavy weapons? Probably not. Damned humans.
To use such inferior methods against us. Everyone spread out.
We must find that demon.
Following this, Khalid Zaman used the same method to shoot down a second phantom, and then all the remaining phantom transports flew away. Now only the elites remained in the valley. They had energy shields and wouldn't be harmed by the fire. These guys were furious, having forgotten how terrifying that legendary demon was. However, the one they encountered was not the demon they imagined, but an even more insidious and cunning fellow. Charging the energy pistol for 3 seconds, a large energy wave was fired at a white-armored elite, instantly overloading and disabling his armor, followed by a headshot. This was the last one. This was one of the features of this small pistol. The concentrated ion sphere could overload the Covenant's energy armor, leaving them unprotected for 5 seconds. It was the most popular Covenant weapon among Spartan warriors. Khalid Zaman was responsible for roaming the valley and using the energy pistol to break shields, while the other team members on the cliffs outside the valley reported positions and sniped. Within half an hour, all the remaining elite forces were eliminated. Team K, how is it on your end?
Reporting, sir.
We've captured 15 phantom transports and killed all enemies.
No casualties. Khalid Zaman was very satisfied.
Very good.
Fly the ships to the valley mouth.
We can't.
What do you mean you can't?
Haven't you all learned how? Covenant vehicles are foolproof. Flying them is just like playing a game.
We're short 1 person.
There are only 14 of us.
Oh, right.
Then bring a few over first.
We've secured 4 Wraiths on our side.
Chapter 19: The Star Alliance's largest fleet. Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company had fought a brilliant ambush. Over the next 2 days, relying on the vehicles they had seized, they destroyed 13 more manufacturing bases, completing more than half of their mission.
The news quickly reached the high-ranking members of the Covenant. In a dim room, 2 individuals were having a secret conversation.
Baritami, I know you're a very ambitious Sanelli.
You flatter me, Lord Prophet.
I can give you an opportunity.
Thank you, my lord.
I haven't even said what I'm giving you yet.
You will have my loyal support. No matter what happens, I will stand before you.
Very well.
The brave and cautious fleet is currently without a commander. Go now and avenge your unfortunate predecessor.
Yes, my lord. Walking out of the room, Baritami had a smile on his face, his eyes filled with excitement and fanaticism.
He had finally gotten this chance, the Covenant's largest fleet, the brave and cautious fleet.
Baritami didn't know if his predecessor had been brave, but that fool certainly hadn't been cautious.
In the skies above asteroid K7-49, over 200 Covenant warships surrounded the area in layer upon layer. 10 ORS-class heavy cruisers, each 3,000 meters long, with 400 combat attendants, white armor, and above 6,000 warriors, regular, elites, ghost-faced beasts, 8,500 grunts, jackals, wild boar beasts, and approximately 1,500 other crew members. 10 CCS-class battle cruisers, each within 782 meters long, with 180 combat attendants, 2,500 warriors, 4,100 grunts, and approximately 500 other crew members. 20 CPV-class heavy destroyers, each within 664 meters long, with 50 combat attendants, 100 warriors, within 900 grunts, and approximately 500 other crew members. 30 SDV-class heavy corvettes, each 956 meters long, with 50 combat attendants, 50 warriors, 200 grunts, and approximately 100 other crew members. Other ships included DSE-class support ships, CAR-class armored frigates, DAF-class light cruisers, and CRS-class light cruisers. These starships were all under 1,000 meters long and won't be detailed individually. These starship-level combat units were all equipped with various plasma excavators and plasma lancers, giant weapons used for glassing.
The entire fleet's combined combat force exceeded 1 million, with 1,000 plus medium aerial vehicles, 20,000 plus light single-pilot aerial vehicles, 100 Scarab ground ultra-heavy assault platforms, 5,000 plus Wraith main battle tanks, and 20,000 plus Ghost single-seat high-speed attack vehicles.
Baritami was fanatical, even somewhat insane.
He dispatched the million-strong force and 100,000 vehicles to asteroid K7-49.
Besides the 70
Large warships, over 100 starships under 1,000 meters, also entered the planet's atmosphere.
This wasn't using a cannon to hit the mosquito, this was using a planet-killer beam to blast bacteria.
He wasn't doing it for revenge or merit, he just wanted to protect the remaining shipbuilding facilities, because in the planetary orbit, the new flagship of the brave and cautious fleet, the CSO-class supercarrier Long Night, was being assembled. CSO-class supercarrier, 28,960 meters long and 1,147 meters wide. Once completed and fully outfitted, the combat power of the brave and cautious fleet would directly increase by 50%. No one would have expected such a massive secret to be hidden here.
If the Naval Intelligence Office had known, it would have been impossible for them to send only a few hundred people.
The team members were stunned as they watched the sky filled with a dizzying array of fighters, dropships, and light starships.
Robert asked, "Boss, what do we do now?"
Khalid Zaman remained silent for a full 3 minutes. He had sent people to try and contact the Pandora, the light cruiser ship meant to pick them up, for a full hour, but there had been no response.
Continue the mission.
There are 10 reactors left. We must destroy these bases.
He gathered the team leaders for a brief meeting.
It was eventually decided that teams F and G would look for an opportunity to hijack a Phantom dropship, then board a small starship and find a chance to steal the enemy vessel to escape with everyone. Team A would stay in the center for support at any time. The remaining teams were assigned their respective reactor targets. The mission had to be completed within 1 day.
Khalid Zaman led the members of Team K to the largest reactor base on the map.
From far away, they could see a starship about 1,000 meters long hovering directly above the base, with a thick gravity lift beam descending vertically from the ship as Covenant forces poured down incessantly. These troops didn't leave immediately upon landing in the base. Instead, they stood in every corner of the facility.
There was basically a pair of hunters every 10 meters and a jackal every 5 meters.
Countless snipers stood on the base's perimeter walls, and wild boar beasts were everywhere like grains of rice scattered on the ground. He waited for an hour, but there was no opportunity at all.
Once the base was completely packed with enemies, a steady stream of Covenant troops began heading out of the base. Khalid Zaman had to retreat several times. Now he could only observe the situation at the base through a scope from 2 kilometers away.
Report, Team B and Team O have completed the mission.
Reactor No. 3 has ceased operation. There was actually good news. Khalid Zaman didn't know how they had gotten in.
Very good.
Assemble at the extraction point immediately.
No need.
What do you mean? Team O has been completely wiped out to draw the enemy's fire. And there only one left in Team B. The team member's voice was very calm, but the communication channel was filled with the sounds of explosions and energy weapons. Khalid Zaman grew anxious. Even if you're the only one left to get the hell out of there.
It's fine.
Say hello to the brothers
For me.
Then the communication channel was cut off. Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company, 30 casualties. Report, we've encountered wild boar beasts all over the mountains. They're all suicide squads. We're surrounded. Sorry, Team E cannot complete the mission. I'm sorry, sir. Sorry.
A series of explosions rang out.
Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company, 45 casualties. Report, there are a large number of cloaked elite guards on the starship. Team G asterisk static asterisk. Contact with Team G was lost. Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company, 60 casualties. 4 squads were discovered while moving and were directly surrounded and annihilated. Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company, 120 casualties. Next, almost all teams reported being unable to enter the bases.
Suspend the mission.
All members find the nearest dense forest and hide in the trees. 3 hours later, news came from Team F. They had boarded a starship and at the cost of 5 lives eliminated all the defense forces on the ship. Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company, 125 casualties. Finally, some good news. Khalid Zaman ordered all members to move toward Team F's coordinates. He intended to evacuate temporarily. The Covenant troops in every base were now overflowing. Even if they just stood there and let them slaughter them, the killing speed wouldn't be as fast as the enemy's replenishment. Another hour passed, and he arrived near Team F's coordinates with the members of Team K. A Covenant starship nearly 500 meters long was hovering in the air. Khalid Zaman's mood finally improved slightly. He wanted to ask about the status of the other teams, but he froze as soon as he opened the communication channel. A thick ion beam pierced through the starship where Team F was located. Khalid Zaman looked at the firelight from the explosion in front of him and muttered to himself, "Why white? Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company, 135 casualties." Chapter 20. The result of 300s against 1 million. Covenant forces continued to descend from low altitude starships in a steady stream. Not only that, but countless phantom transports were flying in directly from outer space. Any place ground vehicles could not enter would be blasted into scorched earth by Wraith tanks. The air was filled with dense spiritual energy and the charred smell produced by ion energy cannons. I'm sorry, Khalid Zaman was filled with self-reproach. Only 2 people remained by his side, Jane and Robert. In just 1 day, except for the 3 of them, nearly 300 members of the Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company had all perished. Jane didn't cry. She took Khalid Zaman's hand. It's not your fault. You have to pull yourself together. I killed over 100 Covenant. It wasn't a loss this time.
How?
Robert's battle armor was already damaged, his face covered in black soot, a stalk of grass in his mouth. I killed more than you. We made a killing this time. The 3 of them hid in a storage room at a shipbuilding base. They had long since lost contact with the retreating frigates. Originally, he had planned to lead the 2 of them in hijacking a phantom transport to escape, but unfortunately, they were shot down before they could even fly out of the atmosphere. To save the 2 of them, Khalid Zaman had nearly exhausted the true Kai in his body. Cultivators were utterly powerless before the Covenant's forces. At least, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage was. His companions had sacrificed themselves one by one. The smiles of the other members of Team K seemed to still be before his eyes. All of this had happened too quickly, catching Khalid Zaman off guard. He was incredibly self-reproachful and full of regretting that he hadn't cultivated properly and his realm was too low, regretting that he hadn't studied hard and failed to complete the mission, even failing to protect his teammates. If Carter were here, what would he do? He would definitely have done better than me. The forest could no longer provide cover. Khalid Zaman suspected there were no longer any trees on this asteroid taller than him. The sky was full of Covenant warships and fighters. Once they exited stealth mode, they would be discovered by the enemy. Then endless troops would come to surround and annihilate them. Human strength has its limits. Whether it was revenge or ending the war, everything had become an unreachable dream. A deep sense of despair welled up in Khalid Zaman's heart, just like when he experienced the heavenly tribulation in his previous life. Holding a pile of Covenant energy weapons, he slowly recovered the true Kai in his body.
My family originally had an older brother, an older sister, a younger brother, and a younger sister. Including my grandparents and my parents, there were 9 of us in total.
Khalid Zaman looked up. Jane had taken off her helmet, her face somewhat pale. Her youthful face bore a profound expression that only an adult should have.
At that time, our village was attacked by the Covenant.
Except for me and my younger brother, our entire family was killed in the blast.
Robert tore open a pack of individual rations and handed 2 portions of dry food to them.
Jane took the food, but only took a small bite.
Later, the Covenant were driven away, and my brother and I were adopted by a young couple.
Although life was hard, our foster parents were very good to us. Khalid Zaman fell silent. He didn't speak. According to Mendez's records, all the children in this batch were war orphans. That meant these children had no living relatives in this world.
Jane's foster parents and brother later, the Covenant came again. I was fetching water by the river at the time, and then the village was blown away.
Not a single person survived.
Eating the dry food, Khalid Zaman didn't speak.
When Jane first arrived at the training camp, she was antisocial and fierce, not fierce toward others, but fierce toward herself. He still remembered that little child who ate too much and was so stuffed she shed tears. That tiny body crawling on the ground after twisting an ankle while running.
Including Robert, he had a group of friends in his hometown.
This kid was a troublemaker who often fought with those children. Later, Robert said those guys were all useless and couldn't even beat the Covenant. He said it while crying. The children in the training camp rarely revealed their backgrounds to others.
Khalid Zaman hadn't mentioned his to anyone either.
His mother's head had been taken to Earth by the nurse sister. It was said she was buried in a place with beautiful scenery.
For a cultivator who had lived for over 100 years, his life no longer had any regrets. If there were any, it would be this war. A war with no end and no hope in sight.
Khalid Zaman didn't want them to go to their deaths at the very least. He wanted to save these 2.
Suddenly, Khalid Zaman felt
the footsteps of many people appearing outside the room, heading toward their storage room.
Not good.
We've been discovered.
Familiar energy fluctuations 1, 2, 3, 10.
10 cloaked
elites.
They were surrounded. With a loud boom, the storage room was blasted apart by plasma cannons.
In the distance sat over a dozen wraith tanks, and the sky was filled with a dense formation of phantoms. Follow me and break through.
Khalid Zaman shouted and rushed out of the ruins.
No one followed.
Bang! A needle rifle pierced through Jane's body.
She clutched her stomach, her face full of pain.
I'm sorry, Khalid, I can't be your wife anymore. Robert rushed toward the enemy.
Boss, go quickly.
I'll hold them off.
He had only taken 2 steps when a red light sword pierced through his body.
Khalid Zaman's pupils constricted. No energy fluctuations. What kind of stealth technology was this?
And bang bang, Jane was riddled with over a dozen needle rifle rounds.
The girl's body slumped down lifeless.
A plasma bolt landed beside Khalid Zaman, detonating a small engine device near him. Dust flew and smoke filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision.
Faced with a future you once held with hope, but is now broken beyond repair, are you certain you will still meet it with a smile rather than a frown?
2 months later in the Naval Intelligence Office Secret Command Center, aboard the cruiser Point of No Return,
Admiral Parangoski was reviewing the training status of Spartan Roman 3 Beta Company.
Reporting.
Colonel Atkinson, please have a seat.
Is there any new information?
Parangoski was already over 60, and her deep nasolabial folds made the elderly woman look somewhat cold.
Atkinson placed a document on the table. It's the latest intelligence regarding Operation Prometheus.
Operation Prometheus.
Alpha Company performed excellently. I am proud of them.
Atkinson's expression was a bit unnatural, however, the operation failed.
Colonel Atkinson was the mastermind behind the Spartan Roman 3.
Since the Spartan Roman 2 warriors led by Dr.
Halsey had performed brilliantly on the battlefield. This army colonel had begun collecting all information regarding the Spartan Roman 2 warriors very early on.
He had originally intended to compete with Halsey, but this time Operation Prometheus had dealt him a heavy blow. No, Colonel Atkinson.
Parangoski took a deep breath and said, they succeeded.
They destroyed 87% of the Covenant shipbuilding facilities on that planet. If those warships had been built, they would have slaughtered billions of humans.
Yes, but Alpha Company is gone. Parangoski rubbed the corners of her eyes. There are still a few individuals performing high-intensity missions in various locations.
Atkinson, the overall genetics of the Spartan Roman 3 warriors are much worse than the 2nd generation, and some parts of the augmentation surgeries were removed, but their combat capability isn't bad. We shouldn't have sent all the children. Are you questioning my plan? Atkinson did not speak.
Parangoski sighed softly. With their combat power, they should have been able to complete the mission within 3 days. The Covenant doesn't usually have such a violent reaction.
She picked up the document and looked at it.
With a clatter, the Admiral suddenly stood up, her chair falling to the floor behind her.
Is this true? Atkinson nodded. Yes, the DNA is a perfect match, but he doesn't admit it himself. Why? Does he have amnesia? It's possible.
Right now, this child is extremely aggressive.
We found him in a cage fight in the black market on New Atlantis.
Admiral Parangoski righted the chair and slowly sat down, her eyes somewhat dazed. How did he do it?
This is almost impossible.
He is currently receiving treatment and should recover within 2 weeks.
Do you want to notify Kurt?
No, don't notify him yet.
Alpha Company is gone, telling him won't help.
I want to meet this child.
But Kurt has been asking.
This fellow has been pestering me lately.
Parangoski held the document and began writing something.
What did he ask?
Atkinson sighed. He asked if there were really no survivors from Operation Prometheus.
Chapter 21, Changing Identity. Admiral Parangoski visited Khalid Zaman, who was undergoing treatment.
Child, do you still remember who you are? 312, I am 312.
Khalid Zaman murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on the woman in front of him, his gaze flickering incessantly.
Parangoski spoke with him for 5 minutes, then walked out of the ward with a frown.
As the person before him left, Khalid Zaman's tense nerves relaxed slightly. This was a room with warm tones, flowers placed on the windowsill. The white curtains swayed in the breeze, and from the hospital bed, one could see blue skies and white clouds outside, accompanied by the crisp chirping of birds. Everything was so peaceful.
Khalid Zaman didn't know where he was, nor did he care.
He needed to constantly shift his attention.
Otherwise, he would fall back into hellish memories. Teammates blown into 2 pieces, a friend who still managed to throw a grenade even after being skewered by an energy sword, a lover with a dozen holes in her body. He had abandoned his teammates, even though they were all already dead.
In the first month, he didn't remember how many enemies he had killed.
During that month, he never slept, killing enemies by day and practicing cultivation by night.
In that month, he never drank water. If he was thirsty, he would kill an elite and drink its blood. And if he was hungry, he would kill a jackal and eat its flesh.
Then he saw the legendary glassing. Except for the shipbuilding base, where he hid, the entire planet was bombarded into glass by ion cannons.
That scene was so beautiful, sunlight reflecting off the glass, emitting a multicolored radiance. He looked at the planet turn to glass, forgetting about killing, seemingly forgetting everything.
Just a little more, and he would have forgotten everything.
If he had forgotten everything, perhaps he would have died there, but at least he would no longer be in pain.
Unfortunately, the cultivator has their own Tao heart, making it impossible to forget.
He didn't know how much time had passed before the Covenant forces withdrew. Gurgle told her his stomach was hungry again.
Where could he catch a chicken to gnaw on?
Tao heart.
Khalid Zaman's Tao heart was too stable. The so-called Tao heart is the will to complete a certain task. He had promised Jane that he would marry her when the war ended. Now that she was gone, that promise could never be fulfilled. At least he had to see the war end, even if it was only halfway. Khalid Zaman would do what he promised her.
No matter how much sorrow or despair he felt, he could not die.
He absolutely could not die.
So hungry, he really missed the taste of beef. Outside the hospital, the head of the Office of Naval Intelligence was talking with Colonel Atkinson.
Colonel Atkinson, why do I feel this child's gaze is strange?
He seems to be constantly looking at my body. Atkinson was flipping through Khalid Zaman's recovery records and looked up upon hearing this.
Is there anything strange about that?
But I'm already at such an age. He's this admiral, over 70 years old, and a ruthless intelligence. Chief actually blushed slightly.
Don't misunderstand, General. He looks at men the same way.
Parangoski suddenly understood.
Is this post-traumatic stress disorder?
No, the Colonel closed the record book.
He is observing the opponent's weaknesses every single point where he could land a killing blow.
He looks at every person, even animals, this way. As long as there is a living creature in front of him, he will observe them incessantly.
You mean?
He is prepared to kill the creature in front of him at any time.
I think this is much more serious than post-traumatic stress disorder.
So that's how it is.
Parangoski frowned. Then do you think he can still serve? This child's physical augmentation has reached S rank in all attributes, just like John.
It would be a great pity if he were to waste away like this. In her view, Khalid Zaman was undoubtedly a super useful talent, whether in terms of strength, reliability, or luck.
The higher someone's position, the more they cherish talent.
Otherwise, the armor for a Spartan Roman 2 wouldn't be as expensive as a Halcyon-class cruiser.
There is no problem, General, Atkinson stated with absolute certainty.
Why are you so sure? I remember when we first brought him back, his hands were constantly shaking. They would often twitch involuntarily, and he would subconsciously try to reach out.
As an intelligence chief, Parangoski suddenly understood the Colonel's meaning.
You mean he is doing his utmost to control his subconscious urge to kill? Yes. In less than a month, he has already controlled his killing intent, though some habits remain. His participation in the iron cage fights in the black markets of Atlantis was also to control himself. Killing isn't forbidden in those matches.
Didn't he go there just to vent his murderous urges?
Atkinson shook his head.
No, he participated in 87 matches and none of his opponents died.
Huntilda Parangoski seemed very satisfied. Proceed with treatment as soon as possible and conduct another evaluation in half a year.
If he passes, bring him to see me.
Understood.
After the Admiral left,
Atkinson's adjutant shook his head.
this female general is too full of herself.
At her age, still having the delusion that a boy is staring at her body.
Atkinson smiled, took out his wallet, and pulled out an old photograph. What are you doing, Colonel?
Wow, who is this?
Heavens, how can there be such a beautiful woman in the world?
Are you planning to introduce this girl to me?
The adjutant's breathing became rapid as he gulped. One would think the woman in the photo was naked.
Atkinson smugly put the photo back in his wallet and waved his hand.
Young man, don't be so impetuous.
This was the #1 beauty in our military. Back then her title was Black Lily, and she even surpassed Dr.
Halcyon in looks.
The adjutant joked, why didn't you marry this beauty and bring her home? HMPH. I wanted to, but back then she didn't look twice at anyone.
Later, she joined the Office of Naval Intelligence and became a high-ranking officer within a few years. After less than 10 years, everyone gave up.
Why, what a waste.
By the way, who is this beauty exactly?
Atkinson cleared his throat and said softly,
Margaret Orlando Parangoski.
Basically, every flagged officer
You know was once her simp.
Unfortunately, not a single one succeeded.
The expression on the adjutant's face became very colourful.
After holding it in for a long while, he still argued stubbornly, well, her youth is gone now.
Atkinson sighed.
Sigh,
Yes, youth is gone.
If only there were a rejuvenation medicine in this world. The adjutant thought for a moment and shook his head. If that medicine existed, the military would be in chaos.
If General Parangoski turned back into her younger self is heaven.
Damn. Atkinson saw blood trickling from the adjutant's nose, wondering what on earth the young man was thinking.
half a year later.
Parangoski received Khalid Zaman, who had passed all evaluations.
Spartan Roman 3 Khalid A 312 reporting for duty.
Hello, my little hero. Khalid Zaman stood straight and gave a military salute.
Hello, General Parangoski.
Due to Alpha Company's outstanding contribution, we wish to commend you. You are now promoted to the rank of lieutenant, directly subordinate to the Office of Naval Intelligence. Khalid Zaman took a deep look at the female general. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Can I make a request?
What request?
I want to carry out missions alone.
Parangoski nodded.
I do have a covert operations group here.
It's just that most of the work is dirty business that can't see the light of day.
It doesn't matter.
Khalid Zaman was no naive youth. He had lived for 100 years in his previous life, only dying because he was struck by heavenly lightning while forcibly attempting to transcend his tribulation. He understood the ways of the world. Since this big boss of the intelligence agency wanted to meet him alone, she would surely arrange for him to do extremely dangerous missions. After all, not just anyone could return alive from the pursuit of an entire Covenant fleet. No one would put such a character on the front lines. That would be too wasteful. Since that was the case, he might as well play along.
Only this time, he didn't want teammates. He didn't want to get involved in any more karmic ties.
Parangoski's gaze was burning. I'm very curious, how did you escape from that planet? After hiding for a month, they glassed most of the planet's regions. Then I stopped killing and the Covenant thought I was already dead. Finally, I encountered a Jackal scavenger ship and secretly followed them out.
Oh,
How did you get them to take you to a human colony planet? As far as I know, Jackals are very greedy. Yes, ma'am.
The captain of that ship originally wanted to sell me to the Covenant, but later I persuaded him.
Persuaded.
Parangoski hadn't expected a Spartan to have the skill of talk no jutsu,
But she had never heard of such a cause.
What did you use to persuade them? My math. Parangoski was stunned. That's not funny at all. Relax a bit, young man. You are now part of the Naval Intelligence Headquarters, and your only direct superior is me.
Understood, man. Now tell me, how did you use your mouth to persuade them?
In front of the captain, I ate 2 of his subordinates. Ate them alive. MHM.
Parangoski nodded. It was indeed persuasion by mouth, and very persuasive at that.
she liked Khalid Zaman more and more unscrupulous, ruthless, and able to control himself well in extreme situations, plus he was capable and handsome.
If only she had met such a man when she was young, but alas. After Khalid Zaman left, she issued an order to a black box on the desk. Delete all of this child's previous records. Fabricate some experiences and a pass for him. From today on, his call sign is B312.
Chapter 22, Old Friends.
Military calendar year 2005 and Gene 52 reach. In the face of the overwhelming power of alien civilizations, Reach was the only place that could bring humanity hope for victory. Massive military resources were stockpiled there, from training bases to the production of interstellar warships. Reach could meet all the needs of war.
It was also a fortress, easy to defend and hard to attack, garrisoned by the elite forces of the Unsk, with 20 powerful MAC cannon defense platforms in its planetary orbit.
Its immense strategic importance was hidden deep within countless alien colonial worlds remaining undiscovered by the powerful enemy.
Khalid Zaman rode a warthog reconnaissance jeep toward a temporary operational base.
2 Falcon helicopters advanced alongside him in the sky. Now 21 years old, he wore Mark VB Mjolnir armor, carrying much of the presence of John 117.
His strength had reached Golden Core Stage 7. Besides a tougher body and more abundant true Kai, he had gained the ability to manipulate objects with Kai.
However, he hadn't forged a flying sword. The armor he wore weighed half a ton, and no flying sword could carry such weight.
In comparison, he preferred manipulating grenades.
Just as Kurt had said, the protective capabilities of the Mjolnir armor were much stronger than those of the SBI.
Beyond various harsh environments, the Mjolnir even allowed him to survive in outer space.
Thus, he had swapped for a tougher set of equipment to complement his existing invisibility techniques.
This planet is truly beautiful.
Khalid Zaman felt a surge of excitement, not because of Reach's towering mountains, but because he was joining a special operations team today.
For over a decade, Parangoski had always sent him on solo missions.
This time, after obtaining his consent, the Office of Naval Intelligence had specifically transferred Khalid Zaman into this squad.
The temporary base consisted of only a few simple tents with communication antennas set up outside. After getting out of the vehicle, Khalid Zaman paused for 3 seconds, noticing someone watching him.
On a crate outside a tent, a bald young man was loading bullets into a sniper rifle while looking at him.
A fist was tattooed on the bald man's face, clutching 3 arrows.
Stupid kid.
Why put a tattoo on such a handsome face? Khalid Zaman muttered to himself as he walked into the tent.
The first person he saw was another Spartan warrior wearing Mark VB armor with a skull painted on the helmet.
This person was honing a dagger against his own armor.
The dagger looked familiar, very familiar. It was just that after more than 10 years, the spiritual energy on the blade had vanished.
A girl noticed Khalid Zaman and turned to alert the other's commander.
2 men by the command console turned simultaneously.
One appeared to be middle-aged, over 2 meters tall, with a face covered in the dark stubble of a recent shave. The other had a crew cut and a resolute expression. Khalid Zaman smiled. He hadn't smiled in over a decade.
However, wearing his helmet, no one could see his expression.
They were among Khalid Zaman's few remaining living teammates, warriors from Alpha Company Carteret 259, Junne 266, and Emile 239.
He hadn't met the other 2. According to the data Parangoski gave him,
the girl was from the Spartan Roman 3 Beta Company. Her fate was similar to Kata and the others after she was transferred out. Beta Company was nearly wiped out during a mission. Only a handful of the 300 survived.
As for the big guy, he was impressive, a comrade from John 117-era, the Spartan Roman 2 warrior George 052.
Carter glanced at Khalid Zaman and said, "Kat, you should have seen his file by now." The girl seemed a bit dejected, only the parts that weren't redacted. As the leader of the operations team, Carter was contacting command. He turned and asked into the comms, "Sir, do we know who the culprits are?" The Office of Naval Intelligence believes it might be local rebels.
5 months ago, they also attacked a relay station in the Hamani region, causing significant damage.
This must be stopped.
Reach is too important.
Noble 1, get that relay station back online.
Understood. The transmission ended. Carter picked up his helmet, turned, and said, "Lieutenant, I'm Carter, leader of Noble Team. That's Noble 2 Kat, Noble 4 Emile, and Noble 5 George.
Come with me."
Khalid Zaman's current rank was lieutenant, and he was replacing a fallen member of the squad, the original Noble 6. The group walked out of the tent, preparing to head to the relay station. As they walked, Carter said, "Lieutenant, I won't lie to you. You're here to fill a gap in the squad. I'm glad Noble Team is back to full strength.
I've looked at your file, including the classified parts, and I appreciate your abilities. But we're a team, don't go playing the individual hero."
Khalid Zaman replied,
"Understood,
Commander."
The 6 of them boarded 2 Falcon helicopters and set off for the relay station. Jun nodded toward Khalid Zaman. "Welcome to Reach." Khalid Zaman observed them. Jun was now at the peak of Kai refining, stage 10. Emile was at Kai refining, stage 5. And Carter was at Kai refining, stage 3.
It seemed this leadership-oriented talent really had treated the Kai refining art as a bedtime story.
Over the years, Khalid Zaman's mindset had changed significantly.
He was no longer the arrogant immortal cultivator who looked down on everything under heaven. He had completely integrated into this era.
Khalid Zaman intended to end this war as a Spartan warrior.
Cultivation spells had limited effect against alien armies, and he no longer fantasized about tearing apart starships with his bare hands. Now Khalid Zaman mostly used object manipulation, gravity, and lightning. He had learned to use the minimum amount of true Kai to achieve the maximum damage effect. Regarding his cultivation, he was sprinting toward the nascent soul stage. Currently, small pistols and plasma grenades could hardly provide him with much accumulation.
He needed a large-scale spiritual vein to see a significant improvement, such as the power source of a Covenant warship. Unfortunately, humans couldn't get their hands on such things. Even the Office of Naval Intelligence was powerless.
Over the years, Parangosky had given him countless resources. It could be said that Khalid Zaman could have whatever he wanted. Returning the favor, he had beautifully completed many missions, large and small. He would carry out the black ops and dirty work, but would also do his best to save Marines and ordinary civilians during missions.
No matter what he did, it helped humanity gather strength bit by bit.
He believed that one day they could counterattack the Covenant and fulfill his promise. Sitting opposite him, Emil kept playing with the dagger he had gifted him.
Such a dagger should be outdated by now. He hadn't expected the kid to still carry it with him.
That dagger is quite special.
Can I have a look? HMPH.
Emil gave a cold snort, stowed the dagger away, and turned to look elsewhere. This kid didn't seem very friendly toward him.
Furthermore, except for him, the rest of Noble Team didn't seem particularly fond of him either. Khalid Zaman felt a faint sense of hostility and exclusion, which left him feeling somewhat helpless.
He couldn't reveal his identity because he was no longer Khalid A312.
In those top-secret files, he was a thoroughbred battlefield lone wolf, a bringer of death to all in his way. None of the good deeds he'd done were mentioned. Only his cold and ruthless side was recorded. The Office of Naval Intelligence desperately needed a shadow like him to do their work.
So, when he accepted the mission, he had promised Parangosky that he wouldn't expose his identity.
He would assist his old friends in completing the mission as a newcomer. Now he had bonds again.
This time, he wouldn't lose these friends so easily. He swore it. Chapter 23, First Glimpse of Talent.
The objective of this mission was a relay station 50 kilometers away from the Visegrad region.
These relay stations were present in every region, primarily responsible for sending long-distance signals and handling communication between various colonial planets.
Their mission was to find the insurgents who had caused the relay station to go offline. Kat was responsible for getting a relay station back up and running. Khalid Zaman noticed that one of this girl's arms was actually a robotic arm. It hid many delicate tools within it.
He had read Kat's profile. She had a high IQ and was extremely proficient with mechanical and electronic equipment.
Due to her skills and potential, she was marked as a special individual after her augmentation.
Like Kata and the others, she had been transferred out of her original company, which allowed her to escape Operation Torpedo that had wiped out Beta Company.
Khalid Zaman sighed inwardly.
The third-generation Beta Company shared almost the same fate as his Alpha Company. Over the years, he had come to realize the cruelty of war more and more. The helicopter flew between the mountains. The relay station was built on a high mountain over 2,000 meters above sea level. 4 massive wind power generators were still running, appearing quite normal. Kat's voice came through the helmet. "Commander, we've lost contact with headquarters." "Carter, what about the backup channel?"
Cat's searching, still nothing.
"I don't know what's interfering." "Carter, everyone heard that.
This is a reception dead zone.
We won't have command support for this mission." "Emil quit. I'm used to working alone anyway."
Cat's distress signal detected in the building below.
"Carter, it might be the missing investigation team. Let's go check it out."
Jun, you're on aerial watch.
Jun, copy that. The helicopter dropped the group off at a high ground while Jun remained on board. Before them was a farmhouse courtyard.
Khalid Zaman looked up and saw a massive signal tower not far away.
Carter, Noble Team spread out. By the time Khalid Zaman got off the helicopter, Emil had already run toward the signal target. While the other members followed the path, Emil flipped over mountains and jumped off cliffs, charging in a straight line.
Inside a courtyard, they found a burning warthog.
They located the signal source nearby. They couldn't identify the sender, only confirming it was a military vehicle. Kat was somewhat puzzled. "Why don't I see any explosive residue?" Khalid Zaman looked around. Could it be plasma? George immediately dismissed his guess. Impossible. There can't be Covenant on reach. Blood was everywhere on the ground, but there were no bodies or dropped weapons and ammunition.
The team members couldn't determine what had happened and had to continue forward.
Jun, who was on aerial watch, said, "There's a building to the west emitting smoke. Carter, prepare for combat. You're clear to fire at your discretion, but try not to alert the enemy." Everyone surrounded the building from 3 directions. The door suddenly opened, and 2 old men and a young girl walked out.
George immediately warned, "Don't shoot."
They are not rebels, they are farmers. Looking at the fully armed Noble Team, the group was somewhat frightened. One old man recounted their ordeal. Their camp was attacked last night, and something in the fields had killed his son.
Something.
Khalid Zaman clearly felt something was wrong. These farmers were dark-skinned and looked simple. They usually wouldn't refer to a person as a thing. Jun's voice came over the channel. "Commander, I've detected a heat signature. due east of your current position.
Carter, copy that. We're heading there now. Noble team, double time.
After running for about 3 minutes, they reached a farm. The nearest building looked like a warehouse, and a heavy scent of blood wafted from inside.
Upon entering, the scene was gruesome.
4 bodies lay on the ground, male and female, appearing to be ordinary civilians. 2 others were hanging on the wall wearing Marine uniforms, likely the Marines who had come to investigate earlier.
They were probably the ones who sent the distress signal.
Their bodies were brutally hung on the wall, appearing to have been tortured. The room was filled with flies and the smell was unpleasant.
Khalid Zaman closed the vents on his helmet and switched to internal oxygen mode.
Suddenly, Khalid Zaman heard heavy footsteps.
They were so familiar that he could tell from the sound alone that the opponent was definitely the Covenant elite.
It seemed the situation was much more serious than imagined. Reach was humanity's most important military and technological base. If it were breached by the Covenant, the consequences would be catastrophic.
Over the years, the Covenant's offensive had been intensifying. All of humanity's outer colonies had fallen, and inner colonies were being massacred one after another. The situation was getting worse and worse. Shun suddenly warned, "Commander, movement right outside your building."
By this time, the group in the house had searched up to the 2nd floor when a window suddenly shattered.
Khalid Zaman was hit by 2 shots from a needle rifle.
The energy of his Enjolnir combat armor was nearly depleted, emitting a beeping alarm.
Damn it.
Khalid Zaman immediately ducked behind a pillar as the other members began to return fire. 5 seconds later, his armor's energy recovered and his shields were full again.
He then pulled out his magnum pistol to strike back, but the gunfire had already quieted down.
Peering out, he saw that the wild boar beasts and jackals outside the window had all been eliminated.
George's M2 and M47H heavy machine gun barrels were still spinning, and John reported that all enemies in the courtyard had been cleared.
The combat capability of this noble team was too strong, far exceeding Khalid Zaman's expectations. Emil mocked from the side, "Yo, Noble 6, I got 3, how about you?"
Damn, this kid actually dared to look down on him.
Khalid
Zaman noticed his motion tracker still showed 5 red dots right next to him, likely in the room downstairs. Enemies must have wished in just now.
He ran downstairs with his pistol.
Carter shouted, "6, don't be reckless."
Bam, 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 tilde.
5 shots ended the battle.
The ones downstairs were all jackals. He could now take them down with 1 shot each. Even a jackal running at high speed couldn't escape Khalid Zaman's aim.
The magnum pistol in his hand had a 12.7 mm caliber and used semi-armor-piercing high explosive rounds. Forget jackals, even an elite without shields would go down with 1 headshot.
When the others caught up downstairs, they saw a floor covered in jackal corpses.
"Emil, you've got some skills after all. Let's see who can kill more."
Carter, you two, stop it.
"We're a team, focus on coordination and don't act recklessly."
Emil, got it.
Jund enemy transport ship incoming. Rushing out of the house and looking out from the courtyard, they saw a small river flowing past the outskirts of the farm.
The team members moved quickly, running in the direction of the helicopter in the sky.
Khalid Zaman was the first to run out.
He wasn't trying to show off, he was just used to coordinating with ordinary Marines and had developed certain habits.
He was accustomed to relying on his movement to draw fire.
Carter said somewhat helplessly, "This."
Another Emil. Crossing the wooden bridge over the river, Khalid Zaman saw dense red dots on his motion tracker 20 meters ahead. A glance revealed they were all jackals and wild boar beasts.
Following his old habits, he would never have charged forward and would have hidden in the distance to pick them off one by one.
However, he now had god-tier teammates, 1 in the sky and 4 on the ground.
He believed they could clean up these elite-less Covenant soldiers in under 10 seconds.
He had to show these guys what a top-tier Spartan warrior looked like. Those 2 shots from the sniper through the glass earlier had left him feeling quite frustrated. Bang bang he fired as he ran, each shot hitting a jackal's head. He even found time to cast a lightning technique on a cluster of wild boar beasts in the distance, setting off some small fireworks. By the time his teammates caught up, he had already reloaded and was running forward again. Running past a boulder, he clearly saw 12 enemies ahead, all scattered.
Khalid Zaman fired while running, prioritizing the standing jackals, then the running jackals, and finally the wild boar beasts.
He noticed that any enemy who raised a gun to aim at him would be prioritized and taken out by Jun from the air.
12 enemies. He took 8, Jun took 4, and the battle was over in 5 seconds.
This kid could shoot so accurately from a helicopter,
Even Khalid Zaman couldn't do that.
Back then, his marksmanship was worse than this bald guy's, and Khalid Zaman reckoned he was still just a tiny bit behind.
Jun let out an amazed shout from the helicopter, "Woohoo!" Emil quipped, "You're playing dirty, kid."
Kat seemed quite happy.
Haha, I'm afraid this kid is another Jun.
Carter was in a good mood too.
He didn't mention teamwork again, instead praising, "Well done, 6. Bang tilde 1 shot."
A jackal had just poked its head out from behind when Khalid Zaman took it out with a backhand headshot.
Kat let out a crisp exclamation. While Tilda does, this kid have eyes in the back of his head.
Jun, all enemies have been eliminated.
Enemies.
George didn't seem to be in a very good mood.
These are the damn Covenant.
Carter said, "Be patient, big guy. This entire valley has turned into a kill zone."
The helicopter continued to fly forward.
In the distance was a waterfall that seemed to reach the sky. At the peak of the high mountain, the waterfall hung like silver silk. Sunlight pierced through the air, and the mist danced lightly. The melodious sound of flowing water echoed through the mountains, dancing with the breeze. It had to be said, the scenery of Reach was truly beautiful.
Chapter 24, Amazing Teammate.
Jun, boss, I've detected signs of enemy activity to the east. Carter, understood, we're heading there now.
6, you take the lead. Khalid Zaman stepped up without hesitation to run point. It seemed Carter had already noticed his reaction speed. This guy's mind worked incredibly fast, allowing him to make tactical adjustments on the fly. He truly lived up to his reputation as Khalid Zaman's former teacher.
Khalid Zaman felt better and better. He had 5 god-tier teammates. In terms of tactical awareness, marksmanship, on-the-spot judgment, and supportive coordination, these teammates were almost as good as he was, especially that Spartan Roman 2, George, carrying a heavy M247H triple-barrel machine gun. He ran no slower than the rest of them. He alone could serve as a point of fire suppression. He was practically a mobile fortress.
After running for another 5 minutes, they reached a timber processing plant ahead.
The wide grounds were littered with giant felled logs. There were no red dots on the motion tracker, but relying on his own perception, Khalid Zaman discovered many enemies hiding behind the massive logs. He tossed a grenade directly behind one of the logs. Then a bunch of elite warriors were blown out, 4 white-armored high-ranking elites and 2 golden-armored berserkers. He had stirred up a hornet's nest.
Having no time to curse, he leaped to the side, rolled across the ground, and then lunged directly behind a rock.
Dozens of energy bolts followed his silhouette, sweeping toward him. White-armored elites couldn't be killed instantly, and the golden-armored berserkers were even more abnormal. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been shot to pieces by that group of elites. Just now, Khalid Zaman's current favorite weapon was the Magnum pistol. This weapon could unleash powerful firepower in an instant. Its only drawback was the magazine capacity of only 12 rounds.
To take down a single white-armored elite, it took 5 shots from the Magnum pistol to break their shield and a 6th shot for a headshot.
High-ranking elites had very fast reaction speeds. Even with Khalid Zaman's marksmanship, he couldn't guarantee every shot would hit. In a head-on confrontation against a large number of elite warriors, there was simply no time to use spells. Having been a lone wolf for so many years, Khalid Zaman had already developed subconscious reactions for how to dodge in any situation.
5 seconds later, the teammates behind him arrived and immediately fanned out into a combat formation. George's suppressive fire forced the group of elites back behind the giant logs.
Watch out, Khalid Zaman had just shouted 2 words, when 3 fuel rod cannon rounds and 4 grenades all flew toward George.
He could sense the enemy's attention was entirely focused on the big guy.
It was too late to warn him, so he instinctively cast a layer of spiritual Kaya armor on George. No, it wasn't enough. According to his calculations, the energy shield of the Enjolnir armor plus 1 layer of spiritual Kaya armor couldn't possibly block an attack of this magnitude.
2 seconds.
He had only 2 seconds to save the big guy. He formed a hand-sealed 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. He directly stacked 6 layers of spiritual Kaya armor on George. This kind of spiritual Kaya armor was invisible to ordinary people, and was the spell Khalid Zaman used most frequently in combat. The first fuel rod round exploded, instantly shattering 3 layers of spiritual Kaya armor.
Khalid Zaman felt a surge of anxiety. It was far from enough, but it was too late.
George remained calm, showing no panic.
A golden light suddenly shimmered over him as he dropped into a half-kneeling crouch, his movement looking as if he were punching the ground.
After a series of explosions, the big guy was unscathed. He raised his heavy machine gun and began suppressive fire again.
Khalid Zaman was completely stunned.
This must be the newly developed energy-based armor lock. He had seen it in the Office of Naval Intelligence files. By overloading the armor's shield system, it could withstand explosions equivalent to over 100 plasma grenades within 5 seconds. However, one couldn't move while using it. After 5 seconds of invincibility, you'd still be in the same spot.
As a lone wolf, if he were exposed in front of a large number of enemies for 5 seconds, he'd already be a dead man. Invincibility didn't really matter.
Therefore, Khalid Zaman had never loaded this attachment onto his own armor. He hadn't expected this armor lock to be so effective in coordinated combat. While George was drawing all the fire, the other team members had already successfully killed 1 white-armored elite, making the enemy howl in pain. In the chaos, Emil slipped behind a stray white-armored elite. With 1 strike, his combat knife slid through a gap in their armor, killing the elite warrior instantly. That's not right. The knife attack should trigger the elite's armor shield.
It should be impossible to stab through in one go,
Khalid Zaman thought while shooting, unable to figure it out. To avoid being targeted by grenades, the remaining elite warriors scattered, giving Emil another opportunity.
This time, Khalid Zaman saw it clearly. The guy's knife speed was very slow until the tip touched the opponent's body, at which point he suddenly exerted force.
This was actually 1-inch punch force.
so it can be played like that, Khalid Zaman realized.
The armor shield system judged and reacted based on the intensity of the attack. It wouldn't form an ion shield for just any contact, and his eyes were truly open today.
It seemed no one in Noble Team was a pushover.
The battle lasted for 10 minutes, until only one golden armored berserker remained.
His fuel rod cannon ammunition was spent,
and he was now hunkered behind a giant rock, resisting stubbornly with an energy rifle. The firing angle was very narrow, so the team members couldn't establish fire suppression. Furthermore, the golden armor's protection was too strong. Ordinary grenades couldn't cause fatal damage, even if they broke the energy shield.
Khalid Zaman wanted to try Emil's new trick.
He stealthily moved to a nearby slope, leaped onto the giant rock,
and landed right next to the golden armored berserker.
Ho ho ho!
I admire your courage, human.
Berserkers were the strongest warriors in the Covenant.
Their marksmanship might not be as good as the jackals, but their close quarters combat was comparable to hunters. Back at the training camp, the instructors had said to avoid melee combat with elites at all costs.
Khalid Zaman smiled. What he was best at was taking on elites one-on-one.
At this moment, his teammates also stopped shooting and rushed toward the giant rock. HMPH.
With a cold snort, Khalid Zaman lowered his head and a berserker's punch whistled over the top of his head.
Then taking a step back, he avoided the berserker's whip kick. What Khalid Zaman loved most was making these super elite warriors doubt their very existence in a one-on-one situation.
Emil said while running, "Why do I feel like this berserker is just acting?"
The others didn't know what to say either.
No matter how Khalid Zaman moved, the elite warrior would only strike at empty air.
The scene was no different from a stage play. The two of them traded blows back and forth as if they had rehearsed a script beforehand. Og tilde og. The berserker was completely enraged, letting out a heavy roar. It was time.
Khalid Zaman pulled out his combat knife, mimicked Emil's technique by sliding it into a gap in the armor, and ended this powerful elite warrior with one strike.
Whoa, tilde, incredible, incredible. Emil clapped his hands as he watched. Where did you find this actor?
Hiring a berserker must cost a lot of money, right?
Good-natured laughter rang out in the team channel.
This wasn't mockery, but the highest form of recognition for a teammate.
No one could make a berserker act with them. Everyone knew this was the result of extremely abnormal observation and reaction abilities. After the battle ended, the helicopter in the air flew back. Earlier, John hadn't spotted the hidden elites from above and had flown straight ahead, leaving the scene as a 5 versus 6. If Khalid Zaman hadn't flushed those ambushing elites out with a grenade, there might have actually been casualties. His performance had truly stunned these old friends who were now his new teammates. Chapter 25, a team with no weak points. John, report. More enemy activity to the northeast. Carter, Emil, and Kat take to the air as well.
Noble 6 and we will provide interference on the ground.
Thus George, Carter, and Khalid Zaman continued to advance on the ground.
Before long, they discovered a small truck. Carter, let's get on the truck and move out.
Khalid Zaman jumped into the passenger seat, while George simply mounted his heavy machine gun onto the truck.
Now with 2 helicopters in the air and a truck on the ground, they rushed forward. Having killed an elite commander, they had already exposed their position and needed to clear the enemies in the area in the shortest time possible. The truck sped along the mountain road, killing several jackals along the way, and soon reached the location John mentioned.
It looked like a processing plant, with many round iron drums stacked outside.
After a burst of fire, the enemy forces fled into an operations room.
The situation inside the room was unclear.
They only knew there was at least 1 golden armored berserker plus over a dozen red dots. It seemed he already knew about Noble Team's previous achievements, so he didn't linger outside the factory and decisively led his men back into the factory's interior. However, was it really a good idea for so many people to crowd into one room?
Khalid Zaman took out a grenade, infused it with True Kai, and then tossed it inside.
This golden armored berserker was experienced in combat.
Seeing a human toss in a grenade, he immediately reached out to throw it back.
Their Covenant plasma grenades couldn't be handled this way because they were sticky. Once they touched you, they were impossible to shake off. Human grenades were different. With the speed of an elite berserker, he caught the grenade in less than half a second. He flicked his wrist, but the grenade didn't fly out.
A wild boar beast on the side shouted, "Throw it out. Hurry, throw it out."
The grenade exploded, directly blowing away nearly half of the berserker's energy shield.
Og tilde, you bastard.
Not only was this grenade infused with True Kai, greatly increasing its power, but Khalid Zaman was also using the object control technique to manually control it, making it impossible to throw away. The wild boar beast laughed from the side. Ha ha ha, you big dummy.
The berserker's head was almost smoking with
Rage. The second grenade was tossed in.
The berserker grabbed the loud-mouthed fellow and used the wild boar beast's body to catch the grenade. Sure enough, the grenade stuck directly to the wild boar beast's body.
Then he threw the wild boar beast out. The object control technique at the Golden Core stage was already extremely powerful. Although it couldn't control these elite warriors, it could easily manipulate the weight of a wild boar beast.
I told her with a soul-stirring scream. The wild boar beast was sent right back into the room.
Boom!
The enhanced grenade exploded along with the gas tank on the wild boar beast's back, and then the 2 plasma grenades hanging on the beast were also detonated.
This was followed by the gas tanks of other wild boar beasts and the plasma grenades on their bodies.
The explosion lasted for a full half-minute.
Khalid Zaman sneered.
He liked the wild boar beasts around the elites the most. Those things were like chain reaction triggers.
Even George marveled. That's too cruel.
John Bossai picked up a signal from the Marines. The voice of the Marines crackled over the squad channel.
Mayday. We've encountered the Covenant.
Repeat, the Covenant is on reach.
Coordinates XXX.
Carter, there are survivors.
We're heading to those coordinates.
George reminded him, shouldn't we find a way to notify command first?
Carter, we can't leave those people behind.
Kat, you and Emil head to the relay station first.
We'll go find the survivors.
2 minutes later, John's voice came through the communicator found on.
Boss, come to my position.
Friendly forces are under attack here.
The 3 immediately returned to the truck and sped toward the direction of the 2 helicopters in the sky. When they arrived at the scene, 4 Marines were being besieged by the Covenant.
John, watch out, an enemy transport ship is coming.
Before the ground troops were even cleared, a Covenant undead transport ship flew in from the sky.
This ship was different from a Phantom. Its overall shape was like a U-shaped tuning fork. Once the hatches on both sides opened, nearly 30 Covenant warriors jumped down from the arms of the tuning fork, simultaneously 6 standard Covenant combat squads.
Such squads were usually led by an elite captain with 5 grunts, jackals, or wild boar beasts. The greatest advantage of the undead transport ship was its ability to deploy a large number of troops instantly. Soldiers on a Phantom had to jump down one by one, but when the hatches of the undead opened, everyone finished landing in 3 seconds. Back then, at least half of Alpha Company had been directly overwhelmed to death by this tactic, with no time or space to escape.
Khalid Zaman's expression darkened.
He hadn't had time to deal with the first undead ship, and the enemy's firepower had already doubled.
Now a second one was coming.
He infused 6 grenades with True Kai and threw them out in 2 groups of 3. Using the object control technique, he sent them into midair, hovering in front of the 2 hatches of the second undead ship.
As soon as the hatches opened, the Covenant troops were blown to bits
before they could even jump.
As a result, this undead transport ship truly delivered a ship full of the undead. Khalid Zaman used this method to take out 2 shiploads of enemies, and after that, no more undead transport ships appeared. After 5 minutes of fierce fighting, the Covenant forces on the ground were completely wiped out.
Carter, landing zone is clear. Jump, copy that.
I'm coming down to pick you up now.
Carter, open the comms channel. Noble 2, what's the situation over there?
Kat, we're at the relay station.
We can't get in. The entrance door has been melted shut.
I'll try to open it, but it's going to take some time.
Carter, all right, we're on our way to you now.
The rescued Marines drove back to their base.
Khalid Zaman and the others boarded the helicopter and arrived at the relay station. From the air, they saw that the plaza in front of the relay station was in total chaos. Kat and Emil were being besieged by over 30 enemies. On the ground level of the relay station, there were only 3 large buildings like parking garages. Most of the facilities were underground. The first door of one building had been opened, and the 2 were firing back from the doorway. The 4 jumped off the aircraft, and like hot oil hitting snow, they instantly wiped out most of the grunts at the entrance.
Seeing their teammates arrive, Kat went back to the keeper to work. Emil waved them over. Get inside, quick. The Covenant transport ships are back.
Just as they rushed into the building, 2 undead transport ships flew in from the distance.
This time they didn't get close, instead dropping soldiers onto the roofs of other buildings. Before they could even open fire, 2 more transport ships arrived. Jackal snipers were already crawling all over the roofs of several base buildings, and dense crowds of wild boar beasts were charging toward the plaza.
Khalid Zaman holstered his magnum pistol and grabbed an M392 marksman rifle from the weapon rack on the wall. He had no choice. Although the magnum was powerful, a magazine only held 12 rounds, which was a disadvantage against so many enemies. This marksman rifle was 7.62 mm caliber, with a 30-round magazine and a 3x optical scope.
Before he could even fire a few shots, 2 more undead transport ships flew in.
It looked like the Covenant wanted to wear them down here.
The firepower outside was fierce, and Khalid Zaman could no longer show his head. Under Carter's command, they hid on either side of the main door, each controlling a 30-degree firing angle. This way, they didn't have to face all the enemies head-on and could create a local firepower advantage. Any enemy that got too close or tried to flank from the sides was immediately shot dead. Whenever an enemy tossed in a plasma grenade, they would catch it with their own grenades and throw it back to return the favor twofold. The enemies grew more numerous, and the sound of the undead transport ships never stopped as a steady stream of troops was delivered. Carter was getting anxious. Cat,
Is it ready yet?
Cat, almost. Give me another half-minute. The firing angle on one side was lost, and they all huddled on one side, holding their final firing point. Cat's joyful shout came over the channel. Success.
The inner door of the building opened,
And the outer blast door slowly began to close. Khalid Zaman's forehead was beaded with sweat.
If he had been alone, he probably would have had to retreat into the forest to fight a guerrilla war.
Chapter 26 Winter is coming.
As the heavy door shut, Khalid Zaman was plunged into darkness.
He activated his night vision as the squad moved deeper into the base.
The underground space of the relay station was massive, filled with various mechanical devices. The generators appeared to have stopped rain.
Passing through a corridor, they found a human corpse in a hall.
Propped against a nearby pillar was an injured Marine, still breathing. Khalid Zaman stepped forward to examine the body. Carter pulled out the medkit and began treating the soldier.
Where are the others? He asked.
We were all scattered. We were hit by a surprise attack. It was a Covenant. Cat walked over to the console to check its status.
Damn, it's plasma damage.
This is going to keep us busy.
George, checking the vicinity, suddenly called out,
Over here. We have a survivor.
He pulled a girl out from behind a corner.
She was frantic, kicking and punching at George. George spoke as gently as he could. Calm down. We're human. The girl screamed. They are still here.
Hearing this, the squad members immediately went on high alert.
2 elites suddenly dropped from above.
Both were golden-armored berserkers wielding light swords. One lunged at Khalid Zaman, while the other kicked George to the ground. George grabbed the elite's arm, blocking the light sword aimed at him, and threw a punch at its face.
This one was a high-ranking warrior in red armor.
Khalid Zaman had been distracted
just as he turned over a chip-like object from the corpse.
Suddenly, he heard the hum of a light sword and the rush of wind behind him.
He rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the slashing blade.
The 2 elites didn't linger to fight. They retreated through a door and fled deeper into the base.
The girl continued to scream frantically.
Emil requesting pursuit.
Carter, negative.
You stay at the entrance on lookout.
Cat, keep working on the console. Jun and I will hold this door.
Noble 5, Noble 6, pursue and clear out the internal hostiles.
Khalid Zaman and George gave chase through the door, with George reaching back to shut and lock it behind them.
Khalid Zaman saw them clearly. Both elites' helmets had custom rounded corner decorations.
This was a tradition of the Saint Heli race, an honor reserved only for warriors with significant combat achievements and many kills.
Their combat experience was extensive. Retreating immediately after a failed strike, they were clearly battlefield veterans.
Such veterans could even fully control their presence to enter a deep stealth state, making them extremely difficult to deal with.
There were simply too many high-level combat units.
Khalid Zaman had a bad premonition.
In his 10-plus years of missions, he had only encountered a veteran with a rounded corner headdress once, and the opponent had escaped.
He had only ever killed 2 madmen before, yet today he had broken all his records from the past decade.
They were supposed to be dealing with rebels, but instead, with so many high-level units deployed in just one area, he felt it was highly likely that Reach had already been targeted by the main Covenant fleet.
Of course, everything would have to wait for discussion after they managed to contact command.
Ahead was a wide corridor filled with stacks of crates.
Khalid Zaman didn't even need to look to know that at least 2 squads of enemies were lying in ambush behind those boxes. He warned, "Careful, there are many enemies hiding behind those crates."
George, really?
Then leave them to me.
The barrels of the heavy machine gun in his hand spun rapidly.
Rat-tat-tat, in less than 5 seconds, the crates and the Covenant ambush force were all shredded to pieces.
Khalid Zaman was somewhat speechless.
Encountering a heavy machine gun in such a narrow space without cover was a total nightmare.
The 2 of them passed through the corridor and reached the innermost generator room.
He could clearly sense that both opponents were hiding inside. The space was too cramped. No matter how fast Khalid Zaman's reflexes were, without room to dodge, he would be beaten to death.
They had to find a way to flush them out.
Furthermore, they couldn't just toss grenades around. If they blew up the generator, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission.
George said, "You go load them out.
I'll cover you from the side."
All right. To prevent a sneak attack, Khalid Zaman pulled a plasma pistol from his waist and
Fired a charged shot at the wall ahead. This tracking function was the best method against stealth opponents.
If the enemy stood still, the fully charged plasma would strip their armor shields. If they moved, he could sense their position. Once Carl examined sensed them, it was virtually impossible for the enemy to hide their tracks again.
Sure enough, after the second plasma bolt flew out,
It was swatted away by a light sword.
the golden armored berserker didn't hesitate, charging at Khalid Zaman with an energy sword.
Rat-tat-tat, within 2 seconds, the guy was pinned to the wall by George's fire, smoke rising from his body. Only one left. Khalid Zaman had no worries now. He dropped a plasma pistol and walked directly into the final small room. As soon as he stepped in, he'd immediately took a step back.
A powerful gust of wind swept past as the golden armored berserker's strike missed, and he chased Khalid Zaman out.
Heh, trying to duel me?
You're dead today. Rat-tat-tat, another burst of machine gun fire, and this madman was also pinned to the wall.
Khalid Zaman marveled. Amitabh had an ammo Gatling bodhisattva.
George slung the heavy machine gun onto his back.
What did you say?
Cough, nothing. No wonder Carter sent the two of them in to clear the area. In such a cramped space, his own perception and reflexes paired with this big guy were simply a nightmare for the enemy. He flipped the switch on the main generator in the small room, restoring power to the base, and then came out with George to report. The girl's emotions had settled, and she sat in the corner of the wall looking exhausted. George stepped forward and asked,
What's your name? Do you live nearby?
The girl didn't answer, only frowning. George knelt down, removed his helmet, and said gently, My name is George.
The girl looked up at the massive man.
Sarah, that's a great name. You're safe now. The girl looked at the corpse on the floor not far away.
George glanced over as well.
Was that your friend?
The girl's brow furrowed.
My dad. I'm sorry.
The girl asked through her tears, Why are you apologizing?
Emil stood nearby, watching and shaking his head. The big guy forgets who he is sometimes. George walked over, holding his helmet. She just lost her father. She needs counseling.
Emil shrugged.
It's not like he's the only one.
You two stop arguing.
Carter was somewhat anxious as he urged Kat how much longer until it's fixed. Kat, it's plasma damage.
To fully restore the relay station will take 2 weeks.
Carter shook his head.
That's too long.
Kat, don't worry. I'll get the main line fixed first so we can contact Colonel Holland.
Holland was an army colonel serving as the commander of the 3rd Special Operations Group.
He was currently at Reach Command waiting for news on Noble Team's operation.
Kat, we connected.
You're on. The signal is very unclear. Noble Team, what's your status?
Kato, Colonel, this is Noble 1.
No sign of rebels.
The Covenant are on Reach.
Noble 1, say again. You just said the Covenant are on Reach.
Affirmative.
Colonel Holland let out a deep sigh. God help us, that's the worst news I've heard.
I'll send troops to rendezvous with you. Carter, shut off the comm.
Winter is coming.
We need to get ready as quickly as possible.
Chapter 27, Humanity's Last Stand.
Tens of thousands of light years away, the Covenant supercarrier had officially finished construction. Long Night CSO-class supercarrier, 28,960 meters in total length, 1,147 meters in width.
It was equipped with 1 super heavy excavation beam array, 12 super heavy plasma lancers, 20 heavy plasma beam arrays, 80 heavy plasma beam emitters, 32 heavy plasma torpedo launchers, and 800 rapid-fire pulse laser cannons. Long Night also possessed 2 massive maintenance platforms capable of repairing 3,000-meter class ORS class heavy cruisers.
The resources carried by the carrier were sufficient to supply 500 Covenant capital ships for 1 year. Ship personnel, 4,000 combat attendants, white armor, and above 11,000 warriors, regular, elite, ghost phase beast, 2,800 hunters, 150,000 grunts, jackal, wild boar beast, and about 5,000 other crew members.
Shipborne vehicles, 1,000 Phantom transport, 2,000 Seraph heavy fighters, 5,000 Banshee single soldier fighters, 1,000 Scarab super combat platforms, 5,000 Wraith combat tanks.
In addition,
Long Night had a special St. Heli unit, a ship defense department composed of 100 golden armored berserkers, half of whom were veterans who could customize their helmet decorations. The Covenant possessed advanced technology, and thanks to shipborne energy shield technology, they preferred sturdy ships and heavy artillery.
The larger the starship, the more secure they felt.
By comparison, humanity's various warships were much smaller. Humans preferred maneuverable, flexible, small warships, which facilitated tactical deployment and surgical precision strikes.
Because the combat power of the human fleet was far inferior to the Covenant's warships, they could only rely on tactics and maneuvering. Humanity was retreating step by step to prevent the Covenant from finding Earth's location. They unsissued the Cold Protocol. This protocol was complex, but it had only one purpose: to prevent the Covenant from obtaining the coordinates of humanity's last home, Earth, and it had to be followed even at the cost of one's life.
If pursued by Covenant warships, one must not jump to Earth. The coordinates of Earth in all military or civilian facilities were top secret information, and if personnel evacuated, all information in the computers had to be deleted.
This protocol took precedence over personal safety, including for generals of all ranks.
Humanity had almost no way out, but they had not given up.
Especially not one woman who was crucial to this war.
Today, Doctor.
Halsey arrived at her underground office as usual. She was the overall director of the Spartan Roman 2 program. The Spartan Roman 2 program began in 2518, and the project initially set a series of goals. The first point was to train a group of elite soldiers aimed at suppressing rebellions, avoiding heavy military casualties. The second goal was to ensure minimal civilian casualties and avoid civil war. The third goal was to significantly reduce the cost of conventional means, which was the cost of reconciliation with the rebels. At that time, humanity had not yet encountered any alien races.
The original intention of this plan was simply that the intelligence agency wanted to save money, creating a batch of super special forces to pacify rebellions in various colonies through non-war means.
In the early stages of this plan, Halsey made a very radical suggestion to find children with excellent genes among human infants, observe their growth, and then recruit the qualified children as training targets.
In order to keep the plan secret, the children were all replaced by rapid clones, and these clones had huge physiological defects and numerous physiological complications and would die soon after.
This controversial method of creating soldiers meant that the plan had to be hidden under high-level secrecy.
In other words, including John, all 75 children were kidnapped by her. Halsey went through retina, fingerprint, voice print, and even brainwave checks, passing through more than a dozen security checkpoints before she could reach her office.
This place was less of a research base and more of a place of exile.
Because the Spartan Roman 2 program was deemed too wasteful by the intelligence agency after its initial completion and was pushed out of the high-level project list,
the neglected Halsey was assigned to this impenetrable research facility.
Tables turned. After the war with the Covenant began, Spartan warriors shone on the battlefield, and Halsey's status and authority rose rapidly. Now her research funding was sufficient, and she even had an independent office at the Office of Naval Intelligence Headquarters. But this strong-willed woman did not move there, because as long as she stayed in this place of exile, the big shots of the intelligence agency who wanted to see her had to pass through that grueling road full of security posts. This was truly an exquisite irony. Of course, what she cared about more was the Spartan program getting back on track. She was developing improvements for the Mjolnir armor, and for this she even developed a smart artificial intelligence. There happened to be one in this office.
A girl suddenly appeared on a glowing electronic device.
Under the holographic projection, she could be seen clearly. She had short hair, a pretty face, and a slender figure. She had blue geometric patterns and striped lines on her body, and the light of data streams flickered on these patterns.
This was the artificial intelligence developed by Dr.
Halsey using the brain of her own clone as a prototype Cortana. Therefore, Cortana was basically a young version of Dr.
Halsey in
appearance, figure,
and even personality.
This artificial intelligence was exceptionally smart, eager for knowledge, and proud of her own erudition. Using her intelligence and calculations based on existing data, Cortana hypothesized a bold plan. Moreover, this plan also received the approval of the Office of Naval Intelligence and the ONSC, and they named this plan
Operation Red Flag.
According to research by the intelligence agency, the Covenant was a multiracial coalition, and the highest leaders were a highly intelligent race called the Saint Sim. Now 3 Saint Sim held the positions of the highest leaders, the Prophets. The goal of this operation was to kidnap a prophet and force the Covenant to stop the war through negotiations. To this end, humanity had to dispatch Spartan warriors, hijack a flagship-level Covenant warship, decipher the location of the Covenant headquarters, and find and capture at least one prophet to bring back. This might require deploying almost all of the Spartan Roman 2 warriors. This mission had 2 more conditions that needed improvement. The first was the final upgrade of the Mjolnir armor. The new armor needed to carry a superconducting interlayer that could load an artificial intelligence into the armor. In other words, every Spartan warrior could have the assistance of an AI. Halsey asked Cortana, "Which Spartan warrior do you want to accompany into battle?" Cortana's eyes flashed with the data of the Spartan Roman 2 warriors. She traced the outline of John's face with her fingertip. It seemed.
Deep eyes, this man is as attractive as a beast.
Doctor.
Halsey blushed a little. Cortana was to a certain extent herself, including her aesthetics and preferences.
It was just that the artificial intelligence was not influenced by social customs. Therefore, Cortana had a strong interest in John. However, this point made Halsey feel a trace of unease. "Can you guarantee that you can watch him sacrifice his life when necessary?" Cortana froze directly upon hearing this question. The data light on her body stuck and stopped moving. 5 seconds later, she gave her answer. "My highest priority directive is to complete the mission. The lives of the Spartan warrior and myself can only be ranked second." Halsey was very satisfied and finally agreed to Cortana's choice. Then there was the second condition for this mission, a suitable warship. Cortana selected the Halcyon-class cruiser Autumn of Reach.
Although it had been refitted into a cruiser, the Autumn of Reach, which had been in service for 45 years, had always been treated as a makeshift warship used just to get by.
Its firepower was high and its maneuverability was not good. However, it had a huge advantage. It was sturdy. The Halcyon-class warship had a nickname, Undying Cockroach. Its complex frame and honeycomb structure ensured the survivability of this type of warship. This type of warship could maintain normal navigation even when almost all bulkhead partitions were breached and 90% of its armor was destroyed. This coincided with Dr. Halsey's judgment. Survivability was the most important thing, and other problems could be solved with refitting. Finally, there was the choice of the captain for the Autumn of Reach. This time there was no need for Cortana to recommend anyone. Dr. Halsey had the most suitable candidate, Jacob Case, who had used a destroyer, the Iroquois, to take out 1 Covenant destroyer and 2 cruisers.
In addition to his extraordinary command ability, the most important point of this mission was to keep secrets, and Halsey knew this better than anyone.
Because this man was her husband. Finally, the Doctor and Cortana discussed the refitting details of the Autumn of Reach.
The main engines were replaced, swapping the 3 deuterium fusion engines for the latest experimental reactor group developed by the Office of Naval Intelligence, which was said to be improved technology obtained from capture, phantom transport. Currently, this type of reactor had not been officially installed on any warship. Cortana had tested it in terms of data, and the safety and efficiency of the experimental reactor group were very high.
Doctor,
Halsey never doubted her when it came to data testing.
In addition, 8 R7 thrust couplings were added, increasing the speed of this warship significantly once again.
Cortana even joked that the ship could take a Covenant fleet for a walk. The original main gun of the Autumn of Reach was too old, so it was replaced with the latest MAC magnetic accelerator cannon, with the barrel lengthened and thickened, totaling 366 meters in length. This length was equivalent to 1/3 of the ship's hull.
In addition, it was added 32 M58 Archer missile pods, 18 M90 and 10 Rampart point defense guns, 6 M66 central automated turrets.
Of course, the most important weapon was the 4 Shiva-class nuclear missiles carrying 30 megaton yield Havoc nuclear warheads. The vehicles and personnel carried on the Autumn of Reach were also increased.
5 GATL-1 Longsword fighters, 12 D-77 TC Pelican dropships, 2 D-96 TC Albatross dropships, 20 M808B Scorpion main battle tanks, 60 M12 Warthog jeeps, 216 M8823 single occupant exoatmospheric insertion vehicles SOIF,
1,000 naval personnel, 800 Marines, 400 Helljumpers special operations troops. By the way, Doctor,
Halsey added, remember to increase the grade of titanium armor outside the ship's hull to 4 meters thick.
Cortana calculated and said this will increase the slipspace preparation time to 23 hours.
That's enough for us all to drift from Reach to outer space.
Doctor, Halsey was a bit helpless. She didn't know why.
But smart, artificial intelligences all believed in legends of ghosts and gods to some extent.
Perhaps it was because they were all built using human brains as models.
It doesn't matter, slipspace coordinates can be detected, and Covenant ships can jump at any time without needing preparation time.
Whether we jump first and then run, or run first and then jump, there isn't much essential difference. All right then, Cortana snapped her fingers. Chapter 28, Bayonet Base.
July 26, 1752 military calendar Reach.
Bayonet Base, under the Office of Naval Intelligence, was attacked by a Covenant corvette.
Due to the base's extreme importance, orbital magnetic accelerator cannons MAC were prohibited from firing on the enemy. Noble team was sent to assist in the defense of Bayonet Base.
2 Falcon helicopters flew through the mountains. Even before reaching the base, the colossal Covenant warship could be seen hovering in the distant sky.
The starship featured a streamlined design, completely different from human warships.
Countless fighters and dropships flew out from within the ship, indicating that the battle was already intense. Khalid Zaman led 5 formidable men and landed directly on the base's perimeter.
After a fierce battle, the team repelled nearly 100 Covenant forces at the base entrance, temporarily halting the Covenant's advance. However, according to reports from several Marines, a large number of Covenant forces had already rushed into the base.
It seemed these guys were in a real hurry, rushing inside impatiently before the fight at the entrance was even over.
Carter, Cat, 6 clear out the enemies on the perimeter.
Intelligence says there's an anti-aircraft turret outside the base that's currently offline. Find a way to get it operational. We'll head inside first to see what these guys are after.
He led Noble 3 John, Noble 4 Emil, and Noble 5 George as they charged into the base interior. Khalid Zaman also wanted to go inside, but Carter's tactical command was surely correct. He had to take Cat to the perimeter to find the AA turret, otherwise enemy reinforcements would be endless. While this large AA turret couldn't deal with the corvettes, it would be more than enough to take down dropships. Once the AA turret was active, the pressure on the base would be greatly reduced. Cat's Phantom incoming. 3 Phantoms flew in from the sky. As the Covenant forces on the ground pressed forward again, Phantoms were a bit troublesome. These dropships had door gunners on both sides and 3 plasma cannons underneath, providing impressive fire suppression capabilities. Under the bombardment, Khalid Zaman could barely poke his head out. Simultaneously, over a dozen wild boar beasts carrying plasma grenades rushed out from behind ground cover. This was the Covenant Suicide Squad. They would activate their grenades within 10 meters of the enemy and embrace them to die together. Many members of Alpha Squad had been taken out by these fodder troops back then. Damn it, there's no way to fire. Khalid Zaman took out 2 grenades and threw them using the object control technique. However, the suicide wild boar beasts were too scattered, and he only blew up half of the enemies. We'll draw their fire. Super Soldier, go blow those sons of bitches away. 3 Marines ran to a high point on the catwalk and fired at the Phantoms. The aerial fire support shifted entirely, raining down on the 3 of them. Khalid Zaman seized the opportunity. Using his MA-5B assault rifle, he began firing in bursts, clearing the charging wild boar beasts in 3 seconds. A series of chain explosions followed, and smoke filled the air. The 3 Marines on the catwalk had been blown to pieces with nothing left of them. Khalid Zaman didn't grieve. He had seen such scenes too many times. Humans might be weak, but they never lacked courage. What he needed to do was keep killing the enemy. The opposing fire was too heavy, and most of the jackals were carrying red energy shields. Previously, a grenade could blow away blue shields, but now human grenades were like small firecrackers against the red shields. The enemies didn't even flinch. Khalid Zaman searched the corpses on the ground for grenades while looking for an opening. Cat,
I'll draw their fire.
You have better marksmanship. Take out these jackals first. Cat ran forward as a fuel rod cannon shot grazed past her. The jackals began charging their plasma pistols. Their shields had a small notch for firing, only about the size of a fist, which was now glowing with the light of the charging pistols. Khalid Zaman dropped the MA-5 assault rifle in his hand and picked up a marksman rifle from a nearby corpse.
One shot hit the notch. The jackal stood up straight in pain, exposing its head from behind the shield.
The second shot was a headshot. These jackals were very afraid of death and seemed quite sensitive to pain. Every time they were hit in the hand, they would expose a weakness. By now, Cat had reached the first piece of cover. 2 white-armored elites and 2 red-armored elites were all firing in her direction. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, Khalid Zaman rushed onto a catwalk near the base side. This catwalk extended forward, leading right behind the enemy. If he could fire from there, he could force these guys into a pincer attack. Heaven and Earth Infinite, borrowing the law of Kain Kun. Invisibility technique. After activating invisibility, he sprinted all the way to the far end of the catwalk, picking up 2 marksman rifle magazines along the way. The Marines behind him fell one by one as they helped Cat draw fire.
In 5 seconds, Khalid Zaman had covered over 100 meters.
He turned and raised the marksman rifle to fire 1-2 every shot took down a jackal. Soon the Covenant forces lost all their shields. Next were the elites. He didn't plan to target the wild boar beasts first. Without those noisy little creatures, the scene would become too quiet and the elites would realize he was behind them. However, the marksman rifle used 7.62 mm rounds, which weren't very effective against shielded elites. He fired over a dozen rounds, but none of the target's shields broke. A white-armored elite scratched its head, looking somewhat confused.
Damn it.
Khalid Zaman looked around and saw a fallen Marine nearby, with an SRS-99 sniper rifle at his feet. It was exactly what he needed. With a wave of his hand, Khalid Zaman used the object control technique to pull the sniper rifle toward him.
1 shot to break the shield, 2 shots for a headshot.
In just 2 bullets, a white-armored elite was dead. The 3 nearby elites immediately noticed Khalid Zaman on the catwalk behind them. They roared and turned to fire. Khalid Zaman wasn't about to engage them head-on. He lay flat, not even showing his head. After the group fired for a while and took several bullets to their backsides, they turned back to engage Cap. Then Khalid Zaman picked up the sniper rifle and took out 2 more elites in 4 shots. The pressure on Cat's side vanished instantly, and over a dozen Marines began firing wildly at the enemy. With Khalid Zaman's coordination, they quickly cleared out all the enemies in the area. While scavenging the battlefield, Khalid Zaman picked up 6 sniper rifle magazines and 2 plasma pistols. Since he was often on lone wolf missions, he had a habit of carrying extra ammunition. Insufficient firepower was a soldier's greatest fear. Beyond that, he drained all the energy from the Covenant weapons on the battlefield. Every bit counted,
and he needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible if he could break through to the nascent Soul Realm. His combat power would double again, as the nascent Soul Realm allowed for the creation of spatial storage bags. Various Covenant firearms were excellent materials for refinement. These weapons were originally powered by ionic energy and had great capacity for spiritual energy.
With a storage bag, he would never have to fear insufficient firepower again.
He could bring a dozen guns and dozens of crates of ammo to every mission, and then ask High Command for a few crates of rockets to become truly unstoppable.
The Marines were treating the wounded while a few idle ones pulled out cigarettes to smoke. The super soldier is really fierce, daring to charge behind the enemy like that.
Yeah, I wish I were a super soldier.
Damn, if I were, I'd call 10 girls at once when I visit the brothels.
You brat, that wouldn't be a super soldier, that would be a super kidney.
They even waved at Khalid Zaman. Keep it up, super soldier.
Khalid Zaman only said 3 words, thank you all.
Oh,
Why did he thank us?
who knows?
He's actually a pretty nice guy.
After waiting for 5 minutes, no more enemy reinforcements appeared.
Cat opened the comms channel, Noble 2 calling bayonet control. The enemies at the base entrance have been cleared. A man answered over the comms, head quickly to the eastern exit. There's a Wraith tank attacking the defensive line outside the gate. I'll open the base gate for you. The two of them ran for about half a minute before reaching the base entrance. The massive iron gate was slowly opening. There was a large crate by the door containing a target locator. This was a compact handheld laser positioning device used to call for missile strikes from an orbiting warship. Although functionally similar to a laser designator, the target locator was much smaller and could be held in one hand.
Cat asked bayonet control, I see a target locator.
Is there artillery support in this area?
Support is limited,
But we will prioritize your requests. Chapter 29, you're a scoundrel. The two of them walked out to find 2 wraiths outside the base relentlessly bombarding the main gate.
The entrance was charred black by ion cannon fire, and the ground was littered with the mangled remains of Marines, their bodies so fragmented it was impossible to tell how many had died. Cat, let's see what this little thing can do. The two rushed out of the base and hid behind a nearby boulder. Cat used the designator to lock onto one of the wraiths, and they both looked up at the sky. 5 seconds later, 3 missiles plummeted from the heavens, reducing one of the tanks to a pile of scrap. Cat, whoa, 1 more to go. Khalid Zaman suddenly stopped her, saying, wait, if we blow up another one, there won't be anything left to play with.
What do you mean?
Cat didn't quite understand him. With her brilliant mind, she certainly hadn't expected such a direct idea from Khalid Zaman.
Just wait, we're going to get ourselves a tank to drive.
Oh,
The woman froze in place. The sky is full of enemy fighters. We can't call in a medium transport.
You want a Scorpion?
She stopped mid-sentence, stunned.
Khalid Zaman had already circled around to the side of the other wraith.
With a raised hand, he took out the wild boar beast in the machine gun turret with a single shot. Then he leaped directly onto the wraith and began pounding violently on the cockpit. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, the cockpit cover was smashed until it buckled upward. Then with a forceful heave, Khalid Zaman ripped the entire cover off.
Inside was an elite wearing grey armor, staring at Khalid Zaman in a daze. The Wraith not only had a powerful energy shield, but also a 3 centimeter thick alloy defensive shell.
Khalid Zaman had depleted the tank's energy shield and sent the alloy armor flying with just a few punches. Was he even human? He was a freaking monster. The grey armored elite was the lowest rank of elite, equivalent to a battlefield recruit.
It was his first time seeing such a ferocious human, and his brain couldn't process it.
Khalid Zaman didn't hesitate. He delivered 2 blows to the fellow's head and sent him on his way.
The elite's corpse was tossed aside.
Nearby, 2 Covenant squads saw the base doors open and tried to charge in. Khalid Zaman climbed into the cockpit and unleashed a barrage of ion plasma rounds at the unlucky bastards.
Khalid Zaman shouted, "Today's on me."
Have as much as you want. After wiping out the enemies in a few strokes, he drove the wraith over to Cat. The girl's mind was still reeling.
My god, are you always this barbaric?
Khalid Zaman smiled and jumped down from the tank. Cat put her hands on her hips and laughed.
I like it though. So cool, Tilda. For a Spartan Roman too, this was standard procedure.
Unfortunately, the Spartan Roman, 3 children hadn't yet grown enough to possess such strength.
Khalid Zaman jumped off the tank and clapped his hands.
You drive, I'll handle the machine gun.
You got it.
Cat jumped into the tank and let out a cheer.
Wahoo Tilda, let's go for a joyride.
The 2 of them rampaged along in the tank, sending the wild boar beasts and jackals on the road scurrying for cover under the bombardment.
1 wild boar beast hugged a large tree, trembling.
Ah, Tilda, that idiot has gone mad. He's firing on his own people. Oh God of the wild boar beasts, forgive him, oh no, forgive me. I'll never steal my sister's cookies again, Tilda.
Khalid Zaman turned the machine gun, and a 2-round burst relieved the little guy of his fear.
After driving for about 10 minutes, a phantom transport appeared in the sky.
Khalid Zaman took the designator and had some fun himself. He had to admit
The feeling of blowing a medium heavy firepower transport to bits was truly satisfying.
they soon found the anti-air turret.
Between two large bunkers sat a massive autocannon, its shells thicker than Khalid Zaman's arm. What they needed to do now was bring the turret online. Once connected to the network, the base's AI system would manage the batteries firing. The task was simple, but solving the problem wouldn't be easy.
At least 10 Covenant squads were stationed around the 2 fortresses and 2 Phantom transports hovered in the air.
If it were just the 2 of them, they would likely have to grind it out for a long time, and they might not even have enough ammunition. But now they had brought a Wraith along.
Khalid Zaman used the designator to blow up the Phantom in the sky, while Cat fired at the Covenant forces on the large bunkers from a distance. It took 3 minutes of bombardment before the Covenant even began to return fire.
They were completely dazed. First a Phantom was mysteriously blown up, and then their own side started firing on them.
The temporary combat commander for this area was a golden armored berserker. He had already heard of Noble Team's exploits, so he understood perfectly well why Wraith tank would be firing on its own people. He was currently hiding in the bunker calling for reinforcements.
He was a veteran, a gold armor veteran, one of the few elites who could customize his armor's headpiece.
Various fighters in the sky began to converge on the anti-air tower. 10 Phantoms arrived first. However, these medium vehicles couldn't withstand Starship-grade missiles, and the Ghost individual attack vehicles they deployed were also wiped out, several at a time, by cannon fire.
What made Khalid Zaman happiest was seeing a Wraith tank slung beneath one of the Phantoms.
He couldn't bear to blow it up. Cat used the ion cannon to drive the Phantom away, and then Khalid Zaman easily hijacked another Wraith. By now, the Covenant forces outside the bunker had been completely eliminated. The gold armor veteran in charge of command poked his head out of the bunker, only to see another Wraith had appeared beside him.
He pointed at Cat's Wraith in the distance and shouted, "What are you standing there for?"
Open fire.
Boom! The ion cannon exploded.
The veteran was blasted with a face full of black soot. His armor was damaged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Where the hell are you firing? I'll kill you.
Khalid Zaman was quite surprised. This guy's armor was impressive, much tougher than the Mjolnir he was wearing.
If he took a direct hit from a shell like that, there was no way he'd still be standing and talking.
He jumped out of the tank, stood before the elite, and cracked his knuckles.
This fellow's armor was cracked open and his helmet was gone, yet he was still acting so arrogant.
Cat, go do your job.
I'll handle this elite.
The gold armor veteran saw the 2 Spartans. He immediately ignited his energy sword and said, "I challenge you to a duel for the honor of a warrior."
A duel? Yes. 1-on-1.
Yes.
Khalid Zaman nodded.
Are you ready?
Come.
Bang.
A single shot pierced the elite's head, shattering half of his face.
The Saint Heli lay on the ground, saying with his final breath, "You cheater." Cat walked over and looked at the elite whose eyes were still open on the ground. Wow, he died with his eyes open. Is this how you've always carried out missions?
Khalid Zaman shook his head. When a lady is present, I generally don't use such underhanded tricks. Cat quickly repaired the anti-air turret's wiring and brought the battery online. The Covenant fighters converging on the area were shot down one by one. The AI's efficiency was truly astonishing. If one shot would do, it never fired a second, with the turret constantly rotating and firing. Khalid Zaman marveled. Not even dumplings during New Year drop this fast. Cat was curious. What are dumplings?
A type of food eaten during festivals. They're very delicious. I've never had them. When the mission is over, I'll make a batch of dumplings for you.
Chapter 30, Mid-Door Sniping Showdown 1v30.
Well done, Spartan warrior.
Now proceed to the Farragut communications station and restore the connection to the communications array.
You may need mobile firepower, so I have sent you a Warthog.
As the transmission ended, a Pelican transport ship flew in, dropping off a Warthog and a Marine.
Sir, I have been ordered to assist you in combat.
The command staff at Bayonet Base were truly highly efficient. The transmission ended, and the Warthog landed. The Warthog is the collective term for the Marines' M12 series of light combat vehicles. The M12 is mainly used for ground reconnaissance and searching, and is also an important vehicle for mechanized infantry.
It has a top speed of 125 km/h and can travel up to 790 km continuously.
In addition to the 2 front seats, it is equipped with an M41 12.7 mm light anti-aircraft machine gun in the back. This Marine looked very young. After a salute, he quickly climbed into the machine gunner's seat.
No need, you can head back. We have something better.
Khalid Zaman and Kelly drove out 2 Wraith tanks from behind the bunker.
Oh my god.
Where did you 2 get these things?
The 2 of them disappeared along the mountain road, leaving the Marine standing in the wind, bewildered. Moving north for about 5 kilometers, the 2 arrived at the communications station. Khalid Zaman used the 10x scope on his sniper rifle to observe the surroundings.
The communication station was located in a valley. 3 large mountains surrounded the station,
and on the other side was a lake. There were only 2 entrances and exits here. One was the direction they came from, and the mountain road at the other exit led to Bayonet Base.
There were 2 buildings in the communications station, both looking wooden and somewhat crude.
On top of one of them were 2 oversized communication receiving antennas.
Carl examined observed for a while.
Besides a Wraith, the area was filled with Jackal snipers.
The Jackal was actually the nickname the Marines gave to this kind of enemy.
For example, the wild boar beast was called a grunt, and the ghost-faced beast was called a gorilla.
According to information from the Office of Naval Intelligence, this alien race known as the Kigyar is a highly evolved lizard-like species with distinct avian characteristics.
Kigyar can reach speeds of 72 km/h in open areas.
Khalid Zaman could not outrun such things.
The plasma cannon shells of the Wraith were very powerful, but the speed was too slow.
The principle was to launch clusters of high-density plasma energy similar to an ancient catapult.
This was far inferior to human tanks. Therefore, the 2 decided to park the Wraith aside and use sniper rifles to deal with the enemy. Now these Jackal snipers occupied the surrounding mountain tops and the roof of the communications station.
This made Khalid Zaman feel a bit nauseous. The scenario he feared most had arrived. Heavy firepower could not be used. He had to take out a dozen sniper points that could all see each other.
The enemy's alertness was high. Their movement speed was extremely fast, and they held sniper rifles in their hands.
Furthermore, the surrounding peaks were too high. Without flying vehicles, ordinary humans could not get up there.
If he wanted to use the invisibility technique, he could sneak in. But once he attacked, the spell would fail, and then the enemies on the mountain tops could turn him into a sieve.
Just like Jaina's sudden discomfort arose in Khalid Zaman's heart, the emotions suppressed for many years seemed to show signs of resurfacing.
These jackals deserve to die.
He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart.
The only way now was to engage in a sniper duel. If John were here, it would be better.
The 2 discussed it and decided to use a locator to blow up the opponent's Wraith tank first. Then they would slowly fight their way in. Several missiles flew in, and the Wraith tank exploded directly, but this alerted the Jackals. Khalid Zaman dared not poke his head out directly, so he just threw a rock at the entrance of the valley, and then this rock was smashed to pieces by a dozen bullets from needle rifles. Then an even worse situation arose. An undead transport ship of the Covenant flew in and dropped off a dozen more Jackals.
Damn it, Khalid Zaman just poked his head out for a look and was hit by 2 shots.
The armor of his Enjolnir was instantly depleted, and the armor alarm beat continuously. He thought for a while and asked Kelly, "Do you have a mirror?"
"A mirror? What do you need a mirror for?"
"You'll know in a minute."
"How did you know I had a mirror with me?"
"Because you are beautiful."
"What beautiful girl doesn't carry a mirror?"
Kelly blushed slightly. She did indeed carry a palm-sized mirror.
Khalid Zaman threw the mirror into the sky and then used the object control technique to make the mirror fly to an altitude of several thousand meters. Kelly looked up, but the mirror didn't fall down for a long time. She asked curiously, "Where did you throw the mirror?"
Khalid Zaman didn't explain.
Some things were troublesome to explain. He used the sniper scope to look at the mirror in the sky and clearly observed the positions of the various sniper points.
These jackals were still on alert towards the valley entrance and didn't notice the little thing in the sky at all.
This was the first step. The second step was the sniper duel. Knowing the distribution of the opponent, Khalid Zaman quickly found a blind spot where only one sniper could see him. He crawled forward and hid behind a giant boulder. Then he stepped out and took out his sniper rifle. Bang tilde he and the Jackal snipers were hit by bullets at the same time. However, the opponent didn't have any armor or energy shields, so it was a one-shot kill. 5 seconds later, the Enjolnir's rechargeable shield recovered.
Khalid Zaman crouched low and continued to observe with
The mirror in the sky. At least half of those Jackals had changed positions. They were truly cunning snipers.
He carried 6 sniper rifle magazines,
and there were 3 bullets in the rifle,
totaling 27 bullets.
If all hit, he could take out 27 Jackals. According to his observations, there were at least 30 snipers on the other side. If only 3 snipers were left, he could try a sniper duel with his magnum pistol. Of course, this small pistol didn't have a scope, so he had to take out the Jackals further away on the mountain top first. Kelly hid outside the valley without poking her head out.
She didn't understand what this new number 6 was doing. Every 10 seconds or so, she would hear a gunshot.
The Jackal's needle rifles weren't gunpowder bullets and didn't make such a loud sound, so that must be Khalid Zaman firing.
Was this kid that fierce?
Kelly felt that even if Jun came, he might not be able to handle this.
Before long, Khalid Zaman's voice came through the communication channel. "Kelly, come in. The remaining few Jackals have hidden inside the communications station." This group of Jackal snipers had been stunned. Every time a shot rang out, any surviving Jackals couldn't see the enemy. To them, it felt like they were facing a ghost. Gradually, they couldn't even hit Khalid Zaman anymore. Panicked snipers could not aim at enemies.
Khalid Zaman used up his sniper rifle bullets and prepared to settle the score with his magnum pistol.
He saw these few jackals starting to tremble.
Because every 10 seconds or so, one jackal would die. Now there were only 3 left, and since more than 10 seconds had passed, they felt like they would die every second.
This psychological pressure was too great, and the 3 jackals fled into the building together.
The communication station building also had windows, but the angle of view was much smaller than outside.
Khalid Zaman took Kelly and quickly snuck under the building. The rest was easy to handle.
Khalid Zaman raised his pistol, kicked the door open, and shouted, "Federal agents, search."
At such close range, these snipers couldn't escape Khalid Zaman's perception. After searching 2 floors, Khalid Zaman had already shot and killed 2 jackals.
In the last room, Khalid Zaman could clearly feel the jackal inside trembling.
He holstered his pistol and rushed in.
Kelly waited downstairs for a long time without hearing the 3rd gunshot, so she took her gun and carefully walked into the corridor. When she reached the 3rd floor, she heard screams.
"No, don't."
The voice was sharp. It sounded like a jackal speaking.
Opening the door, Kelly almost vomited.
Khalid Zaman had tied up this jackal and was eating its hand, just like a zombie.
His helmet was thrown aside, and he pulled on the jackal's arm, tearing off a piece of meat in one bite.
Chewing the meat in his mouth, Khalid Zaman had a look of pleasure on his face.
Are you crazy?
Oh, Khalid Zaman looked up, tore off another arm of the jackal, and asked, "Do you want some?"
It's crunchy and tastes like chicken tilde.
This jackal was terrified, and combined with the immense pain, it immediately passed out.
Kelly looked at Khalid Zaman's expression as if looking at a madman. Only Khalid Zaman didn't know it because of the helmet.
Khalid Zaman didn't need to know. He knew what Kelly's expression was without thinking.
"Don't look at me like that. My lover was killed by jackal snipers." Kelly understood a little why most of the information about this new number 6 was top secret.
This guy was reticent and acted strangely. It seemed he also had an unknown past.
It was just unclear how such a person passed the assessment to join Noble Team. Only one thing she was very clear about: Khalid Zaman was extremely powerful. With such powerful combat capability by her side, Kelly felt very safe. This was a woman's intuition.
"I'll go fix the communication device first."
"You better eat cooked food. This isn't hygienic." "Forget it. I won't eat it anymore. It's no fun if it faints." Saying this, Khalid Zaman spat out the meat in his mouth and stomped the poor guy's head to pieces.
He wasn't a bad person, just sometimes he would suddenly think of many old events. If he didn't do something, he would become a heart demon.
People sometimes fall into a dead end. Some people change their nature drastically. Some people bury it deep in their hearts. But cultivators have too good a memory. No matter how they hide it, it will pop up from time to time.
Khalid Zaman knew how to suppress himself and how to endure, but sometimes his heart would also ache.
Although he was a cultivator, he was also a person. He could not escape the suffering of not getting what one wants, the resentment of meeting those one hates, and the sorrow of parting from loved ones.
Chapter 31: Light Warships Attack. After repairing the communication device, the 2 of them reported back to Bayonet Base.
At the same time, a massive warship slowly descended in the sky, flying closer and closer toward the base.
Carter's voice rang out over the comms channel. Cat 6 returned to Bayonet Base immediately. A Covenant light warship is approaching. We will meet up inside the base.
Cat copied that, Commander.
It seemed the enemy's ground forces had failed in their assault and now intended to use the starship to bombard the base.
Khalid Zaman knew that Covenant starships were equipped with energy projectors. A single beam would melt the entire base.
Previously, they hadn't used such weapons because a large number of their troops had been deployed into the base, but with the ground battle lost, they might actually resort to such lethal measures. He felt anxious. Several of his friends were still inside the base. No, absolutely not. The 2 of them drove the Wraith tank, fighting their way back to Bayonet Base.
There were still scattered Covenant forces along the way.
Khalid Zaman simply ran over almost all the non-vehicle ground units.
He had to hurry. He had to go back and save the members of Noble Team.
They were his last remaining friends.
You can't die.
He crushed those he could directly and ignored those he couldn't.
When encountering other vehicles, Khalid Zaman didn't slow down to fire. He practically blasted them in passing.
While this was fast, it left behind many remnants, and Cat had to constantly clean up after him from behind.
By the time Cat drove her tank back to the entrance of Bayonet Base, the battle there was already over.
The area outside the base gates was a mess. 3 Wraith tanks were billowing black smoke, and the corpses of a dozen elite warriors lay on the ground. Some had been decapitated, while the wild boar beasts had all been killed by single headshots. Several smoking Covenant turrets sat on the surrounding hillsides.
These hadn't been there when they left. Cat couldn't imagine how Khalid Zaman had killed all these enemies in just a few minutes.
She ran to the base entrance where Khalid Zaman was already entering the gate code.
The Wraith tank beside him was also smoking, its armor almost entirely blown off, exposing the electronic components inside.
The comms channel crackled. Carter, we're pinned down in the building's atrium. Cat, where are you? Cat's opening the door now.
Khalid Zaman picked up a marksman rifle from the roadside, topped up the ammo, and hung 5 Covenant plasma pistols at his waist.
As the base gate slowly rose, Khalid Zaman didn't wait for it to open fully. He crouched and slipped inside. He sprinted back with all his might.
2 Covenant combat squads blocked his path. Khalid Zaman picked off the wild boar beasts with his marksman rifle, then grabbed a small pistol, charging a red-armored elite while closing the distance.
At point-blank range, he fired a fully charged plasma shot, overloading the elite's shields before finishing him with a headshot. In just 30 seconds, without stopping his pace, Khalid Zaman nearly slaughtered both squads, leaving only 1 white-armored elite.
Khalid Zaman's charge was so ferocious that the white-armored elite grew frightened and turned to flee.
These Saint Heli people possess great strength and speed. If they were determined to escape, an ordinary Spartan could not catch them.
But Khalid Zaman was no ordinary person.
Heaven and earth infinite,
borrowing the law of Kain Kun.
Gravity technique.
The fleeing elite felt his legs grow heavy as if they were filled with lead. What had been a rapid sprint became a leisurely stroll.
The elite turned back in terror, but Khalid Zaman had already lunged behind him.
Grabbing the creature's head, Khalid Zaman flipped his body forward and cleanly twisted the elite's head off.
Cat shouted from behind as she ran. "Six, stay calm."
Khalid Zaman raised his rifle and aimed in Cat's direction. "I am calm."
With a single shot, the bullet grazed Cat's helmet and struck a jackal behind her.
The move made Cat's heart race.
This bastard was so impulsive.
But looking at the results, aside from being a bit rough, Khalid Zaman was indeed much calmer than Cat.
With the 2 squads eliminated, there were no more obstacles ahead, and they quickly rushed into the base. They reached a garage-like hall that was quite spacious. They were immediately met by 2 hunters firing thick beams of ion light from their massive fuel rod cannons.
Several Marines were resisting stubbornly in the direction of the hunters' attack. The pillars they were using for cover were nearly being blasted through by the energy cannons.
Besides the hunters, there were several wild boar beasts patrolling the hall armed with needlers. The projectiles protruded from the weapons, making them look like hedgehogs. The needler rounds were slow and even drifted a bit, but they had a tracking function that was very troublesome.
If too many hit a target, they would cause a supercombine explosion that even Mjolnir armor couldn't withstand. Khalid Zaman had no time to deal with the small fry. The Marines in the corner were about to break.
He rushed behind one hunter, grabbed its head, and punched its back armor.
The hunter orders its back plating was smashed open, revealing a mass of colony worms inside, each as thick as a child's arm. These creatures could not speak, but possessed a collective intelligence. They appeared weak individually, but could coalesce into a powerful independent unit.
Khalid Zaman knew their weakness.
He pulled out a grenade, infused it with true kite, shoved it deep into the hunter's body, and leaped away.
Boom!
After the explosion, the hunter's massive frame collapsed.
The other hunter turned and
Spotted Khalid Zaman roaring as it swung its shield at him. Khalid Zaman dodged the incoming needles while looking for an opportunity to get behind the hunter.
Once one hunter was killed, the other seemed to go berserk. Not only did its speed increase, but it pursued him relentlessly. Whenever Khalid Zaman tried to get behind it, the brute would perform a backswing, slamming its shield backward.
Khalid Zaman dueled with it for a minute, barely managing to knock off its back plating, but finding no chance to toss another grenade.
The hunter was now chasing him doggedly.
As they circled each other, he had no opportunity to use his object control technique. Cat was clearing out the wild boar beasts nearby, and soon the interference from the needlers ceased. However, she didn't dare fire at the hunter.
Khalid Zaman's movements were too erratic, darting forward one moment and jumping back the next, sometimes circling around only to end up right in front of the hunter again, leaving the giant creature somewhat dazed.
These creatures were originally known as Liegulu worms. They possessed a collective intelligence, but since they were interconnected rather than having a central nervous system, they were fast but had slow reaction times.
With Khalid Zaman darting left and right, the creature would return to its original position before it had even finished executing the previous command.
Khalid Zaman was anxious, but that meant he couldn't take risks.
The hunter's strength was immense. A single punch would turn him into mush even with Mjolnir armor.
He had to rely on ambushes or find an opening behind it. He had to make the creature dizzy before he could strike.
The hunter grew angry, letting out the roar as it swung its shield in a full circle.
Khalid Zaman had anticipated this and immediately dropped low to the ground to dodge the strike.
As he lay flat, an activated plasma grenade flew from behind him and stuck perfectly to the hunter's back.
Following the explosion, the hunter fell.
Khalid Zaman was about to praise Cat for her quick thinking, but when he turned around, he didn't see Cat.
Behind him was a shivering wild boar beast. Both he and Cat stared at the wild boar beast in confusion.
Their gaze actually made the little thing start crying.
I didn't mean to.
I really didn't mean to. Mommy, you did it on purpose.
Another wild boar beast shouted from the other end of the hall.
Gibaba, you traitor.
I'm going to tell the leader.
No, please don't.
HMPH, knock unless you give me back the chocolate beans you took from me this morning. But I already ate them. Khalid Zaman couldn't take any more of this.
He raised his hand and took out the wild boar beast that was threatening to snitch.
Wow, demon, you're so brave.
Igi Baba, I'm willing to be your servant and fight for you.
Oh, hearing the little thing say that, Khalid Zaman felt a bit awkward about shooting it. These wild boar beasts were clearly not very bright and had immature minds more like ignorant children.
There was one thing Khalid Zaman didn't understand. If the Covenant could accept even such a dim-witted race, why were they so intent on slaughtering humans for no reason?
The Marines had various injuries, but fortunately they weren't severe.
Khalid Zaman scavenged a few grenades and called out to Cap, "Let's go."
The two entered the elevator inside the base.
As for that wild boar beast, it was disarmed and handed over to the Marines.
Whether the creature was eventually beaten to death or sent to the Office of Naval Intelligence for interrogation was no concern of his. On the way up, a violent tremor suddenly shook the elevator and the lights flickered.
Carter, the light warship is bombarding the area.
Cat complained, "Where's our orbital support?
There are 4
MAC batteries nearby. The single shot would take that thing out."
Khalid Zaman also felt something was wrong. Magnetic accelerator cannons were incredibly powerful and could easily destroy the light warship, yet to prevent damage to this area, they didn't even dare fire at the starships in the sky.
The Covenant was the same. They clearly had ion light spears capable of glassing the planet, yet they didn't use them, opting instead for large ground forces and minor cannon fire. Could there be some secret hidden in this base? A secret that both humans and the Covenant valued immensely. Chapter 32 Dr. Dalsey. After exiting the elevator and eliminating a Covenant forces squad, the two arrived at the atrium of the main building. This was the office building of Bayonet Base and also the tallest structure in the base.
On both sides were 4-story office buildings, and there was a sky bridge between the two buildings that allowed for travel between them.
Jun and George were leading a few Marines in the atrium, engaging 4 elites and 6 jackals. The jackals' red shields were too tough, making it impossible to find a shooting angle.
Even George's heavy firepower took forever to break through. Just as the shield broke, another one would come over to block the fire.
The special effect of those light shields was the same as the protective shields on armor, automatically regenerating after a few seconds, which left George feeling very frustrated.
Carter, Six and George hurried to the top floor to support Emil.
Hearing this, Khalid Zaman knew that Cade had rushed ahead too quickly again. He tossed 2 grenades directly behind the jackals.
A self-righteous white armor elite caught the grenade and then couldn't get rid of it. Following that, he and the group of jackals were blown into a chaotic mess.
Bam bam, and a burst of sniper fire ran out.
Jun immediately took out the 3 jackals that hadn't been killed by the explosion.
He didn't prioritize killing the elites, choosing instead to execute the jackals. Presumably, he had also lost his patience with those red shields.
After clearing the enemies in the
atrium,
Khalid Zaman looked up.
The buildings on both sides were a total mess.
It wasn't a clear battle line with 2 sides firing at each other, but rather a chaotic mix.
In one building, the 2nd floor had Marines, the 3rd floor had elites, and the 4th floor had Marines again.
These people were bumping and rushing around, creating a situation where they were all intermingled.
Without another word, he followed George and charged into one of the buildings first. Moving up the stairs with the addition of the 4 Spartan warriors, the enemies inside the 2 buildings were quickly wiped out.
Carter, 6, get upstairs quickly.
We need to get the longsword launched. Arriving at the top floor, they saw a massive hole blasted into the rooftop structure.
Emil was holding the rocket launcher, firing rockets at the dense swarm of aircraft in the sky.
Scattered on the ground were many rocket launchers and ammunition, and nearby lay the corpses of many Marines and Covenant forces.
The enemy starship in the sky was already very close. Seeing such a behemoth up close was even more shocking.
The largest ship Khalid Zaman had ever seen in his previous life wasn't even half the size of this warship.
And this was just a light warship. He didn't dare to imagine how massive the enemy's heavy warships, or even their carriers, would be.
The communications from the base command center rang out, "Super soldiers, please help eliminate the enemy air units."
There are too many enemy aircraft and we cannot take off.
The group dropped their weapons, picked up rocket launchers and fired at the sky. This type of launcher had a heat-seeking locking device. Aiming at a target for more than 3 seconds would lock onto it. Blowing up the small Banshee single-person fighters was 1 shot, 1 kill. The 4 ion cannons beneath the starship in the sky continuously fired light orbs that landed on the perimeter of the base. In less than a minute, the anti-aircraft turret Khalid Zaman had just repaired was destroyed. The 5 of them fired simultaneously, sweeping their aerial targets. 1 shot for regular fighters, 2 shots for medium transport ships.
After the starship finished hitting the anti-aircraft turret, it only bombarded the base gate and didn't fire in their direction.
Occasionally, a transport craft would fly over, trying to get close to drop off ground combat troops, but it was prioritized and blown up by a noble team. The fighters in the air also didn't fire at the base's main building. Noble team simply ran to the outside of the base's rooftop structure. This kind of combat, where they only fired and the opponent didn't fight back, was just too easy. Marines kept carrying boxes of rocket ammunition up to the roof. After about 20 minutes of fighting, the enemies in the air were basically cleared out, and some fighters in the distance also retreated. Khalid Zaman even casually fired a rocket at the nearly kilometer-long behemoth in the sky, though it was completely useless. Thank you very much, Noble team. The Longsword has departed. The Longsword Interceptor is a heavy human combat aircraft. This type of fighter is designed to attack enemy starships in space. Not to mention its weapon missiles, each Longsword Interceptor also carries a Shiva-class nuclear bomb, which poses a huge deterrent to big guys like starships. That should be enough for this bunch to have a meal. 2 human fighters flew over the heads of Noble team heading toward the light warship. For some unknown reason, the Covenant warship flew away. Perhaps it was the deterrent of the Longsword or the fact that most of their air force had been wiped out. They abandoned the attack on Bayonet Base. The enemy retreated. Just as the starship flew 100 kilometers away from the base, a huge metal projectile descended from the sky, piercing straight through the Covenant warship. The projectile hit the ground, and a shockwave spread in all directions. This was a massive orbital MAC cannon. The mass of each projectile was equivalent to a light human frigate. The starship's shimmering outer energy shield flashed once and then shattered directly, and the entire ship was broken in two. Khalid Zaman hadn't expected a kinetic projectile without explosive capabilities to have such immense power. He looked toward where the MAC projectile had landed. The entire mountain was gone, and there was a bottomless hole left in the ground. The ground for over a dozen kilometers around the hole was all cracked open by the impact energy. No wonder they didn't dare use it. If this thing were dropped near the base, there would be nothing left here. They had won a battle. Although it wasn't easy, the mission was completed perfectly. George was in a good mood. He patted Khalid Zaman on the shoulder and joked, "We should have taken a picture to commemorate this." Khalid Zaman shrugged. There was now a tacit understanding between the two. He quite liked this big guy. He looked like a beast, but his personality was very gentle. Carter 5-6 come to the science hall quickly. "Doctor, Halsey wants to hear the mission debriefing." "George, what? You mean Halsey?" "Yes. Command says we'll all have to take orders from her now." "Copy that. Coming right over." George complained to Khalid Zaman, "Command didn't even need to remind us. I've had to listen to her for most of my life." Arriving at the science hall, the other team members were already waiting there. On the electronic display screen, a 60-year-old woman was speaking with Carter. "Halsey, Commander, there is no need to report every little thing that happened. I want a detailed report of your last operation." Sealing the two walk in, Halsey said to the big guy, "George, long time no see." "Man." The big guy seemed a bit afraid when he saw Halsey.
He took off his helmet, held it in his hand, and his expression was a bit uneasy.
Halsey tilted her head. "What did you do to my armor?" George looked at his own body. "I just added some of my own things." He was carrying such a large machine gun, and the ammunition consumption was too high. Just carrying some supplies wouldn't cut it. Halsey nodded and continued speaking to Carter at the Vice Guard relay. There was an alien archaeology professor named Laszlo Sorvad working there. "Do you know the cause of his death?" Carter is that the civilian male in his 60s. He was killed by a Covenant energy sword.
Halsey, so it was an elite.
Carter, there were 2 elites, both madmen. Halsey's eyes went a bit blank. "Madmen, are you sure?"
George, the armor style and shield strength both match. Halsey paused for a few seconds and continued, "Including myself, some people in the Office of Naval Intelligence believe that the Covenant sent several elite special units to track down their important religious artifacts."
According to survivor descriptions, these teams are small, agile, and their members are almost all madmen.
This proves that their target was the large amount of archaeological data Professor Laszlo had stored there. Yet you returned empty-handed.
"Doctor."
Halsey's tone was a bit heavy.
Carter didn't get angry.
He said calmly, "The order didn't require us to retrieve the data.
Even if we knew, there were other more urgent things to do."
Cat like warning command about the Covenant's arrival.
Halsey smiled. In the final entry of his field archaeology notes, Professor Laszlo wrote that he had made a key discovery.
He wouldn't use the word key lightly.
"I hope the data module that your major hid away contains the key discovery." Then Halsey kept staring at Cat. Khalid Zaman suddenly remembered that when he looted the bodies, he had indeed found a card, but he didn't know what it was, so he had handed it to Cat. Moreover, only Cat held the rank of major here. The doctor's meaning was very clear. She wanted that data module. Carter didn't even turn his head, reminding her of Cat. Then the young woman very reluctantly took out the data card and placed it into a box under the display screen.
Khalid Zaman had used this kind of box many times. It was a data transmission device commonly used by the Office of Naval Intelligence. As long as you put a storage device containing data into it, the data would be read and transmitted to the other end.
At the same time, the storage device in the local box would be immediately wiped clean. Then, Doctor,
Halsey let them leave.
Compared to the mission report, she cared more about that data. This was the first time Khalid Zaman had seen this legendary woman with his own eyes. Well, just this woman's image. He felt that she had an overbearing, aggressive personality, which extinguished all the beautiful fantasies Khalid Zaman had held in his heart. Chapter 33: The Secret of the Bayonet Base. 600 meters deep beneath Bayonet Base, Halsey was taking out a chip card for Cortana to analyze. Cortana, just as you suspected, this contains many coordinates regarding Foreigner ruins. These include Onyx Reach and a coordinate marked as highly important, located 15,000 light-years from Earth outside of human-controlled space. Halsey nodded. It seems the Covenant is already aware of the ruins beneath Bayonet Base. Outside her secret laboratory was a vast underground space containing many strange cubes that looked highly technological. These cubes hovered in the air, arranged in an orderly fashion, resembling a grand, aesthetically pleasing array. There were signs of excavation everywhere in this underground space, along with many human structures, likely built by the intelligence agency. Bayonet Base itself was built upon a massive alien site. The reason, Doctor?
Halsey's lab had over a dozen security measures was that it was located within the alien ruins.
It was said that many upgrades for the Mjolnir armor were inspired by and derived from the technology found in these alien ruins.
Doctor,
Halsey was somewhat anxious. By her judgment, humanity didn't have much time left. The Covenant had been developing and utilizing the technology of these ancient alien civilizations for 10,000 years. As the scientist who understood Foreigner technology best, she knew clearly how wide the gap was between humanity and the Covenant. Consequently, the 60-year-old was in a very bad mood. Being in existence almost identical to how Cortana also had bad moods sometimes. When she was in a bad mood, she would wander around everywhere, including through the top-secret files of the Office of Naval Intelligence, which she had thoroughly combed through. Today, she was looking at an army colonel named Holland.
As the liaison between the Army and the Naval Intelligence Office, this guy spent all day at the intelligence agency, engaging in many shady dealings.
In Colonel Holland's files, she discovered a secret Special Forces training program, but the detailed information of this program was not on record. This Holland didn't seem like a good person at all, failing to put the details on record.
But what exactly was this SBI armor?
This armor's protective capabilities were far too poor. It was practically a joke. Sending them on special missions like Spartan warriors while wearing such armor wasn't, that just using them as cannon fodder.
Cortana decided to give this bad guy a proper punishment.
She transferred a large sum of money from the colonel's bank account to the account of a brothel.
Furthermore, she would ensure the colonel's wife received the bank statement the very next day. He told her finishing this within 3 seconds. Cortana felt quite proud of herself.
Next, she noticed another top-secret file. Within the entire database, the only low-ranking soldiers with this kind of top-secret status were him and the Spartan Roman 2 warriors. Of course, the Spartan Roman 2 program had been made public 3 years ago, and their identities were also revealed, so the file name B312 seemed particularly conspicuous. And so, this curiosity-filled woman opened Khalid Zaman's battlefield recorder. Cortana watched the footage on the recorder, her expression turning into one of confusion. There were many situations she simply couldn't understand. For instance, where the enemy sometimes wouldn't fire at him, or how this soldier could know the exact locations of static enemy targets. Looking solely at B312's close quarters combat ability, he was nearly on par with John. However, this person seemed to prefer playing with his opponents most of the time rather than killing them cleanly and efficiently like John did. TCH tilde, what a camper.
Fortunately, the most recent battlefield records hadn't been uploaded to the Naval Intelligence Office's servers yet.
Otherwise, she would have seen mirrors flying in the air and footage of Khalid Zaman raw dogging enemies. Leaving the database, Cortana seemed even more irritable. In the eyes of an AI, there could be things they didn't know, but there shouldn't be logic they couldn't understand. It was as if dozens of little mice had run into her logic circuits, and she couldn't catch them or drive them away. It was an agonizing itch she couldn't scratch. Meanwhile, Khalid Zaman, the camper, was carrying out a reconnaissance mission with John. Signs of the Covenant had been found all over Reach, and they needed to find the enemy camp in this mountainous region. In the vast terrain of the mountains, sniper rifles could be used to great advantage. So this time, Khalid Zaman brought a full 12 magazines, a total of 48 rounds of high-speed armor-piercing bullets. The two followed a phantom to this valley area. The full moon in the sky was very bright, shining on the mountains as if dusting the earth with a layer of silver frost. This planet is truly beautiful. Walking along a narrow mountain path, the two discovered a Covenant squad. A grey-armoured elite stood guard on the path, while several wild boar beasts were sleeping at the foot of the hill.
After reporting the situation, a message came from Cat. Noble 6, your signal is very poor.
Satellite equipment cannot observe the situation in your area.
Khalid Zaman, the Covenant seems to be able to jam our reconnaissance satellites.
Cat, therefore, command is even more eager to know exactly what they are hiding.
Report any Covenant facilities found immediately.
You may take direct action if necessary. Khalid Zaman, copy that. Jin said half-jokingly, when Kat is on a mission, she always needs direct action. The mountain path ahead was very narrow, with the elite standing there. The two couldn't pass at all. Moreover, if a firefight broke out ahead, they could easily be flanked by the enemy. On such a narrow path, there was nowhere for him to dodge.
Thus Khalid Zaman decided to take out this squad first.
He snuck up behind the elite and threw a punch toward the back of its head.
Since these creatures had spines, the back of the head was their greatest weakness. He struck like a heavy weight, and the elite fell forward.
Khalid Zaman grabbed the opponent's arm, pulled him back, and thrust a knife into his brain.
This grey-armoured elite's shield was very weak. It was a one-hit kill.
To avoid alerting other enemies, he carefully laid the elite's corpse on the ground.
Seeing Khalid Zaman take action, Jun didn't hesitate either.
He snuck into the camp at the foot of the hill and snapped the necks of the wild boar beasts, one in each hand.
Khalid Zaman touched the Covenant corpses one by one.
From the elite's armor to their weapons and plasma grenades, he touched them all.
After several days of fighting, the spiritual Kai he had harvested and accumulated was quite substantial. He was now at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Unlike the missions during the day, infiltration and reconnaissance gave him plenty of time to harvest resources.
Besides a Covenant weapon crate, this camp only had a small antenna that looked like a communication facility.
This thing was also rich in spiritual Kai.
After Khalid Zaman touched it for a while, the light on the antenna dimmed and gradually vanished.
He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain.
This small communication antenna looked unremarkable, but its spiritual Kai was actually 10 times that of a plasma grenade.
It seemed it was also a high-power device.
Chapter 34: The Power of Golden Core Cultivators. Moving further ahead, they discovered a place resembling a farmstead.
Khalid Zaman walked to the edge of the cliff to observe there were at least 4 white armors, 1 golden armored elite, and 3 enemy snipers.
Jun opened the comms channel. Recon Team B reporting.
We spotted several Covenant squads patrolling the colony.
Cat, is this what we're looking for? Just then, several elites with jetpacks flew into the air, heading toward their position. It seemed the squad they had killed earlier was responsible for external security. Losing contact had immediately alerted the enemies here.
Khalid Zaman had no time to think and shot one of the elites mid-air. The white light of an energy shield flared on their target, but it was still instantly killed by the sniper rifle.
It seemed the armor of these elites was similar to that of the grey-armored elites.
Cat, unlikely. The target is too small. Besides, you haven't entered the dark zone yet. You can decide whether to engage, but keep moving forward. Jun, copy that. By the time he closed the channel, Khalid Zaman had already taken out the enemies in the air. Jun didn't bother asking questions. The attack had already begun anyway. The marksman activated his cloaking device, vanishing into thin air, and then began firing at the enemies below.
Jun was equipped with a Mjolnir active camouflage module.
Once activated, it provided 30 seconds of invisibility followed by a 30-second recharge time.
Such stealth equipment was a favorite among snipers.
This time, Khalid Zaman had also brought an additional Mjolnir component, the hologram module.
With this, he could deploy a virtual projection lasting 5 seconds, which also required a 30-second recharge.
The projection would charge straight ahead, easily drawing the sniper's fire.
Trading shots with those jackal snipers earlier had been too risky, and he didn't want to suffer like that again. He had also considered the active camo module, which would allow him to fire while invisible. However,
when invisible, enemies couldn't see the target and would often go into hiding,
which was disadvantageous in complex terrain or when facing too many enemies. This sneaky camper pondered for a long while before finally choosing this most camper-like equipment. A cloaked marksman paired with a sneaky camper who had his own decoys. It took less than 10 minutes to clear out all the enemies in the area. Then came the task of scavenging the battlefield.
Jun watched as Khalid Zaman poked around here and rummaged there, feeling somewhat bewildered.
Noble 6, what are you doing?
Oh, Khalid Zaman was currently holding a communication antenna to absorb spiritual energy.
Caught off guard by Jun's question, he didn't know how to respond. Unable to reveal his identity, he had to make up a lie on the spot.
While I was on a mission at a colony earlier, I accidentally found a secret manual.
It allows me to absorb Covenant energy to strengthen my body.
What? Which colony are you talking about?
Jun's expression was one of excitement. He had practiced the Kai refining art before.
However, after reaching the 10th level of the Kai refining stage, he didn't know how to achieve foundation establishment, so he had remained at that level. Absorbing more spiritual energy served no purpose.
Most importantly, the Kai refining art had been given to him by Khalid Zaman.
He had only heard that the trainees from Alpha Base had gone missing. He didn't know they were all dead.
So, in their spare time, he caught a 2SE59 and Emile 2SE39 often inquired about the Spartan Omen 3 program.
Now that this noble six also knew the Kai refining art, John felt a surge of excitement.
See, rock planet it has already been glassed by the Covenant.
John fell silent for a long time, looking dejected.
Khaled Zaman knew that Operation Prometheus was a top-secret mission. Even the original members of the third generation didn't know about it. Seeing John's unhappy state, it seemed they hadn't forgotten him. He reminded him, however, the Kai refining art doesn't just have 10 levels, there are even higher realms above it.
Jun didn't speak, continuing his silence.
Don't you want to know the cultivation methods for the levels after that?
Khalid Zaman planned to help Jun achieve Foundation establishment right now.
There was no one else around, so he didn't have to worry about Jun telling anyone. No, Jun picked up his sniper rifle and continued walking forward. The more he acted this way, the warmer Khalid Zaman felt inside.
This guy still hadn't forgotten him. The question he asked earlier was purely to look for him.
Khalid Zaman followed behind him. If you don't want to know, then why did you ask those questions?
I used to have a friend, but we got separated later.
He also knew this Kai refining art.
Maybe that friend of yours is still alive.
Jun turned back and stared at Khalid Zaman. Khalid Zaman felt a bit guilty under his gaze. Although both were wearing helmets, the atmosphere was still somewhat cold. Jun said coldly, "I never said he was dead."
Well, the guy was angry. Khalid Zaman was so moved he almost cried. He really wanted to throw off his helmet then and there and give this bald, pretty boy a hug. This cultivation technique is very useful.
You don't know how to use spells yet, do you?
I've seen my friend use spells. They weren't very useful. It's better to just use a bullet. Then let me show you.
Ahead was another similar colonial farm, but much larger and with more defenders.
He didn't want to reveal his identity, but to get Jun to continue cultivation, he had to let the kid know the benefits of it.
It was time to show him the strength of a Golden Core Stage cultivator. Heaven and Earth Infinite.
Borrowing the law of Kain-Kun, Thunder Dragon Flame Killing Array.
This was his signature technique from the Mahayana stage.
Now using it at the Golden Core stage, its power and range were much smaller,
and it would consume too much true Kai.
But for the sake of the stubborn kid, Khalid Zaman decided to go big. Silently reciting the incantation in his heart and forming hand seals, Khalid Zaman waved his hand and pointed toward the square ahead, where a dozen wild boar beasts were lying down asleep.
ZZZT tilde ZZZT tilde faint sparks of electricity flickered in the air as dense lightning energy condensed ahead.
Within a 30-meter radius, countless bolts of lightning struck down, instantly blasting the wild boar beasts into dust.
Then the methane exploded, followed by the sympathetic detonation of the plasma grenades on their bodies. Countless sparks, electric arcs, and clouds of dust erupted, looking just like a fireworks display. Jun was completely stunned.
Khalid Zaman even imagined his mouth hanging wide open under his combat helmet. This immediately alerted the surrounding guards. One golden-armored berserker along with 6 white-armored elites immediately rushed over. By now, Khalid Zaman had already used up a third of his true Kai.
But the main event was next.
His hands shifted to form new seals. Heaven and Earth Infinite.
Borrowing the law of
Kain-Kun, Roaming Dragon Purgatory.
A thick bolt of lightning darted back and forth among the elites.
This time, it wasn't a large-scale destructive spell, but an attack method similar to chain lightning.
The energy shields on the armor of the elites hit by the lightning were instantly drained. Their bodies trembled, and before long, all the white-armored elites collapsed. Only a single golden-armored berserker remained, dazed from the shock.
He drew his energy sword, unable to find an enemy, and having no idea what had just happened. The sniper rifle in Jun's hand fell to the ground.
Holy crap! You have superpowers, kid. Khalid Zaman laughed. What superpowers?
This is cultivation. Do you know what cultivation is?
Jun picked up his gun and raised it to finish off the golden-armored elite.
Then he asked Immortal,
like in those novels, can you live forever? Yeah, of course. Eventually, you become a true immortal, living as long as heaven and earth.
That's incredible, then Khalid must still be alive.
Chapter 35, Foundation Establishment Stage, Comrades.
TCH, why is this little bald guy still fixated on me?
Khalid Zaman remembered that during previous simulation training, this kid was the worst, always targeting him for cheap shots.
Jun said, then the enemies behind are all yours.
I feel like the sniper rifle isn't even appealing anymore. Khalid Zaman felt a bit embarrassed.
I don't have much true Kai left.
I need to recover for a while before I can cast this technique again.
Jun hoisted his sniper rifle onto his shoulder and struck a cool pose. Oh, then the sniper rifle is still more appealing. Your technique has good effects, but give me 5 minutes and I could kill just as many enemies.
Khalid Zaman laughed. You can use it even without a gun.
How about it? Want to learn?
Learn. Hurry up and teach me how it works. You're currently at the 10th level of Kai refining, so you can't use such an advanced technique yet.
Jun scratched his helmet and asked,
Then what level of Kai refining are you?
I'm not the Kai refining anymore.
After the 10th level of Kai refining, one can enter the Foundation establishment stage. After the 10th level of Foundation establishment, one can attain enlightenment and advance to the Golden Core realm.
I am currently at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, so that means you're at level 28.
Khalid Zaman was stunned, you could put it that way. Right, let me show you another good thing.
What? Before Jun could react, his sniper rifle flew into Khalid Zaman's hand. Then several grenades floated above his head, drifting back and forth like ghost fire.
Well, how did you do that? I want to learn this.
Jun seemed a bit excited. He grabbed Khalid Zaman's shoulders, his tone becoming hurried.
Object control technique was an incredible aid for a sniper, just like the mirror observation technique Khalid Zaman had used.
You're at the 10th level of Kai refining, so you have too little true Kai, making it difficult to use techniques.
I will help you with Foundation establishment. After you reach the 10th level of Foundation establishment, I will teach you how to break through to the Golden Core.
Khalid Zaman immediately placed his hands against Jun's back and channeled a surge of true Kai into his body. There is a fundamental difference between Foundation establishment and Kai refining. Strictly speaking, only from Foundation establishment does one truly begin cultivation.
Kai refining involves manipulating spiritual energy, channeling it into the body, sensing the 5 elemental forces, and nourishing and cleansing the body.
Foundation establishment, however, involves opening up unique pathways within the body. Simply put, it means clearing the meridians, and through the conversion of one's own meridians, transforming a large amount of spiritual energy into one's own true Kai. Foundation establishment is about establishing the meridians within the body.
After the Spartan warrior augmentation surgeries, their nervous systems were strengthened, so clearing the meridians was not an issue. He just needed to demonstrate the method of converting the spiritual energy within the body into true essence.
Khalid Zaman carefully used his own true Kai to manipulate the spiritual energy inside Jun, guiding it through various meridians, and finally condensing it at the Danshan, compressing it incessantly. Then he used this spiritual energy to trace a complex pattern. This was a standard spirit gathering array. As long as this step succeeded, the Foundation establishment would be complete.
Done. You have now completed Foundation establishment. From now on, operate the spiritual energy you absorb into your body in this way, and it will become your true essence.
Once you cultivate to the 10th level of Foundation establishment, you must forcibly condense all your true Kai once more to form an inner core, which is the Golden Core realm.
It sounds a bit hard to understand, but I will help you perform it when the time comes. Until Jun stared at his own hands in a daze. Let me try. He ran to the plaza, found a small energy pistol, absorbed the spiritual energy, and then converted it bit by bit into true essence.
Immediately, he felt a significant improvement in his spirit, stamina, and 5 senses.
This is too amazing. Khalid, teach me how to use techniques again.
Khalid Zaman said proudly, all right, techniques are simple.
I'll teach you how to form the seals first to use.
It really is you, brat.
Jun gave Khalid Zaman a smack on the head, knocking him directly to the ground.
The armor's energy was reduced by 1/3 from that single punch. A full force strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator aided by Anjali was not to be underestimated.
Damn it, Tilda, you wait, don't take off my helmet, I'll take it off myself. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Khalid Zaman had to take off his helmet himself.
The little bald guy also took off his own helmet and hugged him tightly, as happy as a 6-year-old child.
That's great, you're really alive. Where are Robert and the others? And Jane, and where are the others?
They are all dead.
Jun was stunned.
The smile on his face slowly faded.
The two walked and talked. Khalid Zaman told Jun everything that had happened before, including how he had escaped that planet.
I'm sorry, Jun patted Khalid Zaman on the shoulder.
Why are you apologizing? If I had been there too,
then you would have died.
You brat, let's not talk about this. The most important thing now is to improve our strength.
The two walked and talked as Khalid Zaman taught him the principles of techniques and some techniques that could be used at the Foundation establishment stage.
Jun had a very strong ability to comprehend and quickly learn the most basic 5-element techniques.
In the end, Khalid Zaman still asked him to keep it the secret for the time being. He allowed Jun to teach Carter and Emil the techniques and cultivation methods, but he could not reveal Khalid Zaman's identity. Then along the way, whenever there were no elites, Jun used lightning technique and fireball technique. Then all energy equipment was given to him first to improve his cultivation, and he soon reached the 2nd level of Foundation establishment.
Khalid Zaman was very happy he had been holding back on teaching and cultivation.
Firstly, because of the Office of Naval Intelligence's non-disclosure agreement, and secondly, because he felt guilty for not having protected the other team members well.
Now that his identity had been exposed by Jun, he just went with the flow and kept feeding him knowledge.
Fortunately, this apprentice had super strong comprehension and memory, and his aptitude was very high.
He thought that after this mission ended, there should be a few days of leave.
He could get together with Carter and Emil then, and by the way, properly improve their cultivation resources before Foundation establishment was still easy to obtain.
There was also Captain George. Don't look at the big guy as being so bulky. He was actually very gentle.
Kat was also a Spartan Roman 3 warrior. She probably didn't know about the situation where Beta Company was almost wiped out.
This girl had a lively and cheerful personality and was smart. She was also good material. With the support of techniques, this kid Jun was like a cheater. His favorite thing was to use earth wall technique to knock down jackals holding energy shields.
Although his earth wall was less than half a meter, it could always make the opponent stumble, and for a sniper master, that split second was enough. As for dealing with elites, he always liked to use lightning technique to blow up the plasma grenades on their waists first.
Khalid Zaman kept criticizing him for this wasteful practice. Khalid Zaman taught Jun how to use his perception in close combat to confuse elite warriors and then take them out with a dagger. Because these elite warriors were all hotheads regardless of their level, they were all stubborn guys.
Once in close quarters combat, they would absolutely never shoot again, only fight you hand to hand.
Actually, he had misjudged them among the entire human population of tens of billions, apart from the few dozen Spartan Roman 2 warriors and their survivors from the third batch. There were fewer than 50 people who could gain an advantage in close combat against an elite.
For ordinary humans, even ones as strong as Helljumpers, being engaged in close combat by an elite warrior had only one result: death.
After a few battles, the two fought their way through the Covenant's outer forces. After Jun had an epiphany, his combat power was simply terrifying. The two of them coordinated with precise kills and technique support. It was simply seamless.
Khalid Zaman had confidence as long as all of the Noble team entered the Foundation establishment stage. Even if they encountered a siege like the last one again, he was confident he could keep all team members alive.
He really didn't want to lose any more friends. Chapter 36: Cultivation Promotion Plan. The two moved and killed as they went, their speed not slow at all. After passing a small path, the terrain ahead suddenly opened up. They entered a valley. According to observations, there were over 30 grunts here, all wild boar beasts and jackals. Jun was about to act when Khalid Zaman stopped him.
Wait,
Look, there's a cave over there.
Deep in the valley was a massive cave.
Khalid Zaman sensed a heavy aura inside.
If he wasn't mistaken, there was some kind of fierce beast inside, and it was very large.
Using the invisibility technique, the two entered the cave and found two massive creatures lying there.
These creatures were covered in fur, had long, sharp teeth, and looked a bit like gorillas, but with huge tails.
Most importantly, they were as massive as small mountains.
Let's keep going. We'll leave this place to these two animals.
Animals? Jun didn't quite understand Khalid Zaman's meaning.
No matter how large an animal was, it was usually just a single shot before the Covenant's energy weapons. Khalid Zaman felt it. Although these animals weren't sentient, the energy within their bodies was comparable to the peak of Foundation establishment. If he had the chance, he actually wanted to take two as pets. The two walked out of the cave.
Khalid Zaman pulled out a grenade and tossed it inside.
Then he and Jun quickly ran toward the valley's exit. With a loud boom and heavy, muffled roars, the two mountain-like monsters charged out of the cave. The wild boar beasts outside were terrified. They didn't just scramble around, they even fired at the monsters. The monsters' fur was extremely thick. Needlers could not penetrate their skin at all. Plasma weapons only managed to scorch their fur, causing minor surface wounds. Agitated by the explosion and the attacks from the wild boar beasts, the monsters' eyes turned blood red. They roared and charged at the Covenant forces stationed in the valley. The jackals were still firing with their shields, but were stepped flat by the two monsters. The wild boar beasts scrambled everywhere, only to be swatted away by the monster's paws. The wild boar beasts were less than half the size of a human. In front of these 6-meter-tall giant monsters, they were practically no different from flies. Whoa, that one flew high. Before long, the valley was cleared.
Panting heavily, the monsters returned to the cave and fell asleep shortly after.
Come on, let's go loot the bodies. 6 communication antennas, 20 small energy pistols, 16 needlers, 5 red energy shields, 5 blue energy shields, and 18 unexploded plasma grenades. Absorbing along the way, Jun had now reached the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. Khalid Zaman said mysteriously, cultivation is a path to change one's fate against the heavens. At the Golden Core stage, you'll have a lifespan of at least 200 years. At the Nascent Soul stage, you can have 400 years. Once you reach the Soul Transformation stage from the peak of Nascent Soul, you can project your divine sense, which is like carrying a holographic radar. You'll clearly know how many mosquitoes are within a 1,000-meter radius or what the ants on the ground are doing. Whoa, is it really that miraculous? Yeah, Khalid Zaman said with some pride. Further up is the body integration stage.
At the body integration stage, you can achieve Bigu.
Jun hadn't heard of this term and took it the wrong way for a moment.
Not peak, but it's Bigu fasting. You can go without eating or drinking, and even without breathing oxygen.
Your physical strength can already withstand the pressure of outer space. It's just that the UV rays are too high and can cause burns easily, so you need to use spiritual Kai armor to block cosmic rays.
Jun's mind began to wander.
That's incredible. Can you upgrade further than the body integration stage?
Yes, after integration is the Mahayana stage. You become one with the heavenly Tao and can fly through the air without any external aid. Your lifespan can reach 1,000 years. Jun thought for a while and said, with current human technology, except for living hundreds or thousands of years, everything else is actually quite easy to achieve. True, Khalid Zaman felt somewhat sentimental. Human technology was overly advanced, especially in terms of weaponry. The sniper rifle he held was one such example. He feared even a Mahayana stage cultivator from his previous life wouldn't be able to withstand a single shot from it. Regarding lifespan, human technology could also sustain a wealthy person until they were 300 years old. However, the quality of life wasn't high, requiring frequent organ replacements. Aside from the brain, almost nothing left after the replacements would be their own.
Such surgeries were in the Office of Naval Intelligence files. He had seen them. After the Mahayana stage, one could undergo heavenly tribulation and ascend to immortality. Khalid Zaman didn't mention this. He had never seen such ethereal existences as immortals. They were only recorded in his master's ancient texts.
It was said that immortals existed on Earth 110,000 years ago. At that time, spiritual Kai was abundant, and most people could step onto the path of immortality.
However, for some unknown reason, these immortals suddenly vanished, and the cultivation methods were lost or fragmented.
The things he was practicing now were all explored and improved upon by dozens or hundreds of generations of cultivators from those remnants, but the path of cultivation was too long, and they didn't know how much time they had left. The more he thought, the more pessimistic he became. Looking at the moon in the sky, he couldn't help but feel a bit melancholy. Jun, what is it? Do you think we can win against the Covenant?
As long as you're here, we can win.
Khalid Zaman was stunned.
This sentence sounded familiar, so very familiar.
Why do you say that?
Based on what you said before, a cultivator is omnipotent. If every human on Earth started cultivating, the Covenant would probably need several elite warriors to defeat one civilian.
I just don't know if you're willing to make these methods public.
Khalid Zaman was dazed for a moment. If these methods are made public, the Covenant might get them too.
Aliens can cultivate too.
Jun was a bit confused. Yes, not just aliens in my world, even animals or plants can cultivate. Khalid Zaman was referring to spirit beasts, but in the Dharma ending age before he transmigrated, the spirit beasts on Earth had been wiped out by cultivators working together. On the Earth of that time, which was devoid of spiritual Kai, sentient spirit beasts never appeared again. This answer left Jun a bit stunned. Animals were one thing, but how could plants cultivate? He couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. However, he understood Khalid Zaman's concerns perfectly. If indeed any creature could cultivate, the Covenant, which controlled the spiritual resources, would likely become 100 times more powerful than they were now. Jun thought for a moment and asked what if it's just for the Spartan warriors?
That wouldn't be a problem.
Spartan warriors, whether from the second or third generation, are trustworthy.
They definitely wouldn't leak the technique.
It's just... I understand. Following Khalid Zaman's train of thought, Jun considered more possibilities.
If it's promoted to all Spartans, some high-ranking officials in the Office of Naval Intelligence or other departments might also get it.
This is a method that can directly and significantly increase lifespan. Probably no one could resist the temptation to cultivate it.
Khalid Zaman nodded.
Yes.
They would cultivate it themselves, and then they would have their relatives
And children.
cultivate it.
Those people have their own friends and confidants, and then the cultivation technique would quickly become an open secret for all of humanity.
No wonder you only showed it to the three of us.
You little rascal, Jun said,
Punching Khalid Zaman in the chest.
Although Khalid Zaman didn't treat the three as outsiders, he was still guarding against other factors.
Because the Kai refining art he wrote only contained the methods for refining Kai and absorbing spiritual Kai, it didn't detail foundation, establishment, or anything after that, not even basic spell usage.
So Carter and Emil only tried it briefly and didn't delve deeper.
But Jun's personality was calm.
After he started practicing, he found that it improved his mental strength, reaction speed, and physical senses. For a sniper, these were extremely important, so he kept practicing and cultivating until he was stuck at the bottleneck of the 10th level of Kai refining. I understand, Khalid. We will definitely meet more people who are worth trusting. Khalid Zaman smiled. Yeah, the people in Noble Team are all good. Let's start with them. Chapter 37 Airport.
They groped their way along the road in the valley for less than half an hour. June suddenly said, "There's gunfire ahead, there's gunfire."
It should be the magnum pistol equipped by the guards.
The two quickened their pace, walked along a mountain road, and a large factory appeared before them.
June opened the communication channel. Cat, in front of us is a place resembling an oil refinery.
Someone is attacking Covenant forces. I think it might be the local militia. Khalid Zaman was dumbfounded.
On the outskirts of the factory, 4 militiamen holding pistols were attacking about 10 Covenant squads. These people were hiding behind a few natural covers, cursing while they fought. This bunch of guys was truly brave, holding pistols without armor or support. They dared to open fire on Covenant forces.
Cat, provide immediate support. They might have the intelligence we need.
Thus the two didn't say a word, immediately pulled out their sniper rifles and prioritized sniping the elite in the factory.
By the time they had killed about 7 or 8 elites, the militiamen on the ground finally reacted. One of them turned back and shouted to get down, fight from behind this cover.
Do you want to get shot standing so high up?
Idiots!
With the support of the super soldiers, the enemies on the outskirts of the factory were quickly cleared out.
Khalid Zaman sensed that there should still be some enemies in some rooms inside the factory.
However, without any elites, they basically couldn't pose a threat to them. He rushed into the factory rooms, quickly clearing out the enemies, while June questioned these militiamen outside.
Super soldiers are truly masters.
June, what are you doing here?
This entire area should have been evacuated.
Among them, a relatively older big beard said, "I don't really like letting outsiders protect our home.
The purpose of us coming back is this."
As he spoke, Big Beard opened several inconspicuous boxes in the corner, revealing designated marksman rifles, SRSA-5 assault rifles, and a box of rocket launchers.
There were also various bullets and standard-issue grenades stacked in boxes. When Khalid Zaman finished clearing the rooms and walked out, he saw this pile of munitions.
June said coldly, "These are military weapons. They count as stolen goods."
Big Beard laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, what, are you going to arrest us?
"No, we just want to recover these things." He and Khalid Zaman exchanged a look, and looking at the pile of munitions, both felt wild joy in their hearts. Their ammunition was already running low. Along the way, they had picked up quite a few Covenant weapons. However, they were used to their own guns, and using Covenant weapons always felt a bit off.
Now, with a large box of ammunition each for the magnum pistol and the sniper rifle, it counted as an unexpected gain.
They didn't dare to take too many grenades, each carrying 4.
The battlefield changes in an instant, and carrying grenades on one's body requires ensuring that in the event of an accidental detonation, it won't deplete the entire shield.
As for ammunition, the two each took 10 magazines.
Khalid Zaman suddenly missed George a little.
This smart big guy had installed quite a few things on his armor, including a huge steel backpack filled with machine gun bullets. And then, the few militiamen looked at them both, looking at each other in dismay.
Khalid Zaman looked up. "Hurry up and equip yourselves. Covenant reinforcements are coming."
In the sky, a phantom was flying towards them. This phantom didn't seem to expect that the factory was full of humans. The pilot flew the phantom directly to the square in the middle of the factory, right above Khalid Zaman and the others.
3 meters off the ground, 2 Covenant combat squads jumped down.
Khalid Zaman shouted, "Take them out quickly, I'm going up to seize the ship."
He was extremely fast, taking out 2 grey-armoured elites in 5 seconds, ignoring the remaining grunts.
With a powerful leap, he jumped onto the Phantom. There were no other soldiers in the cabin. Khalid Zaman first dismantled the plasma machine guns on both sides and threw them down.
What are you doing?
A grey-armoured elite in the cockpit heard the commotion, opened the door, came into the cabin, and delivered itself to be killed.
By the time Khalid Zaman parked the Phantom at the edge of the square, the few militiamen were dumbfounded. Big Beard said, "My goodness,
I only smuggled some munitions, and you guys are stealing warplanes directly.
Are super soldiers this fierce?"
Khalid Zaman quite liked this Big Beard.
He pulled June over, said, "Take these people into the Phantom to practice. The reactor of this medium transport ship has an especially abundant amount of spiritual energy, much stronger than the communication antenna." June looked at the few militiamen touching the Phantom. "Do you really want to teach them?"
"Yes, just the Kai refining art will do.
If it's only Kai refining, it strengthens the body, but doesn't have other effects."
These people are all warriors. 4 people daring to fight 10 Covenant squads. If they can practice Kai refining, they might have more chances to survive.
All right.
Khalid Zaman stood guard outside, while the 5 people entered the cabin to practice.
Before long, several more Phantoms arrived, one after another. Seeing transport ships parked all over the ground, the Covenant forces didn't think much of it and delivered themselves to be killed as soon as they got off.
Not a single Phantom could escape Khalid Zaman's clutches.
Back on that asteroid, Khalid Zaman had wanted to do this, but it was a pity there were too many enemies at the time.
Now on his own planet, he could let go and do it. It's just that this group of Covenant is a bit stupid. He didn't know why they kept sending Phantom after Phantom here.
Half an hour later, Big Beard had practiced to the 3rd level of Kai refining, and the others had also entered the 2nd level of Kai refining.
June had also practiced to the 4th level of Foundation establishment. Carla Zaman walked into the cabin and said, "That's about enough. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid we'll attract a large force of the Covenant."
Big Beard opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Damn it, no wonder you super soldiers are so strong."
I feel like I'm almost becoming a super soldier myself.
He lifted a companion beside him with one hand, holding him up easily like a dumbbell.
Khalid Zaman stood with his hands on his hips and said, "You must absolutely not tell anyone else about this Kai refining art."
Remember, this is the military's high secret. If it leaks, it will be treated as treason.
This is much more serious than smuggling munitions. Treason. Which country?
Big Beard scratched his head, looking puzzled.
That crime's against humanity.
Big Beard nodded. I understand that.
But I'm afraid we wanted that chance.
This time, I didn't plan on going back alive when I brought my brothers here.
The young man said, "There are a few farms on the road you came from. We originally lived there, and there were more than 200 people living there at the time."
June asked, "Did they all evacuate?" Big Beard lit a cigarette and said, "Except for the 4 of us, everyone is dead.
My wife, 4 children, and then some old brothers."
Khalid Zaman understood.
The reason these people were so lawless and so reckless was purely because they wanted to come and take revenge. I'm afraid they never prepared to go back alive."
Big Beard asked, "Do you have a mission for coming here?"
"We are here to scout.
There is a large area that satellites cannot detect, and we need intelligence from there."
Big Beard said, "I know where you're talking about."
There is a main road here that leads to the power plant behind us. Beyond the power plant, there is a super large low-lying basin. However, the gate to the checkpoint leading to the power plant is locked, and it has high voltage electricity on it.
June asked, "Is there any other route?"
We use the riverbed on the side to smuggle contraband.
There is a small path there, follow us. When the few people walked out of the factory, there were 6 Phantoms parked neatly outside the wall. The militiamen were already used to this shock and were somewhat unfazed. Big Beard pointed at the Phantoms and asked, "Can we fly those things when we retreat later?" Khalid Zaman said, "Better not."
Why?
That way, you will be attacked by both sides.
Big Beard scratched his head. "All right, what a waste. This thing is worth at least a few million." Chapter 38, the former rebel leader. The 4 of them led Khalid Zaman and the others through a dried-up riverbed. Big Beard said, "This riverbed leads directly to the hydroelectric power plant. This plant can supply electricity to over a dozen nearby colonies. It's a real shame it's been abandoned." John looked up at the sky. About 20 Phantoms were heading toward the oil refinery they had just left.
Khalid Zaman had really figured out the Covenant.
If they had left even 10 minutes later, they would likely have faced a bitter struggle. While the 2 of them might have been able to escape, these militiamen would surely have died.
The group moved forward through the river valley. In the dark of night, even the moonlight couldn't reach them here, making it quite safe.
Big Beard seemed to know the way like the back of his hand, while Khalid Zaman activated his helmet's night vision goggles. After walking for about 20 minutes, they exited the riverbed. Ahead on the mountain road was a large bridge. Crossing it would lead to the power plant. Inside the power plant stood a strange spire about 10 meters tall, with an energy machine gun on each of the 4 sides of its platform.
Chun opened the communication
Channel and said,
"We've discovered a Covenant structure.
It looks like some kind of signal tower.
It appears to be covered by some sort of light shield, and the defenses are tight. Cap, that is the signal source for the dark zone. Jun, all right, treat it as if it doesn't exist. Cat, no, go plant a remote detonated bomb. Command will launch the operation at dawn, and the first step is to destroy this jamming device. Since you've seen it, you might as well take it out while you're at it. Jun, while we're at it."
Looking from outside the power plant, at least 2 squads were patrolling the signal tower.
On the perimeter of the power plant, 10 white-armored elites were spotted. There were 5 Covenant squads on the bridge leading to the hydroelectric power plant. Because the terrain here was relatively low, the interior of the power plant couldn't be seen clearly. Khalid Zaman and John exchanged glances. Without speaking, they both knew the other was smiling bitterly. The enemy's numbers had surged suddenly, and their own terrain was disadvantageous. Judging by the setup of the signal tower, there were certainly plenty of defenders. Big Beard took the rocket launcher off his back and asked, "How do we fight this?" Khalid Zaman, "There are too many enemies here. You guys stay on the perimeter. We'll go in and scout first." Big Beard pointed at the signal tower and said, "Do we need to blow that thing up?" "I've got a rocket launcher." "Yes, but the tower has an energy shield. It can only be detonated from the inside." "Then we'll go in together."
You're getting on in years. Why are you so stubborn?"
Khalid Zaman felt somewhat helpless. A place guarded by such heavy forces would be a near-death experience, even for him and Jun to charge into. If these people rushed in with them, they would undoubtedly die.
Ha ha, Tilda Big Beard laughed.
What do you think we came here for?
A vacation.
Jun sensed Khalid Zaman's intention and said,
You guys stay here on the bridge side. We'll go ahead and clear out some enemies.
Once you hear gunfire, you provide covering fire.
All right, Tilda Big Beard put down the rocket launcher and took out a sniper rifle. The four of them were carrying more weapons and ammunition than Khalid Zaman and his companion. It looked like they intended to have a big fight. Sneaking in wasn't easy. There was only one bridge to enter the power plant.
5 Covenant squads couldn't be wiped out casually.
Elites were highly vigilant warriors.
The wild boar beasts on the bridge were sleeping, but the 5 elites were constantly patrolling, walking back and forth, leaving absolutely no blind spots.
The 2 observed the bridge for a long time, but couldn't find any opportunity to sneak in quietly.
Behind them, Big Beard was getting impatient. Since you guys don't dare to go, let us take the lead. The 4 militiamen each picked up a rocket launcher and fired rockets directly onto the bridge.
Damn it.
Khalid Zaman was too late to stop them.
The 5 Covenant squads on the bridge were blown away, and the sound of plasma grenade chain explosions came from under the bridge.
As soon as they rushed across the bridge, the enemies on the communication tower started firing with machine guns, and then the few militiamen ran into the power plant. The 2 had no choice but to quicken their pace and run inside.
To be honest, their approach was indeed the optimal solution, but this left no reason to keep these militiamen out of the battlefield.
Khalid Zaman used holographic projections several times, and he and Jun took out the 4 jackal snipers on the roof first.
Then Jun activated his armor's invisibility function and ran toward the communication tower.
I'm going to clear out the enemies and machine guns in the tower.
You guys provide cover from the outside.
As if not believing it, Big Beard fired a rocket at the communication tower.
A flash of white light passed, and sure enough, it was blocked by an energy shield.
Now Khalid Zaman and the militiamen were hiding beside a building. To protect these people, he couldn't take a detour. There were too many enemies. If he left, he was afraid these people wouldn't last a minute.
You brat. Big Beard kicked him in the back. Khalid Zaman got angry. Old man, what are you doing?
Going out to kill the enemy while you're hunkering down here.
I already said we didn't come here for a vacation. You go ahead, we'll take care of ourselves.
As they spoke, the 4 of them popped their heads out together and fired 4 rockets. One person was hit in the arm, bleeding profusely. However, under the bombardment of such heavy weapons, the Covenant actually retreated a bit.
All right, you don't need to conserve ammo.
Once it's all used up, retreat to the other side of the bridge.
Got it, got it.
Khalid Zaman cast several layers of spiritual Kaya armor on them, then used the invisibility technique to flank the main Covenant force.
A few lightning techniques wiped out all the wild boar beasts. Chain explosions occurred within the Covenant ranks, and the militiamen on the perimeter opened fire with full force, cheering loudly while firing their rocket launchers.
Damn, this is satisfying.
Khalid Zaman discovered that these people's combat skills weren't low. Their timing for attacks was very good, and they wouldn't blindly throw their lives away. They knew when to take cover. With that, he was relieved. He quickly climbed onto a building to find high ground and sniped the Covenant elites.
Now that he had plenty of bullets, he also targeted the jackals holding red shields.
These red shields were excessively tough. They wouldn't break even after taking a rocket hit. Elite warriors never picked up such shields, and the wild boar beasts were too small to hold these human-sized light shields. Therefore, as long as these jackals were eliminated, the enemy's defensive capabilities could be greatly weakened. Damn, it would be great if my armor had one of these. Then he noticed a few militiamen pointing at the red shields, seemingly wanting to pick them up. Khalid Zaman simply used his object control technique to send the light shields nearby over to them.
The red shields from the oil refinery had all been absorbed by him and Jun.
If he had known, he would have saved a few. This kind of protection was indeed very powerful for people without armor.
Soon, the Covenant forces inside the tower were cleared out, and Jun simply set up a machine gun and began sweeping fire into the power plant. Now the Covenant forces were in an awkward position. In front were the militiamen with fierce firepower. On the side was Jun operating an energy machine gun, and in the back there was still a sneaky one taking pot shots.
The remaining troops quickly retreated into the buildings. Entering confined spaces was Khalid Zaman's specialty. If there were many people, he'd throw plasma grenades. If few, he'd go in and tear them apart by hand. This battle lasted for half an hour, and with the help of the 4 militiamen, it was surprisingly easy. These 4 were truly fierce. Each of them had a dozen grenades hanging inside their clothes. They didn't care about chain explosions. They wouldn't survive a single grenade blast anyway.
After the fierce battle came the cleanup.
Khalid Zaman gathered all the energy weapons from the scene
And gave them to the militiamen to absorb and cultivate.
Jund, I'm going to the communication tower to install the explosives.
The militiamen cheered excitedly.
Khalid Zaman was in a good mood too. You guys have decent combat power, that's for sure. Big Beard said proudly while smoking. Back in the day, I was quite the rebel leader myself.
He exhaled a big puff of smoke and said, Brat, Don't look at me like that.
That was all before I encountered the Covenant.
Chapter 39 Ordinary People in Desperate Circumstances.
Big Beard truly had the aura of a fierce bandit. Khalid Zaman joked, if I had known, I would not have taught you all cultivation. What? Are you afraid we will rebel again? Khalid Zaman was non-committal. He had carried out many black ops, including quite a few against rebel leaders. These people hated the united government to the bone. Big Beard sighed, I am afraid there will not be a chance for that. Khalid Zaman, oh, why? The Covenant never leaves anyone alive.
If you want to rebel, wait a few years. If there are still humans alive in this world by then, consider it again. Khalid Zaman did not speak.
Could even ordinary civilians see it?
Humanity really did not have much time left. Jun's voice sounded over the communication channel. Bad news, Covenant forces reinforcements have arrived.
I have already set the timed bomb. We need to hold out for 5 minutes.
Khalid Zaman looked up to see 10 phantoms and 10 undead transport ships flying in. Khalid Zaman shouted, get inside the factory. This time the enemy seemed truly enraged.
The first to land were 20 hunters.
Big Beard poked his head out. Mother of what is that thing? I have never seen the Covenant like this before. Khalid Zaman asked, how many rockets do we have left? 20 left. Half a crate of grenades. Not enough. Even if these enemies just stood there to be killed, they did not have enough ammunition. The shields held by the hunters were equivalent to the outer hull plating of a starship, even harder than Red Energy Shield. They were in real trouble now. But there was no time to consider tactics. Jun was strafing with a machine gun from the communication tower, while the hunters advanced with their shields raised. Behind them were dense swarms of Covenant forces, and several transport ships had circled to the rear of the factory. These damn bugs.
Big Beard asked, how do we fight these things?
Do we shoot them in the head too?
No, they fear fire.
It would be better if we were an oil refinery. I am afraid there is not enough combustible material here.
Set a fire. Big Beard said with a proud look, we are experts at that. Who says a power plant cannot burn? There is engine oil here used for maintaining the generators, though it has a high ignition point and is not easy to light.
A high ignition point was not a problem.
The cultivators' fire spells were not just ordinary low-temperature flames.
While they could not reach the temperature of Samadhi True Fire, a high temperature of several hundred degrees was certainly possible.
I will draw the fire. You all go get the engine oil. Saying this, Khalid Zaman picked up the rocket launcher and fired at the leading hunters as if ammunition were free. The 20 rockets only killed 2 hunters, but it stopped their advance.
Big Beard and his men brought over several large canisters and opened the lids.
Heaven and earth infinite, borrowing the law of Kain-Kun. Khalid Zaman's fingers flew, forming a spell seal. With a stomp of his foot, the oil from the canisters flew into the sky, condensing into a massive sphere. Water Dragon emerges from the sea.
Fire Dragon descends to the world.
After a dragon's roar, the engine oil in the air transformed into a long dragon and flew towards the top of the hunters' heads.
At the same time, another dragon's roar sounded, and a thick fire dragon appeared from the other side.
The 2 giant dragons collided, suddenly erupting into flames that filled the sky.
The burning fuel splashed everywhere, engulfing the hunters at the very front of the formation, as well as the 10 Covenant forces squads behind them. The temperature of this fire was extremely high. Even ordinary grey-armoured elite collapsed within seconds.
Only 5 white-armoured elite were left screaming frantically.
However, they did not scream for long. The methane tanks and plasma grenade of a nearby wild boar beast began to detonate,
blowing these guys to pieces directly.
Firelight and electrical sparks mingled with the smoke raised by the explosions. My God, even John specifically opened his communicator to explain. Big Beard sat down on the ground with a thud.
You're not a super soldier. Who exactly are you?
Khalid Zaman turned back and said indifferently, I am not human, Tilda.
A young militia member screamed, a ghost Tilda.
True you.
Big Beard kicked him over.
This is a god of a saviour god.
Then the 4 of them began to kowtow to Khalid Zaman. It was unknown where they had learned it. As far as Khalid Zaman knew, this era did not have such etiquette. However, Khalid Zaman was almost unable to speak at this moment. He had forcibly activated a large-scale spell, and the kite in his body was overdrawn, leaving him extremely weak.
This fire should burn long enough for 5 minutes.
Jun come out.
All right. Bomb countdown 3 minutes. The phantoms in the air began firing at the burning area. Plasma weapons could not extinguish the fire, but they could blast away the soil on the ground. In just half a minute, the burning area had been cleared. Now the Covenant forces teams were no longer heading towards the communication tower, but were running into the factory. The fire had just killed all the hunters, and 3 Covenant forces squads, but there were at least 200 more enemies charging over here.
A surge of blood rushed up in Khalid Zaman. He forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit and wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Mission accomplished.
However, it seems we will not be able to escape either.
The young man asked, you installed a bomb in that thing.
Yes, it is going to explode in 2 minutes.
He continued to ask, is it powerful?
Khalid Zaman nodded, very.
Watch me. This guy crawled out the window, did a roll, and ran straight towards the energy tower,
just passing by John, who was running over.
What are you doing?
John did not react in time. He wanted to reach out and grab him, but unfortunately he missed.
The young man fired at the energy tower while shouting, "Come on, you mongrel bastards!"
You want this piece of junk, right?
The Covenant forces immediately changed direction and ran towards the energy tower. Originally, they had seen John in the energy tower and wanted to retake the tower first.
But the last attack had completely stunned them, so they decided to take out Khalid Zaman first.
However, now that this young man was clearly trying to dismantle the tower, and their highest priority mission was to protect the energy tower, they all turned around and ran towards the energy tower. The young man ran into the tower, firing wildly, and even detonated a grenade. The Covenant panicked immediately. Over 20 elite drew their light swords and dashed towards the energy tower, including a golden-armored berserker.
Khalid Zaman closed his eyes.
He had guessed it, but it was too late to stop him. Bomb countdown 1 minute.
Over 30 elite and quite a few jackal snipers had already run into the energy tower's defensive range. The young man was jumping happily on top of the tower.
It was unclear what he was shouting, but judging by his expression, it looked as if he were going to get married rather than to his death.
A light sword pierced through his body. He closed his eyes, a smile still on his face.
Almost all the Covenant forces' reinforcements were gathering in the direction of the energy tower.
Khalid Zaman looked at the energy tower before him, his gaze as sharp as a sword. He had seen too many scenes like this.
Big Beard grumbled, "That kid is lucky."
Yet another militia member echoed, "The total number of enemies I have killed in my life does not add up to the number of elite he just killed."
Damn, I am jealous. A wild boar beast was running towards the energy tower, clutching its head. This unlucky fellow had been knocked over 3 times along the way. Now that the main force had charged into the tower, it had been left behind. There was an energy shield there. As long as it could run in first, it would not be burned by that terrifying fire. The little guy cursed angrily. "Damnable Sanali people, you 4-jawed idiots, leaving your cute wild boar beast behind. Go to hell, all of you." As soon as the words fell, the energy tower in front exploded. The white light of the explosion was blinding. The entire tower was blown to pieces. The energy shield vanished, and only a pile of wreckage remained.
My God, I did not mean for you to actually die.
The wild boar beast dropped its gun and fled, clutching its head.
Chapter 40, A Sudden Enlightenment on the Path of Cultivation.
There was no time left for Khalid Zaman and his group to celebrate or grieve. The enemies were flanking from the back of the factory. 6 Covenant squads.
Khalid Zaman and Jun rushed out of the room, each finding a direction to run and start killing.
The two were calm, circling around to the sides of these enemies, so their killing efficiency was very high.
2 militiamen in the room were already injured, but Big Beard could not stay idle. He grabbed a marksman rifle and ran out to kill enemies too. With Khalid Zaman and John looking out for them, the old man had a great time fighting. In just 5 minutes, the enemies were cleared out. Khalid Zaman sensed carefully there were indeed no enemies left in the power plant. He put away his gun, intending to get some energy equipment to recover his Kai. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions rang out.
A chain of explosions occurred in the room where the 2 militiamen were. Judging by the sound, all the grenades on their bodies had detonated. What happened? There shouldn't have been any enemies left. Khalid Zaman rushed towards that room, and Jund, hearing the commotion, jumped down from the roof and ran towards it. Big Beard was the closest and entered the room first. Then there was no movement.
An ominous premonition surfaced in Khalid Zaman's heart.
He was the second to run through the door, only to see Big Beard pierced by a red light sword. An elite wearing grey armor was staring at Khalid Zaman.
HMPH, I will remember you. The silent shadow will not let you go, human.
Khalid Zaman had never seen such armor before. A normal elite's battle armor had separate parts, leaving much of the body exposed, relying mainly on energy shields for protection.
But this grey-armoured elite wore full body armor, even covering the entire head, so one couldn't even see the elite's full-part mouth when it spoke. Most conspicuous was the observation screen in front of the helmet, long and thin, glowing with a blue light. It felt very murderous.
The elite crouched down, using Big Beard as a shield,
moving slowly toward the window. Then he forcefully flung Big Beard toward the door and disappeared, jumping out the window.
Khalid Zaman caught Big Beard and immediately checked his injuries.
His internal organs were already scorched. He couldn't be saved.
The Covenant's light sword was made of condensed plasma, possessing not only strong penetrating power, but also extreme heat. Once pierced, survival was rare.
Damn it, why am I not dead yet?
Big Beard was surprised to find he could still speak and move.
It was just that Khalid Zaman's hand was pressed against his back, not daring to let go for a moment.
He was using his kite to hold onto Big Beard's last trace of life.
Khalid Zaman asked, "Do you have any last wishes?"
Big Beard quickly realized his situation.
He took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it.
Actually, 5 of us from our village survived, and there's still a granddaughter.
Khalid Zaman frowned. Since you still have family, why come here to die? She has food and drink, and someone to take care of her. The only thing this old man can do for the child at this point, blood was already bubbling from his mouth,
Is to kill a few Covenant scumbags.
Big Beard grabbed Khalid Zaman's hand and said excitedly, "You are the savior. You must live, kill the Covenant." Before he could finish his sentence, he went limp, and half a cigarette fell to the ground, trailing wisps of blue smoke. Khalid Zaman took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Big Beard died as he lived. The expression on his face was peaceful, as with the other militiamen. They were true warriors, just like Jane, Robert, and the other companions.
He suppressed the inner beast with all his might, fearing that if he went mad, he would rush out and die.
He could not die.
Khalid Zaman would live, and by living, he would avenge them.
At this moment, Jung ran into the room and crouched down to examine the situation.
There are lights or burn marks on a piece of flesh. One of them must have been ambushed, and then the other pulled the grenades. I remember they both had a dozen grenades on them.
That didn't kill the opponent.
What kind of person is this?
Khalid Zaman, silent shadow. He frowned, thinking seriously about what had just happened. The events unfolding before him demanded serious thought, because the elite warrior actually possessed the aura of the 10th level of the Kai refinement stage.
Someone in the Covenant was actually practicing cultivation given the physical condition of the Saint Heli. If they reached the 10th level of the Kai refinement stage, there would be a nightmare for humanity.
Khalid Zaman carefully recalled the scene. The opponent's strength, speed, and reaction ability seemed to be no less than his own. Moreover, when the opponent was invisible, there was no energy fluctuation, and the sound was minimal.
And the armor could actually enter stealth mode after taking a dozen grenades. Its defensive capability was more than 3 times higher than Enjolnir.
Then,
The only reason the opponent retreated was that he might have been injured. The dozen grenades detonating was no joke. If he had been ambushed by such an enemy without Kai in his body, he would have undoubtedly died.
in that sense, these militiamen had saved his life. If he encountered such an enemy again, one-on-one, knowing the opponent's presence, he felt it might be a 50-50 chance.
If it were in a noisy environment with numerous enemy troops, then he would undoubtedly die.
Khalid Zaman froze for a long time, remaining silent. He was thinking about using cultivation methods, modern technology, or any other method, but he couldn't think of how to face such an enemy. Jun asked what's wrong. Khalid Zaman sighed and explained his findings and estimations, wanting to ask Jun how to deal with such an enemy.
Jun thought for a moment and said, "I think your direction of cultivation is wrong."
Oh,
Khalid Zaman was stunned.
he, a Mahayana stage cultivator who had witnessed the heavenly tribulation, was being lectured told by a future person who knew nothing that his path of cultivation was wrong. Look, those 2 spells just now had great power, but actually replacing them with an incendiary grenade could achieve the same effect. If there are conditions, a bottle filled with oil, then stuffed with a cloth strip, lit and thrown, works just as well. Jun's thinking was very unique, always emphasizing that the effects of cultivation could be replaced by modern weapons. But Khalid Zaman didn't speak. He was humble and wanted to hear what this little bald guy meant.
You usually use the object control technique to throw grenades. That's a very good combination.
But why don't you use the object control technique to hold more guns? For example, controlling 10 automatic rifles and firing them simultaneously.
Khalid Zaman imagined the scene. It seemed the lethality would be about the same as his signature technique, the Thunder Dragon flame killing array. But the Kai consumption would indeed be much lower.
You son of a bitch, you really are a genius.
Jun asked, how many things can you control at the same time right now? Khalid Zaman walked out of the room, beckoned, and controlled 10 Covenant energy pistols. These things were light, and once aimed, they didn't really need to be sighted.
10 guns began to charge simultaneously and fired forward.
There were no enemies in front, so the energy balls shot everywhere, but this was already very strong.
In large-scale warfare, he would be even more terrifying than George.
But what does this have to do with dealing with the Silent Shadow?
The opponent shouldn't appear within my line of sight.
Jun said, like this, put the guns around yourself now.
I'll pretend to be an invisible assassin.
Khalid Zaman beckoned, and 10 small pistols floated around him.
Jun walked behind him, and then his body touched a gun.
Khalid Zaman's pupils shrank. He understood. Jun continued, you said before that using the object control technique requires concentration and cannot achieve precise operation, but you can feel the things you control even when you can't see them, right? Khalid Zaman dropped all the small pistols, and dozens of small stones floated around him. Then these small stones slowly drifted outward, reaching up to 20 meters away. Isn't this just a crude version of divine sense?
Divine sense projection is something only possible after the nascent soul stage, at the soul transformation stage.
Could this little bald guy really be a cultivation genius? Just like that, a new path of cultivation for the future world was laid out before Khalid Zaman.
It was a magical path he had never thought of before.
Chapter 41 Winter is approaching. The approach Jun provided to Khalid Zaman made him suddenly enlightened, using the least amount of true Kai combined with modern weapons to exert the maximum tactical effect. However, human gunpowder weapons cannot be used this way. Those guns have too much recoil. The most perfect ones are the Covenant's small energy pistols. Khalid Zaman piled the corpses of several militiamen together and burned them. There was no time to bury them, and he did not want to leave them exposed in the wilderness. Although people of the future do not have such customs or concepts, Jun did not say anything. Continuing forward from the power plant is a long canyon. Crossing this canyon is where the dark zone is located. This canyon is heavily guarded by the enemy, and there are many turrets on the high ground. Khalid Zaman has now mastered the object control technique to a new level. He can even control a wild boar beast to detonate the plasma grenade on its own body.
He can also directly toss away a wild boar beast sitting on a turret.
The snipers on the mountains are too far away to control, so he hides near the Covenant turrets and operates the unmanned turrets to fire wildly at the mountain top.
Without firing a single shot themselves, the two scared away the hundreds of Covenant at the canyon entrance. The opponents fled because the Covenant is indeed afraid of ghosts.
Under the guidance of the prophets, all races have begun to believe in souls and the afterlife.
Khalid Zaman and his companion were not aware of this. They simply walked easily through the enemy-free canyon, collecting energy and absorbing spiritual energy along the way. Jun also wanted to try the object control technique, but unfortunately his foundation establishment stage true Kai was too scarce, and he could only control things like leaves and small stones.
Khalid Zaman asked, "What are you doing fiddling with those few leaves?"
Jun, I also have to guard against the silent shadow.
These leaves are still too big as targets, so I decided to split one leaf into 100 pieces and keep them arranged around me.
It just requires distraction to control, and it needs a lot of practice.
Khalid Zaman suddenly felt the pressure. Jun's mind was meticulous and his thinking active. He could think of things that Khalid Zaman could not.
It must be said that this kid's talent is indeed above his own.
Jun,
I have also tried even smaller particles, but unfortunately I cannot operate them.
Otherwise, if I put a bag of explosive powder around me and an enemy enters, I could directly use the lightning technique to detonate the explosives, which could directly blast the opponents out of their stealth state. Khalid Zaman was impressed, but this requires consuming a huge amount of energy. Jun,
that is why I need to practice constantly.
Practice until it becomes a habit.
Now, the few leaves around Jun had started to line up, sometimes in a straight line, sometimes in a V shape, which couldn't help but remind Khalid Zaman of the wild geese in his elementary school textbooks. Damn it, it's a good thing this kid is his teammate. A foundation establishment stage cultivator was already thinking about how to create spells with effects similar to divine sense. Only above the nascent soul stage is the soul transformation stage, and only then would a cultivator have the ability to project their divine sense. Khalid Zaman believed that if this kid had started cultivating at the same time as him, his speed would definitely have surpassed his own. Khalid Zaman started trying to control more small pistols up to 20, but at this point he could no longer use charged attacks. When the small pistols charge, the gun bodies vibrate, requiring force to maintain stability, and the large light orbs fired also have some recoil. Controlling 20 guns while charging, he couldn't even guarantee the shooting direction. However, with such an effect, Khalid Zaman was already very satisfied. Future battles would be easier. The two stopped at the same time. There was a large hole in the cliff wall beside them, through which they could directly see a huge basin in the distance. The ground within a 10-kilometer radius in the basin was full of the lights of Covenant forces, including military camp spaces, fighter jets, tanks, and huge anti-aircraft turrets, and a massive warship several thousand meters away. The two lay by the cliff observing. Jun, we hit the jackpot.
Khalid Zaman, initiate real-time image transmission.
Jun opened the communication channel. Cat, did you see that? Cat, I seen it.
Jun, this is not a raiding force, this is an entire Covenant army.
Command receives the intelligence, and all combat personnel on Reach received an emergency notice of a winter emergency. Covenant headquarters, the city of philanthropy floating in outer space. Inside the High Council chamber sat dozens of Covenant high-level officials. This meeting was led and chaired by the Prophet of Truth, the Prophet of Mercy, and the Prophet of Sorrow. The Saint Sim are an ancient race. They are intelligent and believe in all of the gods. The Saxamu people are slender in build, and their appearance is more similar to shell-less big-headed turtles. As the three most pious, or rather the most intelligent among the Saxamu people, the prophets hold supreme leadership status within the Covenant. The three prophets were advanced in age, although sitting on the supreme throne and wearing gorgeous ceremonial robes, they could not hide their wrinkles and dark grey, dull skin.
Prophet of Truth, the zealot judiciary did very well this time.
As the most pious subjects of the gods, they have made huge contributions to the work of searching for divine miracles.
Prophet of Mercy, yes, in order to recognize their heroic work,
We have decided to let the fleet of the Zealot Judiciary return to the City of Philanthropy for some recuperation.
Hearing this, the dozen or so councillors on the side began to whisper to each other.
Half of them were Sanctumu people, and the other half were Sanheli people, which is the race of the elite warriors.
A Sanheli councillor spoke up to express his confusion. Lord Prophet,
Since the Zealot Judiciary discovered the relic, why not let them bring the relic back directly?
yes, other Sanheli councillors began to echo. This should be the glory of our race.
How can we give up Parfai?
Quiet. The Prophet of Truth's magnetic, majestic voice drowned out the clamour of the councillors. Prophet of Truth, the planet they discovered this time has a very important divine miracle. But there is also a large number of human armies. Wanting to destroy these armies will inevitably affect the relic.
So we decided to use the Covenant's largest fleet to make a quick decision and wipe out the human resistance in one fell swoop.
Hearing this, the councillors shut their mouths one after another. There are two fleets that can be called the largest in the Covenant. One is the brave and cautious fleet commanded by Boritami, and the other is the Tivadami Special Justice Fleet. Both of these men were direct units of the Sanheli people and had firm loyalty and faith in the Sanheli race. Therefore, in the eyes of the Sanheli councillors, this move became a friendly gift-giving act. This could allow the Sanheli people to continue to improve their status within the Covenant.
It's just that they didn't understand why the Prophet would send the Sanheli's direct fleet to retrieve the holy object.
Sanheli councillor, may I ask, Lord Prophet, which fleet do you intend to send?
Prophet of Truth, the brave and cautious fleet.
Sanheli councillor, thank you for your wisdom.
The Sanheli councillor looked very satisfied.
However, Tilda, the Prophet of Truth, said these two words in a mysterious way again.
He didn't continue, just looking at this group of Sanheli councillors, feeling a bit amused.
Sure enough, this group of councillors started whispering to each other again. They felt that the Prophet was up to some trick again this time. The divine miracle was the biggest one in history, and they must not let the Sanctumu people get this glory.
The Prophet of Truth watched for a while and continued,
However, I feel that the brave and cautious fleet seems not enough. Here it comes, here it comes. What kind of trick is this old thing going to play again? This time we must not let him succeed.
Sure enough, he has no good intentions.
The whispering voices of these councillors were not very quiet, and they all reached the ears of the Prophet of Truth. The Prophet of Truth just looked at them coldly without continuing.
After 5 minutes, the conference room quieted down.
The Prophet of Truth then
continued, We have specially added a CSO-class supercarrier, the Long Night, to the brave and cautious fleet.
This can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the brave and cautious fleet and end the battle faster.
The Sanheli councillors were all stunned.
They originally thought that this old guy would let their fleet serve as cannon fodder and then send the Prophet's direct units to excavate the divine miracle. They didn't expect that no one would snatch the credit, and he even added a supercarrier to their fleet. They had heard of this carrier when it started construction more than a decade ago. Everyone was envious. This thing was a real monster, and no matter which fleet it was added to, it could double the strength of the entire fleet.
Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly.
When did the Sanctumu people
Become so stupid.
The Prophet of Truth was very satisfied with the silence of the scene and smiled. The pilgrimage cannot be delayed. We must obtain the holy object from the divine miracle as soon as possible. Therefore, you do not need to worry about anyone having any selfish motives in this operation. O Tilda, the councillors were all silent, each becoming solemn. The Prophet of Truth reached out, pointing his 3 fingers towards the distance. Everything for the Covenant. All councillors echoed, Everything for the Covenant. Chapter 42. Every insignificant human being. On the edge of the Epsilon Eridani system, Fermi Station. There were 15 such stations in this system, established for the sole purpose of detecting potential Covenant attacks at the system's edge. Reach was far too important to humanity to allow any accidents to occur. In the monitoring room, Braytoning was drinking coffee, repeating his boring work day after day.
A tall figure walked in.
Station Commander.
Braytoning stood up and gave a standard military salute. Hello, Lieutenant.
Any situation today?
Report, sir, no situation.
We are in the rear guard here. The enemy couldn't possibly come this far. The station commander, named McRobert, was a veteran who had participated in several campaigns against the Covenant. What he feared most was not the arrival of the Covenant, but the contempt these young people held for the Covenant.
Why do you think that?
Well, isn't it obvious? Braytoning carefully observed the commander's expression and, finding he wasn't angry, boldly continued. The Covenant couldn't possibly skip over the planet still controlled by the United Space Command.
They don't even know the coordinates of reach.
McRobert smiled. Do you understand them?
I don't, sir.
Logically speaking, wouldn't they fight from the outside in?
If they suddenly appeared in the Epsilon Eridani system, wouldn't they be surrounded by us?
The Covenant never plays by the rules. That is why we must take this seriously and stick to our duties, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Braytoning, greatly admired the man before him. McRobert had once commanded a destroyer in the Battle of Octonus and sunk 2 Covenant warships.
Although the stern middle-aged man never spoke of it, it was public record reported directly in combat bulletins.
Since McRobert arrived at the station, the young crew's analytical ability regarding multidimensional spatial charts had greatly improved.
A veteran who had actually fought in space battles was just different. However, Braytoning still felt a bit uncomfortable, and he grumbled, "I just don't understand why the Space Command would do this." McRobert asked, "Do what?
Send a war hero like you to a godforsaken place like this?
You brat, doesn't that just go to show how important the work here is?"
Braytoning thought about it. That logic didn't seem wrong.
"Thank you, sir." "Continue your work, Lieutenant."
Yes, sir.
In fact, there was one more thing Braytoning didn't say. He didn't believe the Covenant would come here because of Reach's powerful military might.
As humanity's most important military base, Reach had 20 supermagnetic accelerator cannons deployed in its orbit.
They could fire 3,000-ton projectiles at 0.5% the speed of light, with extremely high targeting precision.
If even that couldn't stop the Covenant, there was still the Eridanus fleet that could arrive at any moment.
This was a super fleet with over 100 ships.
However, the information transmitted back 5 minutes later made Braytoning start to question reality.
He didn't hesitate and immediately notified McRobert. "Report, Station Commander. The first batch of space probes have all lost contact." "All of them?" McRobert frowned. This familiar scene was exactly the same as it had been at Octonus. "I've adjusted the telescope. Is this the Covenant?" Braytoning's face turned pale. In the telescope, countless points of light appeared simultaneously at the edge of the system. These points of light gathered together, looking like a pot of boiling water. The space nearby began to twist and become blurry. The station's automatic detector sounded an alarm. Beep, slip space rupture detected.
Sir, they are only 1 light second away from us. They are heading toward us.
McRobert closed his eyes, compress and transmit the station logs.
Yes, sir.
Braytoning quickly executed the operation. He did this every day and was already very proficient.
So it only took him 10 seconds to complete the command.
After transmitting the data, he stood up and said, "Done, Station Commander. Shall we leave now?"
McRobert didn't open his eyes and continued, "Execute the virus file purge program.
Clear all data on the station."
Braytoning was on the verge of tears because on the monitoring screen, the Covenant fleet would reach the station's area in less than 1 minute. And executing the data purge would take 1 minute.
He had to sit back down and input the virus program command. The command wasn't long, but because his fingers were trembling, he mistyped it twice in a row.
McRobert patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, kid, I'm here." And then
Braytoning nodded carefully and slowly inputting the command. This time it was correct.
"Purge has started. Let's go, Station Commander."
McRobert sighed. He opened the sealed panel on the console, pressed the switch under the panel, and disengaged the safety valve for the station's reactor. "It's too late, kid.
I must execute the call protocol."
"But haven't we already deleted the data?"
McRobert said in as gentle a tone as possible. "Covenant warships are much faster than a Pelican.
We can't leave, kid." Why? Braytoning felt as if he had lost all his strength. Besides the two of them, there were over a dozen other staff members on the station. Were they all going to die here? At this point, there was no need for a telescope. One could see the Covenant fleet outside from the station's observation window. The entire starry sky seemed to be covered. Hundreds of ships of various sizes were sweeping past the station. McRobert straightened his uniform, put on his hat, and said, "There is one thing I can tell you." "What?" Braytoning was already crying. He was still young and didn't want to die, but there was no way out now. "I can tell you why the military sent me to a place like this." Upon hearing this, Braytoning was stunned for a moment, and then he felt relieved. Yes, if the station commander hadn't been here, he would have surely delayed military operations and wouldn't have thought to execute the Cole Protocol. He was just a useless waste. Without needing Station Commander McRobert to say anything more, he understood. Braytoning slapped himself hard across the face. "Don't be like that, kid. You've been very brave. Not everyone could successfully complete the command under such circumstances."
McRobert gave a military salute to Lieutenant Braytoning.
"Thank you, Station Commander." Fermi Station exploded, not because of a Covenant attack, but because the station's reactor overloaded. In this vast starry sky, the explosion was silent and fleeting. One couldn't even see a speck of light from Reach. The people on the station had brilliantly completed their mission. Such people were not rare throughout the entire war between humanity and the Covenant. They existed in the past, they exist now, and they will continue to appear in the future. Chapter 43, Old Rogue Meets Naked Woman. In the Epsilon Eridani system, humanity had a total of 18 space stations. Some were responsible for reconnaissance, while others were responsible for maintenance. Without exception, these space stations witnessed the Covenant fleet. Some personnel successfully evacuated,
while others, like the Fermi space station, vanished in the explosion of their reactors. Just as Station Commander Mac Robe said, not everyone could successfully carry out their orders under such circumstances.
The artificial intelligence at the Reach spaceport reported 17 out of these 18 space stations successfully executed the Cole protocol. Now the Covenant had dispatched search parties to search all the space stations that had not been destroyed. Simply firing a shot at a space station wouldn't solve the problem. The Covenant could still obtain the data they wanted from the wreckage.
Therefore, someone had to resolve this matter.
Due to the summons for Operation Red Flag, almost all of the Spartan Roman 2 were on Reach. Therefore, 3 Spartan IIS John 117, Linda 058, and James 005 were heading to Gamma Station, preparing to execute the Cole protocol and complete the cleanup mission. They were Blue Team. The remaining 20-some Spartan warriors formed Red Team and headed to various locations on Reach to provide ground support. The Battle of Reach had begun.
Khalid Zaman, a Noble Team, was sent to participate in a large-scale assault operation.
This time, the Reach Combat Command specifically equipped Noble Team with a standard type artificial intelligence anti-dot.
This type of artificial intelligence was manufactured using traditional technological means, which was quite different from the smart type like Cortana, which used human brain scanning.
Khalid Zaman didn't understand why an artificial intelligence's name included the word anti, but he quite liked the artificial intelligence's voice, the gentle yet magnetic tone that made him feel quite anti-dot. Broadcast information over the communication channel between Command and Noble Team. Noble Team's discovery last night was not an isolated incident. Large numbers of Covenant forces have completed their deployment without being detected. Now the entire Viri region is under attack, including the orbital defense facilities. Khalid Zaman and Kat were sitting in a warthog with a large force of Marines in front of them. This time, Command had dispatched a mechanized combat brigade with a total force of 5,000. Anti-dot, according to the Winter Contingency Order, we are launching counterattacks on all front lines. Noble Team has also discovered several cloaking shields that can hide the tracks of the Covenant army. According to Aranite intelligence, these shields are likely landing zones for follow-up Covenant forces, though their origin remains undetermined.
The sky was packed with Falcons, Rotor helicopters, and Wasp fighters, while the ground was filled with Warthogs as far as the eye could see.
Some of the Warthogs were not equipped with standard machine guns, but rather M60 825 mm Gauss cannons.
What gave Khalid Zaman the most sense of security were the 150 Scorpion main battle tanks.
The design of these tanks wasn't much different from the tanks he had seen before, but they featured 4 independent track drives, which greatly increased the tank's agility and off-road capability. Moreover, this thing could be operated by a single person, unlike the tanks from ancient Earth that required a whole crew inside to function. Most importantly, the tank's main gun was a high-speed type capable of firing a coaxial armor-piercing tracer round every 3 seconds, hitting whatever it pointed at within a second, far superior to the projectile-lobbing Wraith tanks of the Covenant. The massive, fully mechanized force advanced from the main road toward the basin they had scouted yesterday.
Carteret 259. Command has designated this location as a priority target.
Our mission is here. Jun, we need to go and finish the job from last night. Kat copied that, locking onto the coordinates for the center of the cloaked area. The Marine in the back seat of Khalid Zaman's vehicle shouted Banshee. The sky was filled with swarms of enemy aircraft. The Marines immediately opened fire with their machine guns, while the aircraft in the sky began strafing and dropping plasma bombs. Violent explosions rang out everywhere. Soon, their Warthog convoy separated from the main force. Noble Team's mission was not the front line, but to penetrate behind enemy lines for a strike mission. Noble Team was divided into 3 squads, with each squad leading 50 Marines on a special mission.
Khalid Zaman and Kat were heading to a valley. Enemy aircraft in the sky were bombarding constantly, and when their team passed over a narrow bridge, the bridge was suddenly blown apart. Since there was no time to brake, Kat slammed on the accelerator and shouted, "Hold on."
The Warthog leaped over the 2-meter gap in the bridge, then landed on its nose and rolled over once. Khalid Zaman lay on the ground, his ears buzzing. He immediately used the mind-clearing incantation and struggled to stand up. He saw another Warthog behind them trying to leap over the broken bridge, only to crash into the edge of the gap and fall down. 3 Warthogs had already made it across, but before they even reached the mission location, they were down to only a dozen or so people. This is war. 6. Are you okay? Kat was equipped with an armor lock attachment and had activated it before the impact, so she hadn't suffered much shock. Khalid Zaman
the old Six continued to carry the holographic decoy attachment, but this time he didn't bring a sniper rifle. Instead, he chose an M319 individual grenade launcher. It was the weapon with the largest kill radius he could find. Although there were rocket launchers, he really couldn't carry the ammunition for that thing. By comparison, 14 rounds of 48mm grenades were more cost-effective. However, he soon realized that on such a large-scale battlefield, no amount of weapons was ever enough. On the way to the valley, there were no fewer than 20 Covenant squads and 3 circular Covenant turrets. Khalid Zaman was amused. With so many wild boar beasts, this wave was like an old rascal meeting a naked woman. Are you trying to seduce me on purpose? Cat asked with concern. Six.
Are you okay?
What are you laughing at?
Did you break your brain in the fall?
I'm fine. Although he hadn't slept for a day and a night, he was still full of energy. He was now determined to carry forward Jun's modern cultivation philosophy. A fuel rod cannon projectile flew toward them. Look out! Khalid Zaman tackled Cat, and the fuel rod cannon projectile flew toward the rear.
You guys pin down the enemy herd, I'm going to flank them.
Khalid Zaman grabbed the grenade launcher and sprinted toward the enemy's flank.
He fired toward the front while running, drawing the enemy's fire.
Now
Cat and the other Marines had no cover and could only hide behind the Warthogs. These Warthogs couldn't withstand the bombardment of the fuel rod cannon and could be blown to pieces in a few shots.
After being bombarded by a round of grenades, the enemy also began to look for cover. Khalid Zaman knew the opportunity had come. He slipped behind a large rock and discovered that 3 wild boar beasts were also trying to flank around. So he used his object control technique to force them to walk back, while conveniently activating the plasma grenades on their bodies.
Boom!
After a series of secondary explosions, the enemy was reduced by a third.
The remaining Covenant forces all looked up at the sky together. The battle in the air was intense, and it seemed no human aircraft were watching over this part of the battlefield. A few elites felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Chapter 44 New Tactics. Seeing such a violent explosion, Noble 2 looked up at the sky, muttering something under her breath. Khalid Zaman took this opportunity to activate a holographic projection, rushing toward the enemies behind several other pieces of cover, and then used his invisibility technique. The battlefield was chaotic right now, and it was difficult even for an elite to detect the energy fluctuations of his invisibility.
The enemies shooting at the projection discovered that the human who had rushed up suddenly disappeared. No corpse, nothing else.
Then they looked up at the sky again. A wild boar beast said, "Did this guy get teleported to the warship?"
Another replied, "Impossible.
That's our warship, you idiot. You're the idiot. Your whole family is full of idiots.
I'm your own brother, and you dare to curse me. Your whole family are the idiots."
The 2 wild boar beasts started fighting each other. Then they pulled out plasma grenades and triggered the detonators.
Both wild boar beasts shouted simultaneously, "Bastard, why did you pull out a plasma grenade?"
Damn it.
A white-armored elite warrior walked over, grabbed the 2 wild boar beasts one by one, and threw them away.
Then he saw the 2 little guys flying back.
Oh, bastard Tilda.
Another series of sympathetic detonations occurred, and among the pile of enemies here, except for the 6 elites who jumped away, all the other grunts were killed in the explosion. Among them, one white-armored elite was a veteran. He had added several spikes to his helmet as ornaments, which looked quite intimidating. Although he also felt baffled, he could see that the problem basically originated from the wild boar beasts and the plasma grenades.
Throw all your grenades away.
For a moment, dozens of circular light orbs appeared in front of Noble 2, completely stunning the girl. She immediately activated her armor lock and was not injured, but the warthog in front of her and the Marines on the side were all blown to pieces.
Khalid Zaman was furious.
The plasma grenades that had already been triggered were constantly emitting spiritual energy, so he couldn't use his object control technique to manipulate them. He couldn't react in time to such a situation. If Noble 2 hadn't activated her armor lock in time, he would have almost bitten the tip of his tongue to use his vital blood to power a spell. Now Noble 2 had lost her cover and was completely exposed to the enemies, and her armor lock had already been used, requiring 30 seconds to recharge. Khalid Zaman immediately activated his pistol formation, and 10 energy pistols floated into midair, simultaneously beginning to charge. Noble 2 was running toward the cliff wall on the side and didn't see the situation here. Meanwhile, the elites of the Covenant discovered that several guns had suddenly floated into the sky. This couldn't be an invisible enemy, because these guns were floating 4 or 5 meters high.
Pew pew.
A volley of shots rang out, with each elite present taking at least 1 hit, while some lucky ones took 2.
However, 2 fully charged plasma energy shots weren't enough to take down an elite.
They now had 6 seconds to dodge. After 6 seconds, the elite's armor would replenish their energy shield. Some elites entered a stealth state, some hid behind cover, and others picked up wild boar beasts trying to block the shots from the energy pistols in the sky.
Khalid Zaman didn't give them a chance.
He was currently hiding in the shadow of a rock behind the side of this group of enemies.
He drew his magnum pistol and with one shot per head, took out all the elites who had their backs to him.
After the elites had their heads blown off one by one, the remaining grunts went crazy. The jackals and wild boar beasts jumped out of cover, but there were simply no enemies in front of them.
At this moment, Noble 2 had already rushed to the bottom of the cliff, hiding behind a protruding rock.
The wild boar beasts were in a chaotic mess. The captain is dead, Run.
A demon, a devil,
A ghost. All the captains are dead.
what do we do? The jackals looked around vigilantly.
They no longer just paid attention to the front, a few turned around to check, and immediately saw Khalid Zaman.
Although his invisibility technique could last for a long time, he couldn't maintain the spell when firing, which would reveal his body. Two jackals immediately turned their shields and began to charge their energy pistols.
True.
Khalid Zaman blasted a fuel rod cannon shot over and controlled the grenade to fly behind the two jackals, blowing the two guys away directly.
Then, while reloading his magazine, he controlled the small pistols in the sky to start practicing his remote shooting technique. This was a proper third-person shooter game. Fortunately, there were many guns, and he was attacking from the enemy's rear, creating a pincer attack. It took less than 2 minutes to wipe out this group of guys. He climbed onto a huge rock. 3 turrets in front turned simultaneously to fire at him. Khalid Zaman waved his hand, throwing the 3 wild boar beasts on the turrets down the cliff.
The screams grew fainter and gradually disappeared.
Noble 2-6, how is the situation on your end?
Khalid Zaman, the enemies have all been eliminated. Let's continue moving forward.
Paul, eliminated. Seeing that no enemies were firing, Noble 2 crept over.
Then she saw a ground full of corpses.
Did you do all this?
Yeah.
How did you do it?
This girl started questioning life again.
As a fellow Spartan warrior, she couldn't just take a detour and wipe out hundreds of enemies. I'll teach you when there's a chance, let's go.
Oh Tilda.
Khalid Zaman really wanted to teach these team members,
But unfortunately,
there was no time. After returning last night, he and John had rested for half an hour, eaten something, and then the war began.
At this moment, the artificial intelligence Auntie Dot's voice appeared on the communication channel. Noble 2-6, there are 2 enemy heavy anti-aircraft turrets to your southwest.
Noble 2 received.
The current mission objective is to destroy those 2 anti-aircraft turrets first.
Thanks to the support of the artificial intelligence, Noble Team could receive timely assistance.
While it was impossible to deploy a large number of troops for support, now vehicles were still possible.
Before long, the Pelican medium dropship flew in from the air, dropping off a Warthog and a Marine. After getting off the plane, the Marine saluted.
Sir,
I'm here to support you. Khalid Zaman actually didn't really want to let ordinary soldiers participate in his mission. They needed to go deep behind enemy lines, and these soldiers were fearless but lacked any trump cards to save their lives, making them too easy to sacrifice. Just a moment ago, 50 ordinary Marines were following them, and they had suffered huge casualties just after crossing a bridge. Now only he and Noble 2 were left. However, he couldn't say anything. In this chaotic world, who could protect themselves? Sending him back now would be heartless. After all, this was war, not some game. He admired these soldiers, so he also respected them very much. Khalid Zaman also saluted the Marine and said, "Let's go."
Noble 2, you drive, and I'll control the machine gun.
He jumped onto the machine gun position, and the Marine looked around, picked up a fuel rod cannon, and sat in the passenger seat. Covenant weapons generally didn't have magazines. All ammunition and energy were loaded directly into the weapons. Therefore, the Marines preferred these Covenant weapons, and if they had the chance, they would get their hands on some powerful gear to play with. Just like that, the 3 of them rode the Warthog into the canyon. The soldier sat in the passenger seat, very happy. Wahoo! Let's kill to our heart's content.
Chapter 45, Tanks Falling from the Sky.
Kat's combat style is conventional, but this girl drives wildly. I didn't notice much when she drove the Covenant Wraith tank earlier, as that thing is too slow.
Now that she's driving the 125 km/h Warthog, the speed has soared.
Khalid Zaman doesn't even know why Kat dares to drive over 100 km/h on this kind of mountain road. The Warthog, in its various configurations, serves as the main vehicle for mechanized units and has been specially modified. Compared to ordinary vehicles, the Warthog's tires are not pneumatic. They have nanoframes installed inside, so this vehicle has excellent elasticity, so good it makes people want to vomit. Driving at this speed on such rugged mountain roads makes Khalid Zaman feel like a yo-yo being played with by an expert. He needs to use both hands and feet to barely keep himself from being thrown out. Less than 5 minutes into the Warthog ride, many jackal snipers appeared on the cliffs on both sides. Khalid Zaman cast several layers of spiritual Kaya armor on himself, which would allow him to take 4 shots from a needle rifle before his shield broke. The Marines fired fuel rod cannons at the cliffs,
while Khalid Zaman continuously strafed with a machine gun in the backseat.
Although this is a light machine gun, it has a rate of fire of 180 rounds per minute, and with the adjustable base, he can easily suppress the enemies on the cliffs. Time is of the essence. There's no free time for them to slowly fight their way in, so Khalid Zaman focuses mainly on suppression. The key is that Cat's speed is too fast, making it difficult to aim.
This includes those jackal snipers on the cliffs. It's also hard to aim at them.
Cat not only drives fast, but also drifts elegantly, serpentining in an S shape, drifting through turns, and sometimes even intentionally scraping against the cliff wall to get through curves at maximum speed without slowing down. This valley is quite deep, and the road winds around. Whether it's the jackals or Khalid Zaman and the Marines firing, they only have time to get off one shot when they first see each other. Khalid Zaman simply keeps strafing potential sniper spots on the cliffs.
Thanks to his sharp eyes and anticipation, he actually managed to kill several jackal snipers this way.
After 10 minutes of racing through the valley, they arrived at an open area. This open area is at a very high elevation, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a sheer cliff on the other. It's hard to tell how deep it is below. A bombed-out bridge on the cliff leads directly to the mountain on the opposite side. It's definitely a well-chosen spot. This area is easy to defend and hard to attack, with only 2 narrow paths for entry and exit. Khalid Zaman could already see the huge anti-aircraft turret protruding from the high ground in the middle of this open area. Although he can see it from here, that high ground is 4 or 5 meters tall. They need to go around a large loop along the uphill slope to get up there. The moment he saw this thing, he knew it was 100 times more powerful than the anti-aircraft guns at bayonet base. Damn, the Covenant anti-aircraft gun's barrel is thicker than their Jeep. Human anti-aircraft gun barrels are only about the size of his arm. They aren't even in the same league. The Covenant anti-aircraft gun fires 3 high-speed plasma shells every 5 seconds with extremely high precision. Human aircraft within 2 kilometers cannot escape. After Kat drove the vehicle into this area, she didn't slow down, instead driving directly along the winding mountain road, heading all the way up toward the high ground.
Khalid Zaman fired a few shots at the anti-aircraft gun, but it had an energy shield and it was completely useless.
After rounding a corner, Kat suddenly performed a 180-degree drift, driving the vehicle back the way they came, taking only 2 seconds in total. Khalid Zaman was almost thrown out, but fortunately he had great strength, grabbed the machine gun base, and his body swung back. In those 2 seconds, Khalid Zaman saw clearly there were 2 Wraith tanks, 1 Phantom medium transport aircraft, 5 Ghost single-person attack vehicles, and about 10 Covenant squads. Behind these troops was a straight, large slope leading directly to the anti-aircraft turret on the high ground. These defensive troops were in a scattered formation, spread out right in front of the large slope, and there were too many Covenant vehicles. To attack, they would have to exit the uphill bend and face a fan-shaped area of enemy troops.
Khalid Zaman considered it. His current methods didn't seem to have much effect.
Their 3-person configuration in one vehicle couldn't withstand that much firepower. 1 shot from a Wraith tank could blow the Warthog to pieces. He had considered controlling grunts to blow up the Wraith, but these grunts were too far away.
He would have to run out of the bend and stand there to use his object control technique, which would be no different from suicide.
The enemy was now on high alert, all watching this intersection. Even if he used invisibility technique, it would be useless. There would be energy fluctuations when moving, and he would definitely be spotted by the elite. The problem is tricky.
Kat said, same old routine, I'll attract the fire, and you sneak in.
Khalid Zaman hesitated and asked, what are you going to do? The enemy's firepower is too strong.
Even with armor lock, it's hard to jump out of the range of the Wraith tank shells after 5 seconds.
It's too risky. Who said I'm just standing there letting them hit me? Cat patted the Jeep. I've got this little baby. Oh, get out of the car and get ready.
Khalid Zaman hid by the mountain road, getting ready.
The road here was quite spacious. Cat drove the car back a long way, then stepped on the gas and rushed out, followed by a beautiful 180-degree drift. Khalid Zaman even saw a fuel rod cannon shell flying toward the Wraith. The Marines weren't idle either. They shot quite accurately. This kid must not get car sick. The Wraith scattered to both sides, and the fuel rod cannon hit between the 2 tanks, the explosion kicking up a cloud of dust. Khalid Zaman took the opportunity to use invisibility technique and crept forward. There was a big tree on this bend, just enough to hide half his body. After the smoke cleared, he hid behind the big tree. From here, he could see the tanks, but the view of the troops behind was blocked.
Khalid Zaman prayed that there wouldn't be any anti-stealth devices in the tanks.
Actually, he was overthinking it. The Covenant elites could see through invisibility based on the same principles as him, relying on sensors, sharp eyes, and sensitive ears. These were the means for the opponent to see through invisibility. Inside the tank, it was entirely dependent on electronic assistance for targeting. Separated by thick steel plates, the opponent couldn't possibly detect his existence. He hid for half a minute,
and there was no movement on the other side. It seemed there were no anti-stealth means.
Khalid Zaman felt relieved.
He was about to step out when a cheer came from behind. Woohoo! You little brats. Kat drove the warthog and showed her face again. This time she seemed even more skilled. The whole process took less than 2 seconds, and during that time a fuel rod cannon shell flew out. The Covenant troops seemed angered by this behavior, and they opened fire. But they only opened fire, no one rushed over.
It seemed guarding the anti-aircraft gun was their important mission.
2 seconds after the warthog drove back, various bullets hit the bend, and 3 seconds later, the Wraith shells landed.
Khalid Zaman found it somewhat amusing. Most of these grunts' weapons had tracking functions, but the rate of fire was too slow.
To kill enemies quickly, human gunpowder weapons were better. Khalid Zaman originally planned to continue moving forward, while the other side was harassed by the fuel rod cannon, but he walked out 2 steps and quietly retreated. He discovered something. One of the Wraith tanks had already driven to the edge of the cliff, and it would fall off in just 2 meters.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Khalid Zaman opened his communicator. Cat, there's a Wraith tank on the edge of the cliff. When you come out later, fire at that spot.
Got it. Heaven and Earth Infinite.
Borrowing the law of Kainkon, several earthen walls suddenly jammed into the inner side of the Wraith tank at the cliff edge. The Wraith main battle tank is different from human tanks. It doesn't have a track design.
This thing hovers less than half a meter off the ground, so this kind of tank has no way to deal with protruding obstacles. The Wraith driver seemed to feel it was too close to the cliff and wanted to drive back, but the tank was blocked by the earthen wall. He opened the cockpit hatch and shouted, "What's going on? Why is the ground here raised?
Hurry up and flatten this ground." A few grunts walked over.
They didn't have tools in their hands, so they had to hit the earthen wall with their small pistols. One smart elect thought shooting one by one was too slow, so he started charging up, and then the other grunts started following suit. They all started charging up. However, this kind of charge had a tracking function, and in front of them there was only a tank and a half-meter high earthen wall.
7 or 8 energy light balls were fired. The energy light balls with their own tracking function all slammed into the tank, directly blasting the Wraith tank off the cliff. The elite on the Wraith was still standing in the cockpit, dazed. A grunt was sitting in the machine gun position on the tank. He didn't say anything, just raised his middle finger toward the mountain. At this time, Kat and the others rushed out, saying the tank on the edge of the cliff was gone. The Marines also remembered that position, so they had to fire a fuel rod cannon in that direction. This shot actually flattened Khalid Zaman's earthen wall.
The
grunts laughed. They were completely unaware of what bad thing they had done. They just thought what happened in front of them was particularly interesting. Artilda bastard, the driver of the other Wraith, was furious. He drove the tank directly with a burst of acceleration, knocking these little bastards off the cliff as well. Then he discovered a very serious problem. His tank was also stuck. The ground had somehow bulged up a large area again, and he couldn't drive back. This time, the elite dared not ask those idiots to do the work again. He jumped off the tank and kicked the earthen wall himself. At the bend, woohoo, a cheer came, bang, a fuel rod cannon flew out. This time there was actually a tank, and the Marines were also puzzled. Why did those Covenant idiots like to park tanks on the edge of the cliff? The elite kicking the earthen wall also saw the fuel rod cannon let out a roar and leaped to the side to escape.
His tank wasn't so lucky. It was blasted off the cliff by one shot.
The grunt in the shooting position shouted, "Mommy Tilda, Chapter 46, Darab Combat Platform."
With 2 tanks destroyed, and the Phantom in the sky having flown away, the enemy's ground forces instantly lost their heavy firepower suppression.
The elite pilot from earlier was furious, screaming and shouting,
"You few go and finish off those humans. All ghosts move up and pursue the enemy. Shoot those guys until they're like sieves."
5 ghost attack vehicles suddenly accelerated and charged forward.
This type of individual combat vehicle only has a top speed of 80 kilometers per hour, but the ghost can accelerate to 60 kilometers in just 1 second, making it very difficult for humans to aim at. Khalid Zaman found it quite easy. He used the earth wall spell again, simple and efficient.
Since they had just started moving and weren't at full speed yet, these ghosts tried to slow down to avoid it.
Khalid Zaman had anticipated this, so his earth walls were not facing the Covenant head-on. Instead, they were angled at 45 degrees toward the edge of the cliff. The ghosts did slow down, but couldn't break completely, crashing into the earth walls and then flying off the cliff like marbles. Kat happened to rush out, seeing the ghosts flying off the cliff one by one. Her return speed slowed down. It took her 5 seconds to drive back, and the Marines even forgot to fire their guns. Everyone watched as those ghosts were launched out one by one, including the Covenant forces.
Tilda.
Mama Tilda,
I can fly, Tilda.
These few wild boar beasts all experienced a highlight moment in their lives. Release. Khalid Zaman cast his spell again, directly dispelling the earth wall spell.
The protruding ground suddenly turned into a pile of dust slowly blown away by the wind. Now that the enemy had no vehicles, Khalid Zaman narrowed his eyes. It was time for him to make his move. He opened the communication channel cap to wait for a while. I'm going to check if the enemy still has any heavy firepower weapons. If not, I'll call you over.
Cap, understood, be careful.
Khalid Zaman cautiously moved forward while invisible. The enemies on this curve had become frightened birds, completely retracting their defensive line and retreating to the side of the anti-aircraft turret on the mountain top. He walked up the hillside and saw a group of wild boar beasts rushing down with plasma grenades in their hands. It turned out that Elite was dissatisfied with their poor performance and forced the wild boar beasts to become a suicide squad. Sometimes Khalid Zaman felt quite sorry for these little things. He couldn't understand whether wild boar beasts were cowardly and afraid of death or bold and fearless.
Generally, after the elite leading the squad died, the wild boar beasts would scatter and flee, rarely continuing to resist.
Yet they were also willing to take grenades and perish together with the enemy. It was truly baffling.
Over 20 wild boar beasts rushed down the slope, screaming and shouting.
Khalid Zaman gave them a little push. A strong gust of wind blew past, and the wild boar beasts ran faster and faster, only to realize they couldn't stop their feet, and one by one, they rushed off the cliff and flew away.
My God,
An elite covered his face, complaining.
Why are these guys so stupid?
At the foot of the mountain, the Scarab combat platform squadron was waiting for orders.
The white armor elite in charge was very depressed. 2 tanks had just fallen down, followed by the ghosts, which had blasted away 1/10 of the Scarab's energy shield.
Now, dozens of wild boar beasts with plasma grenades were coming down, with these guys collectively playing cliff jumping.
The Scarab is the Covenant's largest ground combat platform, 65 meters long and 55 meters high, resembling a giant spider moving on 4 massive mechanical legs.
Compared to the Wraith tank, the Scarab's off-road capability is god tier.
when encountering a standard human base, this thing doesn't need to bomb the gates, it just walks right in.
Even a 1,000-meter high mountain can be climbed by the Scarab with ease without any difficulty. This combat platform has extremely powerful firepower. In addition to the Covenant forces inside, the platform is equipped with 2 anti-aircraft turrets and 1 main ion cannon. The anti-aircraft turrets fire red, high-heat plasma projectiles that can cover all angles around the Scarab. The main cannon is its most lethal weapon, firing green plasma beams that can easily tear through the armor of Scorpion tanks and Pelican transports. What's most lethal about this thing isn't its size or off-road capability, nor its powerful firepower, but its god-tier defensive power. The Scarab is made of warship-grade special metal. The internal core of its transmission system is not mechanical, but composed of a large number of Lilegui worms, making it essentially a half-mechanical, half-biological monster. It possesses a warship-grade ion reactor, allowing it to fully replenish its energy shield in just 10 seconds under attack. To break through the Scarab's protective shield, it would require more than 10 Scorpion tanks attacking continuously for over a minute. Even then, that would only overload the Scarab's reactor, causing it to temporarily lose the ability to move.
10 seconds, only 10 seconds, and it could continue moving again.
As for shattering its armor or breaking its legs, conventional human ground forces do not possess weapons with such power.
The Office of Naval Intelligence had specifically developed tactics against this type of ground combat platform.
It involves 2-person teams using Mongoose ATVs to drive to the Scarab's underbelly, then using rocket launchers to blast its legs. After the Scarab's core reactor is overloaded, the leg transmission system would suffer a brief failure upon being bombed, causing the entire combat platform to collapse onto the ground. This allows them to board the platform from the entrance of the Scarab's tail. Then, they would have to engage in close quarters combat with over a dozen Covenant combat squads. Without the help of Spartan warriors, killing a single Scarab combat platform usually requires the sacrifice of thousands of Marines. Therefore, the Eridanus fleet currently guarding Reach has dispatched over a dozen light frigates into the atmosphere. Their targets are these Scarab combat platforms and other light Covenant warships that have slipped in. Khalid Zaman had already taken care of the Covenant's anti-aircraft turret on the mountaintop. He threw 2 plasma grenades directly into the reactor. The explosion would overload the reactor, and the turret would be paralyzed within 1 minute, unable to fire shells and without any protective shield. Under Ant Dot's coordination, a light frigate flew in from the sky and used shipborne missiles to directly destroy the enemy's anti-aircraft turret. Clapping his hands and jumping onto the Warthog, Khalid Zaman said relaxedly, "Done next turret." He didn't know what kind of monster he had disturbed.
A behemoth was currently crawling up the mountain.
When the Scarab climbs a mountain, it moves only 1 step at a time, using the other 3 legs to stabilize its body, with the mechanical legs inserting into the mountain, then moving another just like a reptile, efficient and easy. By the time the Scarab climbed to the mountaintop, the place had already become a ruin. The frigate in the sky had long since flown away.
and the ground anti-aircraft turret had been blown into fragments. Chapter 47, The Abandoned. Wild Boar, the Scarab commander of this Scarab combat platform, did not know what had happened.
He took a few elite soldiers off the platform to look around. This place was far from the front lines where the main forces were engaged in battle, and should be considered the hinterland of the Covenant-controlled area. It should not have been breached so quickly. Unless
Humanity had a giant warship that disregarded losses and forced an attack while bearing the firepower of the anti-aircraft turrets.
but he had not heard of any enemy large warships approaching this area.
The battle in space had now entered a white-hot phase, and the total number of Covenant warships was more than twice that of humanity.
It was impossible for humanity to have
Any spare large warships to attack the turrets within the atmosphere.
An elite ran back and said, "Report, Commander, they were all shot in the head with a single shot."
It must be the enemy's super soldier.
Upon hearing this news, the commander's face instead revealed a happy expression.
Oh, those demons. It seems our luck is good. No matter what, I must kill a few today.
He led his men back onto the Scarab and was just about to leave when he discovered a white-armored elite running up the mountain path, panting.
That was a white-armored veteran with spikes on his helmet.
This was the elite that Khalid Zaman had encountered at the valley entrance earlier.
He had not died. Instead, after discovering the strange phenomenon, he had immediately turned invisible and fled.
Khalid Zaman had not discovered him hiding on the side, and the sky had chased the warthog all the way up the mountain.
After boarding the Scarab, this white-armored veteran recounted the scene of encountering Khalid Zaman earlier. "Commander, you mean this human is very special, and he has a strange method to control wild boar beasts and plasma pistols?"
Yes, we must be wary of this human.
As far as I know, the armor of this batch of super soldiers also has the ability to turn invisible.
The commander pondered for a while, looked at him meaningfully, and said, "Do you want to be promoted to madman? As long as we capture or kill this person, we will have a chance." "I don't want to."
The white-armored veteran shook his head. That group of guys are all lackeys of the prophets, and they have even forgotten their own names.
This sentence made the Scarab commander somewhat surprised.
"So you're from the Chancellor faction?" "No, I am not from any faction. I only fight for the Sanheli people."
"I want to restore the glory of the Sanheli people."
Sigh, the commander sighed.
"That is easier said than done. Over the years we have lost many brothers. Yes, humanity is becoming stronger and stronger."
"Have you seen the battle report from last night?"
Humans raided our outer camp.
As experienced veterans with distinguished military service, they paid close attention to everything that happened in various battles, and the commotion Khalid Zaman and Jun made last night was not small.
After knowing the specific intelligence, many elite veterans were shocked.
They could not believe that such a combat loss ratio could happen in a battle between humans and the Sanheli people.
"I saw it, 6 humans. Without heavy vehicles, they instantly killed 20 hunters."
The commander nodded. Humans are actually very strong.
In ground combat, we do not have the advantage.
We should be careful and cautious. It is best to clean up the wild boar beasts and plasma pistols first. This is to prevent the other side from exploiting our loopholes again.
The Scarab commander was also a veteran-level white-armored elite, and he never doubted the judgment of a Sanheli veteran.
HMPH passed the order down to throw all the wild boar beasts off the Scarab along with the plasma pistols.
Then a large group of wild boar beasts flew out of the Scarab, screaming,
Matilda, I can fly.
"Matilda, don't do that. I'll jump myself. I'll jump myself."
What did we do wrong? Let go of me. I haven't had breakfast yet. Nearly 40 wild boar beasts were all driven off the Scarab combat platform along with their energy pistols. This included all the remaining small pistols in the Scarab's armory, which were also thrown down. The commander looked at this group of chaotic little guys and asked, with a frown, "Stupid wild boar beasts, brutal ghost-faced beasts, and those bird men who are always scheming, all this trash has joined the Covenant. Why do the prophets insist on excluding humans from the Covenant?" The white-armored veteran thought for a long time he was just a soldier and could not understand the problems the prophets were considering, so he could only shake his head gently.
The battle between humanity and the Covenant had lasted for decades, and many Sanheli people had had the same question.
Some counselors had also questioned the prophets, but all they received were ambiguous answers, or rather riddles that did not count as answers at all. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight. The commander decided to find Khalid Zaman and capture this cunning human. In this way, he was very likely to get promoted and become a golden-armored berserker. He did not care about glory. If he wanted the Sanheli people to rise, he had to keep climbing up.
There were only 2 anti-aircraft turrets in this area, and since that human had already destroyed one, his goal was very clear.
The Scarab commander really wanted to see with his own eyes what was so special about this human.
As a veteran with distinguished honors,
he loved this feeling of chasing powerful prey. The Scarab took heavy steps toward the next Covenant anti-aircraft turret.
Now nearly 40 wild boar beasts were left on the mountaintop.
Without the control of the elites, they had absolutely no idea what to do. "What should we do now?"
I don't know, I was just thrown out when I woke up. It must be because the captain saw you sleeping, and he got angry and drove us all out.
I will never dare to do it again. The group of little guys was very confused. They stayed by a large pile of small pistols and watched the scarab go away.
We have been abandoned.
No, we cannot be abandoned. The clan leader said we must obey the elite captain's orders.
How about we go ask?
Yes, let's go ask the captain and the commander.
They are so naughty, they actually forgot to tell us what to do.
Then let's follow them.
After some noise, the group of wild boar beasts reached a consensus. They decided to ask the elite captain what to do next. They could not just be left here not because they were overly loyal, but because they had nothing to eat, and it was almost lunchtime. However, it was a pity to leave all these weapons here. So, each wild boar beast picked up quite a few everyone was holding to in their hands, and the extra ones were tucked into their waists. A few wild boar beasts ran to the ruins of the anti-aircraft turret and found fuel rod cannons. The other little guys followed suit, all looking for heavy weapons. Before, when the elite captain was there, they could only use energy pistols or needle pistols. As the lowest existence among the grunts, most of them were not allowed to touch powerful heavy weapons. Now these guys were free from supervision and completely let themselves go. The wild boar beasts looted the battlefield thoroughly. Just like that, a wild boar beast squad with powerful firepower appeared. They took small quick steps following the direction the scarab had left in, and walked deep into the mountain road. Chapter 48, Enemies of the Mine.
Khalid Zaman and Kat were speeding along the mountain road when the voice of the AI, Ant Dot, came through the communication channel.
Noble 2-6, there is a mine near your location.
The Covenant has been using it as a temporary command base.
We have already dispatched soldiers to attack it.
The Marines that have discovered an important target. According to intelligence analysis, it is very likely a high-ranking enemy officer.
You are now required to carry out a decapitation strike.
Cat, copy that.
Send me the coordinates and we'll head there now.
With a sharp turn, the young woman knocked away a shielded jackal and then sped off in the direction of the mine.
When they arrived at the location, Khalid Zaman jumped straight out of the warthog. His stomach was churning constantly, and he could barely take it anymore.
The Marine was even worse off. He dropped his weapon and collapsed on the ground, vomiting.
Are you all right, brother?
Khalid Zaman helped the Marine up and patted him on the shoulder.
I'm fine, sir. I'll be better after I throw up for a bit. Just then, explosions rang out from inside the mine. It seemed the battle was intense. Khalid Zaman said, "You rest for a while. We'll go get to work." This mine was built against the mountain, with most of the structures embedded directly into the mountainside. It looked about 4 stories high, with steel support frames everywhere. At the entrance, 4 Marines were firing inside. There was a small Covenant turret at the mine's gate guarded by 2 squads of grunts with no elite warriors present.
It seemed the enemy had received reinforcements, and the troops who had just charged him might have already been surrounded.
This was a situation that gave human ground forces a massive headache. Covenant ground forces almost never advanced on foot. They were transported by dropships to go anywhere and do anything. Unless humans attacked with large numbers of troops, they were easily surrounded and pincered. After clearing the enemies at the mine entrance, Khalid Zaman and Kat fought their way into the mine and walked up the stairs to a large platform. Following the stairs upward, they saw the interior of the mine. There were several tall buildings here with an open space in the middle filled with various crates.
Corpses of Marines and Covenant forces were everywhere,
indicating a fierce battle had taken place. They continued to charge deeper along the platform, encountering sporadic enemies along the way.
After running for 10 minutes, Khalid Zaman suddenly felt something was strange.
Why were there only jackals along the way? Except for the few wild boar beasts they encountered at the mine entrance after entering, it was either jackal snipers or shielded jackals. He hadn't seen any other unit types. Moreover, the further in they went, the fewer enemies there were.
Ever since that loud explosion, there had been no sounds of battle inside.
As the saying goes, when something is abnormal, there must be a demon.
Khalid Zaman pulled a few leaves from his pocket, crushed them, and used his object control technique to distribute them around him.
This wasn't an open battlefield, the terrain was narrow, and he feared encountering the silent shadow from last night again, so he had to be cautious.
Khalid Zaman walked to the end of the platform and was just about to go down the stairs when several fuel rod cannon shells were fired from the side.
Target spotted.
He saw a golden armored berserker on the roof of the opposite building firing at them with a fuel rod cannon.
The distance was too great, and he wasn't carrying a sniper rifle, so he retreated to a corner to the side. Khalid Zaman looked around and saw a Covenant weapon rack in the corner. This group of aliens loved to leave these weapon racks everywhere. There were 3 needle rifles on the rack, so Khalid Zaman casually picked one up and rushed out. There were no snipers around. He had a needle rifle, while the opponent had a fuel rod cannon. Looking at the current situation, the advantage was on his side. The fuel rod cannon was similar to human rocket launchers. The shell's flight speed was much slower than a bullet.
To Khalid Zaman, this speed was no different from a turtle crawling.
He tilted his head, dodged 2 shells, and then raised his needle rifle to fire at the opponent.
1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, every single one hit the golden armored berserker in the head.
Although the energy shield hadn't broken yet, the opponent's head was knocked around, and it was clearly flustered. Even with an energy shield, sniper rifle bullets hitting the head were very frightening. Cat also grabbed a needle rifle, and the two unleashed a barrage of fire at the golden armored berserker.
Both sides traded shots, but Khalid Zaman had the winning hand.
It took the opponent's fuel rod cannon 2 seconds to travel from launch to their position. It was impossible to hit within 3 meters of them. This golden armored berserker was just stubbornly holding on, and he didn't know what it meant. Suddenly, Khalid Zaman felt the few leaves floating 5 meters behind him move.
He whipped his head around and fired a few shots in the direction he had come from.
There was no movement. Could it have been shaken by the fuel rod cannon's explosion? The scene was quite noisy. The sound of the fuel rod cannon explosions was very loud, and the two had to keep running and repositioning as they needed to stay 3 meters outside the blast radius of the fuel rod cannon. Khalid Zaman carefully sensed for a while, but there were no more unusual movements. Perhaps it really was just the aftershock of the explosion. He continued to run and shoot with his rifle. The golden armored berserker opposite was very cunning. Every time it was hit more than 5 times in a row and its energy shield was about to break, it would hide to the side to wait for the energy shield to recover. Like this, the two sides held each other off for about 10 minutes, with neither able to do anything to the other.
The golden armored berserker tossed the fuel rod cannon aside and jumped into a large hole in the roof.
Khalid Zaman shouted, "Pursue!
Don't let him get away." The two rushed down the stairs, ran to the external staircase of the opposite building, and got onto the roof.
Although both were fast, 2 minutes had already passed, and the madman had long since run off without a trace.
Khalid Zaman carefully observed the large hole in the roof. This hole should have been blasted open by some heavy weapon. Moreover, there were quite a few enemies inside. The motion tracker on his armor showed 5 or 6 red dots at the location inside the hole. Judging by the sound, it was a group of wild boar beasts.
These little guys were running around inside the building, and he didn't know what they were doing. He casually controlled 2 wild boar beasts, turning them into a suicide squad. After a series of secondary explosions, the scene immediately fell silent.
The two observed carefully, confirmed there was no ambush below, and then jumped into the hole.
Below was a huge workshop, very spacious, with no other enemies except for those few wild boar beasts.
Khalid Zaman did not relax his vigilance. He still controlled the leaf fragments as a radar drifting within a 10-meter radius around him.
They cautiously passed through the workshop and had reached the back of the mountain. Several ghosts were parked on the mountain road at the exit.
Khalid Zaman always felt a bit strange in his heart. If this were a temporary command center,
the defensive force was too weak. Except for that madman, he hadn't seen a single other elite. And there were ghosts prepared here, as if they were ready to escape.
The two discussed it and continued to return to the mine to conduct a search of the buildings in the factory area.
Khalid Zaman always felt as if someone was watching him. This feeling of being stared at was very unpleasant, so he simply expanded his leaf radar array to a 20-meter radius. Although the spiritual energy consumption was very high, fortunately, there was no battle, so he could still use the floating leaves to probe the dark and narrow corners. As a result, they found nothing. It seemed the enemy had already fled. After reporting the situation, they each drove a ghost single-person vehicle and continued toward the next anti-aircraft turret.
Chapter 49, a well-arranged show.
At this moment, over a dozen elites stood on the mountaintop of the mining site. Among them was the golden armored berserker, who had just been trading fire with Khalid Zaman and his team, and another was Barutami, the commander of the brave and cautious fleet, who had some history with Khalid Zaman. Barutami stood with his hands behind his back, his expression looking rather unpleasant. "Why didn't you make a move?" None of the elites answered. They knew the commander was not asking them. A voice spoke from the air beside them. He is very special. The person was standing there in a stealth state, and there was absolutely no detectable energy ripple.
Moritami replied, "I know, which is why I sent you to assassinate him."
There are some strange things around him, very small. I can't see clearly what they are, but they definitely exist. As soon as I touch these things, I am immediately detected.
Barutami frowned. "You mean you tried, but didn't find an opportunity?"
Yes, there was absolutely no opportunity. The difficulty of assassinating him is no less than assassinating you.
This group of guys were all lunatics. Barutami did not like these guys who never showed their faces. It was said that even their captain did not know the appearance of his own team members.
Seeing that Barutami remained silent, the stealth elite asked, "Should we follow him and continue looking for a chance to assassinate him?"
"No need.
I have already arranged a good show for him.
Let's go attend to our real business." Before long, 2 phantom transports flew in from the air and took all these elites away. Khalid Zaman did not know he had escaped a disaster. If not for the leaf radar array invented by Jun, he might have already died here.
The entire battle at the mining site was an assassination operation targeting him.
The commander of the Scarab had reported Khalid Zaman's existence and his strange methods to the fleet command, so Baritami wanted to come and probe the bottom line of this human.
What he did not expect was that even with Silent Shadow making a move, they could not find an opportunity to kill this strange human.
However, Baritami felt this was not a big deal. No matter how strong individual combat power was, it could not surpass an army.
He liked power, and he liked everything that power brought, including the absolute suppression of individual martial force.
Therefore, the battle at the mining site was just a probe, and the real show was waiting to open at the location of Khalid Zaman's mission objective. The second anti-air turret was also set up on a small hill.
The terrain was almost identical to the first one.
Moreover, the garrison here was not large. There was only one Wraith tank, and the enemy's firepower was not very strong. Since leaving the mining site, Khalid Zaman had been preoccupied. He no longer charged behind enemy lines alone, but stayed by Kate's side, fighting using the methods of a standard Spartan warrior. Kate used the powerful mobility of the ghost to lure the Wraith tank out. Meanwhile, Khalid Zaman hid to the side, firing a fully charged light orb from his energy pistol at the Wraith. This would overload the Wraith tank's power core. He jumped onto the Wraith tank, smashed open the cockpit hatch with his fists, inserted a reinforced grenade, and then jumped away.
He did not want to hijack this Wraith. Such an operation was too dangerous on a large-scale battlefield.
There were many elites nearby with fuel rod cannons, and the Wraith was too large a target, making it easy to be blown up directly. After taking out the tank that posed the greatest threat, the two of them utilized the advantages of holographic decoys and armor lock to constantly harass and maneuver, finishing off all the defenders on the hillside. Fighting their way to the anti-air turret on the mountaintop, Khalid Zaman frowned.
Careful, there are two hunters inside the turret. Kate, it seems the garrison here isn't weak after all.
In the eyes of a Spartan warrior, golden armored berserker hunter, white armored veteran, other troop types. However, in Khalid Zaman's eyes, hunters were a relatively difficult type of unit, even surpassing the golden armored berserker. Because berserkers were smart and could be defeated using psychological tactics, while hunters would attack incessantly once enraged and had almost no weak points, only able to be slowly worn down. Therefore, killing hunters took a relatively long time, and he ranked enemy strength based on the time it took to kill them. Khalid Zaman, it's best to find a way to take both of these hunters out together. Kate, then let's use that trick of yours. We'll go in together. Khalid Zaman first used a holographic decoy to loiter at the entrance, and the two hunters inside roared and charged out. He and Kate hid by the entrance, each mounting the back of a hunter. Both threw punches at the same time. Khalid Zaman blasted the hunter's back armor with one punch, while Kate landed 3 punches, complaining as she hit. It hurt so much, Tilda. The two rode on the hunters' backs like cowboys, and the massive hunters were truly like oxen, having no way to deal with the enemies on their backs. After struggling for a while, the two hunters had bombs stuffed into them and met their end in sorrow. Khalid Zaman did not expect this woman to be so fierce.
He was not being chauvinistic, he just subconsciously viewed her as a woman
and did not deeply realize the immense improvement of a Spartan warrior compared to an ordinary person.
Done. I'm going to blow up the reactor. Khalid Zaman was in a pleasant mood. Although their mission today had some twists and turns, it had gone smoothly so far. As long as they cleared both anti-air turrets in this area, they would have a huge advantage in the aerial battlefield. He was focused on looting the battlefield, absorbing energy weapons. Kate suddenly flew over and pushed him away. Look out, Tilda. A green energy beam thicker than a person struck her. Damn it, Tilda. Khalid Zaman rolled on the ground, seeing Kate blasted far away by the laser rolling down the mountain. He crawled to the edge of the cliff and took a look. Fortunately, the girl had activated her armor lock and didn't seem to be injured, as she was still waving at him from below. Kate, I'm fine. Get out of there quickly. Without heavy weapons, we can only retreat first. We'll think of another way. As long as she was fine, that was good. Damn it, which bastard just ambushed me? What heavy weapons are needed to fight ground troops? I'm a human tank. And Khalid Zaman wanted to see what the opponent was made of. When Khalid Zaman turned around, he saw a giant cannon the size of a Wraith tank protruding from the edge of the cliff. He had never seen such a thing. It was too strange. How was this thing floating in midair? Without hesitation, since they dared to ambush him, they had to bear the consequences of failing the ambush. Although he had never seen this kind of giant cannon, Khalid Zaman knew that the larger the weapon, the longer its attack interval. He was going to smash this thing to pieces right now. Halfway there, Khalid Zaman regretted it. He turned around and sprinted in the opposite direction, because he saw a behemoth climbing up from below the cliff. That giant cannon from just a moment ago was merely a small dot on this big guy's back. This was the Scarab combat platform. After the Scarab climbed onto the high ground, its massive body directly occupied a quarter of the area.
Its huge frame was extremely flexible, as if it were a real insect.
Every step the scarab took could crush a large pit into the solid rock, and the sound of its footsteps was only slightly lighter than the explosion of a grenade.
Khalid Zaman knew the scarab was big, but he had never truly seen one.
Now standing in front of this thing, he felt like an ant facing an elephant. The enemy was too strong, it could not be fought head-on.
No wonder Kate said there were no heavy weapons and they had to retreat first. Khalid Zaman ran for his life. Just as he jumped off the cliff, the sound of a giant ion weapon charging up echoed behind him.
A thick green ion beam shot toward Khalid Zaman. This blast grazed right past his back, and the heat wave from it instantly depleted all his armor's energy shields.
Beep, beep, beep.
The engine on your armor issued an alert that the shield energy was too low.
Chapter 50: Battle Against the Scarabs.
These humans are just like rats.
The commander of the scarab combat platform was somewhat dissatisfied.
He had been lying by the cliff edge for a long time, waiting for the prey to approach, never expecting that a sneak attack with the ion cannon would fail. However, this old schemer was not in a hurry. He specifically waited until the defensive troops of the anti-aircraft turret were all dead before making his move, because this would create an illusion for Khalid Zaman, making him feel that after fighting for so long, he was only one step away from destroying the anti-aircraft gun. And as long as he defeated himself, he could complete the mission. According to human parlance, this is what is called a sunk cost.
Having already invested too much, they are reluctant to give up and can only be firmly trapped.
Now that there are no defenders, only one scarab, it won't make Khalid Zaman think the mission is too difficult, so these two humans won't easily retreat or run away.
It is just that the Sanhali people underestimated all of humans. Even if he didn't do this, the Spartan warriors would not easily give up the mission. In front of Spartan warriors, there are no difficult missions, only methods not yet thought of.
Khalid Zaman and Kat discussed sneaking into the anti-aircraft turret while the scarab was not paying attention, blowing it up and then running, or at worst jumping off the cliff again.
Kat, equipped with an armor lock, was responsible for attracting the scarab's attention on the hillside, while Khalid Zaman was responsible for sneaking in.
The scarab on the mountaintop was parked next to the anti-aircraft turret, and the entrance to the turret was less than 10 meters away from the scarab.
Khalid Zaman first used a holographic image to charge towards the scarab, and the opponent fired decisively. This time it was not a green ion beam, but red high-heat plasma projectiles. Each of these projectiles had the power of a Wraith tank main gun, blasting the ground and sending smoke and dust everywhere.
Good opportunity. Khalid Zaman took advantage of the smoke and ran towards the anti-aircraft turret.
He had to pass under the belly of the scarab. As long as he had 10 seconds, he could rush past.
Unfortunately, the smoke only lasted for 2 seconds before dissipating, and now he was rushing toward a behemoth with his bare body.
Khalid Zaman had no choice but to use the invisibility technique.
The scarab's weapons officer expressed confusion.
Why did he disappear again?
The commander scoffed HMPH.
Mere parlor tricks.
No matter how cunning a rat is, it is still just a rat. Khalid Zaman was now hiding under the belly of the scarab. He had underestimated this thing somewhat. The vibrations caused by the movement of this behemoth alone had already shattered Khalid Zaman's invisibility technique. If he had known, he would have brought an invisibility module. The invisibility module on the armor would not have been dispelled before the shield was broken.
In order not to be discovered by the machine gunners around the scarab combat platform, he had to hide under this big guy's belly, following the footsteps of this behemoth.
The opponent would take one step, and Khalid Zaman would have to run 5 meters. The current scene was somewhat awkward.
Kat poked her head out from the hillside and saw Khalid Zaman running desperately under the scarab. So according to the original plan, she jumped up and fired at the scarab.
However, there was a slight accident with the plan. Kat was on the hillside, so if the opponent fired an ion beam, she only needed to lie down. But the scarab took 2 steps forward, and now Kat was completely exposed in front of the scarab. To avoid the attack, she would have to jump off the cliff again. A miscalculation. Every hair on Khalid Zaman's body stood on end. Now Kat was completely exposed with nowhere to hide. Kat, what are you standing there for? Go complete the mission.
The girl did not run, continuing to fire at the scarab.
Her figure appeared so frail and tiny in front of the massive scarab. A thick red ion beam shot towards her. Kat activated her armor lock and shouted, "Go complete the mission."
You bastard.
Khalid Zaman's blood surged and his eyes turned blood red.
He absolutely could not let her die.
He bit the tip of his tongue using his own essence, blood, to cast a spell. This mouthful of essence, blood, was to allow Khalid Zaman to rapidly cast a large-scale spell. The armor lock module could only maintain for 5 seconds, and casting the spell slowly would definitely be too late. Heaven and Earth Infinite.
Borrowing the law of Kainkun,
Boulder impact. A huge boulder with a diameter of 10 meters flew towards Kat.
When the boulder met the red beam,
It was like tofu meeting an iron rod, instantly shattering and dissolving. However, the remaining parts still knocked Kat flying. By this time, more than 5 seconds had passed. Her armor lock time was up.
and the ion beam broke the Enjolnir's energy shield, and the armor plates on her body were also scorched hot.
This was the greatest weakness of the armor lock. One cannot move while using it.
Under the impact of the boulder, Kat flew off the cliff, her life or death unknown.
He now had two choices. One was to rush into the anti-aircraft turret, complete the mission, and then basically just wait to die.
If the anti-aircraft turret's reactor overloaded, it would lose its shield, and the Scarab could blast him to smithereens with one shot.
He also could not escape right under the opponent's nose. The second was to slip away now, taking advantage of the opponent not reacting to jump off the cliff directly, and then find another opportunity.
If it were other Spartan warriors, they would probably have gone straight to their deaths. But Khalid Zaman could not die. He still had things unfinished. He thought of Big Beard, thought of Robert, thought of Jane. He could not die right now.
The mission needed to be completed, and he could not die easily either.
He was a cultivator, he was a powerhouse at the Golden Core stage, and he still had his own mission. In a split second, Khalid Zaman used a holographic projection towards the front of the Scarab, and then he turned and ran towards the cliff behind him. Jumping off the cliff, Khalid Zaman took a long detour and found Kat.
He used his true energy to investigate. Unfortunately, the girl only suffered some skin trauma and had temporarily fainted.
Khalid Zaman placed Kat in a patch of grass in a mountain hollow.
Now he had to go complete the mission.
If a tiny Scarab could drive him away, then how would he be able to tear apart starships by hand in the future or destroy the Covenant? Just as he was pondering how to deal with the Scarab, a massive army suddenly emerged from the valley.
The mobile radar showed dozens of red dots.
Khalid Zaman immediately entered an invisible state. The Covenant rarely had large numbers of ground troops moving to provide support. They generally used phantoms or the undead to transport them directly. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. Not only were they all ground troops, but it was also a fully armed unit of wild boar beasts.
The weapons these guys were carrying were enough to equip 30 Covenant combat squads.
Almost every one of them had several energy pistols, and among them were those carrying fuel rod cannons and needle rifles. This group of wild boar beasts was clamoring, saying they wanted to seek justice to get back their lunch. Khalid Zaman mingled beside this group of guys, listened for a while, and then felt a chill down his spine.
This Scarab, in order to deal with him, had specifically thrown out all the wild boar beasts and energy pistols.
The Covenant already had someone targeting his spells.
Looking at the equipment in the hands of these little guys, he estimated that this firepower was enough to overload the Scarab's reactor.
Khalid Zaman sighed with emotion. If only these were his own people.
Then he thought of a good idea, a brilliant idea. This time, not only did he want to complete the mission, but he was also going to blow up this arrogant Scarab. Now all he had to do was make this group of wild boar beasts become his own people.
Chapter 51, a spectacular battle among our own people.
Ho ho ho, Tilda, what are you wild boar beasts doing here?
Who is it?
The wild boar beasts heard someone speaking, but they couldn't see anyone.
I am the combat commander here, the sacred Lord Madman. Khalid Zaman felt a bit uncertain. He didn't know how these elites usually addressed the wild boar beasts, so he had to make something up on the spot.
Lord Madman.
Who is Lord Madman? What a strange name.
The wild boar beasts whispered among themselves, discussing the matter.
I am a Sangheili elite, an elite commander, an elite captain, the kind that usually wears golden armor.
He hadn't expected that the wild boar beasts wouldn't understand what a madman was that was actually a human term, whereas the Covenant called them berserkers.
Khalid Zaman blushed slightly after saying it.
Anyone with a normal IQ should have been able to tell he was talking nonsense, who introduces themselves like that. However, the wild boar beasts believed him.
Wow,
it really is the captain. The captain has come to find us. Captain, why are you invisible?
We can't see you. That I am on a secret mission.
I need your assistance now.
The wild boar beasts cheered, each of them jumping for joy. Seeing his bluff had succeeded, Khalid Zaman continued. The reason you were kicked out of the Scarab earlier was because enemies had infiltrated our ranks.
To protect you, I decided to let you hide outside first.
Hearing this, many of the wild boar beasts were so moved they shed tears. But our Scarab has been occupied by the enemy, and many have sacrificed themselves.
The elites died to protect you.
Now I want you to go and avenge them. Oh, the little guys were filled with righteous indignation, each one eager to try.
The Scarab currently occupied by the enemy is right at the top of the hill. I want you to go and take it out. I will lead you in this mission together.
Oh.
The wild boar beasts cheered.
They had found a purpose in life again and knew what they were supposed to do.
They felt needed, and for these not-so-bright little creatures, that was enough.
To ensure the plan's success, Khalid Zaman even specifically arranged tactics for them.
First, they had to advance or spread out. He didn't want this group of allies to be wiped out by a single blast.
Second, except for the fuel rod cannons and energy pistols, no other weapons were to be used.
To overload the Scarab's reactor, he had all the wild boar beasts without fuel rod cannons use energy pistols, 2 per person.
He also instructed them that they must fully charge them before firing.
Finally, to ensure the element of surprise, the first batch of wild boar beasts to go up needed to scatter in all directions and only open fire once everyone else had arrived.
This was the first time the wild boar beasts had heard someone analyze tactics for them.
In the past, elite captains would only tell them to charge forward.
Khalid Zaman's patient teaching gave these little guys an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride.
By the way, the enemy will also pretend to be one of us to deceive you.
Once the battle starts, no matter what you hear or see, just remember one thing.
A small wild boar beast asked what thing. Just keep firing at the scarab. Fire while you run.
Be careful not to get hit by the plasma cannons.
Understood.
The wild boar beasts shouted in unison as if they had been injected with adrenaline. This elite captain not only taught them tactics, but also cared about them so much that a sense of sacred mission arose in their hearts.
Now, even if this captain led them to open rebellion, they would be willing. Khalid Zaman felt greatly reassured.
Since the Covenant was targeting his abilities, he wouldn't use cultivation spells. He would use human wisdom to teach them a lesson.
He led his team of allies to the edge of the slope and gave a grand wave of his hand. But no one moved. What was going on? Then he realized he was still invisible. Fortunately,
no one saw it. It was a bit embarrassing.
Boys, charge. Hearing the command, the wild boar beast shouted, charge.
Then the first little guy to run out even tripped. His fall wasn't the issue, but the energy pistol in his hand misfired.
An energy bolt struck the scarab ahead with pinpoint
accuracy, immediately drawing the attention of the elites inside.
The commander asked, what's going on?
Why are those guys back again?
Someone nearby replied, I don't know. We just threw the wild boar beasts out. We didn't seem to tell them what to do.
Tell them to get lost immediately.
Yes, Commander.
A broadcast voice rang out from within the scarab.
All of you get lost.
Don't stay here. The wild boar beasts were stunned for a moment, but then they all remembered Khalid Zaman's words. No matter what the other side said or what they saw, they shouldn't care. They continued running all over the place.
Khalid Zaman watched while clutching his head.
These little guys had great spirit, but their combat quality was lacking. They were supposed to scatter, but they were running in escurges. Some ran in a big circle and ended up right back where they started.
Many others collided and fell, especially the ones carrying fuel rod cannons who managed to trip while just running along.
It was lucky the enemies on the scarab hadn't reacted yet, or a single barrage could have wiped them all out.
Finally, the last wild boar beast climbed the slope. He had been given a personal task by Khalid Zaman.
The little wild boar beast jumped for joy and shouted, I'm the last one.
Fire! Fire! You idiots!
If you don't get lost, I'll trample you all to death.
The scarab was still broadcasting, while some jackals at the machine gun nests were frozen in place as they watched fuel rod cannon rounds flying toward the scarab.
The commander was also a bit dazed.
He asked, are these guys crazy?
Do they want to rebel?
The white-armored veteran beside him suddenly reminded him, do you remember the last kamikaze martyr?
Thal, you mean the right 500 years ago? The commander suddenly realized the issue. The last time the Covenant deployed a kamikaze martyr was to quell a wild boar beast rebellion.
White-armored veteran, yes. It started just because a ghost-faced beast stole a wild boar beast's breakfast.
Commander, I'll be damn tilde which one of you stole these morons' food.
The elites in the command center looked at each other. They would never take the wild boar beast's food. The smell of that stuff made them uncomfortable.
The scarab commander covered his face.
Our fleet didn't even bring any ghost-faced beasts this time. How did another riot break out? Should we increase their breakfast portions by 30%?
The white-armored veteran said that wild boar beast rebellion nearly overturned the city of philanthropy.
The commander nodded. It seems we can't be too harsh on these cannon fodder.
While the command center was still considering giving the wild boar beasts some benefits, the little guys outside were having a blast.
To avoid accidentally stepping on them, the commander even ordered the scarab to remain stationary for the time being.
He was very confident in the scarab combat platform's defensive capabilities. Even if he let these idiots blast it for another half hour, the scarab wouldn't suffer any damage.
However, he didn't notice that besides the fuel rod cannons, the wild boar beasts outside were all using charged shots from their energy pistols. The density of these charged plasma spheres was extremely high. A single one could overload a white-armored elite's protective energy.
This scene surprised Khalid Zaman.
He hadn't expected the enemy to be so merciful to their own people. They had been attacking for a long time, yet the enemy hadn't fired back. So he walked up to the top of the hill and quietly ran to the side of the anti-aircraft turret.
Inside the Scarab command center, a white armor elite suddenly shouted, "Report.
The energy core reactor is about to overload."
What? Only then did the commander react. These wild boar beasts were taking things too far. Fire! Open fire immediately.
At this point, the reactor overloaded, and the Scarab's power was instantly cut. The weapons were also unusable.
What made him even more distraught was that most of the wild boar beasts were firing at the Scarab's legs because it was too tiring to aim fuel rod cannons at the sky. The little guys had gathered around the scarab's four massive legs and were blasting away.
Beep tilde, beep tilde, beep tilde, the scarab emitted an alarm, and the entire platform slowly descended, beginning internal repairs of the core transmission device.
Khalid Zaman looked at the scarab's massive rear and thought.
Now the scarab's boarding hatch was only 1 meter off the ground.
The enemy was presenting their rear to him in such a perfect position, who could possibly resist? Chapter 52, Taming Spirit Pets.
The docking port of the scarab combat platform was mounted with heavy machine guns.
Jackals were guarding the docking port.
When they saw the crazed wild boar beasts, they were also frightened that they fled. Since the commander hadn't given the order to fire, they couldn't attack their own kind, but they felt that the group of wild boar beasts outside had lost their minds and definitely wouldn't care about such orders, so as soon as the scarab crouched down, the jackals all ran off and vanished.
Khalid Zaman suddenly shouted,
"Ho, ho, ho. Well done, little ones, charge in and kill all the enemies inside.
Don't leave any survivors. Blow up everything you see."
Wow! Having experienced a great victory without any casualties,
The confidence of the wild boar beasts had reached an insane level.
they jumped onto the scarab one after another and charged inside. The Covenant forces inside the scarab, no matter how stupid, knew the severity of the situation.
The jackals were the first to open fire on the wild boar beasts.
By this time, the little guys were already in the heat of battle, firing their fuel rod cannons inside, along with charged plasma balls from their small pistols.
Khalid Zaman saw that this light ball actually shattered the jackal's red energy shields in one hit.
Overload, so that was it.
The Covenant's technology almost entirely relied on the same type of energy. To him, this energy was all too familiar spiritual power.
He stopped paying attention to the battle of the scarab and walked straight into the anti-aircraft turret.
He found the turret's core reactor and unleashed a wave of spiritual energy at the sphere, emitting a dazzling light.
This was the most basic attack method of cultivation, carrying no 5 elements attributes.
Its power was also very small, hitting someone with it felt about the same as being hit by a rock.
However,
the condensed spiritual power directly caused the reactor to overload. Some strange thoughts arose in Khalid Zaman's mind. Perhaps a cultivator really could tear apart a starship by hand. However, that matter was still a bit far off. He needed to complete his mission as soon as possible and rendezvous with the others.
Noble 6 reporting. The second anti-aircraft gun is offline.
Aunt Dot, well done, Noble 6. The Grafton is on its way.
Khalid Zaman left the mountaintop.
A Paris-class heavy frigate appeared in the sky and fired 2 shots at the mountaintop. One shot was aimed at the paralyzed Covenant anti-aircraft turret, and a second shot blew the chaotic scarab into smithereens.
If he hadn't been wearing a helmet, Khalid Zaman would have really wanted to spit at the wreckage of the scarab.
It was a pity for those little lackeys he had just trained. These wild boar beasts were all silly, but they weren't afraid of death.
If one day he were allowed to rule the wild boar beasts, he could definitely make them unleash their maximum combat potential. Aunt Dot sent a new mission. At this moment, Intelligence intends to conduct a close-range investigation of the Covenant Spiral Tower. Noble 6, please wait in place. I have assigned Noble 5 to pick you up.
Because the Enjolnir armor had a vital sign monitoring system, the artificial intelligence already knew that Kat was injured and unconscious.
Therefore, for the next mission, she arranged for George and Khalid Zaman to go together. Khalid Zaman stood on the mountaintop holding the unconscious Kat, waiting.
Suddenly, he noticed a red dot appearing on the Enjolnir's motion tracker less than 2 meters away from him.
This immediately made Khalid Zaman break out in a cold sweat. If he were a Covenant assassin, it would already be too late for him to react.
He immediately put down Kat, bit his tongue to stimulate his blood essence, and instantly cast a small thunder dragon flame, killing a raid.
Bolts of lightning struck down within a 3-meter radius.
These lightning bolts weren't very powerful. He just wanted to strike the enemy into revealing themselves, and then he could rely on his reflexes and movement techniques to skirmish with the opponent.
A few bolts of lightning landed on himself, and the rest struck the ground. There was absolutely no shadow of an enemy. What was going on?
Was the radar broken?
Impossible. Either the enemy was underground. Damn it, I'm a cultivator, and I haven't even used the Earth escape technique, and you an alien burrowed underground. Khalid Zaman felt depressed. He was wearing half a ton of Enjolnir, so it was impossible for him to use the Earth escape technique. To verify his hypothesis, Khalid Zaman used the boulder technique, directly digging out the entire chunk of rock in the area of the red dot.
Sure enough, as the rock moved, the red dot moved too.
Khalid Zaman stopped the rock in front of him. He wanted to see why the enemy could move within the rock.
After a while, a small bug crawled out of the rock.
This bug was about the size of a finger. As soon as it crawled out of the rock, it gave a start and wanted to crawl back in. This movement was just like a startled human. The little bug was indeed strange.
Khalid Zaman was quick-eyed and fast-handed, grabbing the bug and pulling it out. But when did a bug become an enemy?
After observing it carefully, he suddenly realized that this thing looked familiar. It seemed to be a hunter.
Yes, this bug was a little glue worm, except the bugs that made up a hunter were much thicker than this one. Squeak, squeak. The bug let out a thin chirp,
and Khalid Zaman was actually able to understand its meaning.
This little bug was swearing, calling Khalid Zaman a bastard.
Although he couldn't understand the language, cultivators could use True Kai to communicate with spirit pets. As long as it was a creature that had truly opened its spiritual intelligence, one could roughly understand the other's meaning. What the F? Khalid Zaman was just about to curse back. Then he realized that this was a spirit pet, a creature with spiritual intelligence.
Of course, just like the hunters, this guy had a somewhat irritable temper.
The little bug was not only full of hostility, but also struggled desperately trying to escape.
Even with Khalid Zaman's strength, he was almost broken free from. After being flicked a few times by Khalid Zaman's finger, this little thing became completely obedient.
Stop wriggling, or believe it or not, I'll dry you out and turn you into fish food.
After being slapped a few times and threatened verbally, the bug stopped wriggling as expected.
Then Khalid Zaman heard a shocking secret. This Liegulu worm was actually the core of the scarab.
It was a matriarch, and all the Liegulu worms inside the scarab were its offspring.
The little bug also told Khalid Zaman that as long as he didn't kill it, it could help Khalid Zaman manufacture scarab combat platforms.
Holy cow.
Khalid Zaman had struck gold.
The little bug also told him that the Covenant didn't trust their kind as much as it appeared on the surface. The largest objects they were allowed to form were only at the scarab level, and even then, they were only tasked with driving, treating them like coolies.
If allowed to let loose,
and with an added engine, it could get Khalid Zaman a starship, a biological starship.
Gulp till the Khalid Zaman
Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had decided to tame this bug matriarch as a spirit pet.
As for the matter of trust, that was easy to handle. In the eyes of a cultivator, this was just a matter of a soul contract. In his previous life on Earth, it was the age of Dharma decline, and there was no spiritual energy, so he hadn't seen spirit pets, but he had learned methods for taming spirit pets from his master. He dripped a drop of blood essence onto the bug matriarch, and Khalid Zaman cast a spell to perform the spirit pet contract. The other party actually didn't resist, and it succeeded immediately. Then he and this little bug developed a soul connection.
Now he could communicate with the bug matriarch at any time without needing to release True Kai.
Since you have become my spirit pet, I won't treat you unfairly. In the future, I will slowly nurture you so that you can also practice cultivation and refine Kai just like me. As for what level you can reach in the end, it will depend on your comprehension.
Thank you, Master. Khalid Zaman was very satisfied, and then he considered where to put this bug. He was currently at the 8th layer of the Golden Core stage. He couldn't use spatial magic yet. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, he could create storage bags and could also freely store and release spirit pets into his own nascent soul.
For now, he had to run this little guy. He stuffs the bug matriarch into the magazine pouch of his Mjolnir, which counted as making a nest for it.
Khalid Zaman wanted to ask what this bug's name was.
Then the little bug started chanting some meaningless syllables, and it hadn't stopped after about half a minute.
Wait, I asked you to say your name. Why are you saying so much?
This is my name. I've only said half of it. Master, wait for me to finish saying the name. Khalid Zaman was speechless. These bugs must take a long time to greet each other when they get up in the morning. He imagined the pile of bugs inside a hunter. If they were to have a party, they probably wouldn't have finished introducing themselves by nightfall. That's not it, Master. This is our special way of linking. After we combine into an individual, we are no longer collective minds. A new, independent consciousness is formed, so a hunter also only has one name.
After establishing the soul contract, this little bug could sense Khalid Zaman's thoughts, so it reacted to his sarcasm.
No more joking.
You'll be following me from now on, shall I give you a new name?
Okay, Master. Khalid Zaman thought for a while. This bug, even if it absorbed spiritual energy, would at most just become a slightly larger bug. He would have to take it out to fight in the future, so he had to give it a louder name.
You shall be called Azure Dragon from now on.
Understood, Master.
Chapter 53 Assault Spiral Tower.
Khalid Zaman boarded a Falcon Wing helicopter. In the cabin, besides George, there were 2 other Marines. They flew across the mountains toward their target. Passing over the valley, they flew directly to the basin they had scouted yesterday.
George, careful now.
From here on, it's all enemy territory. We've mostly cleared out their aerial forces, but there are still many shadow turrets on the ground. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the basin, the Covenant's shadow turrets began firing at them. These turrets were much smaller than the massive anti-aircraft cannon he had destroyed, and their projectiles weren't high speed, but there were just too many of them. Since the Falcon Wing helicopter was equipped with an onboard grenade launcher, Khalid Zaman simply opened fire and engaged in a shootout with the shadow turrets on the ground. Along the way, they blew up 4 turrets and 2 Wraith tanks.
The helicopter bypassed a mountain that towered into the clouds and made a sharp turn into a mountain hollow.
He finally saw the spiral tower.
This thing looked somewhat like the tower he had blown up last night, only many times larger. By visual estimation, the spiral tower was at least 200 meters tall, its exterior shimmering with a white, circular energy shield. The protective range of this shield reached a radius of 5 kilometers. Anti-dot. According to the latest intelligence analysis, this spiral tower may be projecting an electromagnetic stealth shield. Carl examined fired a few shots at the energy shield. The grenades exploded immediately upon contact with the shield he couldn't break through. The pilot shouted, "There are too many enemies below. Hang on tight, I'll see if I can fly directly into the shield."
The helicopter cautiously approached the shield.
The landing gear beneath the aircraft met no resistance and had already entered the circular shield.
The pilot shouted, "It seems to be working."
Let's go. The Falcon Wing helicopter flew directly into the shield.
Just as the fuselage entered the shield, the aircraft's engines suddenly stalled.
Pilot, oh no, the aircraft has lost power. We're going to crash.
Carl Examen looked innocent. If he had known, he would have fought his way in from the outside.
Now they didn't even have parachutes, they were really going to take a hit. There was no time for him to think. The helicopter slammed into the ground and snapped in two. Carl Examen was thrown over a dozen meters, but sustained no serious injuries, though his Enjolnir's energy shield was half depleted. He shook his head. This didn't feel much better than riding in Kat's car. Was he the legendary vehicle killer? Why did every car he rode in flip, and every plane he flew in crash? George, they're all dead. We can't stay here. Carl Examen stood up and saw that the pilot and the 2 Marines were already dead. Ordinary people were like ants in this war. He really didn't know why those bastards started it. If he caught the culprit, Carl Examen would definitely make them wish they were dead. The voice of King Long suddenly sounded in his mind. Master, what does wishing one were dead mean? King Long was now essentially his spirit pet. The two could communicate without speaking, directly sensing each other's mental activities. Carl Examen, it means that living is more painful than dying, where every second of life makes you wish for an immediate death. King Long, death is not painful. Carl Examen sighed internally. The dead indeed do not feel pain.
The pain belongs to those who are still alive.
King Long understood.
You want to torture the prophets and then prevent them from dying.
George raised his signature heavy machine gun, while Carl Examen held a marksman rifle. The two of them walked toward the spiral tower. Carl Examen was puzzled. He didn't know what a prophet was, but it was likely the enemy's supreme leader. King Long, yes, it was the Covenant's prophets who started this war. Carl Examen, why would they do that? I didn't expect you to know so much. King Long, what they want are the foreigner relics. It is said that the prophets want to ascend into another form of life. Carl Examen was speechless. Ascending. Why not let that guy learn cultivation from him, and then both sides could call a ceasefire?
King Long, if the prophets believe you, they might actually stop the war.
Carl Examen, yeah, we'll rush into the Covenant's home base, kidnap the prophet, and then I'll show him the miracles of a cultivator. This plan is simply perfect. King Long, this is almost impossible to succeed. Carl Examen was a bit frustrated.
Now, no matter what he thought, this little bug would talk back to him.
And everything it said was the blunt truth without even a word of comfort. It seemed he'd have to teach this fellow what a sense of humor was when he had the time. He and George hadn't walked for even 2 minutes before the enemies ahead surged like a tide. Densely packed wild boar beasts and jackals were like a rising flood. The two of them fought as they ran, forced to retreat into a cluster of massive boulders. There are too many enemies. Let's just fight our way through.
Amen.
Carl Examen couldn't find any words to refute George's opinion.
The blunt truth always made it hard to be happy.
The firepower of him and George was no less than that of several hundred wild boar beasts, but he felt that the speed at which they killed enemies wasn't as fast as the arrival of enemy reinforcements. Gradually, more jackal snipers appeared in the surrounding area. Carl Examen used his old trick again.
After turning invisible, he leaped onto a large rock and then controlled the wild boar beasts to fire at the jackal snipers on both sides.
Before long, half of the jackals were taken out. Then the group of jackals got fed up and started firing back at the wild boar beasts in the middle. Soon, the wild boar beasts also got fed up and began cursing while shooting at the jackals. This was the consequence of not having an elite commander to supervise them. George was a bit confused. These guys have gone crazy. The last few remaining jackal snipers fled directly back toward the spiral tower.
Now the threat of snipers was gone, but the situation wasn't much better.
There were more and more wild boar beasts, and they were impossible to kill all at once. The two of them tried to break out of the boulder formation several times, but were driven back by a dense hail of bullets. The energy shield's alarm almost never stopped ringing.
The situation grew worse as 3 Banshees flew in from the air, bombing their hiding spot.
Damn it, Khalid Zaman had a massive headache. There were so many wild boar beasts they were impossible to finish off.
He didn't know that elite warriors hundreds of years ago had also encountered this situation.
King Orm's voice sounded at the right time. Master, wild boar beasts are oviparous creatures. One clutch can produce about 50 eggs.
Moreover, their maturation period is very short, taking only 1 year from conception to birth and finally reaching adulthood.
Khalid Zaman understood a bit.
This was a mass production strategy.
With the Covenant's technology safely raising and feeding these little guys shouldn't be much of a problem.
At this time, the Banshees were being arrogant, flying lower and lower until they were almost hitting the tops of their heads.
In a fit of rage, Khalid Zaman controlled a wild boar beast to overcharge its energy pistol, directly causing a Banshee to overload. The unlucky fellow fell straight down. One of them landed very close to them.
Khalid Zaman was delighted. He ran over, pulled out the elite pilot, and punched him to death.
Then he climbed into the Banshee and started the fighter. This fighter was very small. Though called a single pilot fighter, it was not much larger than a warthog. The pilot could only lie prone in the middle of the fuselage to fly it. Khalid Zaman piloted the Banshee high into the air and then dived headfirst while firing cannons. A few shells exploded in front of the wild boar beasts. The little guys began to complain and shift blame.
They thought there must be a traitor among the wild boar beasts, which led to their own aircraft being shot down.
Then the elite commander piloting the fighter got angry and intended to bomb them to death.
After 2 diving runs and dropping a few bombs, the wild boar beasts stopped rushing forward. Some retreated while others looked for cover.
Khalid Zaman didn't know he had once again been mistaken for an elite commander. He just thought the wild
Boar beasts were also afraid of the bombing. George was firing ahead when the pressure suddenly lessened. He looked back and couldn't see Khalid Zaman.
Noble Six, where are you?
Are you okay?
Khalid Zaman, I'm fine.
I hijacked a Banshee.
Wait here, I'll go check out the spiral tower.
George, it's too risky.
Let's just fight our way in together. Khalid Zaman, there are even more troops at the base of the tower than here. I'll try to fly over. If it doesn't work, I'll come back.
George, be careful.
I'll notify the commander and the others to come for support.
Chapter 54, a giant aircraft carrier 30 kilometers long.
Khalid Zaman piloted the Banshee flying all the way toward the spiral tower. For some reason, the Covenant didn't fire at him this time.
He still hadn't figured out how they performed identification, but it didn't seem to be present on the single pilot fighter.
Now there were 7 or 8 Banshees around him. A group of golden armored berserkers stood beneath the spiral tower, along with a dense crowd of elites. There were too many enemies. He doubted their entire noble team could fight their way, and even if they came together.
Antidot had just said this spiral tower was projecting an electromagnetic stealth shield, but from the outside, it looked like a super large ball of light as conspicuous as could be.
He didn't know what it was trying to hide.
To hide his identity, he couldn't just head straight for the spiral tower. He had to mimic the other Banshees circling around for a bit, then gliding slowly, gradually drawing closer. When he was 200 meters from the spiral tower, a voice suddenly came from inside the Banshee. All units evacuate. Return to the long night. All personnel evacuate within 10 minutes.
Khalid Zaman saw the Banshees around him all flying out of the shield.
These aircraft weren't affected by the shield, likely due to energy protection devices. Earlier, the Falcon Wing helicopter had spiraled out of control, but he and George's Enjolnir armor were fine. Khalid Zaman was glad they had entered from the edge. If they had come down from the top of the light dome, they would have fallen right into a swarm of enemies and died instantly. George, the enemy seems to be retreating. Number 6, how's it going on your end?
Khalid Zaman,
I'm almost at the spiral tower. I'll head inside to take a look first. He saw 2 doors at the top of the spiral tower, and there seemed to be people moving inside.
So Khalid Zaman landed his Banshee on the platform at the tower's summit.
Over a dozen Phantom transports flew to the base of the tower to ferry away the defensive forces. Khalid Zaman looked down and saw a golden armored berserker and 5 white armored elites waiting at the bottom. This position is just too perfect. Oops, my hand slipped. Tilda, he chuckled and pushed the Phantom right off, then leaned over the platform edge to watch. He watched as the Phantom fell silently, smashing directly onto the heads of the elites. The golden armored berserker seemed dazed by the impact, staggering around while the white armored elites were hopping mad. They looked up at the sky but found nothing. What a pity. The Phantom was too light. If it had been a tank, it definitely would have crushed a few of them to death. Oh no, those guys are getting on a Phantom transport. Khalid Zaman immediately used his invisibility technique and ran inside the spiral tower. He didn't make any rash moves. If a fight broke out inside the tower and the elites from below rushed up to trap him, it wouldn't be fun. He liked dueling elites one-on-one, but being mobbed was a bit troublesome. After waiting for 2 minutes, no one came up, and even the few elites inside the tower had left.
It seemed the enemy truly was preparing to evacuate this place.
On the base and outside the spiral tower's shield, the human mechanized units had reached the perimeter.
There weren't many enemy ground forces, and they fled after offering slight resistance. Even the Scarab combat platforms didn't appear.
All the vehicles that passed through the light dome lost power, so the main force stopped outside without entering. The top floor of the spiral tower wasn't very large, and there was a gravity lift in the center.
He had just seen several elites leave through it.
Khalid Zaman wandered around the tower and only found a simple console.
He didn't know how to operate it, so he followed the old rule, pressing buttons randomly like he was playing a video game.
The voice of the AI anti-doct rang out in the communication channel. "Well done, Noble 6.
I'm sending flight vehicles to pick you up."
Khalid Zaman walked outside the spiral tower, and the massive energy dome began to slowly dissolve from the top down. A Falcon Wing helicopter flew rapidly toward him. On the helicopter, Carter and George were waving at him. Mission accomplished. To show off, Khalid Zaman didn't wait for the helicopter to get close. He sprinted and jumped straight out. George reached out and pulled him onto the aircraft.
Carter, Control, this is Noble Team. Spiral Tower 1 is down. You are clear to attack. Control, copy that, Noble Team.
All ground units take note.
The heavy frigate 318 has entered the battlefield and is preparing to attack with its magnetic accelerator cannon. A massive heavy frigate flew past the Falcon.
Khalid Zaman had seen this frigate before.
They were the ones who helped take out the anti-aircraft batteries and the Scarab.
Paris Glass Heavy Frigate Grafton. Length 535 meters. Armament 1 light MAC, 3 Shiva nuclear missiles, 26 Archer missile pods, and 12 twin link point defense turrets.
This human ship was like a giant spear.
The main hull was essentially one large magnetic launch rail.
It could be said that the entire frigate was built around a giant MAC device with engines and various other weapon types added on.
Georgia Mac, firing directly within the atmosphere.
Carter warned, heads up, hang on tight.
After a humming sound, the heavy frigate 318 the Grafton opened fire. Although the shipborne MAC wasn't as insane as the orbital ones, the rounds it fired still carried staggering energy. The Covenant spiral tower was blown into fragments in a single shot, and the mountain behind it began to shake. The massive energy release brought a gust of air that blew the Falcon Wing helicopter far back.
Looking at the scene before him, Khalid Zaman's mind wandered into endless reverie.
If only a cultivator could possess such power.
However, a sudden change interrupted his thoughts.
A thick blue ion beam shot down from above, piercing right through the Grafton, blasting through the 500-meter-long frigate.
Just like the shattered spiral tower, the warship plummeted toward the ground.
It happened so fast that no one could react before the fragments of the spiral tower had even finished falling. The Grafton was destroyed.
Anti-dock warning.
New enemy detected.
Extremely high tonnage.
No,
George cried out.
No, someone tell me this isn't real.
The 3 on the aircraft were stunned.
At such a close distance, they watched helplessly as a giant space warship was torn apart. A series of secondary explosions erupted across the Grafton's hull, sending debris flying amidst rolling smoke as the entire ship disintegrated. Khalid Zaman looked up. In that instant, he stopped breathing, or rather, he couldn't breathe.
More than half the sky was obscured.
A Covenant warship of unknown size hung right above them. This probably wasn't a warship, but a continent. How long could it possibly be? King Dawn's voice rang out at the right moment. This is the Covenant's latest CNSO-class supercarrier Long Night.
Its total length is over 30 kilometers. 30 kilometers.
Chapter 55 Autumn Winds Mound.
With the appearance of the Long Night, the defenses of Reach almost completely collapsed. The Covenant fleet's first wave of attacks was fearless, destroying 4 orbital guns at the cost of over 20 starships, which also drew the fire of the orbital defense forces. They took the opportunity to drop a large number of ground forces from their carriers. Due to the massive ground force invasion, the ground power stations were quickly destroyed, causing almost all of the planetary orbital magnetic accelerator cannons to shut down. This was all a sneak attack plan. They first sent several light warships to sneak in, using small units to establish hidden spiral towers, and then utilized the spiral towers' positioning, transmission, and cloaking energy to hide this big fellow in a vital area of the human heartland. Finally, the rest of the fleet's warships launched a frontal feint to draw attention, while the carriers sent out countless ground units to sabotage the orbital magnetic accelerator cannons. The enemy's technological level not only crushed humanity's, but their cunning was also not weak in the slightest. The defense system of Reach, which humanity took pride in, was cracked just like that. In space, Captain Jacob Case, who was getting familiar with his new ship, also received orders for support. As an experienced veteran, Case knew the meaning of these orders. More than 60% of all human fleets were heading to support Reach was already in imminent danger. Operation Red Flag had not yet begun, and there was likely no time left to implement it. Case stood in the command center looking at the dense red dots on the radar. These were all enemy fleets attacking Reach, and their total number was twice that of the Eridanus fleet.
According to past battle data, the loss ratio for space combat between humans and the Covenant was 3-1.
So, logically speaking, it would take 3 times the human fleet to fight the enemy to a draw.
Now report, Captain. We will arrive at the Reach space combat zone in 30 minutes.
Very well, proceed toward the enemy's rear.
We're going to kick some Covenant ass. The adjutant looked helpless, but Captain, the Autumn of Reach has a mission. Doing this is equivalent to going to your death. We won't die, don't worry, young man. Hearing this, the adjutant did not feel relieved at all. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. If he were truly afraid, he wouldn't have been chosen for Operation Red Flag. Almost everyone here had boarded the ship with the determination to die. They didn't know the specific plan for Operation Red Flag, but they knew they were going to the Covenant's home base. This was the only operational information the higher-ups had given them. Suddenly,
the observer shouted,
"Slip space rupture detected." "This is bad, sir. It's an enemy fleet." Case saw over 50 dense red dots on the display, very close to them, right behind the Autumn of Reach. This time, it wasn't about kicking the Covenant's ass, but their own rears being in danger. He looked at the star map, lit up a coordinate, and said, "Hide in that asteroid belt immediately."
Yes, sir.
The adjutant breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid Captain Keyes would fight the enemy to the death right here. Because the ship has a 3-minute silence period when flying out of slip space, they cannot fire during this time, otherwise it would cause turbulence in the slip space, leading to spatial instability and causing the ship to disintegrate directly. At this time, a sneak attack could yield great results. However, once the opponent reacted, the Autumn of Reach would become a sitting duck.
Case was naturally not afraid of death, but he wasn't a reckless youth either. He wouldn't choose suicide for a small gain.
Humanity's strength was still too weak compared to the Covenant. What he had to do was preserve strength and consume as much of the Covenant's power as possible. Actually, he greatly appreciated Operation Red Flag.
Here, and Noble 1 Carteret 259 were the same kind of people. They would try to avoid losses when their own strength was abundant, but would stake everything on a single throw to gain the maximum benefit when at a disadvantage.
If possible, Case still hoped to pick up the Spartan warriors, directly going to carry out Operation Red Flag. The Autumn of Reach was very fast. After completing the modifications customized by Cortana, the ship's performance had surpassed most human capital ships, especially in speed. In less than half a minute, this modified Kingfisher-class cruiser, shaped like a giant pillar, had rushed into the asteroid belt and shut off its engines. Like a large meteorite, it floated among those lifeless asteroids. One by one, massive Covenant warships flew out of slip space and headed toward the battlefield. On the battlefield at this time, humanity had already suffered heavy losses. The Eridanus fleet had lost half of its warships, while the enemy had also lost nearly 100 starships. These Covenant warships, in order to attack the electromagnetic MAC guns in orbit, charged fearlessly toward these giant cannons. Every 3 starships went for 1 orbital gun. By the time they reached the range of the ion beams, half of them had already been destroyed.
The remaining half fired a volley, destroying 2 orbital guns.
It wasn't because their firepower was insufficient, but because the beams aimed at the other 3 orbital guns were blocked by human warships. Under the continuous attack of the energy beams, these warships burned, melted, and vaporized, eventually leaving only a cloud of ions. When plasma hit the cloud, it absorbed the energy, taking on a hellish orange red hue. By this time, humanity had used up all shipborne nuclear warheads. Only when 3 or more capital ships fired MAC slugs simultaneously could they break the shield of a single enemy starship. Yet a single beam of plasma from the enemy could heavily damage a human warship. In space, there are almost no barriers, and it is difficult to dodge enemy fire. Most of the time, one can only rely on raw technological strength and the number of warships.
At that moment, an extremely thin white line of light swept across, and 3 human warships were directly destroyed.
This beam was incredibly dominant. Not only did it instantly pierce through the warship's armor, but it also punctured every single deck.
The power of this new weapon far exceeded the ion beams humanity was familiar with.
Captain Keyes was directly stunned, because the warship that fired this white light was not far from them. The 50-plus warships that had come to support earlier had flown forward, and only one had not advanced after exiting slip space.
He didn't know what this Covenant warship intended to do,
but when he saw that white beam he understood. This was a long-range sniper-type warship with special equipment. Humanity suffered one heavy blow after another, while the Covenant's technological level was developing rapidly. This cast another shadow over Captain Keyes' heart.
Case had a serious expression and muttered to himself, "A sniper, huh?
I wonder if he's afraid of a tough customer."
What? The adjutant was still looking at the battle report and didn't hear clearly what the captain said.
Start the engines, advance through the asteroid belt, and get close to that Covenant warship.
I'm going to blast his rear.
Yes, sir.
The adjutant also began to get excited. Now the situation was one-on-one and they were in the dark while the enemy was in the light. Combined with the insane modifications of the Autumn of Reach, the chances of winning were very high.
The Autumn of Reach started its 8 auxiliary engines and slowly advanced through the asteroid belt.
Ordinary human warships wouldn't dare to do this unless they also had a crazy 4-meter thick alloy hull like the Autumn of Reach.
When they moved to the very edge of the asteroid belt, this Covenant sniper ship suddenly turned its bow. It seemed it had discovered the Autumn of Reach.
Case didn't want to try a direct exchange of fire, because his warship was definitely not sturdier than 3 human capital ships, and the Autumn of Reach's full firepower might not necessarily break the opponent's shield. Such a gamble wasn't worth it.
As an experienced warship commander, he knew very well that doing so had too low a chance of winning, and wasn't worth the cost.
Case did not order an immediate fire.
He decisively marked a coordinate and ordered, charge out. Follow the direction of this coordinate and turn on all engines.
A blinding light erupted from the rear of the Autumn of Reach as the new reactor's thrust was pushed to 100% power, causing a violent vibration. Several meteorites ahead were sent flying in all directions by this ironclad turtle.
The adjutant broke into a cold sweat looking at the coordinates Case had given.
The direction of these coordinates pointed straight at the enemy ship's stern. In other words, in less than 30 seconds they would collide with the enemy. Meanwhile, Case had a cold smirk on his face. He was gambling. Covenant warships all have one characteristic. Their main guns, like the plasma lancers, are all located on the underside of the hull. This means they need to turn around to attack an enemy behind them. Actually, humans are similar. The main guns of human warships are MAC guns, and these thick long barrels cannot be turned.
Now it would take the opponent 20 seconds to turn.
He didn't know how long it would take to fire, but in any case, if the opponent didn't start their engines and move in 30 seconds, they would inevitably be destroyed by the Autumn of Reach's impact. If the opponent moved out of the Autumn of Reach's collision course, they wouldn't be able to complete the turn and fire at them within 30 seconds.
A smile appeared on Case's face.
He had won the gamble. To avoid the Autumn of Reach's impact, the enemy ship moved forward.
This way, Case truly blasted its rear.
The Autumn of Reach brushed past the enemy ship's stern.
All 32 Archer missile pods fired with full force, including one Shiva-class nuclear warhead. These missiles flew toward the opponent's engine position like flies. The damage capability of nuclear bombs against Covenant warships is immense, but they must be used with missiles and cannot be fired at high speed like MAC guns. Therefore, in large-scale space battles, it is very difficult to hit the enemy with nuclear bombs.
Case's tactic was close-quarters combat, so the opponent could not dodge the nuclear attack no matter what.
The enemy starship's energy shield held for only 1 second before shattering and collapsing. This latest sniper ship was blown into 2 halves by Case. Moreover, the Autumn of Reach was completely intact without taking any damage. This was the adjutant's first time working with Case. Now he finally understood why the higher-ups had chosen Case as the captain. This old captain's battlefield judgment, reaction speed, experience, and courage were all top tier. Captain Keyes lit a pipe and said easily, "Let's go, head to the battlefield. It seems we'll make it in time." Chapter 56, John's Mission. Just as Case was rushing toward the battlefield, the Autumn of Reach received a message from Reach Combat Command.
Hello, I am Auntie Dot.
I need you to execute an emergency mission.
Case was taken aback. Auntie.
Auntie-Doc, there is no need for such politeness.
3 Spartan warriors are currently executing the Cull Protocol on Gamma Station. They have completed their mission, but are now surrounded by Covenant squads. You are needed to rendezvous and extract them.
Case hadn't expected an artificial intelligence to have such a sense of humor.
Send me the mission data, we're going now. As the commanding captain of Operation Red Flag, Case had long admired the Spartan warriors. Wherever these super soldiers were present, the battlefield yielded immense results. Unfortunately, there were too few Spartans. Even if they achieved tactical victories in local areas, it was still a drop in the bucket for the overall campaign. The old captain grew very excited upon hearing he was going to pick up Spartans. After reviewing the mission data, his eyes lit up even more.
John 117, now this is a legendary figure.
Half an hour earlier, 10 Phantom dropships were hovering outside Gamma Station.
John couldn't afford to land slowly on the station's landing pad, so he piloted the Pelican transport and crashed it directly into Gamma Station.
The Covenant forces inside the space station noticed them and immediately began to surround them.
John jumped off the Pelican and returned fire with his automatic rifle.
James 005 ran to the side of the Pelican. The bombs they had brought were attached to the weapon rack beneath the Pelican's hull. Now that the rack was deformed from the crash, James had to resort to pulling and kicking to tear the entire weapon rack off.
Linda 058 pulled out her sniper rifle and with 4 bullets precisely took down 2 red armored elites.
With the 2 of them coordinating, they halted the enemy's offensive. With the elite leader gone, the remaining grunts fired wildly at them with needler pistols. Because of the tracking function,
They didn't even need to aim, they just reached out and fired in the general direction. These needle-like rounds were somewhat erratic on planets with atmospheres, but in space they moved at high speeds. John didn't have time to dodge. The needler rounds struck his Mjolnir armor and were deflected by the energy shield.
2 sharp needler rounds hit James's external jetpack.
Since it was an external attachment, it wasn't within the Mjolnir's energy shield.
His jetpack exploded.
James wasn't seriously injured, but he lost his balance and was pushed out of the space station by the aftershock of the explosion. After a dizzying spin, the Spartan drifted out into the void. He said nothing. John and Linda were currently engaged with the enemy, and if they used their jetpacks to fly out and save him, they would surely be riddled with holes. John looked back, only to see James disappearing into the darkness of the universe.
Spartan Roman 2 warrior James 005 missing in action. It was too late for John to save him now.
He didn't know James's condition, but if he made it back alive, he would request a search and rescue operation for the nearby area.
For now, however, the mission had to be completed first. He and Linda fought back the first wave of enemies and charged into the interior of the station, heading all the way toward the lower decks.
The station's control room was located on the lower levels. However, the station's core control area would automatically lock when unoccupied.
They used the bombs James had detached to blow a hole in the deck and then found the control room. To give John time to purge the data, Linda fought the enemy alone at the hole they had blasted open.
In 5 minutes, John completed the task, wiping all information within the station. The Covenant wouldn't find Earth, at least not today. Enemies surged toward them like a tide. It would be difficult to fight their way back the same way, so they left the control room from another direction.
Now the two of them needed to find another Pelican in the station's hangar. They returned fire as they ran toward the hangar.
Soon they found a spare Pelican inside the station.
John jumped into the Pelican and rushed into the cockpit, only to find that the hangar doors wouldn't open automatically. The pursuers behind them caught up and began firing at the Pelican.
Linda rushed out of the Pelican. She had to run to the hangar door to open it manually.
Bullets struck her Mjolnir armor, and soon the alarm for low shield energy began to blare. John started the Pelican and used the transport's autocannon to fire back at the pursuers, suppressing the enemy fire.
The hangar doors slowly opened, and Linda turned to run back to the Pelican.
She didn't see the several elites standing outside the opening doors.
A dense volley of plasma bolts struck her.
Linda's Mjolnir energy shield was completely shattered. 2 rounds hit her back and 1 struck her head.
The plasma energy burned through the armor plating. She was almost sent flying by the impact of the rounds, tumbling into the Pelican's hold.
John turned the Pelican and blasted all the elites outside the hangar into space. Then the Pelican swiftly evacuated the space station.
James was missing, Linda had been shot multiple times, and the fates of both teammates who had come with him were unknown. John was filled with self-reproach, his chest feeling as heavy as if it were blocked by a slab of concrete. He left the cockpit and went to the hold, propping Linda up to check her injuries.
Linda's breath was already as thin as silk as she said, "We won."
Then the girl fell silent. Suddenly, John stumbled as the Pelican vibrated. Several phantoms were in hot pursuit behind them.
John had no choice but to return to the cockpit and fly toward Reach at full speed. In terms of speed, the Phantom and the Pelican were evenly matched.
He constantly maneuvered to dodge the bullets from his pursuers.
Just as Linda lost her vital signs, Anti-Dot realized Blue Team was in trouble and issued a rescue mission to the Autumn of Reach.
Among all the signals, only this warship was close enough and not currently engaged in the main battlefield. 20 minutes later, the Autumn of Reach arrived. Case blew all the Phantoms out of the sky and brought the Pelican transport into the Autumn of Reach's bay. John sprinted, while carrying Linda, placing her into a cryo chamber using the fastest, most accurate, and stable procedure possible, even though she had already lost vital signs.
Case's expression was complex.
He already knew the mission details. Spartan Roman 2 warrior Linda 058 was dead.
He didn't know how to offer comfort,
so he simply stood aside and watched without saying much. John said, "She's a Spartan. Maybe there's still hope."
After Linda was frozen, John requested that Case scan the area near the space station. If James was still alive, he should be emitting a distress signal through his Mjolnir armor.
The Autumn of Reach returned to Gamma Station, and Captain Case dispatched all the ship's fighters and transport ships to conduct a search.
An hour later, John's hopes were dashed. There was nothing near the space station.
If he had simply drifted away, James couldn't have flown beyond the search radius. It seemed he was truly missing.
Chapter 57, Uppercut.
At this moment, Noble Team on the ground was also having a hard time.
After the long night appeared, the enemy's forces flooded the surrounding area like a raging torrent.
The mechanized units in the base and outside the spiral tower were instantly overwhelmed, and ground troops everywhere suffered heavy losses.
Almost all ground-based stations for the orbital electromagnetic MAC cannons were destroyed.
Kat had regained consciousness and returned to the team after treatment. Khalid Zaman was relieved that she hadn't suffered any lasting harm.
Today's mission had gone smoothly, but there were simply too few Spartan warriors. Although most super soldiers had completed their objectives, their impact on the overall battle situation was minimal. They hid in a cave deep in the mountains waiting for further orders. Not long ago, the Scarab combat platform had crawled over the peak opposite them. Now enemies were everywhere.
The morale of the entire noble team was low. Khalid Zaman was reminded of the scene from over a decade ago.
Enemies covering the mountains and fields, and humans with nowhere to hide.
Azure Dragon, Master, I see a demon inside your heart.
Khalid Zaman's thoughts were interrupted.
He suddenly froze, not because of the demon Azure Dragon mentioned, but because he saw a familiar image in Azure Dragon's thoughts, the shipyard on asteroid K7-49.
Azure Dragon, Master, you know that the K7-49 shipyard has been building a ship for the past decade or so, and it is that supercarrier in the sky, the Long Night.
Khalid Zaman, what a coincidence. If only we had blown up all those reactors back then.
Azure Dragon, then there would have been other shipyards.
This mothership was bound to be built.
After a conversation with Azure Dragon, Khalid Zaman learned the name of a fleet, the Brave and Cautious Fleet. He also learned the reason why Barutami rose to power and why Alpha Company had been besieged by so many enemies.
His heart bled.
Everything was because of that supercarrier overhead. Cat, is there anything that can blow up that big guy in the sky?
Khalid Zaman desperately suppressed the rage in his heart, using as gentle a tone as possible to seek any possibility of revenge. Are you crazy?
Even if we bet the entire human fleet, we might only have a chance to break the mothership's energy shield.
Hearing this, Khalid Zaman sighed. Cat also fell into silence. John complained about the battle situation from the side. The fastest reinforcements won't arrive for another 48 hours, and they call this timely. Currently, Command had not issued any further orders to Noble Team. To avoid exposing their location, Carteret 259 could only wait. Rushing out now to kill enemies aimlessly would only lead to the team's destruction, turning it into a meaningless sacrifice.
Khalid Zaman walked up to Carteret 259. This was the person he trusted most.
Carson.
Let's go blow up that ship in the sky, shall we?
Carteret 259 frowned at Khalid Zaman. You mean a boarding operation?
Yes. Khalid Zaman knew very well that Carteret 259 must be thinking the same thing as him. Because this man would gamble in extreme disadvantage, using the smallest probability to achieve the greatest results.
Carteret 259, I've considered it too, but there are no usable nuclear weapons left in the base.
I just checked the battle reports. The Eridana's fleet has lost over half its strength.
Moreover, they've used up all their nuclear weapons. We have to wait 2 days for the other fleets to arrive.
Sure enough, Carteret 259 did not disappoint him.
He had been brewing an action plan in his head, but was stuck on the most critical element, the bomb.
Then Kat, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Do you remember the accident a few years ago?"
The colony ship bound for Cygnus, 700 people died.
Carteret 259 nodded.
I recall something like that.
A slipspace engine failure, Kat said excitedly. I checked the accident data. The engine was functioning normally at the time, it just hadn't been installed properly.
Half the ship simply vanished.
Carteret 259's expression changed slightly as he fell into thought, seemingly perfecting his plan. Khalid Zaman walked over and stood beside the two of them.
He didn't interrupt Carteret 259's train of thought. He was waiting for a chance at revenge.
Carteret 259 asked, "Do you know how to start the engine?"
Yes.
Kat nodded confidently. With just a small modification, we can manually cause that kind of disaster.
The problem is we can't fly a ship into the interior of an enemy starship.
Only large ships or warships carry slipspace engines.
Hearing their conversation, the other team members also became interested and gathered around.
Carteret 259 smiled a gentle smile. Khalid Zaman also smiled. He knew what such a smile from Carteret 259 represented.
This man's tactics had never disappointed him. Carteret 259, let's give them a hard uppercut. According to Carteret 259's plan, they would perform a double boarding. First, they would cripple a light cruiser returning to the enemy carrier, damaging part of its hull to force it back to the mothership for repairs. Then they would enter this enemy ship with a slipspace engine.
Finally, once the ship was within the range of the enemy mothership's shields, they would detonate the engine.
Carteret 259 didn't know about smart AIs and the profits, otherwise he likely could have devised a plan similar to Operation Red Flag. George listened somewhat dazed and asked, is this operation approved?
Carteret 259 smiled. What do you think?
He stood up and asked Emil for his dagger. Emil, be careful, don't break it. Carteret 259 used the dagger to scratch a combat sketch and the required items onto a rock inside the cave. He explained each step in detail as he drew it.
Finally, he returned the dagger to Emil. George scratched his head.
Although the plan sounded simple, there was too little critical information. He still felt it was somewhat unreliable.
Even John and Emil felt the probability was too low.
Kat said, "Where are we going to get a slip-space engine? We're just grunts on the front lines."
John also raised the question, yes, and we'll also need something that can take us into the sky.
Enemy-light warships are everywhere now, and our warships have no chance to get near the ground.
The Pelican is too slow but can't catch up to enemy warships at all.
Khalid Zaman said, I know where. As the former top operative of the Naval Intelligence Office, Khalid Zaman knew about some secret projects. Project Sabre. Super-modified Sabre fighters nearly as fast as warships, and they have rechargeable energy shields. As he spoke, he patted the Mjolnir armor he was wearing.
Kat, I thought that was just a legend.
Khalid Zaman knew that Carter A-259 had already factored the Sabre fighters into his calculations. The secrecy level of Project Sabre was the same as his own secret files.
As the leader of Noble Team, he should have access to these classified materials.
Kat, so now all that's left is the engine worth hundreds of millions.
Ask command for it.
Khalid Zaman and Carter A-259 said in unison, yes. This was an unprecedentedly bold plan.
It was also the first heavy blow on Khalid Zaman's path to revenge.
Chapter 58, Sabre Base.
Reach Operational Command received a combat request.
Holland was in a meeting with the operations department.
This middle-aged man with greying hair had sharp facial features, thick eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and triangular eyes, giving him a somewhat ruthless appearance. The ground combat forces had collapsed completely. The Eridanus fleet had lost more than half its strength, and all the super electromagnetic acceleration MAC cannons on Reach's defense orbit were offline. The fall of Reach was imminent. Even if other fleets arrived in 48 hours, they would be unable to face an enemy several times their size. Holland had not given up hope. He was still stubbornly persevering. The operational command was already overwhelmed. Since the discovery of the giant carrier, they had received almost no good news,
except for the mission request Carter had just sent.
Upon hearing Carter's request, Holland jumped straight out of his chair. He stood for a long while, unable to find the words. If they could take out that super carrier, they could effectively eliminate more than half of the enemy's combat power. It would be a desperate counterattack. It could be said that if this plan succeeded, humanity's chance for a comeback would be more than 10 times greater than it was now.
Holland immediately had the AI, Anti-Dot, analyze the entire mission plan. Anti-Dot, I have made improvements to the plan. It requires the deployment of the entire Eridanus fleet as support. This can increase the success rate by 15 percentage points.
Holland, what was the original plan's success rate?
Anti-Dot,
3%. Holland, an 18% chance of success.
We have to take this gamble.
Meanwhile, Admiral Parangoski of the Office of Naval Intelligence also saw Noble Team's application.
The fall of Reach was actually partly her doing.
To execute Operation Red Flag, she had intentionally allowed the Covenant to obtain Reach's coordinates and leaked that there were large foreigner ruins there.
She had already known that small Covenant fleets had snuck in when Noble Team was investigating the Visegrad relay station.
She had simply underestimated the enemy's strength, not expecting them to come out in full force. The appearance of the long night had nearly derailed all her plans.
This woman was well advanced in years, the wrinkles on her face making her look old and haggard.
Her heart was also suffering through immense torment, a burden no one could share, but now a turning point had appeared.
B-312, you truly haven't let me down.
Parangoski's cloudy eyes suddenly became incredibly clear. Notify the operations department to fully cooperate with Noble Team.
Reach Epers region. The secret launch base for the Project Sabre was built on a small island.
The island was shrouded in mist, giving it an ethereal look.
Even such a hidden corner was being attacked by the Covenant. The members of the Noble Team arrived at the edge of the island aboard a Falcon Wing helicopter. This was a beach on the backside of the base. Further inland were large numbers of Covenant forces. Spartan warriors do not fear hardship. As long as they have a mission and a target, they are unstoppable. The team members were all ready to go, full of spirit. It had been a long time since the whole team had acted together.
At the landing site, they could already hear the bombardment of enemy fire. The sky was filled with phantom transport ships and banshees.
Crossing over a massive rock, the enemy's drop zone came into view.
There were at least 100 Covenant squads on this vast tidal flat.
These troops were advancing toward the Sabre base. It seemed the base had anti-aircraft guns as well, forcing the Covenant to drop their ground forces on the outskirts.
Khalid Zaman and Emil were the first to charge out.
The two didn't look like they were fighting a war, they looked like they were in a race.
The two of them slaughtered the shielded jackals in front of them, wiping out half of the red shields almost before the enemy could react. Some elites had just managed to react and were about to fire when sniper rifles and heavy machine guns from behind blew their heads off.
Khalid Zaman emptied his magnum pistol and ducked behind a rock to reload. An elite charged at him viciously.
The enemy was furious while they were still exchanging fire. This human had simply ignored him and run past.
To the Sanheli people, this was a blatant insult. However, just as he drew his energy sword, a wild boar beast lunged at him, crying, and detonated 2 plasma grenades on his body. Emil was carrying an MA5 automatic rifle. Although it had plenty of ammo, its rate of fire was faster, so he was reloading a few meters behind Khalid Zaman.
Emil saw the wild boar beast's heroic act with his own eyes and let out a loud whistle.
Just as Khalid Zaman finished reloading, he noticed invisible energy fluctuations near Emil.
He raised his gun and fired, and the enemy went flying. However, the direction the elite flew was strange. It wasn't away from where he had fired. On the contrary, after Khalid Zaman shot, the elite flew toward him. It turned out that at the same time, John had killed the elite from behind with a sniper rifle. That kid's eyesight was impressive, being able to see a cloaked enemy from such a distance. Khalid Zaman suddenly saw a few tiny leaves fluttering around him, and Emil. This wasn't his doing. Khalid Zaman looked back. John was still 200 meters away, holding his sniper rifle. That kid only had a foundation, establishment cultivation, yet he could control the object control technique over a 200-meter range that was terrifying.
Tilde.
A group of wild boar beasts came screaming out from behind the rocks, each clutching 2 plasma grenades. Emil shouted, "Suicide squad, fall back." Then he started cursing again. Damn it, are these guys idiots? These wild boar beasts holding their plasma grenades all turned around and threw them toward the elites hiding on the other side.
Amidst angry shouts, 3 elites were blown away.
Carter and Kat stood in the second echelon, continuously gunning down the enemies. The first 2 missed.
Behind them were George and John.
The big guy with the heavy machine gun wasn't at the front line as the point of breakthrough. His task was the heaviest, protecting the sniper, clearing enemies flanking from the sides, and suppressing approaching enemy aircraft.
The entire noble team advanced rapidly, as smooth as a hot knife through butter.
The enemies on the tidal flat collapsed upon contact, all retreating to the vicinity of the base.
Just then 2 phantoms flew toward them. They hovered 5 meters in the air, preparing to drop off combat troops. Khalid Zaman took out 2 grenades, infused them with True Kai, threw them, and used the object control technique to guide them gently into the Phantom's cockpit. Because the kinetic energy was too low, the Phantom's energy shields didn't react, and the 2 elite pilots were caught completely off guard by the blast. Both Phantoms crashed to the ground, crushing half of the grunts who had just jumped out. Emil and Khalid Zaman charged toward the Phantoms at the same time.
The team continued to push forward, and after clearing out the remaining enemies,
both of them boarded a Phantom.
Khalid Zaman used the Phantom's ion cannon to blow up a Banshee, but was then targeted by concentrated fire from the aircraft in the sky.
The Phantom was too large, and soon the beep-beep alarm of a reactor overload sounded. Khalid Zaman opened the team channel. Careful, enemy airfire is too intense. Beside him, Emil had already jumped off his transport. His Phantom flew straight toward the enemy troops at the base entrance. The group of enemies on the ground scattered in all directions upon seeing it. Then Khalid Zaman's Phantom bomb was also thrown in. They escaped the first one, but couldn't escape the second. Both Phantoms exploded, directly killing countless enemies in a chain of detonations.
Emil shouted indignantly again, "You're cheating, kid."
Carter, you 2 fall back a bit. The team formation is getting stretched.
As he said this, the 2 had already moved beyond the range of his and Kat's fire support.
The MA5 automatic rifle's precision fire was effective within 50 meters. Beyond that, it couldn't shoot accurately. If they encountered enemies in close combat, he and Kat wouldn't be able to fire for fear of hitting their own. Khalid Zaman and Emil were caught up in the heat of battle and had indeed been a bit too aggressive. They found their retreat blocked by 4 hunters. Behind them were the hunters, and in front was the Covenant army. The rest of Noble team was still over 100 meters away. Both of them scratched their heads and thought, "We were careless." Chapter 59. The Spirit Beast unleashes its power. King Gong suddenly said, "Master, put me on the ground.
I'll go deal with the hunters."
Oh,
Khalid Zaman pulled out King Gong and, with a casual turn, tossed it into a nearby patch of grass.
The little worm instantly burrowed into the ground, moving rapidly toward the hunters.
When it was first caught, it moved through rock. Now burrowing through sand was as easy as swimming. King Gong scurried under one hunter's feet and squeezed into the enemy's armor.
Then the 2 hunters suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The other 2 hunters were dazed, startled by the sudden laughter.
Although Liegulu worms can make sounds, they don't laugh like that. It was like seeing a chicken suddenly meow like a cat. That wasn't even the worst part. The most outrageous thing was that the 2 controlled hunters immediately defected and started stripping the armor off the other 2 hunters. Because they shared the same colony markings, they wouldn't harm each other.
So, while 2 hunters stripped their armor, the other 2 stood there motionless at a complete loss. Emil watched this undressing drama, completely stunned.
What on earth is going on today?
Go! Khalid Zaman pulled Emil and ran back toward their squad. The Covenant troops were also bewildered by the scene.
They had no idea what these hunters were trying to do and simply chased after Khalid Zaman and Emil firing at them.
Once the two confused hunters were almost stripped bare, King Glum grabbed the worms from their bodies and stuffed them into its own.
Gradually, the four hunters merged into two, their forms becoming even more robust and massive. It even re-equipped the stash of grade armor plates from the ground.
Khalid Zaman didn't look back, but he could sense his spirit pet's thoughts, so he knew it was merging with the enemies.
You guys can play like that. How big can you get at most?
Master, the quantity determines my upper limit.
The size of a scarab is just a drop in the bucket compared to me. Khalid Zaman was overjoyed.
He had truly found a treasure. He also wanted to get a scarab to play with. Driving such a massive thing to crush people would be incredibly satisfying.
Can all the worms of your kind do this?
Of course not.
Ordinary hunters don't have a matriarch.
And an ordinary matriarch cannot develop such high intelligence without a master's spiritual power support. The scarab is their limit.
But for me, the more the better, right? Like hands in leading troops, the more the better. Ever since he got the spirit pet, Khalid Zaman couldn't hide his thoughts at all.
Even the historical illusions and idioms in his mind were being used by King Glum.
Understood.
I'll find a chance to get you more hunters to nourish you. Later, make me a large mecha to play with.
No problem. 50 pairs of hunters, 1 Covenant warship, and 2 engineers. When Khalid Zaman thought of the word mecha, images of various majestic Gundams appeared in King Glum's consciousness. Meanwhile, the strange creature appeared in Khalid Zaman's mind, the engineer.
This creature looked more like a turtle, specifically the flying turtle with a shell.
Engineers are the Covenant's pure technical units not yet encountered by humans. These creatures are equivalent to supercomputers capable of understanding and controlling various machinery and electronic circuits through biological magnetic fields. They were discovered in foreigner ruins and then bred by the Covenant. Khalid Zaman and Emil darted and leaped, quickly returning to the squad.
Now the enemy forces outside the base were split in two. Half were besieging Noble Team, and the other half were attacking the interior of the base.
Defending the base was a group of Helljumpers, the toughest batch of warriors among unaugmented humans.
To coordinate with Noble Team's actions, Command constantly redistributed resources across the battlefield.
This operation would determine the final fate of Reach.
This planet held 80% of humanity's warship manufacturing plants and most of its ordnance production bases. If lost, humanity would hardly stand a chance of turning the tide against the Covenant.
A Helljumper shouted, "Whoa. I've never seen a hunter that big."
Another was also shocked.
"These bastards are too freaky.
I'm most afraid of bugs.
Do you think it'll catch us and stuff us inside too? Damn, then I'll hide a grenade in my pocket. If I get caught by that thing, I'll blow myself up and take it with me." Thinking of this, the Helljumpers fired even more fiercely, each fighting as if possessed by the Governor, getting tougher as they fought. However, the scene they feared didn't happen. After the 2 giant hunters finished equipping their armor plates, they began sweeping through the Covenant troops.
They laughed while tossing elite warriors like pebbles.
These worms could move a 100-ton scarab, so tossing an elite was child's play.
The Covenant elites also tasted the power of starship-grade armor plates. Unless the plates were blown apart, even an energy sword couldn't pierce them.
The plasma energy swords the elites took pride in could only leave deep gouges on the armor.
In less than 3 minutes, the hunters met up with Noble Team.
Initially, Emil fired frantically at the 2 big guys, but he stopped after emptying a magazine.
First, bullets were useless against them, and second, the hunters turned around and cleared a path directly in front of him and Khalid Zaman.
With the hunters leading the charge, Noble Team cut through the opposition as if following 2 giant tanks. Too many strange things had happened today, so Emil stopped asking.
He stood with his hands on his hips behind the hunters, looking helpless, though Khalid Zaman couldn't see his face.
Jun suddenly sent a private communication.
"What's going on?"
"Is this your doing, kid?"
Khalid Zaman, yeah, just tame them.
Powerful, right?
Jun was green with envy. "Get a couple for me to play with." Khalid Zaman, "If we get a chance to snag a scarab, I'll catch a matriarch for you."
Jun got it, Tilda. With the upgraded hunters and Noble Team's assault, the Covenant forces were routed and quickly scattered.
Everyone rushed in to save the base. The hunters stood behind the cover at the entrance, helping the Helljumpers fire outward.
Besides strength and defense, the special fuel rod cannons the hunters carried were heavy plasma cannons comparable to those on a Wraith tank.
During the absorption just now, King Glum had also integrated the enemy's weapons into its own arms.
Hunter weapons don't have switches or triggers, they are completely grown onto the arms. Thus, even if a Spartan warrior could lift them, they couldn't use them.
Now, with 2 hunters, each having 2 special fuel rod cannons, every volley consisted of 4 thick plasma beams. The Covenant didn't dare approach at all. The Helljumpers at the entrance cheered in their eyes as long as they could kill Covenant scum. They were friends. Carter, does anyone know what happened?
Emil, I do.
We broke into the base. Carter, I didn't mean that.
Seeing the team members looking a bit dazed, Khalid Salmon had to explain, but just now these two big guys said they wanted to be traitors.
Yeah, they are Covenant traitors. Traitor bugs, Tilda.
One of the hunters even turned its head and shouted in a gruff voice, "Yes, I am a traitor, Tilda."
Kat couldn't quite believe it.
She walked up behind the speaking hunter, feeling a strong urge to touch it. The hunter looked down and said, "What are you looking at?"
I'm female too. Whoa. A nearby Helljumper marveled, then reached out and patted the hunter's thigh, saying, "No wonder the ass is so big."
Oh,
The other soldiers all burst into laughter. "Watch out."
One of the hunters at the entrance shouted,
pushing several Helljumpers behind it. They were pushed 3 meters away.
The hunter, however, was directly hit by 3 plasma mortar shells, and half of its armor plating was blown off.
It then slowly collapsed, falling silent.
A Helljumper shouted, "It's a Wraith tank."
Brothers, bring the rocket launchers.
roar.
With a loud roar, the other hunter rushed to the entrance and fired at the Wraith tank outside. Khalid Zaman felt the grief in his spirit pet's heart. He only now realized why hunters always appeared in pairs. It was a special structure of twin souls. Even if they had 2 bodies and could act independently, the 2 hunters shared a single independent consciousness. Now, losing 1 hunter was equivalent to losing half of itself.
Chapter 60 flying into space. Carter, the enemies are increasing.
Let's head to the launch platform.
Noble team rushed into the base, encountering several elite warriors along the way. The enemy had already breached the base through other entrances.
The main control room was empty, littered with corpses and in a state of total chaos.
Anti-Dot, the Saber fighter units are ready. Proceed to the launch site as quickly as possible.
At this moment,
The Helljumpers at the entrance and the remaining hunter were being forced back, retreating into the main control room as well.
The base's alarm blared incessantly, warning.
Launch station has been
Compromised. Anti-Dot launch sites 4, 5, and 6 have been breached. Only 1 Saber fighter remains at the nearest launch site.
Noble team, please proceed quickly. Upon arriving at the launch site,
A single fighter was fixed vertically to a launch rack within the cramped space.
the Saber fighter was sturdier than a longsword, with a particularly large rear appearing to be heavily equipped.
There was only 1 fighter in the entire area, so it seemed only 2 people could go this time.
Emil lunged forward but was pulled back by George.
"What are you doing, big guy?"
Let go of me. George said solemnly, "Let me go."
Reach is my home. I have a responsibility to complete this mission. Emil shouted, "The longsword has 2 seats. The 2 of us are perfect for it."
Khalid Zaman didn't say a word and ran directly onto the launch rack.
Emil yelled, "6, what are you doing?"
"You're cheating."
The outskirts of the base were now swarming with enemies, and staying behind meant certain death.
But at least this was home turf. They all knew that once they boarded this Saber fighter, there would be no coming back.
The human fleet had suffered a major defeat, and space combat was exceptionally perilous.
It was hard to say if they could even cripple a single enemy warship. If they succeeded in that step, boarding the enemy vessel would mean facing an even more frantic encirclement. It was no easy task. Khalid Zaman only said 4 words, "I must go."
Whether he could return alive or not, he had to go.
This was a revenge delayed for over a decade. The beast within him could no longer be suppressed.
Carter let 6
And George go.
He knew very well that if there were only 2 spots, the coordination between Khalid Zaman and George would be the optimal solution. Instruct the Coat had once asked him if he would send his subordinates to their deaths if necessary. At the time, Carter had hesitated for a long while without answering.
It wasn't until he had experienced over a decade of war that he understood, as a captain, sometimes one simply has to.
Kinglong, master, that you're not taking me with you. Khalid Zaman, Kinglong, protect the people at the base.
If you get the chance, follow them and break through. Don't throw your life away for nothing. If things get too bad, hide underground and wait for me to return.
Kinglong, yes, master. By then, the enemy had already reached the entrance of the launch site. Elite warriors were continuously firing fuel rod cannons through the base's narrow corridors.
The remaining members of Noble Team immediately moved to intercept them.
Jun sent a private communication, "Kid, you've already died once."
Khalid Zaman.
Yeah, so you can't die again.
Khalid Zaman got it. He sat in the pilot's seat, and George jumped into the back seat.
The cockpit closed, and the platform beside them slowly moved away. Anti-Dot supports detached. Preparing launch countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just 20 seconds after liftoff, Anti-Dot's voice appeared on the comms channel. Stage 1 engines ready for separation.
3, 2, 1 separation complete.
4 support struts fell from the rear of the Saber, and then a cylindrical engine detached from the fuselage.
Anti-Dot stage 2 engines engaged.
In less than a minute, the Saber fighter had flown into outer space. For this mission, he needed to rendezvous with other personnel at the Anchor 9 space station.
Anchor 9 was a repair, refit, and resupply station, and one of the few stations retaken by humans after the Covenant fleet left.
Since it was located on the periphery of the battlefield, Reach Command used it as the assembly point for this operation. There was a human warship at the space station, the Savannah. This ship, like the destroyed Grafton, was a Paris-class heavy frigate. Currently, the ship was dismantling its slip-space engine in preparation for the operation. Command named this operation Operation Uppercut. It signified that humanity was going to land a beautiful uppercut on the overbearing Covenant warships. Besides Khalid Zaman, Sabre Base had launched 4 Sabre fighter units before the launch site was destroyed, and they had been waiting here for some time. These 5 Sabre units now form Sabre Squad, becoming the backbone of Operation Uppercut. Before the slipspace engine was ready, Khalid Zaman was asked to familiarize himself with the operation of the Sabre.
Spartan warriors had very little training in space combat, so this would provide a slightly better chance of success.
Khalid Zaman had flown fighters during missions before, but this was his first time fighting in space.
Compared to the Sabre's excellent speed and energy shield, its weapons system was somewhat rudimentary.
The Sabre was equipped with 2 30mm cannons and a quadruple Medusa missile launcher. Beyond that, it had no other offensive capabilities. After all, it was still an experimental model forced into service early due to the outbreak of war.
George, Reach looks so beautiful from here.
Khalid Zaman, yeah, but I prefer Earth.
George, Earth is the home of humanity.
Reach is the home of the Spartan Roman 2 warriors. If possible, I hope to die in battle on this planet. Khalid Zaman, we will win, big guy. Don't talk like that.
George 6, you seem to have a lot of confidence in this war.
No, just as when he faced Instructor Coates, no matter how angry or afraid he felt inside. Khalid Zaman didn't want those around him to lose faith in humanity.
So he started boasting again.
I have confidence in myself. As long as I'm here, we will definitely defeat the Covenant.
George, really?
Khalid Zaman, you too big guy.
We're both the same.
George, thank you 6. Khalid Zaman chatted with George while familiarizing himself with the fighter's controls.
Having entered outer space, the two could no longer hear the squad's communication channel. His connection with his spirit pet, Kinglong, was also broken, so he didn't know the current situation on the ground. I hope they are okay. Khalid Zaman once felt that as long as the 6 members of the squad were together, they would be invincible, and there was no battle they couldn't win. Carter's tactical mind, John's sniping talent, Kat's mechanical genius, Emil's assault capabilities, and George's heavy firepower. This noble team was perfect. Every member was indispensable.
Especially once all the squad members began cultivation.
He believed that given time, he could train an incredibly formidable combat squad. Just 6 months, no, even just 3 months, or even 1 month. And he was confident he could increase everyone's combat capability tenfold, if only he had a little more time. Anti-beat beat tilde enemy fighter group detected.
All Sabre Squad units close in on the space station and assist in its defense.
Chapter 61, the Sabre fighter makes its first appearance. 8 enemy Banshees were attacking. Judging by the scale, it was likely the scout squad.
Perhaps they had followed the Sabre fighters after they were launched.
The Savannah was currently undergoing the disassembly of its spatial jump engine and had no defensive capabilities.
Khalid Zaman needed to lead the Sabre squad to eliminate this group of enemies. 5 of humanity's most advanced Sabre fighters versus 8 Banshees. Contrary to Khalid Zaman's expectations, the battle was exceptionally easy. The Sabre fighter shields were incredibly robust. They didn't break even after being focused on by 2 Banshees for 10 seconds.
In contrast, the enemy Banshees would explode after just 3 hits from the autocannons without even needing missiles.
Woo-hoo! The other pilots in the Sabre squad cheered. They were all pilots from the Sabre base. After the base was overrun, they had been forced to pilot the Sabre fighters away one after another to preserve them. Their colleagues and comrades in arms were still there.
The launch sites that had been breached were nearly slaughtered to the last man.
This operation allowed them to personally eliminate the enemy, and the previously somber atmosphere was broken by this victory.
Super soldier, your aim is incredible.
Yet these Banshees are like loaches, too slippery. Khalid Zaman felt a bit ashamed. He relied purely on his insane reflexes and anticipation to fight. It was actually the other 4 who were truly bringing out the Sabre fighters' combat capabilities. Besides strong shields, the Sabre fighters' flight speed was also insane. These fighters were equipped with small thrusters at the tips of both wings, allowing them to perform continuous rolls and emergency turns during aerial combat. The maneuvers of these pilots were simply divine. They were the ones who moved like loaches, unlike Khalid Zaman, who still had to rely on his teammates to shake off danger after being targeted.
Under his humble requests for guidance, he quickly learned aerial rolls and emergency evasion maneuvers, fully utilizing the performance of the Sabre fighter.
It could be said that the dogfighting performance of these Sabre fighters was nearly invincible. Ant. The space station has been discovered by the enemy.
We have installed lattice rapid-fire turrets on the station and are now beginning to restore the station's main power facilities.
Progress is at 35%. Saber Squad, take note, more enemies are coming. Before Khalid Zaman could celebrate for long, 12 more Banshees flew in from the distance along with 8 Angel fighters. The Angel is an enemy medium fighter with extremely strong onboard shields. While its speed isn't as fast as the Saber, its maneuverability is exceptionally high. While engaging the Angels, he discovered the enemy could actually perform Z-shaped evasions. This involved acceleration, braking, and instantaneous turning followed by acceleration. The maneuver was incredibly slick. These Angel fighters were very cunning. They would pursue relentlessly while they had shields, but once they lost them, they would become like leaves in the wind, dodging no matter how they were attacked. This would continue until 10 seconds later when their shields fully recovered. Aside from Khalid Zaman, the others found it difficult to land the hit. The rest of the Saber Squad began to complain. These guys are even more slippery. Everyone be careful. Fortunately, compared to the Angel fighters, the Saber had one advantage. The Saber's onboard Medusa missiles had tracking capabilities. However, the Angel's design was very sleek, like a large black water droplet. Missiles hitting the enemy's shield would be deflected and couldn't explode directly. After a hard-fought battle, the Saber Squad began to use a method of alternating between rapid-fire autocannons and Medusa missiles. They used the autocannons to strip the enemy's shields and then launched Medusa missiles. This was the most efficient way to deal with the Angels. By now, Khalid Zaman had begun to learn the Angels' evasion maneuvers. With the Saber's airframe performance, he could perform similar actions. It was just that every sharp turn required a roll followed by a turn, then full acceleration, sometimes even a 180-degree reverse thrust. This instantaneous reverse operation made his blood surge. Even his golden core stage body found it a bit hard to take. After a few maneuvers, he noticed that George in the back seat had even activated his armor lock.
Wotilda the super soldier is seriously badass.
Haha, that was so cool.
Let me try too. Then one of the Saber fighters tried to mimic the move, performing it very standardly and cleanly.
However, after finishing the maneuver, that Saber fighter drifted in space for 2 minutes without any movement.
Other members of the Saber Squad could also do it, but unfortunately, this kind of evasion maneuver was too heavy a burden for humans. Ordinary people couldn't handle it.
Futilda, holy crap, I almost passed out. Haha, you idiot, you did pass out. 2 consecutive victories greatly boosted the Saber Squad's morale, and everyone was now in the mood to joke around. And Doc,
Good job.
Saber Squad.
The space station's main power restoration is at 65%.
Hold on a little longer.
Hold on.
These 2 waves of enemies had been completely wiped out. Hearing this, Khalid Zaman knew the enemy's offensive wasn't over. Sure enough, the 3rd wave of enemies appeared on the radar. 10 Phantom transports, 15 Angel fighters, and 25 Banshee fighters. This was a standard enemy aerial formation, usually aimed at a large human warship. The appearance of Phantoms meant the enemy wanted to perform a boarding operation. Perhaps they believed the space station still held important classified intelligence. Khalid Zaman immediately shouted over the comms channel to everyone, circle around the space station. They sent Phantoms, so they won't destroy the station easily. Be careful not to get focused down. Facing an enemy 10 times the number, the Saber Squad immediately fell into a bitter struggle. In less than 5 minutes, Khalid Zaman's fighter shields were knocked below 5% several times. He only escaped the fate of being blown apart by learning the Angel fighter's emergency evasion maneuvers. In an emergency, Khalid Zaman discovered something. The Saber fighter's shield energy actually synchronized perfectly with his true Kai. More accurately, it was like the spell of spiritual Kai armor. So he tried releasing the true Kai within his body, directly causing the fighter's shield energy to recover rapidly. As expected of a fighter from a secret experiment, this thing was truly like giving wings to a tiger for a cultivator.
Super Soldier, you're being targeted.
There are 3 Angels behind you. We can't let anything happen to the Super Soldier. Quick, lure the enemies away. To prevent the Phantoms from approaching the space station, Khalid Zaman launched an attack on the transport fleet without shaking off the Angels. He constantly wove between several Phantoms using autocannons and missiles to take out 5 transports. However, his airframe's energy shield remained below 10%, and more Angel fighters were targeting him. Khalid Zaman's eyes were bloodshot, and his mental energy was pushed to the absolute limit. He could no longer stop. If he left these Phantom transports, he would immediately be blown to pieces by the Angel fighters on his tail. To save his life, he continuously released True Kai, using it to frantically replenish the fighter's energy shield. George in the co-pilot seat had already passed out from the repeated extreme evasion maneuvers.
Ultimately, 3 Phantoms still approached the space station.
The energy cannons on the Phantom transports fired at a point on the station,
attempting to blast a large hole in its exterior. The Saber fighter flew in from the side of the space station with 2 Angel fighters closely following behind him.
Sorry, brothers.
This person piloted his Saber fighter to block the energy cannon fire from 2 Phantoms.
To ensure no shots were missed, he even used an extreme evasion maneuver, drifting the fighter in the opposite direction to block the final shells from hitting the station.
The Saber fighter exploded instantly, shattered into pieces.
These people were the best among pilots, the elites of humanity.
They constantly sacrificed themselves and gave their lives for this war.
Khalid Zaman's eyes were blood red.
He bit the tip of his tongue and frantically surged his true Kai, replenishing the Saber fighter's shield to 80% in just 5 seconds.
Then he suddenly used an extreme evasion maneuver and ran toward the Angel behind him. He didn't intend to self-destruct. Before the collision, Khalid Zaman used his autocannons to break the enemy's shield. The Angel behind him was smashed to pieces, and the Saber fighter's energy shield dropped to 5%.
The other members of the Saber squad were stunned.
Damn,
Are you crazy?
don't do that, super soldier.
Due to Khalid Zaman's ferocious maneuver, when he charged toward a Phantom transport, the enemy suddenly dodged to the side to avoid the collision with this beast.
However, several Phantoms were grouped together preparing to focus their fire and were very close.
With that dodge, it collided with a neighboring Phantom, and they both went down together.
Khalid Zaman slightly adjusted his direction and flew at full speed toward the last Phantom. Autocannon rounds flew out rapidly, and just 2 seconds before the collision, he launched a Medusa missile.
After a brilliant explosion, Khalid Zaman flew through the wreckage of the destroyed Phantom with the Saber fighter's energy shield at 1% remaining.
Chapter 62 Home Delivery.
Anti-Dot, the station's main power facilities have been restored.
Now it's our turn.
3-point defense rapid-fire turrets on the station immediately opened fire, pouring bullets toward the remaining Covenant fighters nearby. These turrets use the same 30mm shells, but their rate of fire is 10 rounds per second. Like a big boss in a flight game, they unleash waves of barrages.
Simultaneously, the removal of the Savannah's slipspace drive was completed.
The heavy frigate slowly pulled away from the station, turned its bow, and began firing at the enemy.
The firepower of a heavy frigate was a nightmare for ordinary fighters.
The tide turned instantly, and the remaining 20+ enemy fighters were quickly wiped out.
Anti-Dot, the enemy has been completely annihilated.
Noble 6, you may now enter the station.
My God, what happened?
George in the back seat shook his head and woke up.
He only remembered being locked onto by over a dozen enemy fighters before losing consciousness. When he woke up again, the enemy had been completely eliminated.
Khalid Zaman, it's okay, we won.
George, we really won.
But they had 10 times our numbers.
Khalid Zaman smiled. This is nothing.
Hasn't Noble team faced enemies 100 times our size before?
Hell.
George laughed too. The big guy laughed very happily. Saber squad all entered the station. According to the plan,
The removed engine would be carried by a Pelican transport.
George was not good at dogfighting, so he took the initiative to pilot the Pelican. In this air battle, Khalid Zaman fought bravely and was praised by the young men of Saber Squad. The youngest among them was likely not even 20 years old.
Like Spartan warriors, they were raised from childhood as specialized combat troops.
Now only 3 people remain in the entire Saber program. Khalid Zaman couldn't feel happy at all, but he didn't show any sadness.
Now they were going to give the enemy a fierce operation uppercut. They had to muster all their strength and go all out.
George watched the intelligence station's
Display screen.
A large area suddenly showed an ultra-high temperature red alert.
This area was the Kezir ice shelf where Bayonet Base was located, and beneath Bayonet Base was Dr.
Halsey's secret laboratory.
The big man's eyes were bloodshot.
an
Infinite rage erupted in his heart, but he didn't vent it. He only whispered softly, "My heart is breaking."
Anti-Dot Noble 5, what did you say?
George took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress his restless emotions.
Zoom in on coordinates 1922.
Anti-Dot received coordinates Office of Naval Intelligence Bayonet Base set to 18G.
George, enable thermal imaging.
A huge red spot slowly spread on the screen.
The temperature in the center of the entire area had exceeded 2000 degrees. This indicated that the area was being attacked by enemy plasma lancers. The enemy was glassing it. Anti-Dot, Noble 5, your pulse is rising rapidly.
You have powers to help Doctor. Halsey all the others in the base. Noble 5.
George, I know.
This big guy was heartbroken.
To the Spartan Roman 2 Doctor.
Halsey was like our mother.
Khalid Zaman knew this. He understood the feeling well, but he didn't know what to say.
Holland sent a message. We've locked onto a Covenant corvette. It's about to dock with the target in a scheduled orbit. Noble 5 is responsible for the home delivery. We need Saber Squad to clear the obstacles for boarding.
George slung his heavy machine gun and said,
Let's go, 6.
time to finish the mission.
He silently boarded the Pelican transport carrying the slipspace drive, while Khalid Zaman returned to his Saber fighter. As the Pelican and Saber Squad flew out of the station,
Holland's voice rang out again.
The Savannah has donated its slip space drive.
It will join you and provide fire support.
Khalid Zaman copied that, Colonel.
Savannah Commander, Onsk Savannah here. Our wings may be broken, but we will still protect you.
This was an operation near a giant enemy supercarrier. If the Savannah went along, it was almost impossible to survive.
Khalid Zaman really wanted to capture the enemy supercarrier and then drop it into the Covenant's home base to detonate it. Facing the sacrifice of his comrades, all he could say was thank you.
The Savannah commander didn't mind. He even seemed to be in a good mood.
We are willing to go through hell for noble team.
Half an hour ago, the Eridanus fleet began a charge toward the enemy.
The Covenant fleet couldn't understand why these humans had suddenly gone mad. In previous battles, human ships only concentrated their fire for a charge during the first round of attack. Subsequent battles were almost entirely guerrilla warfare, which greatly annoyed Barutami, the commander of the brave and cautious fleet.
In his view, the war's outcome was already decided. Humans couldn't possibly have another chance.
So, after receiving the ground troops report, he left.
Compared to these plasters in space, Barutami was more interested in seeing what kind of special abilities the human super soldiers in the report actually had. After investigating personally, he felt that what Khalid Zaman used were just some petty tricks.
Sending a single scarab would be enough to wipe out the opponent.
Then Barutami took his Praetorian Guard and went directly to look for Foreigner ruins. So now the entire brave and cautious fleet had no overall commander. The remaining captains were all Sanelli people. They were very brave, but they might lack caution. The Eridanus fleet damaged 2 Covenant ships after a volley and then immediately turned around to flee.
This infuriated the Covenant ship commanders.
The orders they had received were to clean up the battlefield.
Barutami had said clean up, yet these damn rats still dared to pop out and bite them.
Without a commander, the brave and cautious fleet also began to become less cautious. The remaining 200-plus ships of the entire fleet gradually started to deviate from the flagship's position.
The SDV-class heavy corvette Ardent Prayer was one of the damaged ships. This ship's main cannon system was damaged, and it was prioritized for reassignment to the repair platform of the Long Night supercarrier for repairs.
This was Operation Left Hook, specifically formulated by the Reach Combat Command to coordinate with Operation Uppercut. Although a bit cliché, the operation was a great success and everything was progressing according to plan. The Savannah first used fighters to jam the ship's communication signals.
Then Sabre Squad moved out fighting through the enemy's fighter swarms while evading the ship's point defense fire.
As a heavy corvette, the Ardent Prayer's greatest offensive capability was its main cannon.
Now that the main cannon system was damaged, and the corvette didn't have many carrier-based aircraft, only 8 Banshees, 10 Space Banshees, and 8 Angel fighters, these forces were quickly wiped out by the Savannah and Sabre Squad.
To slow down the enemy ship, Khalid Zaman led Sabre Squad to disable 4 of its 5 engines.
Then they boarded the enemy starship.
All 4 Sabre fighters successfully boarded docking at a small hatch on the enemy ship's roof, which was specifically for small Banshee fighters to enter and exit.
Their mission was to shut down the ship's shield generator, otherwise the Pelican wouldn't be able to enter the hangar. Although the goal was clear, Khalid Zaman was unsure.
He had never piloted an enemy ship before, and there were no such courses in the training camp.
Now he could only take it one step at a time. After eliminating a few elites who jumped out of the ship, Khalid Zaman and Sabre Squad took control of the hatch.
Let's go.
From here on out,
We're on our own. After speaking, Khalid Zaman was the first to jump down.
Chapter 63, my new friend is very loyal.
As soon as Khalid Zaman jumped out of the fighter jet, elite warriors rushed out. These elites wore masks and jetpacks, but their armor wasn't particularly strong. They seemed specifically tasked with clearing enemies from the warship's exterior.
He could kill one with just 2 shots from his magnum pistol. The 3 young members of Sabre Squad also possessed formidable combat skills.
Although they hadn't undergone physical augmentation surgery, they were nearly on par with Spartan warriors after years of grueling discipline and training.
These young people wore armor identical to that of the Helljumpers. Aside from lacking an energy shield, its functionality and defensive capabilities were excellent. Consequently, those flying elites were quickly wiped out. This was the first time the Covenant had encountered humans daring enough to board and attack their warships, and they were caught somewhat off guard. The 4 of them passed through the energy shield at the entrance and entered the warship's interior. They soon located the large hangar. Due to the suddenness of the action, they didn't encounter many enemies on the way and the killing went smoothly, but they hit a wall as soon as they entered the hangar. For some reason, the soldiers here all had powerful energy shields, even the common wild boar beasts. He had to fire 6 shots at a single wild boar beast just to break its energy shield. Taking 7 shots from a magnum pistol to kill one was even more absurd than a white armor elite.
Furthermore, with the energy shields active, Khalid Salman couldn't even use his object control technique to make the wild boar beast self-destruct. This left him feeling very frustrated.
Since when did the Covenant have such strong defensive capabilities?
If their ground forces were all like this, Reach would have fallen long ago.
He looked around and suddenly spotted a large turtle floating at the top of the hangar.
It was exactly the engineer King Long had mentioned.
Moreover, this engineer was brimming with spiritual energy, possessing a cultivation level at the early golden core stage. Damn it, is this a technical unit?
With such a strong cultivation level, shouldn't it be serving as a special forces operative instead of an elite?
Khalid Zaman observed closely. This engineer had nothing but a large shell and a turtle head lacking proportional hands and feet.
Only a few thin tentacles extended from the shell.
Bang bang,
He fired 6 consecutive shots at a wild boar beast,
stopping once the shield broke. Sure enough, the engineer in the air pointed a tentacle at
the wild boar beast, and the beast's shield was instantly restored to full.
Based on his deduction, there shouldn't be many of these engineers.
Otherwise, deploying them to ground units would be a disaster for humanity.
George 6 activated the hangar's energy shield as soon as possible.
The Pelican is ready.
Khalid Zaman was anxious, but he didn't act rashly. There were at least 10 Covenant squads in the hangar with the engineer included. It would be a tough fight even if the entire Noble team were present.
He had to find a way to get rid of the engineer first.
He pulled out a grenade and used his object control technique to make it drift slowly toward the engineer.
He didn't intend to blow the creature up.
A single grenade wouldn't break its shield, he just wanted to test its reaction. King Long had said before that engineers were biological supercomputers,
so they should be quite intelligent.
Khalid Zaman didn't know why such a smart creature with golden core stage strength would be controlled by the Covenant.
From King Long's tone earlier, both the Liegulu worms and the engineers were controlled, treated like captive animals.
When the engineer saw something floating toward it, it clearly didn't recognize the object and curiously reached out with a tentacle to touch the grenade.
However, as soon as the tentacle made contact, it immediately shrank back in fear, seemingly realizing the object could harm it.
Khalid Zaman manipulated his object control technique, sending the grenade directly behind it.
This forced the engineer to fly forward. He hadn't expected such a powerful and intelligent creature to be so cowardly. Just like that, a powerful golden core stage creature was literally scared into the corridor by Khalid Zaman. An elite on the opposite side was stunned by the sight.
He subconsciously asked what just flew past.
Wild boar beast, it looked like an engineer.
Oh, the elite was even more confused. Aren't engineers supposed to be stupid? Why is he thinking about going to fight the enemy?
Wild boar beast, maybe he really had to pee.
He couldn't just pee on our heads, right?
That would be too impolite.
Damn ceasefire. The elite finally snapped out of it and immediately stopped everyone from firing.
If they killed the engineer, their shield replenishment would become extremely weak.
He was also certain of one thing: humans definitely wouldn't recognize this creature. If the humans tried to attack the engineer, the bombs strapped to it would explode, surely killing the invaders.
Unlike the wild boar beasts, engineers were a scarce resource and very valuable. Much like a high-end supercomputer, it was best to preserve them rather than destroy them. Khalid Zaman also ordered his squad members to stop firing and directly pulled the engineer's shell back into the corridor.
The big turtle seemed somewhat reluctant, its small head wearing a rather aggrieved expression. The moment he touched the engineer, Khalid Zaman felt a surge of pure soul power.
He used his true kai to communicate with it, and was immediately broken into a cold sweat by what he learned.
Damn it, there were 6 needle bombs strapped to the engineer.
After some communication, he finally understood that the Covenant was forcing their race to work. Khalid Zaman removed the straps holding the bombs to the engineer.
The engineer immediately rubbed its head against Khalid Zaman's arm like a spoiled child. Pure kind, intelligent, and powerful, this was Khalid Zaman's assessment of the creature. The engineer gave him the impression of a 3-year-old child. The psychology of this species seemed incapable of producing thoughts of harming others.
Khalid Zaman used his true kai to communicate. What is your name?
Engineer Yusai Shu.
Khalid Zaman, what?
What do you mean, Yusai Shu?
This engineer was shaped like a bull. Could its name really be Yuzaishu? Engineer, my name.
Oh, this was the second strange name Khalid Zaman had ever heard.
However, he figured it was at least better than those Liegulu worms.
Khalid Zaman, now that the bombs are off you, you don't have to provide shields for those bad guys anymore.
Engineer, yes, thank you.
You're a good person. We can be friends. Khalid Zaman had actually intended to make the creature's spirit pet.
However, the creature's soul was too clean, so pure that he felt embarrassed to even bring it up. Since the other party wanted to be friends, he would just treat it as such.
Khalid Zaman, good friend. You can call me Khalid Zaman. Engineer, Khalid Zaman.
What a strange name.
Koth told her this guy had the nerve to say that.
Go hide to the side, for now we have work to do. The engineer nodded obediently.
Then Khalid Zaman led Saber Squad back into the hangar. This time he went on a killing spree, first using the wild boar beasts to blow the hangar into chaos, then sweeping up the remaining elites. Without the engineer's shields, these enemies were quite vulnerable.
A young man suddenly shouted, "Ow."
I've been hit. Why doesn't it hurt? Khalid Zaman glanced over and saw a layer of energy shield appearing on the outside of the man's body. This energy shield flickered with a white light when it appeared. One wouldn't notice it without looking closely. He didn't need to look to know that the engineer had given it to them.
Man, this new friend was truly loyal.
He saw the engineer timidly poking its head out from the corridor, its two tiny green eyes blinking as it smiled at them.
The young men of Saber Squad were also seeing this creature for the first time. Since Khalid Zaman had told them not to fire at the engineer, they focused on the battle at hand. Now, after Khalid Zaman's explanation, their eyes were sparkling. A super energy shield. This was treatment usually reserved for Spartan warriors. This was just too awesome. Chapter 64, The Fallen Angel. With the help of the engineer, the young members of Saber Squad fought with the ferocity of Spartan warriors possessed. The four of them quickly wiped out the enemies in the hangar. The hangar was massive and Khalid Zaman had no idea where the switch to open the hangar shield was.
Fortunately, he had a supercomputer for a friend.
Guided by the engineer, he found a translucent control panel.
Of course, he didn't know how to use it. God only knew if pressing things at random would cause an explosion.
So, opening the shield relied on his friend's help.
The engineer extended its tentacles and pressed a few times on the control panel.
The shield outside the hangar opened, and the Pelican, which had been waiting outside for a long time, slowly flew in. The engineer extended a tentacle and placed it on Khalid Zaman's shoulder.
"You're very similar to us, too similar." Khalid Zaman didn't quite agree with this view, but he didn't say much. "Engineer, I mean, your aura is very similar to ours." "Right." Only then did Khalid Zaman remember that the other party also possessed a golden core stage cultivation.
He asked, "How do you have golden core stage cultivation?"
Does your race practice cultivation too?
Has anyone ever transcended the tribulation to become an immortal?
The engineer's small head swayed back and forth, its small green bean eyes blinking a few times. "I don't know what you are talking about."
Fine. It's like a chicken talking to a duck. I'll give you a method for refining Kai, see if you can understand it. Then Khalid Zaman transmitted his cultivation's Kai refining art into the engineer's consciousness. Engineer, interesting stuff. Simple and crude.
The efficiency is too low.
Khalid Zaman felt like he didn't really enjoy chatting with this new friend. Engineer, since we are friends, I will give you a new set of things. Perhaps they will be of help to you. Khalid Zaman, all right, let me see what good things you have.
The engineer's tentacles tapped lightly on Khalid Zaman's armor, as if a thread of divine sense was passing through his body.
Then Khalid Zaman felt as if he had been jolted by electricity. He sensed countless meridians in the air and felt every corner of his own body. Body integration stage divine sense. How is this possible?
No, this feeling was very similar to divine sense, yet different. Divine sense was a tactile-like perception. One's consciousness could fully sense the overall outline, form, and position of the target. His current feeling was more like an understanding. It wasn't as detailed as divine sense,
but he could understand the structure of things.
If he looked long enough, the objects or people he focused on would even develop a certain connection with him.
Engineer, this can make your evolution, or rather your cultivation, more efficient.
Before Khalid Zaman could fully grasp this efficiency, his good friend gave him another great gift.
I'll modify your clothes for you as well.
This set of clothes uses a strange energy source. Although it simulates a Covenant energy shield, the efficiency is too low.